On the outer sect arena, Wang Xiaoming just suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of his own fellow disciple. He was blasted across the stage, with almost no strength left to fight back, forcing the referee to rush in. After confirming Wang Xiaoming was unconscious, the referee loudly announced his elimination. Looking over the arena, he introduced this as the challenge platform of Yulin Immortals sect, where outer disciples fight for a chance to enter the inner sect. He also gestured toward the elders watching above, assuring everyone the matches were strictly supervised. Seeing the victor still standing tall, the referee declared this was his 11th consecutive win. Then he shouted, asking if anyone else dared to challenge. While all eyes were on the stage, a distant figure hovered in the sky, arms crossed, using his power to observe everything below. Above a young boy, a white-haired old man appeared, calmly watching the battle as well. After observing for a while, the old man turned and asked if it was finally time. The elder was Xuan Lao, and the boy bowed in gratitude after successfully breaking through with his help. His eyes burned with anticipation, as if the moment he had waited for had finally arrived. Suddenly, from the distant mountains, the boy shot down toward the arena and shouted that it was time to change everything. Seeing someone descend from the sky, the referee panicked and yelled that someone had jumped from the cliff. The crowd stared in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even an elder was stunned, amazed that an outer disciple could leap from such a distant peak. When the boy landed, the impact cracked the arena floor and sent debris flying everywhere. His eyes were filled with fierce determination to win. The referee quickly regained his voice and announced the challenger was Yan Xiao. The moment his name was spoken, the entire audience erupted into whispers. As his opponent stepped up, the crowd recalled his glorious past, a prodigy who entered body tempering at 8 and reached chi refining 3rd layer at 11. But for 3 years, his cultivation regressed. His family turned cold, and even his engagement was cancelled. As his opponent arrived, he looked at Yan Xiao with pure mockery and laughed. Cracking his knuckles, he sneered that a trash like Yan Xiao dared to step up, but Yan Xiao stayed silent. The opponent placed a hand on Yan Xiao's shoulder and arrogantly told him to get off the stage. At that moment, a flame suddenly burst out and shot straight toward him. In an instant, he was blasted backward by the fiery force. Though he reacted fast and steadied himself, he was still pushed back several steps. Completely stunned, he stared at Yan Xiao and stammered, asking what just happened. An elder below said only someone with strong spiritual power could release energy like that. The bearded elder beside him gasped, realizing Yan Xiao had reached the 9th layer of chi refining. In this world, cultivation ranks from body tempering, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, fusion, great ascension, tribulation crossing, and finally immortal realm. The elder added that most people need over 10 years just to pass body tempering, yet Yan Xiao had already reached peak chi refining at such a young age. Soon after the first opponent was defeated, another challenger stepped onto the arena to face Yan Xiao. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never bully a poor young man. Yan Xiao declared that today he would make everyone see him differently, and flames ignited in his palm again. What stunned everyone was the second blue heavenly flame, rising in his other hand, as he lifted himself into the air and announced the genius had returned. Seeing 2 flames at once, the referee was left speechless, unable to understand what technique this was. The short-bearded elder trembled as he recognized it, saying that was no ordinary fire but a heavenly flame born from heaven and earth. Yan Xiao then poured all his power into forcing the 2 heavenly flames to fuse together. The 2 elders shot to their feet, shouting that he was merging heavenly flames and about to use Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, which could destroy the entire arena. Feeling the terrifying pressure spreading out, the short-bearded elder ordered everyone to prepare for rescue. But they were too late, because Yan Xiao had already unleashed the ultimate move. The 2 elders froze in fear, one choking on his words, while the other could only shout in shock. Then the short-bearded elder suddenly blushed, thinking the name of that move sounded way too dramatic. The attack rushed forward with overwhelming power, yet the opponent did not move at all. Even with the technique right in front of him, he remained completely calm. Only when it was about to hit did he slowly raise his head. Suddenly, he sniffed like something irritated his nose and took a deep breath. The next second, he let out a massive sneeze that blew the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus away. The force of that sneeze was so strong that even Yan Xiao was crushed by the pressure from afar. The 2 elders screamed in disbelief, saying the fused heavenly flame was destroyed by a sneeze. Then the opponent vanished, and reappeared in front of Yan Xiao, throwing a heavy punch that sent him flying. His handsome and confident face was instantly twisted by that brutal blow. Yan Xiao was launched straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds like a meteor. The referee could only stare and shout that Yan Xiao had been punched into a shooting star. Before anyone recovered, somewhere else a token lit up like a ringing phone. When checked, it displayed information about the one who defeated Yan Xiao. The female referee saw the data and excitedly announced they had finally identified the mysterious fighter. She explained that he had never used spiritual power and defeated every opponent with a single punch. That dark horse of this year's tournament was Zhuang Shisan, and after hearing the announcement, he looked at his smoking fist and quietly sighed in relief. As the guide led the new inner sect disciples forward, Zhuang Shisan silently walked at the back. Suddenly, imperial soldiers blocked their path and ordered everyone to stop. The officers declared the royal family was hunting a fugitive and would conduct inspections nationwide. The moment he saw them, Zhuang Shisan's heart trembled, wondering why royal soldiers appeared in such a remote place. Sensing danger, he decided to slip away first and think later. But before he could leave, he was spotted, and a soldier shouted for him to stop as a system notification appeared in his head, forbidding escape. The forced mission required him to face the inspection directly. After reading it, Zhuang Shisan was furious, yelling in his mind that the system never gave missions before, and now it wanted him dead. The reason Zhuang Shisan kept avoiding the court was simple. He was the fugitive hunted by the royal family for a whole year, the eldest young master of the Zhuang clan. Let's rewind everything back to his previous life. Back then, Zhuang Shisan was constantly sick, and even one sneeze would send his parents rushing over in panic. He often joked that his body was so weak, a single sneeze could seriously injure him. In the end, fate did not spare him, and he died in an unexpected accident. When he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated into this cultivation world. He still remembered his father, crying in joy at his birth, shouting that this child finally survived after 12 previous sons died young. As the 13th son of Zhuang Rei, he was named Shisan, and he swore to cherish this rare healthy body in this life. Not long after, his father brought him to meet Zhuang Ji, but the man sighed at first glance and called him a waste. He said helplessly that the child had no spiritual root at all. Zhuang Ji explained that on the Shenzhou continent, every living being awakens a spiritual root at birth, and even common laborers reach body tempering. In this world, even waste and puddles contain faint spiritual energy. He bluntly told Zhuang Rei that Shisan without spiritual root was worse than trash, the very bottom of the food chain. Furious, Zhuang Rei slapped his hand away and shouted how he could insult his own nephew like that. Zhuang Shisan remembered how his father tried every method to awaken his spiritual root, from medicinal baths to strange rituals. He swallowed so many spirit pills his stomach bulged, yet his father kept bringing more for dinner. One day, Zhuang Shisan suddenly shouted that he felt something, and his parents were overjoyed. But it was just gas in his dantian, and his massive fart blasted him into the sky, leaving his parents speechless. No matter what they tried, nothing worked, and his mother always warned him never to step outside because the world was too dangerous. So his entire childhood was confined to the family courtyard. While other kids played soccer in the streets, he could only watch from the study window. Day after day, he silently observed other people's happiness. A quiet sense of loneliness slowly grew in his heart. He thought those kids were not that different from him. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head and he smiled to himself. He rushed outside toward the children and excitedly asked if he could join. The kids stared at him, confused, because they had never seen him before. One curious child asked whose son he was. Another laughed and said it did not matter, the more the merrier. Then the child kicked the ball straight to Zhuang Shisan. He caught it, still slightly stunned. Touching the ball, he thought it seemed completely normal. But the moment he kicked, his terrifying strength exploded. The ball shot forward at insane speed and smashed into a child's face, knocking him out instantly. The ground along its path was torn apart by the force. The surrounding children turned pale in fear. Seeing their friend lying motionless, they ran away screaming that someone had been killed. After that incident, Zhuang Shisan was sent to live in a remote estate, completely cut off from the outside world. Before leaving, his father told him that Zhuang Yan would take care of him, and the family would visit when they could. His mother gently added that from now on, he must train hard every single day. Hearing that decision, Zhuang Shisan stood frozen, his face filled with disappointment. Memories from his past life flooded back when his parents said similar words and urged him to train to stay healthy. He understood that everything they did was simply to protect him. His mother hugged him and explained that training was not just for defense, but to survive long enough if danger ever came. From that day on, training became mandatory, and he ran 10 kilometers daily without fail. Then he did 100 squats in a row, followed by 100 sit-ups, and finally 100 push-ups before resting. After 1 full year of persistence, something shocking finally happened. His consciousness was pulled into a strange space filled with blue screens, announcing that the muscle cultivation system had activated 100%. Zhuang Shisan almost screamed in excitement. After 13 years, he finally unlocked his golden finger. He immediately ordered the system to give him bone tempering and awaken some overpowered spiritual root. The system coldly replied that such functions did not exist. His face instantly fell in pure disappointment. The system then added that it could strengthen his muscles and unlock physical potential for a different cultivation path. Hearing that, he brightened up, thinking at least a powerful body technique would come as a starter gift. Instead, the system announced his beginner reward was the first adaptation training course, public broadcast calisthenics. Zhuang Shisan's face twisted in disbelief. He shouted that broadcast exercises could not possibly lead to immortality. He even pretended to cry and complained that the system did not give him anything useful, leaving it speechless. In the end, it reluctantly gave him an eye protection exercise and claimed it had nothing else. Zhuang Shisan kept complaining that other systems turned hosts into hacks, while he got treated unfairly. Annoyed, the system shot a bolt of blue lightning at him and warned him not to insult it, forcing him to beg for mercy. It then explained that completing daily check-ins and training tasks would earn points to upgrade the system and exchange rewards. 2 more years passed, and Zhuang Shisan kept practicing those strange routines until even Zhuang Yan grew curious. One day, the system suddenly announced that it had successfully upgraded, and he entered the growth stage of muscle cultivation. New functions unlocked, including advanced training courses, a system shop, and mission board. Zhuang Shisan jumped in joy, finally gaining something useful after years of effort. But his smile quickly faded. In the distance, several figures were rushing toward him. In the blink of an eye, they descended from the sky and landed nearby, shocking him. Their impact caused violent tremors, forcing him to shield his face from flying debris. Thick dust rose into the air and covered the surroundings. Zhuang Shisan stood there confused, not knowing what was happening. From the fading dust, several imperial soldiers stepped out and coldly announced that the target had been found. Elsewhere, a messenger bird flew over streets swallowed by flames, chaos everywhere. It crossed countless mountains and headed toward the remote island where Zhuang Shisan lived. After a long journey, the bird landed right in front of Zhuang Yan. The moment she saw it, she reached out and caught it, without hesitation. After a quick glance, her expression changed and her brows tightly furrowed. Tied to the bird's leg was the Bloodfire Emergency Order, the highest summons of the Grand Peace Envoy. Zhuang Yan immediately opened the secret letter and scanned every line. The message was chilling. General Nanggong Yue had been framed and imprisoned, his allies wiped out, and the Zhuang clan dragged into the storm. The royal family had even sent people to arrest Zhuang Shisan and ordered that he be evacuated immediately. Her face turned pale, and she rushed out at full speed without wasting a second. At the same time, back at the site of the violent tremor, a group of hidden dragon guards appeared before Zhuang Shisan, each carrying heavy killing intent. One of them coldly asked if he was the young master of the Zhuang clan. Zhuang Shisan stayed calm and asked who they were and what they wanted. The man simply sneered in disdain. In the next second, he dashed forward like an arrow and launched a vicious strike, telling him to obediently come along. Just as danger struck, Zhuang Yan suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful kick with her long leg. The hidden dragon guard barely turned his head before being sent flying like a sandbag. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yan grabbed Zhuang Shisan over her shoulder and ran. As they fled, she quickly said the Zhuang clan had suffered a disaster and these men came to capture him. Another hidden dragon guard stepped out and mocked that their intel said the Zhuang young master was a useless man without a spiritual root, living in hiding with only a maid. He looked at Zhuang Yan and sneered that she must be that maid, and she immediately shielded Zhuang Shisan with killing intent in her eyes. She shouted for him to run first and leave the rest to her. The leader laughed arrogantly and declared they were royal hidden dragon guards, and a mere maid dared to block them. He swung the iron ball in his hand, the chain slicing through the air as it shot toward Zhuang Yan. the chain wrapped tightly around her neck like a venomous snake, leaving her no room to resist. Watching from behind, Zhuang Shisan's eyes turned terrifying as rage exploded inside him. The guard yanked the chain and flung Zhuang Yan into the air while shouting his move. The attack severely injured her, blood continuously flowing from the wound on her neck. Seeing that, Zhuang Shisan screamed her name in panic. She crashed hard onto the ground, too injured to even stand. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan felt his heart being crushed. Even exhausted, Zhuang Yan urged him to run and not worry about her. But Zhuang Shisan stood still, with no intention of leaving. He slowly closed his eyes as if sensing the entire space around him. His foot pressed harder and harder into the ground beneath him. Then he spoke in a chilling voice, "Who dares to touch Sister Zhuang Yan?" Before finishing his sentence, he threw a punch straight at the hidden dragon guards. Zhuang Yan struggled up and desperately shouted for him not to act recklessly. The hidden dragon guards burst into laughter, mocking that a man without a spiritual root dared to fight them. To them, this was nothing but suicide. As he spoke, the guard hurled the iron ball at Zhuang Shisan again. One of them warned not to overdo it, or the boy would be crushed. But to everyone's shock, Zhuang Shisan raised his hand and effortlessly caught the attack. Seeing that unbelievable scene, the attacker's face twisted in shock, mouth wide open, only managing a confused "huh?" The hidden dragon guard stuttered in disbelief. He was elite, yet his full-power strike got stopped by a so-called cripple. Before he could finish, Zhuang Shisan closed in and smashed a brutal punch into his chin, sending him flying backward. Then he grabbed the man with both hands, hurled him into the air, and blood sprayed from the guy's mouth. Zhuang Shisan's voice turned ice cold, saying that was just the warm-up. The hidden dragon guard slammed into the ground, and the rest instantly turned pale. The sight was horrifying. Their teammates' eyes rolled back, mouth full of blood, body stiff like a corpse. One guard trembled so badly he could barely speak, only muttering that the guy was dead. He shook in fear, killed with a single blow. How could a so-called cripple have such terrifying power? Panic hit its peak, and he screamed for everyone to stop holding back and attack together. In a flash, countless iron spheres tore through the air toward Zhuang Shisan, yet he stood there strangely calm. He even said casually, "Guess it's time for some exercise." Zhuang Shisan stayed in place and started swinging his arms and legs like morning workout moves, but every strike hit the hidden dragon guard's weak points perfectly. Zhuang Yan watched in stunned disbelief. This was the broadcast calisthenics the young master always talked about. She once thought those weird moves were just for fun, never expecting them to be this deadly. Zhuang Shisan leaned back and drove his elbow hard into the necks of two charging guards, dropping them instantly. In moments, bodies covered the ground, leaving only one man standing in the distance, with legs shaking. He was scared out of his mind, backing away, and shouting that he would call reinforcements if Zhuang Shisan took another step. Before he could finish, Zhuang Shisan vanished and reappeared in front of him like the wind. A vicious kick landed straight between the guard's legs, turning his face green as he threw up everything he ate. At that moment, something fell from his hand, and Zhuang Yan's expression changed instantly. The object hit the ground and shattered into pieces. A purple-black spatial rift immediately tore open in front of Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Yan realized it was a spatial jade slip engraved with a teleportation formation. She shouted for Zhuang Shisan to get away from it now, because something extremely terrifying was about to appear. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the rift, chilling everyone to the bone. Even Zhuang Shisan froze at the sight. Then a bizarre figure slowly stepped out of the portal, blazing red hair, two black horns on his shoulders, towering body, and a violent aura flooding the area. The monster stood before Zhuang Shisan, their size difference like a man facing an ant. Zhuang Yan trembled uncontrollably and stammered that this was Qi Fa Gui Liao Feng Xiaoqian, one of the 12 heavenly generals of the royal family. Feng Xiaoqian stood still, scanning the surroundings with icy eyes. Zhuang Yan clenched her teeth in tension, unable to understand why someone of his level appeared here in person. When he heard the name Zhuang Shisan, Feng Xiaoqian's blade-sharp gaze locked onto him. In a deep voice, he asked if this was the crippled young master of the Zhuang family mentioned in the intel. After observing carefully, he confirmed there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy on Zhuang Shisan. Feng Xiaoqian curled his lips into a mocking, arrogant smile. Looking at the dead hidden dragon guards on the ground, he coldly noted that every subordinate sent here had been wiped out. Then he turned to Zhuang Yan with suspicion, asking if she did all this. A mere maid pulling this off, that was truly surprising. But he declared coldly that dying by his hand would be the greatest honor of her life. Hearing his arrogance, Zhuang Yan clenched her fists in anger, unsure whether to admit it or deny it. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoqian waved his hand and unleashed a terrifying force straight at Zhuang Yan. Facing that overwhelming pressure, Zhuang An nearly fell into despair, body frozen as she waited for death. At the most critical second, Zhuang Shisan suddenly rushed out and shielded her. The move stunned both Zhuang Yan and Feng Xiaoqian. Feng Xiaoqian's palm strike was terrifying. It slammed into Zhuang Shisan's chest and blasted him away like a cannonball. Zhuang Shisan crashed to the ground in a miserable state. Seeing this, Zhuang Yan screamed in panic for the young master. Zhuang Shisan was completely unconscious, smoke rising from his head, body covered in injuries. Yet Feng Xiaoqian calmly remarked that an ordinary cultivator would have turned into blood mist, but this one only passed out, unbelievable. He began suspecting that Zhuang Shisan carried a high-level protective artifact. As he spoke, Feng Xiaoqian slowly walked closer, eyes ice cold. He said with heavy pressure, "No rush, I'll take all of you back together." Watching him approach step by step with terrifying aura, Zhuang Yan's heart sank. The presence of a heavenly general was suffocating. At that critical moment, a sword shot down from the sky like a meteor and stabbed into the ground before Feng Xiaoqian, forcing him to stop. The energy around the blade was so intense that Feng Xiaoqian instantly recognized it as Heaven and Earth Sword Qi. He quickly shifted positions, dodging waves of invisible sword strikes, slashing toward him. Seeing that familiar scene, hope returned to Zhuang Yan's eyes. Her master had arrived. Feng Xiaoqian looked up and coldly asked, "Even you want to interfere?" A white-robed figure descended gently from the sky. It was the grand elder of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Ji. He only glanced at Feng Xiaoqian once, but killing intent was already clear on his face. Feng Xiaoqian sneered, "Weren't you guarding the family head? How did you get here?" Zhuang Ji replied calmly, "I came under the family head's order to protect the young master." Then he urged Zhuang Yan, "Take the young master and leave. I'll handle him." Zhuang Yan hesitated, clearly reluctant. One side was her master, the other was her duty to protect Zhuang Shisan. In the end, she chose what mattered most. She rushed to Zhuang Shisan, lifted him up, and fled the battlefield at full speed. Feng Xiaoqian laughed mockingly. "Just you alone think you can stop me?" He stomped the ground, cracking the earth, and charged at Zhuang Ji with a steel-like fist. Zhuang Ji drew his sword and slashed, but the arm guard on Feng Xiaoqian easily blocked it. Zhuang Ji frowned slightly and said coldly, "In this world where the strong devour the weak, what do you think keeps the Zhuang family standing?" The two instantly clashed, their power colliding and sending dust and debris everywhere. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yan had already carried Zhuang Shisan far away. As she ran, she worried that even her master might not defeat that man. The future of the Zhuang family might now rest solely on the young master. In his coma, chaotic sounds echoed in Zhuang Shisan's ears. People screaming about an earthquake, desperate cries for help, footsteps in panic, memories of his past life when he was a helpless child in disaster. While running, the boy tripped over a stone and fell hard to the ground. Looking at his legs, he realized in despair they were too badly injured to stand. His parents rushed toward him, reaching out and shouting, "Shi-san, grab Mom's hand." The three of them stretched out desperately, the distance between them just inches away. But at that moment, the cliff behind them suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. Witnessing it, fear exploded inside Zhuang Shisan. Massive rocks crashed down, and his parents threw themselves over him to shield him, while he screamed in terror at the horrifying scene. His mother looked at him gently and softly said, "Don't be afraid, we're still here." Zhuang Shisan cried uncontrollably, begging them to stop protecting him because it would only drag them down. "No!" Zhuang Shisan jolted awake from the nightmare, shouting in panic. Zhuang Yan, who was guarding him, turned around in shock. She hurried over to support him and said with relief, "Young master, you're finally awake." Zhuang Shisan looked at his intact body and asked blankly, "Im still alive?" Zhuang Yan nodded and said it was thanks to the Grand Elder, arriving in time that they escaped. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan grabbed her shoulders and urgently asked, "What about the Zhuang family? Where are my parents?" Zhuang Yan lowered her head, voice choked with pain. "Those who weren't outside have almost all met with disaster, and without the Grand Elder's protection, the family head and madam, they were eventually captured." Zhuang Shisan lowered his head deeply, letting out a heavy breath. He blamed himself bitterly. "If uncle hadn't rushed to save me, the clone protecting my parents wouldn't have failed." Seeing him torment himself, Zhuang Yan fell silent. Some pain is too heavy for words. The more Zhuang Shisan thought about it, the angrier he became, smashing his fist into the wall and roaring in resentment. The punch was so strong that the wall collapsed instantly. he said in despair. Past life or present, I'm still useless, always dragging my parents down and doing nothing but being protected. He clenched his fists in agony, wondering if he truly could do nothing for them. Zhuang Yan gently encouraged him, a faint hope still in her eyes. Maybe you are the last chance to save the Zhuang family. Zhuang Shisan froze and looked at her in confusion. She explained that if he joined the Zhuanxian Grand Assembly and took first place, there was still a chance to turn everything around. The Zhuanxian Grand Assembly was held once every 40 years to select the strongest genius of the era as the Zhuanxian Dao Child, granting supreme privileges and top-tier cultivation methods. Most importantly, the royal family would grant any one request to the champion, and a past winner was even pardoned of all crimes. Zhuang Yan stepped forward and held his hand tightly, saying this might be their only path left. She added that although he had no spiritual root and couldn't cultivate normally, a special power existed within his body. If that power could be awakened, all hope was not lost. Her words reignited his will, and he resolved to devote himself entirely to body tempering from this day on. But Zhuang Yan worried that the royal family had issued a wanted order, and staying here meant sooner or later they would be found, so leaving the western region was safest. Zhuang Shisan agreed without hesitation. They would find a new place to hide while he focused on body tempering. However, she reminded him that to join the Zhuanxian Grand Assembly, he must belong to an orthodox sect. Rogue cultivators had no qualification. Zhuang Shisan held his head in frustration, so he had no choice but to join a sect, and if his special physique was exposed, it would be over. Zhuang Yan reassured him that she had already found a suitable sect in the southern imperial domain, where the royal family's influence was weak. As long as he changed his appearance slightly, it should not be a problem. But she made it clear that from here on, he would have to walk alone, as she needed to help gather scattered clan members. Before parting, Zhuang Yan seriously told him to be careful in everything. Zhuang Shisan looked at her with determination and promised to keep pushing forward on the path of body tempering. And just like that, he entered the outer sect of Yulin Immortal Sect, and after over a year of hiding and building strength, he finally won big in the arena and earned the right to enter the inner sect, only to run into royal officers, checking wanted lists on the way. At that moment, an officer pointed at a Yulin Immortal Sect disciple and barked, "Why are you turning your back, hiding something?" The disciple panicked and said his hair was just too thick, so his back looked like his front. Standing to the side, Zhuang Shisan's face grew darker. The worst part was the damn system would not let him run and forced him to pass this head-on. With no choice, Zhuang Shisan stepped out and faced the two officers. One of them ordered coldly, "Lift your head so we can compare you to the wanted portrait." Zhuang Shisan's heart pounded. He thought he was finished. They even had a portrait, and Feng Xiaoqian had seen him in person. The officer signaled his subordinate to open the wanted painting. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. He even considered knocking them out and wondered if that would count as completing the system's task. But when the portrait was revealed, Zhuang Shisan froze. Feng Xiaoqian's drawing skills were a total disaster. The portrait looked like some mutated demon. Staring at that twisted masterpiece, Zhuang Shisan went blank. The officers whispered, concluded the target was not here, and moved on to check another sect. Only after they left did Zhuang Shisan finally breathe again. As for that legendary portrait, there was a whole story behind it. An official once asked Feng Xiaoqian to describe the Zhuang young master for the wanted order. Feng Xiaoqian confidently said words were too vague and insisted on providing an accurate image himself, proudly asking for brush and paper. With a serious face, he drew while muttering that a painting by Fa Guiliao Feng Xiaoqian must have style, even adding artistic exaggerations to make Zhuang Shisan's look as sinister as possible. Right then, the system announced the forced mission was complete and rewarded 100 training points. The panel showed Zhuang Shisan, 26 years old, no spiritual root, training points 100. Starter pack, broadcast calisthenics 100, eye therapy 100, entry mastery of ailing forward kick 70. Only then did Zhuang Shisan truly relax. He had survived that checkpoint. A sly smile appeared on his face. As long as he developed quietly and hid the fact he had no spiritual root, he would be fine. But before he could celebrate, someone announced that all new inner sect disciples must undergo a spiritual root test. Zhuang Shisan's face twisted instantly. This joke went too far. If they tested him, his secret would be exposed on the spot. He even thought about switching sects. Maybe Yulin Immortal Sect just was not meant for him. At that moment, the system panel flashed cold words. "Stay where you are. Escape is forbidden." Zhuang Shisan stiffened, his face turning ugly. Here we go again. The system directly forced him to participate in the spiritual root test. He was so furious he wanted to curse the system out loud. Other systems help their hosts. This one just pushes him toward death. A surge of electricity ran through his body, with a warning against resistance. The pain made him jerk, tears almost falling. Someone smelled something burnt and asked if something was on fire. At the testing area, the supervisor shouted that once your name is called, step forward for the assessment. A disciple explained that you only need to channel spiritual power into the spirit stone, and it will evaluate your cultivation realm and spiritual root grade. The first disciple stepped up to begin the test. Shen Chong. Upon hearing his name, the disciple walked up excitedly. He stood straight and solemnly placed both hands on the spirit stone. As spiritual power flowed in, the stone immediately lit up and began to tremble. The examiner quickly announced, Shen Chong, Qi Refining 3rd level, mid-grade spiritual root, qualified. The next disciple showed Qi Refining 9th level, with a mid-grade spiritual root. Then, someone at early foundation establishment with a high-grade spiritual root appeared, and the crowd instantly grew excited. On the high platform, Sect Master Nanggong Huang observed everything with the elders. The thin elder stroked his beard and praised this batch for their vitality and strength, saying the sect still had hope. The examiner called the next name, Jiang Mu. A white-haired old man jogged up cheerfully, shouting, Here, here, leaving the female examiner stunned. The old man grinned and said he had retaken the exam for 60 years and finally made it into the inner sect today. The examiner coldly ordered him, dragged down the mountain for exceeding the age limit. 2 disciples carried him away as he cried that he was only a 60-year-old child. The thin elder coughed awkwardly and said a few opportunists slipping in was unavoidable. The examiner called the next name, Zhuang Shisan. Hearing his name, he frowned slightly. The moment of fate had arrived. With a heavy heart, Zhuang Shisan stepped toward the spirit stone. An elder beside them smiled and said this was the outer sect Dark Horse, who defeated 12 opponents with 1 punch each. The thin elder frowned in suspicion. 1 punch each? That sounded strange. Zhuang Shisan raised his hand and asked softly if he could warm up first. The examiner casually agreed. He let out a quiet breath of relief. Then he began doing exercises on the spot, counting 1, 2, 3, 4 like in a PE class. Everyone stared in confusion. The thin elder frowned, wondering what nonsense this kid was doing. At the same time, Zhuang Shisan's mind raced for an escape plan. The royal family was tightening inspections, and a wanted man with no spiritual root would be arrested instantly. He gritted his teeth, searching for any loophole. Time dragged on for nearly an incense stick, and he kept stalling, counting randomly to buy time. The examiners finally lost patience and shouted for him to stop wasting time unless he wanted to be kicked out. He quickly said he was ready. Zhuang Shisan slowly walked to the spirit stone. One thought filled his mind. He had to gamble. Since the area was rich in spiritual energy, he planned to use his punch to compress the surrounding energy into the stone to fake a reaction. His fist tightened, but to succeed, he had to use that move. During his time in the outer sect, he had trained this technique like crazy, one of the strongest moves at entry mastery. An elder stroked his beard with interest, thinking the kid was finally serious. Zhuang Shisan suddenly roared, stepped forward, and unleashed Gongbu Aling. His eyes widened, aura erupting, followed by a thunderous shout. The moment his fist landed, the entire spirit stone exploded, leaving everyone frozen. This move was unlocked at entry mastery and highly practical. Its core was the forward lunge, with the left fist drawn back to store power. Then using the hip rotation to stabilize the body and drive all strength into a straight punch. After countless repetitions, its power was far beyond before. The spirit stone shattered into countless fragments under Zhuang Shisan's punch. The sky reacted as well, thunder crashing down violently. All the elders present were completely stunned. The bearded elder was so shocked he tore off a few of his own whiskers, muttering that the spirit stone. The thin elder looked heartbroken, voice trembling. It's really broken. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the Yulin Hall, shouting, Damn it, let go of me. Elder Shou explodes in rage and demands to execute Zhuang Shisan on the spot, while Elder Pang hurriedly pulls him back and tells him to calm down. Clutching his chest, Elder Shao explains that the spirit testing stone was a sacred treasure created by the old ancestor when the sect was founded, standing at Yulin Peak for 10,000 years. And today, it was shattered by a single punch from this brat. His anger burns out of control, saying death is too easy and Zhuang Shisan should be thrown into the furnace and tortured for 100 years. After standing there stunned for a long time, Zhuang Shisan finally snaps back to his senses. He immediately pouts and argues that he only followed instructions and threw one full power punch. He even seriously suggests that maybe the stone simply expired after 10,000 years. Or maybe it had a defect from the start, and the old ancestor just never noticed. Hearing that, Elder Xiao loses it completely and charges forward, yelling that the brat is still making excuses. Just as things turn chaotic, Nanggong Huang steps out and coldly orders everyone to be silent, and the entire crowd turns toward her. She calmly states that the spirit-testing stone stood unharmed for 10,000 years, yet Zhang Shisan destroyed it with one punch, proving how terrifying his physique and bones truly are. If the sect nurtures him properly, his value may far surpass that broken stone. Elder Pang nods in agreement, because Yulin Immortal sect desperately lacks talents like this. Elder Xiao trembles for a long time, before reluctantly turning away and grunting in acceptance. Nanggong Huang continues, saying that even so, the spirit-testing stone is a founding relic, so punishment must follow the rules. She then decides to exile Zhang Shisan to Tianfeng for 1 month, and his face instantly falls. Tianfeng is a place of steep cliffs and endless cold desolation. Zhang Shisan now stands in a forest filled with withered trees. He scans his surroundings and suddenly gasps in surprise. In front of him is a clear stream and a venomous snake coiled around a branch. But instead of fear, Zhang Shisan throws his hands up in excitement, saying this place is perfect. In a deserted place like this, he does not have to worry about his identity being exposed. In other words, he can finally train without holding back. The system upgrade panel appears before him. Training points 700 out of 2,000, physique 30 out of 100, movement mastery 50 out of 90, still missing a rank 5 beast core, needs 10 kilograms of rank 6 beast flesh, and only has 20 out of 100 mid-grade essence crystals. Zhang Shisan rubs his chin, knowing that to enter the next training phase he must upgrade the system, but the requirements are overwhelming. After spending 200 more training points, he decides to forget everything else for now and unlock the remaining moves first. From that moment on, Zhang Shisan begins training day and night using crude stone weights. He sighs, because his points are too low to exchange for proper equipment, so he has no choice but to use whatever wild resources he can find. Right as he is training intensely, a green snake suddenly lunges at him for a sneak attack. Zhang Shisan reacts instantly and unleashes Ping Ban Po. The snake is smashed dizzy and collapses on the ground, and he grins, saying since it came to him, he might as well use it as training equipment. Suddenly, he seems to get a brilliant idea and shouts in excitement. Zhang Shisan grabs the python's tail and starts pulling it repeatedly, even counting reps like a real workout. He wraps the snake's body over a tree branch to create a homemade pulley system, the definition of hardcore training with no resources. He even ties the snake's head to a massive rock to increase the weight. As he trains, he reminds himself that the Zhuanxin Grand Assembly is approaching fast, and he cannot afford to slack off. Meanwhile, high in the sky, 2 phoenixes appear, preparing for a life-and-death battle above Tianfeng Peak, the tension razor-sharp. One arrogantly declares that its beak is like a divine weapon, 3 kun and 7 long, weighing 7 liang and 13 qi. The other refuses to lose and boasts a beak that can slice the wind, 3 kun and 3 long, weighing 6 liang and 4 qi. Both proclaim that today they will decide the victor, with no mercy allowed. The blue bird lifts its head proudly, its aura blazing, as if a true war is about to begin, but before they can even fight, Zhang Shisan suddenly appears, grabs one in each hand, and snatches both phoenixes straight out of the air. The 2 divine beasts that were just acting fierce are now choked senseless in his grip, and Zhang Shisan smirks, saying lunch is settled, and soon they are mercilessly skewered and roasted. While grilling, he licks his lips in satisfaction, and seriously explains that real muscle growth requires high-quality protein. Right at that moment, the sky above suddenly begins to change. Dark clouds roll in and twist into a massive vortex that covers the entire sky. Zhang Shisan looks up in confusion, wondering how the weather changed so fast. Inside the black clouds, countless bolts of lightning flash non-stop, and the thunder roars like the end of the world. At the same time, chaos breaks out outside Yulin Hall. The disciples panic and stare at the sky, thinking some huge disaster is coming. The 3 elders quickly step out to observe the strange phenomenon. Elder Xiao frowns and says this is the aura of a breakthrough lightning tribulation, and it is coming from the mountain peak, meaning someone is undergoing tribulation. Elder Pang suddenly remembers that the Supreme Elder is still in seclusion, and likely chose the peak as his breakthrough site. Nanggong Huang's expression changes instantly, because a tribulation of that level could flatten a vast area. And by pure coincidence, Zhang Shisan is confined right on that peak, and if the lightning strikes, even the aftershock could reduce him to ashes, so she immediately orders them to bring the lightning-repelling umbrella and save him. Cold sweat runs down Nanggong Huang's back, because she only meant to teach the brat a small lesson, never expecting the Supreme Elder to start his tribulation at this exact moment. In the sky, the dark clouds continue to gather and swirl, growing larger, as if swallowing heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Shisan casually comments that thunder like this probably just means rain is coming. He calmly keeps roasting meat, and even complains that the clouds arrive too early, and his food is not done yet. Then he looks at the sky and seriously wonders if one punch could disperse the lightning clouds. The moment he thinks of it, he acts, taking a stance to unleash his move. With a roar, Zhang Shisan gathers strength like he is performing a heavy bench press. Just then, the system suddenly sends a notification. According to the system, breakthrough lightning tribulation can strengthen the body, accelerate training, and boost physical stats. Zhang Shisan's eyes light up, not expecting lightning to have such insane benefits. But he quickly realizes the problem. How can he absorb the full power of the lightning? The system answers immediately. Enter the center of the lightning cloud. Zhang Shisan looks up at the massive cloud and sighs, saying at that height he can only use that move. He then activates Kuibu Shenzun and slams a punch into the ground. The terrifying recoil force launches his body straight into the sky. With a single leap, Zhang Shisan charges directly into the center of the tribulation. Now floating high in the air, he looks down at the ground beneath him. Then he raises his head toward the lightning tribulation and shouts in challenge, "Come on!" The moment he finishes speaking, a bolt of lightning crashes down in response. The terrifying current strikes his body dead on, without the slightest deviation. Seeing he is still standing, the tribulation sends down an even stronger strike. Yet shockingly, his body shows almost no serious injuries. Not only that, Zhang Shisan laughs excitedly and yells for more, saying this is nothing compared to the system's torture. Enraged by such blatant provocation, the lightning tribulation seems to truly lose its temper. All the thunder in the sky converges into one gigantic bolt and violently shoots toward him. Even Zhang Shisan starts to feel a hint of fear. In the end, he is struck directly by the ultimate lightning blast and plummets toward the ground. The thunder above continues raging and striking without pause. Meanwhile, Nanggong Huang and the elders rush toward the scene at full speed. The moment she looks up, she freezes in shock because the tribulation is exploding in mid-air instead of striking the ground. All three immediately accelerate, urging each other to move faster. Elsewhere, someone sitting in meditation suddenly pauses, and the two fingers that were sealed together slowly separate. That person's is the Supreme Elder in seclusion, and he slowly opens his eyes, muttering that he has finally broken through. But then he frowns in confusion, wondering why his lightning tribulation did not strike down. With that thought, he immediately stands up and walks outside. The Supreme Elder is still moving at a relaxed pace, when a delicious aroma drifts past, making him sniff repeatedly and mumble that it smells amazing. The next second, he shoots into the sky and follows the scent to its source. What he sees is Zhang Shisan in a miserable state, his entire body charred black from constant lightning strikes. Zhang Shisan also looks up at the old man who just appeared. The Supreme Elder is full of doubt, wondering how this kid ended up roasted like charcoal. Judging by the clothes, he quickly recognizes Zhang Shisan as a disciple of Yulin Immortals sect. Stroking his beard, he recalls secretly telling Nanggong Huang before seclusion to send any promising seedling here for personal guidance. This is already the second one sent, while Zhang Shisan keeps gnawing on roasted chicken and stares at the old man, suspecting he is eyeing his food. The Supreme Elder steps forward with a hearty laugh and asks why the kid is here, and Zhang Shisan jolts in surprise. The old man feels extremely pleased, thinking that right after breaking through, he already met a talented disciple. Truly, heavens and fate. Zhang Shisan turns away and bluntly replies that he was punished and confined here. The Supreme Elder is slightly surprised and asks what mistake earned him exile, fighting fellow disciples maybe. Zhang Shisan pouts and says it is a bit more serious than that. Cold sweat forms on the old man's back as he wonders if the brat trespassed into a forbidden zone. Zhang Shisan gestures casually and says it is probably even worse. The Supreme Elder frowns deeply, asking if it is so serious that he damaged a sect treasure. Zhang Shisan lowers his head and quietly says, "It is more or less like that." The old man bursts out laughing, saying it is nothing serious, and that even if a treasure broke, the sect can handle it. But the moment Zhang Shisan mentions the inner sect spirit testing stone, the Supreme Elder freezes on the spot, almost crying out in shock. His face twitches as he asks in a trembling voice, "What did you just say?" He rushes forward, grabs Zhang Shisan's hands, and shouts that the spirit testing stone was built by the founding ancestor and has stood for countless years, so how could he possibly shatter it? There is even a legend that an ancient black phoenix is sealed beneath it, and if the seal is truly broken, Yulin Immortal Sect is finished. Zhang Shisan stands there blankly, struggling to process this information. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder widens his eyes as if realizing something, and tells him to wait. He then begins inspecting Zhang Shisan from head to toe with extreme focus. Stroking his beard, he mutters that he cannot sense any spiritual energy from the boy, unsure if it is due to a huge realm gap or a treasure hiding his aura. Hearing that, Zhang Shisan's heart tightens instantly. The Supreme Elder continues, saying that a 15 or 16-year-old shattering the spirit testing stone is almost unheard of, even across the divine continent or the upper realm. He stares straight at him and asks again if the story about breaking the stone is really true. Zhang Shisan simply nods and answers yes. The next moment, the Supreme Elder suddenly opens his robe, revealing his skinny frame, and seriously tells him to come and punch him with full force. Zhang Shisan freezes on the spot, completely confused by what he just heard. The Supreme Elder raises his voice, saying he must verify it himself, and demands a full-power punch to see his true ability. Zhang Shisan stands there for a few seconds before firmly refusing, even giving the old man a suspicious look, as if asking whether he plans to scam him, and Li Ro immediately explodes in anger and shouts back. Right then, the system interface suddenly pops up with a new mission. The task is simple: accept or refuse Li Rua's request, but the real highlight is the reward: high-grade protein. The old man presses close and urges Zhang Shisan not to hold back, and seeing such an easy task with great rewards, Zhang Shisan reveals a sly grin that clearly means trouble is coming. As for the Supreme Elder, he is also calculating silently, since after his breakthrough, his innate gang chi improved greatly, and this is the perfect chance to test it. Zhang Shisan suddenly dashes forward at insane speed and throws a punch, making the old man shout in surprise. "I did not even say start yet." Zhang Shisan activates innate gang chi, blends it with his movement technique, and fires a straight punch at the Supreme Elder. The impact explodes the ground, rocks fly everywhere, dust covers the area, and the shockwave tears through mountains and clouds, while the Supreme Elder calmly watches from the side. He slightly frowns, secretly shocked that a single punch can carry such terrifying power. In his judgment, this boy's talent is already on par with the holy sons and holy maidens of major factions. Thinking that Yulin Immortal Sect has gained such a monster, the Supreme Elder strokes his white beard and smiles in satisfaction. But at that moment, a faint cracking sound comes from the innate gang chi around him. His expression changes instantly, not expecting his fully mastered defense to be damaged. After a brief pause, he bursts into laughter, saying this brat truly keeps surprising him. He immediately circulates his power, reveals a dangerous smile, and tells Zhang Shisan to fight him seriously so he can see his true level. Meanwhile, Zhang Shisan is sweating inside, because that casual punch only cracked a tiny hole in the defense, and he cannot believe how strong this old man is. Looking at the Supreme Elder's aura, Zhang Shisan recalls his past fight with Feng Shaoqian, the same suffocating danger, like facing that red-furred ape. The Supreme Elder turns serious, and tells him to prepare to receive a move. With that, he unleashes Zhen Shanquan, and a single palm strike carries overwhelming pressure crushing forward. Zhang Shisan does not dare be careless, and immediately takes a defensive stance to face it head-on. Even before impact, he feels terrifying pressure pressing down on his body, knowing this is no joke. Just as the tension peaks, Nangang Huang suddenly appears from afar, and loudly calls out to the Supreme Elder. Seeing her arrive with two others, the Supreme Elder instantly halts his attack. Nangang Huang steps forward respectfully and congratulates him on his successful breakthrough. She then curiously asks what he is doing here. Seeing their combat stance, she wonders if he got the urge to spar with the disciple again, leaving the Supreme Elder speechless. He quickly straightens up, coughs awkwardly, and denies everything, claiming someone of his status would never bully a disciple and was only giving guidance. He even puts on a righteous smile and declares that he always acts with restraint and values his reputation. Nangang Huang can only sigh inside, knowing he has zero restraint and always drags strong disciples into sparring matches that end in injuries. The Supreme Elder then looks at Jiang Shisan and declares that his extraordinary foundation qualifies him to end his confinement early and enter the inner sect for cultivation. With that guarantee, Jiang Shisan's punishment is finally lifted ahead of time. From this moment on, he officially steps into the inner sect. Soon after, an elder leads Jiang Shisan to the entrance of a storage room. The moment he sees his new residence, Jiang Shisan's face drops, and he asks if this is really the inner sect. The elder laughs and explains, "This is only temporary housing for new disciples before official assignment." This recruitment exceeded expectations, and since Jiang Shisan joined nearly a month late, all good rooms are taken, so he has to stay in this storage room for now. After speaking, the elder steps onto a cloud-shaped artifact to leave, reminding Jiang Shisan to clean up and report to Lingji Hall tomorrow for his identity token, while Jiang Shisan watches him disappear. He looks around and mutters that this place is truly remote. Surrounded by lakes and mountains, it is almost completely isolated from the crowded areas. Jiang Shisan is not upset at all about being thrown into this remote place. Instead, he is thrilled, seeing it as the perfect spot for secret cultivation. He takes a deep breath of the cold air and says it reminds him of his days on the desolate island. Then Jiang Shisan tears off his clothes and stands bare-chested in the wind. He feels completely immersed in nature, as if he wants to merge with heaven and earth. He claims that freeing the body like this is also part of muscle training, and immediately charges forward. He leaps high into the air like an eagle, spreading its wings, performing a move called Little Flying Swallow Jump. After landing, he dives headfirst into the lake, creating a huge splash. He uses his legs to push through the water at extreme speed, executing the stance known as outer blade piercing step. His figure streaks across the lake surface, leaving a long trail of waves behind. The fish beneath the water are completely stunned, never having seen anything so bizarre. In the distance, beneath the blue water, a faint silhouette of a girl appears. Jiang Shisan immediately freezes, realizing someone is ahead of him. He quickly tries to break mid-charge, using double-leg emergency stop technique. But the sudden stop shakes the entire lake, forming a massive whirlpool that expands outward. As a result, both Jiang Shisan and the girl are blasted up into the air by the water current. The moment he sees the beauty in front of him, Jiang Shisan freezes for a few seconds, struck like lightning by love at first sight. Under the moonlight, the girl slowly turns her head toward Jiang Shisan, and everything begins to get interesting. In truth, everything traces back half an hour earlier, when Jiang Shisan was still fighting the Supreme Elder. Their clash shook the entire area, sending rocks flying everywhere. Amid the rubble, a small stone accidentally flew off and hit an apple, knocking it from the tree. The apple began rolling without stopping. It then tumbled down the mountain slope at increasing speed. Each impact along the way caused violent tremors, shaking nearby trees. It all started absurdly from a single tiny stone. On a nearby path, Lung Qingquan walks leisurely, softly saying she has finally arrived at the sect gate. Today is her first day as a new instructor at Yulin Immortals sect. She could have flown directly, but chose to walk and enjoy the scenery. She is a newly appointed beauty teacher of the sect. The area is quiet, but the scenery is beautiful, and the air is refreshing. A light scent of moist earth drifts in the wind, making her feel relaxed as she spreads her arms to enjoy nature. But suddenly, debris crashes down in front of her. The sudden scene makes Lung Qingquan cry out in confusion. More rocks keep falling, and dust fills the air. Mud splashes all over her, and her face turns pale with anger as she curses this cursed place. After cleaning herself a bit, she realizes she is covered in mud and becomes even more furious, unable to understand why a landslide happens in such a peaceful area. Then her eyes suddenly light up when she spots a clear lake ahead. She immediately runs toward it happily, saying she finally has a place to clean herself. Lung Qingquan slowly steps into the crystal-clear lake, feeling the cold water relax her body. But just as she enjoys the moment, violent waves suddenly erupt behind her, making her turn around in shock. She becomes alert, suspecting a water demon beneath the lake. The water grows more chaotic, with a massive whirlpool rapidly expanding across the surface. At that moment, Jiang Shisan suddenly bursts out from underwater, staring straight at Lung Qingquan with wide eyes. Lung Qingquan also freezes the moment she meets his gaze, and her eyes unconsciously brighten at his well-built body. In an instant, dangerous thoughts flash through her mind about how perfect those muscles look, but she quickly realizes something is very wrong, instinctively covering herself and internally screaming that she is still bathing. A sharp scream echoes across the entire lake. She quickly grabs her clothes and puts them on. Lung Qingquan rushes in with overwhelming killing intent, calling Zhuang Shisan a perverted scoundrel. Zhuang Shisan hurriedly explains it was just an accident, but Lung Qingquan ignores everything and strikes with a fierce sword slash. He barely dodges in time as the sword key splits the lake surface, sending chills down his spine. He silently thinks that taking that hit would have been fatal for sure. Lung Qingquan keeps chasing, shouting for him to die as she raises her sword again. Zhuang Shisan freezes for a moment. He narrowly twists away from the falling blade. He snaps back, yelling that it was an accident and that she looks more dangerous than him right now. Lung Qingquan gets even more furious and vows to kill him no matter what. She leaps into the air and slashes again, cutting a strand of his hair as he barely avoids death by inches. Seeing no point in talking, Zhuang Shisan activates his swimming technique and flees instantly. He moves so fast through the water that massive waves erupt behind him, blocking Lung Qingquan's vision. In just a few seconds, he completely vanishes from the lake. Lung Qingquan looks around and mutters that he escaped too fast. She had already used spiritual senses earlier, yet still couldn't detect when he approached. She grits her teeth and warns him not to ever appear in front of her again. She declares they would become sworn enemies if they meet again, shouting across the lake in anger. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan is hiding behind a nearby rock. He sighs in relief, realizing how close that was. In the distance, massive sect buildings and a towering spire rise between the mountains. Inside the inner sect, Zhuang Shisan is stunned by the chaotic trading hall that feels like an online game lobby. He realizes this is the inner sect exchange area for trading items and taking missions. Suddenly, he turns around in surprise. A girl appears and asks if he is the one who shattered the spirit testing stone during the entrance exam. Even though he is masked, Zhuang Shisan is shocked that she still recognizes him. The girl rushes over and hugs him, calling him her benefactor, saying she would recognize him even if he turned to ash. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan removes his mask in confusion, not remembering ever helping her. She introduces herself as Zi Yingying, a new inner sect disciple, and says his punch breaking the testing stone saved her exam. Zi Yingying explains she barely passed by luck, otherwise she would have been expelled to the outer sect, leaving Zhuang Shisan speechless. Zhuang Shisan then asks for directions to Lingji Hall, and she happily agrees to guide him. Soon after, they arrive at the entrance of Lingji Hall. But the moment Zhuang Shisan appears, the crowd inside starts buzzing, instantly recognizing him as the one who shattered the testing stone with a single punch. Some people still doubt it, looking him up and down and saying he seems completely ordinary, nothing special at all. Surrounded by suspicious gazes, Zhuang Shisan can only sigh, realizing the news has spread everywhere. He just wants a quiet place to cultivate, damn it. Seeing his awkwardness, Zi Yingying raises her jade token and explains that the on-punch destruction of the spirit testing stone was unprecedented, even topping the search rankings for half a month, leaving Zhuang Shisan shocked that even the cultivation world has trending topics like this. At that moment, an attendant announces that the entry procedures are complete and tells everyone to collect their identity jade tokens. Zi Yingying explains that the jade token not only proves identity, but also allows access to all sect information. Holding the jade token, Zhuang Shisan can't help but smile, finally stepping into the inner sect and getting closer to the Zhuanxian Grand Tournament. Hearing him mention the Zhuanxian Grand Tournament, Zi Yingying explains only 2 slots exist for the sect qualifiers, shocking him completely. She adds that only the top 10 disciples qualify, and Zhuang Shisan immediately realizes he'd be competing against decadistrained monsters, his face twisting in frustration. Feeling discouraged, Zhuang Shisan asks about his current credit points, and Zi Yingying happily leads him to check. She brings him to a device called the Heavenly Mechanism device and explains that scanning the jade token reveals all credit records. Zhuang Shisan follows her instructions, and the device lights up instantly upon scanning his token. A freshman ranking board appears before them. The top reads freshman credit ranking. The list shows names and scores. Jiang Muyang ranks second with 560 points, Meng Feila 512 points, and many others. Zhuang Shisan keeps scrolling down past rank 100 and even 200, still unable to find his name, growing increasingly uneasy, thinking he might be completely bottom tier. Finally, when he finds his name, Zhuang Shisan freezes completely, staring at the board in disbelief. The result hits him hard, 0 points, dead last place. Seeing his shock, Zi Yingying explains that credits are earned through missions and contributions, and since he was delayed for a month, falling behind is normal. Noticing his obvious disappointment, She gently pats his head and encourages him, saying his strength will eventually let him surpass everyone. But as a wanted figure carrying a spiritual root, Zhuang Shisan can't feel happy, thinking that gaining credits means standing out, which only increases the risk of exposure. He just wants a normal life. Just then, a loud shout outside calls out Zhuang Shisan's name, telling him to get out, and both of them turn toward the entrance. The man grits his teeth, saying he has been searching for Zhuang Shisan for an entire month, and today he has finally cornered him. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding disciples immediately gather, eager for drama. Zhuang Shisan looks at him and asks who he is. Zi Yingying's expression changes instantly, clearly recognizing the man. She quietly says the man has held a grudge against him, while Zhuang Shisan is confused, not remembering him at all. Zi Yingying then explains the reason. The entrance spirit test was extremely important, affecting credit ranking, class assignment, and future resources. But because Zhuang Shisan shattered the spirit testing stone, the entire test was ruined, leaving the man furious ever since. The man points at Zhuang Shisan and curses him loudly, accusing him of sabotaging the spirit testing stone and demanding a duel on the arena to expose him. In his mind, credits mean cultivation resources, and Zhuang Shisan caused him major losses, so he is determined to cripple him at this chance. As soon as the challenge is issued, Zi Yingying immediately steps in to stop Zhuang Shisan. She reminds him of the freshman credit rankings earlier, where the top 3 had completely left everyone else behind, and the man in front of them is one of those 3, a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator and third-ranked freshman, Meng Feila. Meng Feila grows more aggressive, loudly demanding Zhuang Shisan to step onto the arena. Zi Yingying hurriedly tells Zhuang Shisan not to accept. According to inner sect rules, no one can force a duel unless both sides agree, and with elders present, Meng Feila wouldn't dare act recklessly. Zhuang Shisan raises his hand and calmly refuses. He says he is busy earning credits and has no time for childish games. Hearing this, Meng Feila's face turns red with rage. As the third-ranked freshman, being treated like a joke is unbearable. In anger, he throws out a wager of 500 credits and provokes Zhuang Shisan to see if he dares accept. The moment Zhuang Shisan hears the number, he pauses. He turns back and asks again, how many credits did he just say? At that moment, a system notification suddenly appears inside his body. The mission is simple: accept Meng Feila's challenge. Reward: a special artifact called the Spirit Contribution Fan. Zhuang Shisan quickly calculates the value. The item is worth about 300 training points. Definitely not low. His eyes light up instantly. Credits plus system reward. Double temptation, damn it. Still, he forces himself to stay calm, reminding himself that the more attention he draws, the more dangerous it becomes. But the more he thinks, the more his expression twists as he struggles with temptation. In the end, he forces out a smile uglier than crying. Soon after, Zhuang Shisan and Meng Feila stand face to face on the arena. Meng Feila's killing intent is obvious. Zhuang Shisan can only sigh, realizing he still couldn't resist the lure of credits and rewards. Below the arena, Zi Yingying cheers him on, believing he will win no matter what. Looking at Meng Feila, Zhuang Shisan thinks dealing with him wouldn't even require a full morning workout routine, but he still reminds himself to stay low-key and avoid standing out. Unlike his caution, Meng Feila looks extremely confident, smiling coldly as if he has waited for this moment for a long time. He declares that stepping onto the arena means signing a life-or-death contract, and no one will be held responsible for deaths here. He draws out the Langlong spear and leaps into the air. Zi Yingying is shocked, recognizing it as a low-grade spiritier weapon. For a freshman to possess such a weapon is highly unusual, and she begins to worry about Zhuang Shisan. Meng Feila doesn't give him time to react and charges in like a beast, aiming to kill him instantly. But Zhuang Shisan simply stands still, calmly watching the spear coming at him. At the last moment, he grabs the spear barehanded in midair. He unconsciously performs his familiar morning exercise movements, lifting and lowering the spear like a training stick. Zi Yingying is completely stunned, as a spiritier weapon is treated like a toy in his hands. Before anyone can react, Zhuang Shisan casually bends the Langlong spear with pure strength. Both Zi Yingying and Meng Feila scream in shock at the sight. After finishing, Zhuang Shisan suddenly freezes, as if remembering something. He immediately holds his head in frustration, realizing that every time he sees something like a staff, his body instinctively reacts with his exercise routine, completely ruining his plan to stay low-key. Meng Feila watches his family's inherited spirit weapon get bent and trembles all over, his knees weakening as he collapses to the ground. He mutters in disbelief that the Langlong spear of his clan was broken barehanded like this. His rage keeps surging as he screams that he must kill Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan freezes slightly upon hearing it. Meng Feila charges again, unleashing a series of fierce palm techniques, but Zhuang Shisan dodges effortlessly like he is doing warm-up exercises. He twists, leans, and shifts his body with casual workout-like movements, making every attack miss completely. After multiple failed strikes, Meng Feila's breathing becomes chaotic and his footing unstable. Seeing this, Zhuang Shisan calmly comments that his upper body strength is decent, but his legs are weak, clearly neglecting lower body training. Hearing himself being analyzed like a PE teacher's critique while fighting, Meng Feila goes insane with rage and activates a fire element spirit technique. He rapidly forms hand seals, complex motions stacking one after another. Gathering all his spiritual energy, he raises his head and roars, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, Blazing Flame Strike. Before he can finish, Zhuang Shisan kicks him directly in the rear with a perfect warm-up style kick, casually complaining that his casting is too slow. The kick sends Meng Feila flying away like a broken kite. Zi Yingying and all the spectators are completely stunned, unable to process what they just saw. The aftermath explodes across the sect bulletin board, with headlines about him instantly defeating the third-ranked freshman and shattering a spiritier weapon in absurd fashion. Some even doubt if it's real. Zhuang Shisan himself nearly faints, seeing his name trending again. After this incident, he becomes even more determined to stay low-key and focus on earning credits through classes and missions. Soon after, the scene shifts to the freshman classroom, where all new disciples gather as the instructor begins introducing herself. But the moment Zhuang Shisan sees her face, his expression turns pale, only one thought echoing in his mind. Oh no. The woman on the podium calmly introduces herself as Lung Qingquan, the new instructor in charge of all freshmen. Seeing her, Zhuang Shisan immediately thinks he is completely doomed, a perfect case of meeting a nemesis again. He immediately considers sneaking out, thinking staying here will only bring trouble. But at that moment, Lung Qingquan notices a freshman trying to quietly slip away from the crowd. She instantly assumes he is trying to escape the first class out of disrespect. Without hesitation, she locks onto Zhuang Shisan with a cold gaze and calls out, asking where the blue-haired student is rushing off to. Being suddenly called out, Zhuang Shisan jumps in shock, internally screaming that this dangerous woman has noticed him again. A nearby student casually comments that leaving the first class would be disrespectful. The student then grabs Zhuang Shisan's shoulder and forces him to turn back toward the front. As he turns around, a chill runs down his spine as a bad feeling hits him instantly. Lung Qingquan stares directly at him, her gaze fixed without moving away. A trace of doubt appears in her eyes, as if she has just remembered something. She suddenly realizes this is the same man who accidentally saw her while she was bathing the other day. She finally finds him after searching everywhere, only to discover he is also a new disciple of the sect, her hand tightening unconsciously. Her long-suppressed anger erupts, and she silently decides he is as good as dead in her hands. While frozen in place, Zhuang Shisan suddenly hears a voice directly in his mind, asking if he told anyone about what happened at the lake. He panics and looks around, blurting out who is speaking. Lung Qingquan remains cold and explains via voice transmission technique, telling him not to shout and to respond with his thoughts instead. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan quickly uses voice transmission to reply, realizing it really is her. He hurriedly explains that he never told anyone about what happened, insisting it was all an accident, forcing an awkward, stiff laugh. Lung Qingquan looks at him with open disgust, already thinking about how to teach this guy a painful lesson. Even though she wants to strike immediately, the crowded sect grounds make it inconvenient, so she decides to make him suffer first. She steps forward and announces to all freshmen that today's lesson is about resisting pressure. She explains that when cultivation gaps are too large, experts don't even need to attack. Pure spiritual pressure alone can crush opponents, so every cultivator must learn it. She then asks if anyone is willing to volunteer as a demonstration target. Jiang Muyang immediately smiles confidently, thinking his chance to get close to the beauty has arrived. In his mind, he believes as a Jiang family genius, he only joined the sect because of Lung Qingquan. Without hesitation, he steps forward and volunteers. But Lung Qingquan doesn't even look at him, walking straight past him as if he doesn't exist. She stops in front of Zhuang Shisan and asks meaningfully if he wants to try, even hinting at a special reward, smiling in a way that feels suspicious. Zhuang Shisan's heart races the moment he sees that smile, his instincts screaming that this is bad news. At that moment, the system triggers a new mission. The reward is a random enhancement item. This puts Zhuang Shisan in a difficult dilemma. After some hesitation, he grits his teeth and agrees, asking her to go easy. Lung Qingquan nods in satisfaction. She calculates that most freshmen are only at Qi Refining or Foundation Establishment, so she starts with Foundation Establishment pressure. She waves her hand and declares the start of the spiritual pressure release. Zhuang Shisan still stands there unmoving. A powerful pressure instantly engulfs his entire body. Jiang Muyang watches with satisfaction, thinking the pressure is truly terrifying. Even weaker disciples nearby start struggling to breathe. But when he looks at Zhuang Shisan again, he freezes. He is completely unaffected. Under such pressure, Zhuang Shisan stands there calmly like nothing is happening. Only then does he confusedly ask, "Wait, has it already started?" Hearing this, Lung Qingquan nearly explodes with anger, feeling he is deliberately humiliating her in front of everyone. Unable to hold back, she directly raises the pressure to the core formation level and coldly announces it. This time, Zhuang Shisan finally reacts, clenching his fists and slightly lowering his head. But then he smirks and says it finally feels a bit more like it. Seeing him still standing so casually, Lung Qingquan becomes furious, realizing he actually has some real ability. She stops holding back and releases her full early nascent soul pressure. A terrifying wave of energy surges toward Zhuang Shisan like a tsunami. He turns his head, showing a rare hint of surprise. The force crushes the ground, sending debris flying as the entire area trembles with a deafening explosion, forcing all disciples to retreat. The freshmen are nearly knocked over by the shockwave. Even Jiang Muyang drops to one knee just to stay upright. He grits his teeth, unable to accept how terrifying even the residual pressure is. But when he looks at Zhuang Shisan, he freezes again. The man is still standing firm, feet rooted in the ground, holding back the entire pressure. Lung Qingquan is stunned she used full power, yet he is still holding on. Zhuang Shisan continues enduring the overwhelming pressure. He even smiles slightly and says, "Now this feels just right." He then activates the spirit contribution, deep technique, and slowly stands up. After that, he begins moving up and down steadily, like doing squats in a gym. Seeing this, Lung Qingquan grits her teeth in fury, realizing he is clearly provoking her on purpose. She quickly decides to secretly use more magic, thinking if he can take this much pressure, he probably won't die easily. One hand behind her back, she quietly forms seals as white wind energy gathers at her fingertips. The wind vortex art instantly descends from above at extreme speed. The attack locks onto Zhuang Shisan, and the pressure surges sharply. He drives all strength into his legs as the ground beneath him starts to crack. The force pushes him down until he drops to one knee. Gritting his teeth, he endures it, thinking the pressure just got way too intense. Even Lung Qingquan is stunned. He still hasn't collapsed. Unwilling to accept it, she further amplifies the technique. The pressure instantly turns far more terrifying than before. The crushing force forces Zhuang Shisan onto both knees as the ground shatters beneath him. His entire body trembles violently, sweat pouring like he was pulled from water. But he still forces all his strength down into his legs. Then he suddenly roars across the square. His legs push back up as he forces himself to stand again. Lung Qingquan's eyes widen in disbelief. Zhuang Shisan shouts the technique name, Gong Ling Shen Sun Art. With a furious roar, he fully rises to his feet. In that instant, the pressure rebounds, straight back toward Lung Qingquan. Caught off guard, she screams in panic, "Damn it!" The wind force slams in, her robe whipping wildly as she is struck. She is blasted off the stage and crashes into a stone behind her. Dazed on the ground, she reluctantly declares the test is over. Night slowly covers the entire sect. Zhuang Shisan feels relieved, thinking today's performance didn't cause any major trouble. He opens his phone and starts browsing. A message from someone named Jiang something mocks him, saying passing the test doesn't mean catching the leader's attention. Zhuang Shisan is still far behind, and he just scoffs in confusion. Another notification pops up from Yulin Xianmin. It announces the sword riding competition for new disciples has officially opened, held once every 3 years after 1 month of entry. The winner receives massive rewards, including 1,000 credits, heightier cultivation resources, and personal guidance from a senior expert. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan jumps up in shock. 1,000 credits? But then he quickly falls into thought, realizing this might be too risky. Most importantly, he has no spiritual root and cannot use spiritual energy to ride a sword. Entering the competition would be like exposing his biggest secret. Thinking it over, he leans back and decides it's safer to just earn credits through normal cultivation. Just as he relaxes, the system suddenly appears and hits him in the head, making him flinch in pain. He jumps up yelling, "If you're going to appear, do it normally." But then he freezes, realizing something is off about the timing. As expected, a high-level mission appears. Enter the sword riding competition and take first place. In the cultivation world, only those at golden core level or above can freely fly using their own spiritual energy. Those below rely on external tools. Controlling artifacts with energy, the most common is sword riding, requiring at least chi refining level. Soon after, the day of the sword riding competition arrives. The referee stands in the center with a sound-amplifying artifact and announces the start. He orders all participants to take their positions. Zhuang Shisan walks forward, scanning the surroundings and amazed by the massive scale of the event. Suddenly, a cold snort comes from behind, catching his attention. Jiang Muyang steps up with crossed arms, looking down on him and mocking his presence. He glances at Zhuang Shisan and confidently declares that standing on the same stage as him only makes him a background character. Zhuang Shisan casually asks the fatal question, "Who are you?" And Jiang Muyang's face instantly darkens. Furious, Jiang Muyang yells that they've been in the same class for 2 days, and he dares not remember him. He quickly regains composure, coughs, and begins a formal self-introduction. He proudly declares he is Jiang Muyang, young master of the Jiang family from the South Wilderness region, and ranked second in the newcomer assessment. He then glances toward the elders, observing the battle arena. In his mind, he is determined to impress Lady Leng if she is watching. He sneers at Zhuang Shisan again, saying he will only be left eating dust behind him. But Zhuang Shisan ignores him completely, turning away and sighing about the pressure of the competition, which only makes Jiang Muyang even more furious. The referee then orders all participants to reveal the artifacts they will use. A ponytailed male student smiles confidently, saying it's finally his time to shine. He draws his artifact and announces its name, Dragon Vein Jade. The referee immediately reacts, explaining it is a rare spirit-grade artifact. A nearby student with twin braids sneers, calling it nothing special. He summons his own artifact, the Back Tower Bell, which is also confirmed to be spirit-grade. It becomes clear everyone is taking this seriously, with nearly all artifacts at spirit grade or higher. Jiang Muyang smirks in disdain, mocking them for showing off low-tier spirit grade items. He suddenly unleashes his own artifact, releasing a green beam of light from beneath him that stuns everyone. The light shoots straight into the sky, blindingly bright. When it fades, a sword appears in Jiang Muyang's hand, the Juechen sword. Even the elders on the viewing platform are shocked. One elder wipes sweat and mutters that the pressure is clearly from a heavenly grade artifact. Another elder explains artifact ranks: mortal, spirit, heavenly, immortals, and saint, and complains the competition is now unbalanced. Nangang Huang calmly states that in equal strength battles, artifacts decide victory, and this is the reality of cultivation. In real life-or-death fights, no one gives up stronger treasures for fairness. Jiang Muyang grows more confident, believing his foundation establishment peak cultivation, plus a heavenly grade weapon guarantees victory. He calls out to Zhuang Shisan, telling him to reveal his artifact. But when he sees what Zhuang Shisan holds, he freezes. It is a broom. Jiang Muyang stammers in disbelief, asking if that is really his artifact. Zhuang Shisan confidently replies yes, saying he borrowed it from the gatekeeper janitor. Jiang Muyang nearly collapses, realizing this guy is here just to mess around. The referee orders everyone to place their artifacts in the designated area. Zhuang Shisan follows along in confusion, still not understanding what will happen next. The referee explains the first round, aerial artifact capture competition. To advance, participants must retrieve their artifacts placed far ahead using their own ability. They must guide their artifacts along a set aerial path, and the first to reach the finish wins, with many obstacles along the way. Zhuang Shisan immediately panics inside, realizing he has no spiritual energy to control anything remotely. Jiang Muyang mocks him, asking if he feels the pressure now. On the platform, all artifacts are neatly arranged. The referee raises his hand and officially starts the competition. In an instant, countless weapons shoot into the sky. They fly toward their owners as if alive. Jiang Muyang calmly retrieves his artifact with full confidence. Before leaving, he sneers one last time. "I'll start first, trash." Immediately after, the remaining contestants mount their artifacts and shoot forward like lightning. Amid the dusty haze, only one person is still frozen in place. Zhuang Shisan looks visibly awkward as the crowd erupts in chatter, wondering why he hasn't even started, some even mocking that he can't even recall his own artifact. Others sneer that someone who can't even perform basic remote object control shouldn't be on this stage at all. The more he hears, the more panicked he gets, thinking that if he stays any longer, his secret will be exposed completely. Even Elder Shou frowns in confusion, unable to understand why such a basic flow of spiritual energy is beyond him. Lung Qingquan lets out a mocking laugh, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. Backed into a corner, Zhuang Shisan decides to take a gamble. He stretches out his hand, channels inner energy, and shouts for the sword to return. The moment he stomps the ground, water splashes violently upward. A platform slowly rises from the ground, lifting a broom into the air. Zhuang Shisan reacts instantly and grabs the broom midair. He raises his trophy proudly, claiming he successfully used remote retrieval. Elder Shu's face twists in disbelief, unable to accept that this could even count as remote control. Meanwhile, the other contestants have already accelerated toward the finish line. Floating rocks appear ahead, suspended in midair, clearly dangerous. Suddenly, the rocks unleash attacks, fire and water blasts flying in all directions. The contestants scramble to dodge, with anyone too slow getting knocked down instantly. Only Jiang Muyang moves with ease, smugly thinking that, as a sword cultivator with a heavenly artifact, this competition is made for him. Behind him, Zhuang Shisan stomps again, tossing the broom upward and repeating remote retrieval. When the broom falls, he catches it once more. He then pours all his strength into his legs. He leaps into the air shouting, "Sword riding flight," but in reality, it just looks like him awkwardly stepping onto the broom. Elder Shou is completely stunned, unable to identify what kind of technique this bizarre posture is. Soon, Zhuang Shisan enters the obstacle zone. Massive floating rocks continuously fire powerful energy blasts. He tilts his body sharply to dodge with surprising agility. He even steps onto a flying energy blast, then uses the rebound force to propel himself forward. Elder Shou can only stare in shock as every move defies expectations. Jiang Muyang sneers, thinking the rookie behind him is about to crash out completely. But just as he finishes speaking, a figure flashes past him. Jiang Muyang's eyes widen in disbelief, unable to understand how he has been caught up to. Zhuang Shisan is leaning forward, pushing his speed to the limit. Suddenly, his body stiffens mid-air. Then he begins falling straight down. Jiang Muyang looks back in confusion, completely unable to process what just happened. While suspended in the air, Zhuang Shisan realizes his momentum has reached its limit. The next rock is too far away, with no way to borrow force anymore. Cold sweat breaks out as he remembers the system's mission. First place or severe punishment awaits failure. Jiang Muyang laughs mockingly, saying someone who can't even properly use sword riding has no business competing. A cruel thought forms in his mind as he decides to crush Zhuang Shisan completely while the opportunity is there. He activates the dragon binding hand technique. He manipulates the floating rocks, grouping them together. Then he orders a full-force attack. Countless rocks descend at once, all targeting Zhuang Shisan. An elder frowns, sensing something is wrong with deliberately weaponizing obstacles against a competitor. But Elder Shou calmly replies that the rules do not forbid it. The massive rocks close in rapidly on Zhuang Shisan. Sensing unstable energy inside them, Zhuang Shisan immediately realizes they are about to explode. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupts, and Zhuang Shisan's position is swallowed by a sea of fire. Jiang Muyang sneers coldly, thinking even the toughest body would be reduced to nothing after taking that blast. But unexpectedly, Zhuang Shisan uses the exploding rocks themselves as stepping stones, turning danger into momentum and shooting out like an arrow. He keeps stepping on the flying debris to gain repeated bursts of speed. In an instant, he escapes the explosion zone and accelerates straight forward. Right in front of Jiang Muyang, he reappears completely unharmed. Jiang Muyang's face changes instantly, disbelief written all over it. Zhuang Shisan glances at him mockingly and even thanks him for the fireworks show. Then he steps directly on Jiang Muyang's face to borrow one last burst of force. Before leaving, he adds that this is his return gift. He speeds forward, leaving Jiang Muyang behind as he loses balance midair. Jiang Muyang plummets into the abyss below, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not long after, Zhuang Shisan sees the finish line ahead. He lands cleanly and crosses first place. The referee shouts excitedly that the champion is Zhuang Shisan. Not only first place, he also breaks the previous record set by senior brother Chang Qi, setting a new sect record. Even Zhuang Shisan freezes for a moment, thinking he somehow broke a record by accident. With this victory, he receives massive rewards from both the sect and the system, securing a comfortable life ahead. One day, Zhuang Shisan grills a chicken and mutters that it's time to get some quality protein. Looking at the golden roast chicken, he almost drools, thinking a bit more seasoning would make it perfect. He suddenly remembers the seasoning inside and runs back to get it. A moment later, he returns with the spice bottle. Instinctively, he looks toward his roast chicken, but he freezes completely. The chicken is gone, leaving only clean white bones. He screams in disbelief, wondering where it went. After that, more of his prepared food keeps mysteriously disappearing. Zhuang Shisan grits his teeth, convinced there must be a mouse around. Not willing to accept it, he prepares another roast chicken as bait. The chicken sizzles on the fire, releasing an irresistible aroma. Zhuang Shisan hides in the bushes nearby, watching carefully. He deliberately chose the fattest chicken, determined to catch the culprit this time. Suddenly, a shadow flashes through the night. Its target is clearly the roast chicken. Zhuang Shisan locks his eyes on it, knowing the thief has appeared. The moment the hand reaches for the chicken, he pulls the prepared rope at the perfect timing. The trap snaps shut instantly. The small figure is yanked backward in an instant. Only then does Zhuang Shisan realize the culprit isn't a beast, but a little girl with an innocent face. He blurts out in confusion, realizing it's not a mouse but a young girl. A small horn grows on her head, strangely noticeable. The two stare at each other in silence. Then the girl grabs the chicken and bolts away at full speed. Dust and rocks are kicked up behind her from her terrifying speed. While running, she laughs smugly, saying a broken rope could never catch her. But she suddenly freezes when she realizes the other end is still in Zhuang Shisan's hand. Zhuang Shisan yells angrily, demanding she return his precious protein. The girl snorts coldly, clearly not caring about a roast chicken at all. Halfway through speaking, she suddenly stops. She spins around and delivers a powerful kick straight at Zhuang Shisan's face. The impact is so strong it blasts the surrounding ground apart. She laughs proudly, clearly satisfied with her revenge for being pulled by the rope earlier. Just as Namkung Man is enjoying her stolen roast chicken, a satisfied voice suddenly comes from behind, praising how delicious it is, leaving her stunned. Instinctively, she turns around. She freezes. Zhuang Shisan is calmly eating the chicken legs as if nothing happened. The young man chews while grinning and casually declares he won't return even a single bite. Namgung Man looks down at her hands and suddenly realizes the chicken has vanished without her noticing. Rage instantly explodes, and she grits her teeth while cursing him. She lunges forward with a brutal punch, clearly aiming to send him flying, but Zhuang Shisan narrowly dodges it. While evading, he yells that she is acting like both the thief and the victim at the same time. Namgung Man gets even angrier, snapping the rope off her body and arguing that it was never his in the first place. She closes in and unleashes a flurry of fists and kicks, but Zhuang Shisan slips through every attack like a loach. While dodging, he silently evaluates her strength. One hit from her would be enough to shatter even a boulder. Seeing him only evade, she sneers and mocks him for just running away. But just as she finishes speaking, something suddenly streaks in from behind. A rope instantly wraps tightly around her body. Zhuang Shisan sighs and says, "If she keeps causing trouble, this place will be ruined." Namgung Man laughs in disdain, saying such a cheap rope could never hold her. She pours all her strength into trying to break free, but she suddenly freezes in confusion. She struggles wildly while shouting, and Zhuang Shisan watches in confusion. Her face twists in disbelief, saying even heavenly-grade artifacts couldn't bind her, so why can this rope not be broken? Zhuang Shisan confidently explains it is a high-elasticity rope reinforced with his technique, so escape is impossible. Even he is surprised in his mind that the system-issued tool is this useful. Trapped and unable to move, she angrily demands if he even knows who she is. Zhuang Shisan immediately questions her identity, sensing it is not simple. Namgung Man suddenly reveals a mysterious smile. She proudly declares she is the famous little man of Yulin Xianmen, and also his senior sister. A strange silence falls between them. Zhuang Shisan stares at the tiny girl in disbelief, questioning how she could claim to be his senior sister. She crosses her arms and insists she entered the sect earlier, warning him that disrespecting a senior sister is a serious offense, but before she can finish, she is lifted up by one hand. Namgung Man struggles wildly like a cat being grabbed, shouting at him for what he is doing. Zhuang Shisan shrugs and says, if she is from the same sect, things are easier now, and he will bring her to the main hall to settle the missing protein compensation. She screams for him to put her down, accusing him of having no respect for elders, but he ignores her completely. At that moment, in a nearby street corner, someone panics and shouts that the little demon girl has come out of seclusion. The entire street erupts into chaos as everyone flees like a natural disaster is approaching. Zhuang Shisan glances at her and teases that her reputation is quite something. Namgung Man snorts and says it has nothing to do with him. He casually walks through the street while carrying her. The fleeing crowd whispers in shock, realizing the infamous little demon girl has been subdued by Zhuang Shisan. Namgung Man gets furious hearing the rumors. She kicks a stone on the ground, sending it flying like a bullet. The stone hits an unlucky passerby. Someone nearby screams in panic. Zhuang Shisan looks at her helplessly and tells her to behave, but she only sticks out her tongue and says she hates people talking behind her back. Zhuang Shisan shakes his head, wondering what kind of parents raised such a chaotic girl. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Namgung Huang calmly confirms she is Namgung Man's mother. Zhuang Shisan freezes completely, stunned into silence. After hearing the full story from Zhuang Shisan, Namgung Huang nods slightly, saying she understands everything now. Namgung Huang's gaze immediately fell on Namgung Man, still under confinement yet sneaking out to cause trouble again. The girl lowered her head and explained she heard someone broke the spirit testing stone, defeated Xiao Tong Tang, and even shattered the sword riding record, so she sneaked out to see it. Namgung Huang sighed helplessly and extended her punishment, 1 more month of confinement and daily copying of the Tao scripture. Namgung Man instantly yelled out, saying that was basically the same as locking her up completely. Namgung Huang narrowed her eyes, clearly asking if she still had complaints. Under that stare, Xiao Man shrank back and quickly admitted fault, saying she wouldn't dare again and asked to be dismissed. After speaking, she turned and left the main hall dejectedly. Watching her small figure leave, Namgung Huang let out a heavy sigh. To her, Xiao Man was just a pitiful child. She then said the girl's physique was completely different from normal people, sparking Zhuang Shisan's curiosity. Namgung Huang continued, saying that many years ago she once picked up a strange egg. Zhuang Shisan froze at the word egg, even thinking about protein, and nearly imagining it being cooked into soup. Namgung Huang calmly said she once considered boiling it, but the egg suddenly hatched into a little girl when heated, sending chills down Zhuang Shisan's spine. She explained Xiao Man was born at the peak of body refinement, with terrifying innate strength, so she adopted her out of pity, but the biggest problem was she couldn't control her power at all. Once she happily hugged a small duck and called out to it, but right after, she panicked and apologized for using too much strength. Namgung Huang added that Xiao Man often accidentally injured others, leaving her fellow disciples crying in pain while she kept chasing them to apologize. Her voice grew heavier, as she said Xiao Man had never truly made a single friend. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan suddenly froze as if remembering something. He subconsciously muttered the word friends. Memories flooded back of his past life, a lonely boy crying because no one wanted to play with him, realizing she was just like him before. Namgung Huang continued saying that over time, Xiao Man became more mischievous and caused trouble everywhere. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Shisan slowly said she might just be acting out to get attention. Always loud and playful on the outside, but deep down she might be painfully lonely. Meanwhile, on a quiet mountainside, Namgung Man was venting her anger, punching the cliff wall repeatedly. She gritted her teeth and cursed Zhuang Shisan, blaming him for her harsher punishment. At that moment, a voice suddenly asked if this was her place of confinement. Namgung Man turned around and was shocked to see Zhuang Shisan standing there. She immediately became cautious and said it was him. She demanded how he found this place, accusing him of coming to mock her. Zhuang Shisan was speechless, clearly displeased. He recalled Namgung Huang saying the two of them were very similar. She even hoped he could help her, so he looked around and asked if this was where she lived. The surroundings were so ruined it looked like a junkyard. Hearing him criticize her place, Namgung Man exploded, shouting that he really came just to ridicule her. Seeing her about to lose control, Zhuang Shisan quickly waved his hand and denied any hostile intent. He then looked at her seriously and said she acted out and caused trouble just to get attention, didn't she? Struck at the core of it, Namgung Man froze in shock. Zhuang Shisan continued, saying deep down she just wanted friends, but her special strength made everyone afraid to approach. In his mind, her situation was just like his past life. Hearing this, Namgung Man stopped arguing, her face showing a rare look of loneliness she had long been hiding. The girl silently turned away and stood still without saying another word. Even after being hit where it hurt, Namgung Man still stubbornly argued back, saying who said she had no friends. While explaining, she excitedly pointed at nearby stone statues and proudly said this was little man number 11. She kept going and introduced another statue as number 12, leaving Zhuang Shisan completely speechless. He could only think she had been sculpting friends for herself all along, clearly lonely for a long time. Nangong Man immediately fired back, saying what about him? She had been watching him too, always hiding in a place nobody visits. She bluntly said, no one ever came to see him either, meaning he was just as friendless, and Zhuang Shisan quickly denied it. Who said I have no brothers? This one is called Shi Zhen, and that one is Da Zhuang. The last one you saw before is Ji Go. They are my sworn brothers. Nangong Man silently thought he was even weirder than her. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan suddenly took out a book from his clothes. He directly handed it to Nangong Man. The girl froze, eyes wide as she accepted it. Zhuang Shisan said seriously to keep it safe. It was a rare technique as compensation for getting her punished further. Nangong Man stared at it, still confused about what was happening. She hesitantly asked what it even was. Zhuang Shisan calmly replied it was a yoga technique for body relaxation. But after seeing the writing, Nangong Man frowned and said this handwriting must be his, and Zhuang Shisan instantly snapped back at her reaction. He then pretended it was a priceless manual, while thinking it was a system reward for reaching early mastery stage. He explained that Nangong Man's strength was huge, but her body was always too tense, making it hard to control, especially when emotional. What she needed was not more power, but learning to relax her body. This yoga method would balance her condition, reduce muscle strain, and stabilize her mind. After finishing his explanation, Zhuang Shisan told her to think about it, and then turned to leave. Nangong Man stood still, gripping the book tightly, while watching his figure fade away. Looking down at the manual, she felt a strange emotion she had never experienced before. News that the little demon girl had been tamed spread across the sect, and everyone became curious about Zhuang Shisan, with his name flooding the notice board. Liu Cheng stood in front of the bulletin board, his expression darkening, as he coldly remarked that Zhuang Shisan had become quite famous lately. Beside him, Meng Fei was covered in bandages, kneeling and crying, as he claimed Zhuang Shisan used strange techniques and beat him badly. His injuries from their previous fight had not healed yet, and he begged Liu Cheng to seek justice for him. Liu Cheng chuckled coldly, saying the newcomer had been in the spotlight long enough, and it was time he learned the rules. In a crowded street, vendors shouted non-stop, promoting spirit stones from the 10,000 Demon Mountain as high quality and genuine. Two disciples of the Imperial Guard Immortals sect watched curiously, discussing the unfamiliar merchants. One of them became interested and wanted to try his luck, but the other quickly stopped him, warning that these people disappear after selling their goods, and scams are common. Suddenly, a shout erupted ahead, saying someone had opened a mid-grade spirit essence. The two disciples froze in disbelief. Spirit essence was a crucial cultivation resource, and also used as currency, ranging from low to supreme-grade spirit stones. They could not believe raw stones from these merchants actually produced mid-grade spirit essence, something unbelievable. Their curiosity instantly piqued, and they turned toward the direction of the shout to see what had happened. Holding the mid-grade spirit essence in her hand, Xu Yingying jumped in excitement and kept praising Zhuang Shisan non-stop. In her eyes, finding a treasure like this in the desolate region was almost impossible. Meanwhile, the merchant beside her darkened his face. He stared at Zhuang Shisan with frustration, spending only 100 low-grade spirit stones, yet striking such a huge profit. Pure unbelievable luck. Contrary to everyone's expectations, even after opening the treasure, Zhuang Shisan remained completely calm with no sign of joy. He quietly became alert, realizing he might have drawn too much attention in this crowded place. To be honest, without the system forcing him, Zhuang Shisan would never have come to this chaotic market. While he was focused on cultivation, a mandatory mission suddenly dropped. After reading it, he nearly lost it. The mission was to appraise rough stones for merchants, and he was required to reveal at least one high-grade spirit essence. Thinking about it, Zhuang Shisan could only sigh, but he still comforted himself, since upgrading the system required 1,000 mid-grade spirit essences anyway, so he might as well gather resources on the way. While he was lost in thought, applause and praise suddenly erupted ahead. Hearing the noise, Zhuang Shisan immediately turned around. A man walked over slowly from a distance, smiling as he said he didn't expect Zhuang Shisan, recently famous in the inner sect, to also be skilled in ore appraisal. He continued confidently, saying he had long heard of him, and finally got the chance to see it in person. Hearing the name Liu Cheng, Zhuang Shisan was confused and had no memory of him at all. Xu Yingying quietly explained that Liu Cheng was not a newcomer, but a senior disciple from the Heaven Class division, who had been in the sect for years. Zhuang Shisan was slightly shocked, realizing he was a big shot. Liu Cheng then pointed at someone behind him and introduced him as a friend, highly skilled in ore identification, here to exchange insights with Zhuang Shisan. The man stepped forward, cupped his hands, and introduced himself as Fang Tian Shuo, saying he wanted to learn from Zhuang Shisan after seeing his earlier performance. But Zhuang Shisan immediately waved his hands and pretended he knew nothing about ore techniques. Fang Tian Shuo just smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhuang was too modest," then asked to demonstrate a little as sincerity. After speaking, he walked up to the stall and slowly examined all the rough stones. As he scanned them, his gaze suddenly stopped at a corner, as if he had found something special. He immediately crouched down and gently touched the surface of a particular stone. The moment his fingertips made contact, he sensed a hidden energy inside, proving his experience was real. After picking up the stone, he confidently told the merchant he would take this one. He drew his blade and struck it with practiced precision several times. The outer rock shattered quickly, revealing a glowing golden high-grade spirit essence inside. Xu Yingying's eyes lit up instantly, her voice trembling with excitement at the dazzling sight. Even Zhuang Shisan was shocked. The man opened a high-grade spirit essence on his first try, something unbelievable. A thought immediately formed in his mind. With such accuracy, was this guy really an ore master? Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly triggered an urgent notification. It warned that only one remaining stone in the entire batch contained a high-grade spirit essence and demanded immediate action from the host. After reading it, Zhuang Shisan nearly froze. Only one left? On the other side, Liu Cheng saw the timing was perfect and mockingly asked if Zhuang Shisan dared to accept a duel with Fang Tian Shuo to see who could extract higher value essence. He added the loser must hand over all spirit essences obtained today, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Zhuang Shisan didn't answer immediately and stood still, weighing his options. But at that moment, the system triggered another forced mission. The requirement was simple: accept the challenge and must win. After reading it, Zhuang Shisan's expression changed. He looked straight at them and decisively said, "Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of anyone." Seeing him take the bait, Liu Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, his expression full of smug satisfaction. In his heart, Liu Cheng was extremely pleased, just as expected from hot-blooded youngsters. A few provoked words, and they would walk straight into the trap. But he didn't stop there. Liu Cheng proposed an additional side bet outside the duel between Zhuang Shisan and Fang Tian Shuo. Zhuang Shisan frowned slightly and asked if there was still more betting involved. Liu Cheng nodded and stated it clearly. Each side would add 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, meaning the loser would not only lose all spirit essences today, but also owe a massive pile of spirit stones. Hearing that number, the crowd immediately drew in a cold breath. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was an unimaginable fortune for ordinary disciples. Some couldn't even save half in 10 years. Truly worthy of a heaven-class senior. Zhuang Shisan immediately turned to Xu Yingying and asked how many spirit stones he currently had from exchanged contribution points. She checked briefly and replied in a low voice that it was less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan said nothing, but his eyes clearly grew heavier. Liu Cheng sneered upon hearing the number, mocking inwardly that with such poor assets, they still dared to play ore gambling, basically throwing money out the window. After some consideration, Zhuang Shisan finally admitted he did not have enough spirit stones to continue the bet. Liu Cheng laughed even louder and immediately changed the terms. If he lost, Zhuang Shisan would become his servant for 3 years. Xu Yingying immediately objected after hearing this. She looked at Zhuang Shisan worriedly and said they absolutely could not agree. It was obvious the other side had prepared everything in advance. Zhuang Shisan was now in a difficult position, hesitating, because he never intended to get involved in this matter. But at that moment, the system issued another forced mission, requiring him to accept Liu Cheng's challenge. With no other choice, Zhuang Shisan nodded and agreed. Xu Yingying froze beside him in disbelief. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the merchant instead became excited. He stepped forward and laughed, saying it was rare to see such an ore technique duel in the sect. After speaking, the old man slowly turned his storage ring, as if preparing to bring out something special. Immediately after, 3 massive rough stones appeared from the storage ring, shocking everyone present. The merchant proudly introduced them as Qiu ore systems, naturally nurtured for years by heaven and earth, with a much higher chance of producing high-grade spirit essence. He originally planned to sell them at Yichin Square, but decided to make an exception today. Liu Cheng immediately urged the competition to begin. Zhuang Shisan and Fang Tianshuo stepped forward toward the 3 Qiuqiu aura stones. Fang Tianshuo formed seals and activated his vision technique. His gaze turned razor sharp as he scanned the stones and instantly locked onto a hidden aura, thinking he had found it. But just as he was about to act, the stone he targeted was suddenly snatched first by Zhuang Shisan. Without hesitation, Zhuang Shisan declared that he would take this one. Fang Tianshuo's face twitched in anger. He gritted his teeth inwardly. Damn it, it got taken first. This guy's speed was too fast. The merchant laughed in praise, saying Zhuang Shisan had good judgment, but then added the stone cost 3,000 spirit stones. Hearing the price, Zhuang Shisan nearly froze. Damn it, he didn't have enough money at all. With no other choice, he tried to negotiate, using the previously obtained mid-grade spirit essence as trade. But Fang Tianshuo immediately interrupted, stating that this was a spirit essence betting match, so winnings could not be used for trade. After speaking, Fang Tianshuo switched to the middle stone and directly claimed it. Zhuang Shisan went stiff, watching the situation unfold, completely helpless, as the deal was flipped in front of him. At that moment, Xu Yingying stepped forward from behind and angrily accused them of being shameless. Fang Tianshuo didn't care at all. He calmly replied this was fair competition, blaming them for not preparing enough spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and cleanly struck down, splitting the rough stone in half. The moment the stone cracked open, a brilliant golden light erupted, forcing everyone to squint. Inside, it was indeed a high-grade spirit essence. Seeing this, Zhuang Shisan's expression turned dark. A sense of despair rose in his heart. Was this really the last high-grade one? Fang Tianshuo grew even more smug. He raised his head and introduced himself as not an ordinary aura praiser, but a fate diviner. According to him, this profession was even above aura praisers, capable of reading stones below and calculating fate above. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan's face completely sank. All remaining hope was nearly extinguished. Seeing his reaction, the merchant walked over to comfort him, saying the remaining 2 stones only cost 2,000 spirit stones each if he wanted to try. But Zhuang Shisan suddenly sat down on the ground. He closed his eyes, covered his face, and acted like he was handling something extremely serious. Then he started muttering numbers under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. This strange behavior left everyone around completely confused. Even Liu Cheng frowned, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Zhuang Shisan quickly calmed himself and deduced silently. Even though the last high-grade spirit essence was gone, the system had not marked the mission as failed. That meant the requirement of obtaining at least 1 high-grade spirit essence was still achievable. In other words, there might be something even more terrifying hidden in the remaining stones. He recalled how he could only barely sense the aura inside those 3 stones earlier. It seemed his current perception was still not strong enough. After a few seconds of silence, Zhuang Shisan suddenly relaxed completely and casually said, "Eye protection exercise, finished." Immediately after, his gaze changed again, filled with confidence that confused everyone. He calmly declared that now was the real moment to decide the winner. He then began moving around the pile of rough stones. He used all his current perception ability to carefully examine each stone. Before long, the stones in his vision became much clearer than before. Zhuang Shisan immediately realized his vision had improved compared to earlier. Suddenly, he turned his head. His eyes scanned the entire area as if searching for something. Finally, he stopped in front of a tiny stone in the far corner that no one even bothered to look at. Zhuang Shisan slowly walked toward it. After picking it up, he immediately declared that he would take this one. Liu Cheng burst out laughing in mockery, thinking Zhuang Shisan had given up and was now digging through trash. But Zhuang Shisan ignored the ridicule. He carefully analyzed the stone and deduced that its veins, dark color, and extremely hard structure indicated it came from the deepest part of the mineral vein. Such a shell could not only store spiritual energy well, but might even conceal supreme-grade spirit essence. Hearing such a detailed analysis, Liu Cheng was instantly speechless. Zhuang Shisan then gripped the stone tightly with both hands. Cracks slowly appeared on the surface as the outer layer peeled away. The moment the shell shattered completely, a blazing red light exploded outward. Liu Cheng trembled in shock, stammering that it was red spirit essence. Even Fang Tianshuo could no longer stay calm. He blurted out that it was supreme-grade spirit essence. What he couldn't understand was how something discarded as scrap could hide such a treasure. Liu Cheng completely lost it and grabbed the merchant by the collar, screaming for answers. The merchant stammered in panic, insisting he truly didn't know, saying these were just scraps collected from the mining area and no one could have expected a supreme-grade spirit essence inside. Zhuang Shisan raised the glowing red essence and calmly stated that although it was small, its value far exceeded the opponent's high-grade one. He coldly concluded, "You lost." He then demanded they hand over all spirit essences obtained today, along with the 10,000 low-grade spirit stone bet. Liu Cheng's face turned red with rage, but he could not go back on his word. In frustration, he reluctantly took out 2 storage rings and threw them to Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan reached out and caught them. Zhuang Shisan lowered his head and looked at the 2 rings in his palm. Liu Cheng gritted his teeth and explained that the red ring held all Today's essence, while the other contained 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After handing over the items, Fang Tianshuo and Liu Cheng immediately turned and left, both clearly holding back rage, especially Fang Tianshuo, who looked heavily shaken. Before leaving completely, Liu Cheng threw a final threat at Zhuang Shisan, saying the real show was still ahead. But Zhuang Shisan simply watched them go, without taking the warning seriously. After they were gone, Xu Yingying rushed over, grabbed Zhuang Shisan's hand, and kept jumping excitedly while praising him, saying even a fate reader lost to him. He was incredible. Zhuang San was slightly surprised. Then he laughed, and modestly said it was all just luck. Shortly after, Zhuang Shisan seriously thanked Xu Yingying for her help, and gave her a ring as a gift. She froze when she saw inside, realizing it contained 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Xu Yingying immediately refused because the gift was too valuable, but Zhuang Shisan smiled and told her to take it, saying he had more spirit energy than he could use, and had gained plenty of essence today. After saying that, he said goodbye, turned and left, even waving at Xu Yingying before disappearing. Zhuang Shisan then returned to his quiet small house on the mountainside. Once inside, he immediately opened the system panel to check the notifications. The system confirmed he had completed Fang Tianshuo's forced challenge mission and Liu Cheng's bet mission, rewarding him with 1,000 training points. It then listed his current resources, including 1 small Suprema-grade essence core, 1 large high-grade essence core, another high-grade one, and 1 mid-grade essence core. After reading, Zhuang Shisan started calculating with a headache, realizing he needed 2,000 mid-grade essence cores to upgrade, and wondered how to split Today's loot. The system then displayed new info, stating higher-grade essence cores could be downgraded to lower grades, and excess high-quality ones would be retained during upgrades. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan no longer hesitated, and handed everything over to the system for processing. In an instant, the interface flickered wildly as endless notifications popped up, showing rapid absorption and conversion of resources. Soon, the upgrade conditions appeared. Training points reached 2,000 with 300 extra. Body stats hit 80 out of 100. Skill mastery reached 80 out of 90. A 5th-grade beast core was still missing, and 10 kilograms of 6th-grade beast meat were also required. Mid-grade essence cores were complete at 1,000, with 20 high-grade ones left over, an impressive surplus. After reviewing everything, Zhuang Shisan concluded that only beast cores and beast meat were still missing. At that moment, Xu Yingying rushed back from behind, tense and breathless, bringing urgent news to him. Hearing her anxious call, Zhuang Shisan turned around in confusion. Xu Yingying said firmly that the shady merchant had returned to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the cunning merchant was acting dramatically in front of the sect master, loudly claiming Zhuang Shisan's spirit stones were problematic. He even used ordinary stones as evidence, insisting they were disguised by illusion techniques, accusing Zhuang Shisan of tricking him. Hearing his lies, Zhuang Shisan was furious and immediately argued that the spirit stones were exchanged properly with merit points and were checked during the deal. But the merchant kept pretending to be pitiful, claiming their low cultivations meant they couldn't see through high-level tricks. Nangong Huang then asked him directly how he wanted to resolve the issue. The merchant finally revealed his true goal, smirking as he said if the spirit stones were fake, the deal was void, and all essence cores had to be returned. After all the twisting words, his real intention was exposed. He specifically demanded the Supreme-grade essence core as compensation. Zhuang Shisan immediately saw through his dirty scheme. Zhuang Shisan calmly replied that unfortunately the Supreme-grade essence core had already been fully absorbed by him. The merchant immediately widened his eyes in disbelief, insisting a Supreme-grade essence core couldn't be refined that quickly, and Zhuang Shisan must be hiding it. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, Sect Master Nangong Huang barked for everyone to stay silent. Zhuang Shisan was about to speak again when the Sect Master looked at him and reassured him to stay calm. She then took out a special artifact used to trace the origin of raw stones, still capable of one activation, enough to verify whether a supreme-grade essence core had ever existed inside. The merchant instantly laughed in triumph, acting like victory was already in his hands, and pretending he could accept a small loss. Seeing his smug face, Zhuang Shisan wanted to punch him, silently cursing how shameless this situation was. The merchant secretly felt even more pleased, thinking Zhuang Shisan was too inexperienced to deal with seasoned schemers like them. Cut to another scene. Zhuang Shisan checked the news board and saw explosive headlines accusing him of using magic to scam a merchant, exposing his ugly true nature, and labeling him a high-level cultivator with corrupt intentions. He got more irritated with every line, completely confused why so much negative press suddenly targeted him. In reality, it all started from the incident at the Imperial Forest Hall. That night, someone questioned why the sect master still tried to mediate when the merchant was clearly cheating. Nanggong Huang then revealed that once the tracing artifact activated, it would attract a large number of nearby beast hordes. In the southern wilderness behind the Imperial Forest Mountain, there was a race of beast tribes that had lived peacefully in groups for a long time. But one day, everything started to go off track. A massive pitch-black creature suddenly appeared in the area, muttering the word protein over and over like it was possessed. The native beasts panicked and screamed that a monster had arrived. From that moment on, the peaceful life of the entire region was completely shattered. That so-called monster was actually Zhuang Shisan, holding a chicken while seriously confirming that his protein supply for the day was secured. Soon, the title Great Demon King Protein spread across the beast world. Just hearing his name made the creatures flee in terror. As a result, Zhuang Shisan had no choice but to venture deeper into the forest to hunt new prey. While still searching for more protein sources, Zhuang Shisan suddenly heard a cry for help coming from ahead. He immediately stopped, sensing someone was in danger nearby. Without hesitation, he followed the sound while carefully scanning his surroundings. He pushed aside the bushes and suddenly froze, clearly surprised by what he saw. Ahead of him, a ferocious beast was crazily chasing down a person. But Zhuang Shisan's first reaction was completely off track, his eyes lighting up as he thought the giant beast was basically a walking pile of protein. Just as he was about to rush in, he suddenly paused, as if realizing something. The person being hunted looked oddly familiar. Looking closer, he realized it was Fang Tianshuo, the same guy who had caused trouble with him a few days ago. At that moment, the beast suddenly charged and slammed Fang Tianshuo hard in the back. He was instantly knocked flying and crashed to the ground, barely moving. Zhuang Shisan found it strange, wondering how a senior cultivator could be beaten so badly by a wild boar, unless he had dumped all his points into origin techniques. After the impact, Fang Tianshuo was in severe pain, his body feeling like it was falling apart as he struggled to push himself up. Panting heavily, he despaired, realizing this place was too far from safety, and he might not survive today. But then his eyes suddenly locked onto something, in the distance. Standing there was none other than Zhuang Shisan, leaving Fang Tianshuo completely stunned. Seeing even a shred of hope, he immediately called out for help, abandoning all pride. But right after shouting, he suddenly felt uneasy, remembering he had caused trouble for Zhuang Shisan just days ago. Just as his mind was spiraling, the beast charged again. Another brutal slam sent Fang Tianshuo flying through the air once more, the impact painful just to watch. Zhuang Shisan casually commented that the last hit looked like a fatal blow. He started wondering whether he should save him or not. Fang Tianshuo had never treated him well before, so letting him suffer a bit felt deserved, but they were still fellow sect members. Ignoring him completely felt a bit too much. Just then, the system suddenly triggered a new mission. The mission was simple: save Fang Tianshuo for 100 training points. Ignore him and receive a high-grade sports outfit with both defense and spirit concealment abilities. The moment Zhuang Shisan saw the sports outfit reward, his eyes lit up like headlights. He silently apologized to Fang Tianshuo and chose to follow heaven's will. After the brutal hit, Fang Tianshuo finally managed to struggle back up. His face was covered in blood and wounds, looking absolutely miserable. Seeing Zhuang Shisan laughing in the distance, he immediately realized the guy had no intention of helping. He bitterly mocked himself. A man who spent his life flattering others and bowing his head deserved this ending. Memories of his family's expectations surfaced in his mind. His entire clan's future had been placed on his shoulders, pushing him into the Yulin Immortal sect. Even elders once said his talent was too weak to enter the inner sect, so he was never valued. Liu Cheng once tempted him, offering power in exchange for submission, and Fang Tianshuo eventually chose to bow to authority. Now, at the edge of life and death, he realized he had lost his original path and brought shame to his family. Karma had come too fast. The nearby beast slowly opened its eyes again. It bared its blood-stained fangs and charged straight at Fang Tianshuo to finish him off. Knowing he had no way out, Fang Tianshuo closed his eyes and waited for death. But at the critical moment, Zhuang Shisan suddenly rushed in and blocked the beast head-on with raw strength. Fang Tianshuo froze in disbelief at the scene. Zhuang Shisan, on the other hand, felt excited and said the temptation of protein had even beaten the sports outfit reward. This was hopeless. Fang Tianshuo forced himself up with his last bit of strength. He looked at the figure in front of him and called out Zhuang Shisan in shock. Then, under his stunned gaze, Zhuang Shisan threw a heavy punch straight through the beast's head. Fang Tianshuo was completely stunned by the overwhelming display of power. His voice trembled as he said that strength was terrifying, killing a monster in a single strike. Hearing the praise, Zhuang Shisan turned back with a confused look and casually said it was just a slightly bigger beast, nothing special. Fang Tianshuo immediately corrected him, saying it was a level 4 beast equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. But Zhuang Shisan just looked at the corpse and said it was no different from chickens or ducks, still a one-hit kill anyway. Fang Tianshuo went silent, completely speechless. After calming down, Fang Tianshuo asked why Zhuang Shisan saved him, despite their previous conflict. While walking, Zhuang Shisan casually replied that he just suddenly felt like eating barbecue. Soon after, the two were sitting by a campfire, roasting the beast meat. Zhuang Shisan happily ate and casually asked if Fang Tianshuo wanted some. Fang Tianshuo immediately waved his hands like he had seen a ghost, explaining that level 4 beast meat contained violent spiritual energy and could explode his body if he ate even a bite. Zhuang Shisan looked at him like he was an alien, thinking he was overreacting over simple grilled meat. Meanwhile, Fang Tianshuo was secretly terrified. To him, the real monster was Zhuang Shisan, eating level 4 beast meat like nothing. After eating his fill, Zhuang Shisan tossed the bone aside and finally asked why Fang Tianshuo was being hunted. Fang Tianshuo immediately raised a finger to correct him, first insisting it was a level 4 beast, not a wild beast. He then explained that as a fate cultivator, his cultivation required extreme isolation and could not be disturbed. That's why he chose an extremely remote and quiet place, the back mountain of the Yulin Immortals sect, a barren zone bordering the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, where almost no one ever came. However, it was rare for beasts from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range to escape, let alone a level 4 one. It seemed something major must have happened inside the mountains. To repay his life-saving debt, Fang Tianshuo offered to read Zhuang Shisan's fortune, helping him avoid danger and seek safety, the only way he could repay him now. Hearing about divination, Zhuang Shisan immediately thought it over. With his current wanted status, knowing a bit of future fortune and danger would indeed be useful. After some consideration, he finally agreed to give it a try. The two quickly found a suitable place to begin. Fang Tianshuo looked at the artifact in his hand and slowly explained how it worked. He said fate cultivators must climb the ladder of fate to glimpse the future. The higher they go, the farther they see, but the price becomes increasingly severe. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, softly shouted "Begin," and activated the artifact. A glowing aura erupted from the artifact, enveloping both of them. Fang Tianshuo quickly entered a state of extreme focus. His consciousness was suddenly pulled into a strange space, completely detached from reality. Standing in that mysterious place, Fang Tianshuo was momentarily stunned by the unfamiliar scene. Before he could understand it, he gasped in shock, realizing everything was beyond his comprehension. Instead of the expected ladder of fate, a massive towering gate stood before him, radiating oppressive pressure that made it hard to breathe. Fang Tianshuo immediately thought that if a great expert had hidden the heavenly secrets, he normally wouldn't even be able to enter this space. Yet he had entered, but the ladder of fate had completely disappeared in a bizarre way. He looked at the gate and suspected whatever he sought might be hidden behind it, so the only way was to open it. With that thought, he slowly reached out toward the gate. The moment his hand touched the ancient surface, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying surge of lightning exploded, wrapping around his arm as if trying to crush everything. That overwhelming force instantly knocked Fang Tianshuo away with no chance to resist. His consciousness was forcibly ejected from the mysterious space back into reality. He crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, the impact painful just to imagine. Seeing this, Zhuang Shisan immediately walked over to check if he was okay. Fang Tianshuo looked up at him with obvious disappointment, sighing that he had failed. Either his divination skills were not enough, or Zhuang Shisan's fate was simply beyond anyone's ability to see through. Zhuang Shisan stepped closer and calmly said to forget it. Saving him had only been a casual act anyway. Hearing that, Fang Tianshuo immediately stopped him, becoming extremely serious. He said he hated owing favors. If he couldn't see Zhuang Shisan's fate, then at least he had to restore his reputation. This left Zhuang Shisan stunned. Reputation? Fang Tianshuo continued firmly, saying the entire betting incident was actually orchestrated by Liu Cheng. The merchant was his man, and even the high-grade essence stone reveal was staged. But even Liu Cheng didn't expect a Suprema-grade essence core to actually appear in the discarded stones, ultimately falling into Zhuang Shisan's hands. The accusation about fake spirit stones was also just a setup to ruin Zhuang Shisan's reputation. Zhuang Shisan folded his arms and nodded, realizing it matched his suspicions. No wonder everything had felt off from the start. In his mind, the shady merchant had already gotten his karma. Fang Tianshuo immediately confirmed he would expose everything and publicly unmask Liu Cheng to restore Zhuang Shisan's name. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan asked back whether Fang Tianshuo wasn't originally on Liu Cheng's side. Wouldn't this put him in danger? Fang Tianshuo lowered his head, his voice turning heavy, saying that after nearly dying this time, he finally understood what he had lost. He then reassured Zhuang Shisan that everything would be fine. Not long after, notifications started popping up everywhere. Hot headlines spread rapidly. The merchant conspiracy exposed. The mastermind revealed. Zhuang Shisan proven innocent. Zhuang Shisan stared at the news in shock and blurted out that the guy really went all in. The speed it spread to the trending list was insane. But the situation didn't stay calm for long. The next day, everything suddenly flipped. New waves of news exploded. The real mastermind was Fang Tianshuo. Headlines poured in non-stop, calling it a staged scam and a ridiculous self-directed act by Fang Tianshuo. Zhuang Shisan froze on the spot after reading it. The public opinion had flipped overnight. It was obvious someone was buying influence to manipulate the narrative. Seeing endless attack posts against Tianshuo, Zhuang Shisan hesitated, wondering if he should message him to check in. After thinking for a while, he still sent a message asking if he was okay. Unexpectedly, Tianshuo replied immediately, asking him to come to Nanting to meet because there was something to discuss. Zhuang Shisan was surprised by how fast the reply came. Since Tianshuo got dragged into all this just to clear his name, he decided to go check on him. In no time, Zhuang Shisan arrived at Nanting. He looked around in confusion, but there was no sign of Tianshuo. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from behind. "You finally came." Zhuang Shisan instantly turned around, and what he saw made him go completely silent. Fang Tianshuo was hanging upside down in midair, his entire body battered and miserable. Liu Cheng stood ahead with a vicious smile, his tone full of threat, telling him to come and talk properly now that he was here. Tianshuo's face was swollen and covered in bruises. It was obvious he had been unconscious for a long time. Zhuang Shisan's eyes turned cold as he asked if they were the ones who did this to him. Liu Cheng smirked with pure malice. He coldly replied that betraying him would always end like this. Zhuang Shisan's expression darkened instantly. He said that no matter what, they were fellow disciples, and this was completely unacceptable. Liu Cheng burst out laughing, like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world, mocking how naive Zhuang Shisan still was. "If that's what you think." Zhuang Shisan stepped forward, his gaze turning colder. "Then there's no point talking anymore." A powerful aura began swirling around his feet. Liu Cheng immediately raised his hand and ordered him to stop. In the next moment, sharp green blades appeared, pressing against Fang Tianshuo's neck. He coldly threatened that if Zhuang Shisan took one more step, Tianshuo would die right there. Zhuang Shisan paused, his expression turning dangerously dark. Liu Cheng pushed further, ordering him to kneel and beg, or he would kill Tianshuo immediately. The blades pressed deeper into Tianshuo's neck, and blood began to drip. Zhuang Shisan gave a faint cold smile, saying this kind of villain threat was the same everywhere, boring and predictable. Liu Cheng laughed triumphantly, but before he could react, in a split second, Zhuang Shisan vanished from his spot and appeared beside Fang Tianshuo, pulling him out of their grasp. Liu Cheng immediately roared in fury, ordering all his subordinates to attack. The henchmen rushed at Zhuang Shisan together. But the result was tragic. In an instant, they were all blown away, while Zhuang Shisan barely moved at all. Liu Cheng's face turned pale as he shouted in disbelief, unable to even see when Zhuang Shisan had moved. He gritted his teeth, realizing that even with full focus, he still couldn't track Zhuang Shisan's movements. It was absurdly beyond expectation. Knowing he could no longer underestimate him, he summoned his weapon, the heavenly steel sword. Holding the blade again, Liu Cheng regained his arrogance, boasting that as a latest-stage golden core cultivator with a celestial weapon, he had nothing to fear from a new disciple like Zhuang Shisan. But before he finished speaking, Zhuang Shisan shot forward like lightning. Startled, Liu Cheng quickly counterattacked with his flying sword. A streak of blood flashed as the sword aura grazed Zhuang Shisan. He immediately retreated to create distance. Cold sweat appeared as he frowned. That single strike had actually injured him, meaning the flying sword was far from ordinary. Seeing this, Liu Cheng grew even more smug, laughing wildly and mocking that Zhuang Shisan was finally scared, claiming he would now show him the true power of a celestial weapon. As he finished speaking, he roared and unleashed the flying sword technique. Countless illusory sword lights slashed in non-stop waves, and Shisan could only block them with his hands. He muttered that since the opponent had drawn a weapon, he no longer needed to hold back either. The heavenly gang sword shot forward like a venomous snake hunting prey, fast and lethal. But what Shisan pulled out shocked everyone. It was just a pitch-black metal block, looking like a weight stone. He swung it casually and smashed it into the flying sword. A deafening impact exploded out, and the flying sword instantly bent and twisted, like it had been crushed by a sledgehammer. Liu Cheng turned deathly pale, his voice trembling in panic. His immortal realm battle weapon was destroyed in a single strike. He stared at the strange artifact in Shisan's hand, his mind spinning. What on earth was this thing, and what rank was it? But Shisan gave no explanation. He leapt straight into the air. A thunderous punch came crashing down, and Liu Cheng barely dodged to the side in time. Shisan instantly closed in, pinned him to the ground, and raised his hand high. Liu Cheng panicked completely, begging for mercy and promising compensation for all damages. His answer was a brutal slap that made blood spray from his mouth. Even while being beaten, he still shouted that Shisan should stop, claiming he was from the Heaven class and had powerful backing. Shisan clicked his tongue in irritation, saying this guy's mouth was just too annoying, and struck again without hesitation. A barrage of slaps rained down on Liu Cheng's face non-stop. In moments, his face swelled like a pig's head, and only muffled sounds came out. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from afar. If you want to hit a dog, you should first look at its owner. A terrifying pressure crashed down on Shisan. Shisan's expression changed instantly, as he realized the pressure was unbelievably strong. Several figures then landed in front of him. The leader was Liu Songxing. He coldly said that even if Liu Cheng was just a lapdog of the Heaven class, humiliating him was the same as slapping the entire class in the face. Liu Songxing stared at Shisan with oppressive eyes and sneered, saying it was rare to see a new student so bold. Seeing them arrive, Liu Cheng clung to hope like a lifeline and weakly called out boss. Zhuang Shisan asked coldly who they were. One of the men behind immediately stepped forward and shouted that Shisan was ignorant of heaven and earth. The man in front was the representative of the Heaven class, and also the young master of the famous Liu family of Zhongzhou, Liu Songxing. Liu Songxing raised a brow and gave a cold order. The dignity of the Heaven class could not be insulted. Teach Shisan a lesson. At his command, the group rushed forward. Zhuang Shisan clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking they really had no martial honor, always relying on numbers. Then he loudly declared that he also had his own weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Liu Cheng by the leg and spun him like a steel mace, smashing him into the incoming group. Liu Cheng's head repeatedly slammed into weapons and faces in a brutal mess. One man coughed blood in horror, shocked that Shisan was using Liu Cheng as a living weapon. Shisan kept spinning him like a windmill and even shouted a move name seriously, body-infused windfire wheel. In the middle of the chaos, a figure calmly stepped forward. Liu Songxing unleashed a thunderous punch, the heaven-splitting fist. The force of the blow directly knocked Liu Cheng out of Shisan's hands. Seeing this, Shisan's expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and counterattacked. The two fists collided head-on, but Shisan's attack was effortlessly blocked by Liu Songxing. Shisan was visibly surprised. He actually blocked it. Liu Songxing seized the moment and grabbed his wrist. He then unleashed a lightning-fast technique called Shocking Heaven Stab. A razor-sharp surge of energy sliced across Shisan's forehead. Blood trickled down his brow as Shisan was shaken inside. No weapon, only pure technique, and it still managed to injure him. This guy was not ordinary. He immediately jumped back to create distance. Liu Songxing smirked arrogantly and said, "Not bad. That strike was meant to pierce his head, but Shisan still managed to dodge it." Zhuang Shisan frowned and directly asked him what his true cultivation realm was. The man immediately put on an arrogant expression and introduced himself as Liu Songxing, a nascent soul early-stage cultivator and the representative of the heaven class. At that moment, a familiar system notification appeared before Shi-san. The system detected danger to the host and offered two choices: submit to survive, or fight back with everything and return every blow. Shi-san smirked in disdain. Did he really need to choose something this obvious? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Songxing unleashed the dragon capture hand. The ground exploded as a massive stone arm burst out and lunged at Shi-san. In an instant, the stone hand clenched tightly around him. Shi-san struggled, veins bulging from exertion, cursing internally that he couldn't break free at all. Liu Songxing increased the pressure, as if trying to crush him on the spot. Then he followed up with a devastating strike, an overwhelming force pressing down. But Shi-san suddenly stuck out his tongue and mocked him, casually saying he was just fooling him, instantly changing Liu Songxing's expression. In the blink of an eye, Shi-san shattered the stone hand and closed in at extreme speed, landing a heavy uppercut to his opponent's jaw. That single punch sent Liu Songxing flying more than 10 meters away. Shi-san brushed his hands off and said coldly that since they wanted his life, he would show no mercy. Liu Songxing staggered to his feet, his breathing now ragged. Even so, he still looked at Shi-san coldly and said that punch was decent, but still not enough. Shi-san frowned, confused that the man seemed completely unharmed after taking a direct hit. Then his eyes widened as a thought flashed through his mind. Could this be a body cultivation dual path? Liu Songxing continued arrogantly, saying Shi-san's strength pleased him, so he would give him two choices. He narrowed his eyes with killing intent: kneel and submit, or die today. At that moment, the system panel appeared again. Shi-san angrily grabbed the notification and tossed it aside, snapping that it should get lost. Then he spoke slowly, his tone filled with excitement. There were not many people in his life who could force him to go all out. Hearing that, Liu Songxing froze for a moment. Zhuang Shi-san clenched his fist, eyes sharp enough to pierce through his opponent. Then let's see how many of my full-power punches you can take. His killing intent erupted so violently that even Liu Songxing began to feel uneasy. In an instant, Shi-san appeared right in front of him, unleashing the results of months of weight training. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded. "Am I dead?" The man slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Liu Cheng's miserable face, covered in tears and snot. Feng Tianxiao froze in shock at the sight. Then he suddenly jumped up and shouted in panic, "What the hell? Is there a ghost here?" After calming, he looked around and muttered that it was Liu Cheng, wondering how he ended up like this, when heavy collision sounds echoed in the distance. Feng Tianxiao immediately turned toward the noise, completely stunned. He blurted out in shock, "Zhuang Shi-san?" His mind shook. Had Shi-san been the one who saved him? Then who was Shi-san fighting right now? Liu Songxing? The leader of the heaven class was actually here too. This was unbelievable. Feng Tianxiao panicked and thought that if no one stopped this, Shi-san would definitely die, so he shouted for them to stop. But what happened next left him completely frozen. The one dominating the fight was actually Shi-san. Smirking, Shi-san raised his fist and taunted him, "Let's see how many of my full-power strikes you can handle." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a barrage of rapid punches. Liu Songxing's expression changed drastically due to Shi-san's terrifying speed. He could only raise his arms to block desperately. A storm of fist shadows crashed into him, sending him flying into a cloud of dust. Feng Tianxiao was completely stunned, stammering in disbelief. Liu Songxing was a nascent soul cultivator on par with elders, yet he was being fully suppressed by Shi-san's. Just how strong was this guy? Liu Songxing could only grit his teeth and endure the relentless assault. He roared in fury, and at that exact moment, the protective jade pendant around his neck suddenly cracked. Liu Songxing widened his eyes in shock and rage, unable to believe it. His heaven-grade protective artifact had actually been shattered. Zhuang Shi-san showed no intention of giving him any breathing room and charged in like a streak of lightning. A devastating punch landed squarely in Liu Songxing's abdomen before he could react. His entire body was blasted away, causing the surrounding ground and rocks to explode apart. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, gasping in extreme pain. Zhuang Shi-san looked at him calmly and said coldly that it finally started working. The surrounding space suddenly trembled violently as chains of law emerged from the void without warning. One of them shot forward at blinding speed and locked directly onto Shi-san's arm. More spiritual chains followed, appearing rapidly all around him. In an instant, both of his arms were completely restrained, leaving almost no room to fight back. Elder Shou descended from the sky with overwhelming pressure and immediately shouted for Shi-san to stop. He declared that fighting within the sect was a severe violation and absolutely unforgivable. Shi-san turned his head, eyes burning with anger, and fired back that they were the ones who struck first. Hearing this, Elder Shou grew even more furious and demanded if Shi-san knew Liu Songxing's identity. He pointed at Shi-san and lectured him, saying the Liu family stood behind the royal court, a meritorious clan of the empire, and a mere disciple of the Imperial Guard Immortal sect, had no right to touch them. Liu Songxing smirked arrogantly on the side, mocking Shi-san as an unknown nobody who would soon be destroyed. Hearing the words royal court, Shi-san repeated them slowly, his gaze turning ice-cold. His anger completely erupted, and he decided he would show no mercy this time. Shi-san gathered all his strength and ripped violently against the chains, stretching them to their limit. Elder Shao's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe his sealing technique was being forcibly broken. The moment he broke free, Shi-san surged forward like a beast released from its cage. A punch filled with killing intent and fury slammed straight into Liu Songxing's face. The terrifying fist pressure distorted the air as if it was about to ignite. Liu Songxing was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a cliff wall amid a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Elder Shao turned red with rage and shouted furiously. He kept berating Shi-san for being insolent and disrespecting his elders. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Divine Mountain Palm. A massive palm force rolled forward with overwhelming pressure toward Shi-san. Even Shi-san was startled by the terrifying power of the attack. But at that critical moment, a streak of red light tore through the sky, accompanied by an authoritative voice ordering everyone to stop. The red light crashed down between them, producing a heaven-shaking explosion and cutting off the battle before it escalated. Shockwaves swept across the area, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Shi-san was secretly shaken. Just the sword energy alone was enough to disturb him this much. This was true top-tier power. Elder Shou immediately recognized the sword and realized it was the renowned Crimson Fate sword of the sect. In the next moment, he shouted in alarm, "The sect master!" Meanwhile, at the Imperial Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was no calmer. Elder Shou slammed the table in rage, unable to believe Shi-san was only punished with 1 month of seclusion and reflection. Nang Gonghuang calmly explained that Liu Cheng and Liu Songxing were the ones who started the conflict. But the elder grew even angrier, accusing Shi-san of disrespecting hierarchy and claiming the sect master was biased. Another elder mocked him, saying that as an elder he couldn't even control a new disciple, calling it ridiculous. Elder Shou exploded in fury and challenged the other to settle it outside. The other elder immediately accepted, forcing Nang Gonghuang to step in and mediate. Even after being stopped, Elder Shou angrily declared this matter was far from over. Another elder asked what conditions he wanted. He smirked and said that if Zhuang Shisan could take 2 of his palms without using any defensive artifacts, he would drop the matter. Hearing this, another elder immediately cursed, saying the condition was shameless, since barely anyone in the sect could withstand 2 of his palms. Moreover, Shi-san was a key talent under focused cultivation. If his foundation was damaged, the consequences would be severe. That elder also declared he would protect Shi-san to the end and would not allow this matter to continue. Shi-san cupped his fists and thanked the elder for the concern. But before he could finish, the system interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. The system issued a mandatory mission, ordering him to accept the elder's condition. After a brief silence, Shi-san took a deep breath and calmly agreed, saying that, if this could end the matter, he would accept it. An elder immediately panicked and warned him. The opponent was a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator, and even a single minor realm gap was like heaven and earth. Hearing everyone's concern, Nang Gonghuang remained calm and simply said to let Zhuang Shisan try it first. A disciple quickly spread the news everywhere that a direct showdown between Zhuang Shisan and an elder was about to happen, turning it into hot gossip. The moment the news spread, a crowd rushed to the arena to watch, all curious how a new disciple dared challenge an elder. In no time, the arena was completely packed inside and out. Zhuang Shisan looked around and froze for a moment, not expecting the situation to attract so many people. The opposing elder looked irritated and coldly told him to stop being distracted as the match was about to begin. Before the words even faded, he unleashed the Divine Mountain Seal. An elder nearby immediately changed expression and shouted in shock, saying this technique was even stronger than the Divine Mountain Palm, clearly a serious move. In the sky, a massive seal shaped like a mountain appeared, hovering directly above Shisan. A sense of danger surged in instantly, and he reflexively looked up. the massive mountain-like seals then came crashing down toward his position. Zhuang Shisan bent his knees, forcing all his strength to resist the terrifying pressure. The entire arena shook violently like a massive earthquake. An elder watching quietly showed a hint of surprise, murmuring as if he had realized something. Shisan gritted his teeth and endured, acknowledging inwardly that nascent soul mid-stage strength was truly terrifying, even stronger than the previous sect leader's test. But then a confident curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. It still wasn't hopeless. He roared and poured all his strength into his legs, unleashing the Spirit Convergence deep step crushing kick. The move lifted the mountain seal directly off him, while the arena floor beneath cracked apart under the pressure. Immediately after, Shisan used full force to hurl the massive mountain away. The mountain seal shot into the distance and exploded against a far cliff into countless fragments. Everyone present froze in shock, eyes wide as they shouted in disbelief. The attacking elder's expression turned extremely ugly, completely unexpected that his strike had been broken this way. He immediately sensed something strange. Throughout the exchange, he had not felt any spiritual energy from Shisan, as if pure physical strength alone had broken his technique. Meanwhile, Shisan inwardly grimaced, realizing he might have overdone it a bit. He stammered and explained that he was actually a body cultivator, while nervously hoping the opponent would stop doubting him. The elder frowned and clenched his fist, because even body cultivation should not be able to withstand such an attack so easily. Shisan deliberately pouted and mocked him, implying that older people lose strength over time, and his attack only looked strong but was actually weak when it mattered. Hearing this, the elder's veins bulged in rage, and he roared that he would kill Shisan immediately. He raised his hand and began to unleash the Heavenly Realm Palm technique, far stronger than before. The pressure erupted and swept across the entire area, making everyone nearby feel their hearts tighten in fear. Another elder angrily shouted that he was clearly trying to cripple Shisan rather than compete fairly. Fat Elder was about to rush in to stop it, but Nanggong Huang appeared in front of him, raising a hand to block him and telling him to wait a little longer. Her eyes were cold but firm, as if she wanted to witness Shisan's true limits with her own eyes. On Shisan's side, even under crushing pressure, he did not retreat. Instead, he prepared to face the incoming mountain-like attack head-on. The divine mountain slammed forward at terrifying speed, carrying pressure strong enough to crush space itself. At the moment of impact, the overwhelming weight pressed down on Shisan, forcing him to use every ounce of strength to resist, while the ground beneath his feet shattered apart. Dust, rocks, and debris rose into a blinding cloud, and even the shockwaves alone sent chills through the crowd. What shocked everyone even more was an elder actually saying that Shisan had truly blocked the Heavenly Realm Palm technique. Hearing that, Shisan grinned proudly for a moment, but then he noticed something off about the elder's reaction. Not just that elder, but everyone behind him was staring at Shisan like they were looking at a monster, completely unable to accept what they had just seen. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Shisan's mind. Risking his life like this didn't seem to bring him any real benefit. To put it bluntly, that elder had only been trying to back down gracefully, but Shisan kept breaking his attacks in front of everyone, which was basically slapping him in the face. Even if he won today, that elder would definitely remember this grudge. Not to mention, revealing too much strength would draw unwanted attention from the entire world, so Shisan started thinking about how to gain something from this instead. After making up his mind, Zhuang Shisan suddenly sank his feet deep into the arena floor, blasting the stone surface into a massive crater. His face twisted in pain, his arms trembling as if they were about to collapse, and he weakly muttered that he was reaching his limit. The sudden reversal left the elder stunned. Just moments ago, this kid had been holding back the divine mountain. The mountain above continued to press down heavier and heavier, slowly burying Shisan into the ground. When he could no longer hold on, the divine mountain seal crushed the entire area beneath him, exploding the arena and throwing debris everywhere as dust engulfed the scene. An observing elder immediately shouted in panic, telling him to stop or someone would really die. Hearing the warning, the attacking elder snapped back to his senses and quickly called out to retract the technique. At his command, the divine mountain seal gradually vanished, the surging spiritual energy withdrew, and the dust slowly began to settle. When the haze cleared, only a massive crater remained in the center of the arena. Everyone, including the elders and Nanggong Huang, stepped forward to check the situation. The atmosphere turned eerily silent until an elder finally asked if Shisan was still alive. In front of everyone, Shisan lay sprawled in the ruins, looking as if he had truly been crushed. He weakly responded, even managing to thank the elder for holding back, saying that otherwise he would have lost his life long ago. The elder maintained a stern and dignified expression, but inside he was confused, because there wasn't a single real injury on Shisan's body. Thinking back to how Shisan had even blocked the heavenly realm palm earlier, he began to suspect the boy had intentionally taken a loss to preserve his face in public. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, so he praised Shisan's body refinement skills as truly impressive. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan was even more confused than everyone else. He hadn't expected the elder to actually praise him. Noticing the strange atmosphere, another elder chuckled and explained that the world was vast, filled with countless geniuses, and someone like Shisan wasn't actually that rare in the inner sect. He even mentioned a certain little demon girl who was only in the body-tempering realm, but had a monstrous physique capable of matching a golden core cultivator in combat strength. At that moment, Nanggong Huang spoke up and explained the situation of the divine continent, divided into 5 regions, each with its own powers and advantages. She added that the Imperial Spirit Immortal sect had declined for too long. Even its ranking among the 36 sects was unstable, so the appearance of 3 prodigies at once was a sign of its resurgence. After that, Nanggong Huang turned to the elder and asked if Shisan had already taken 2 palms, whether he still had objections to the punishment. The elder immediately bowed and said everything would be left to the sect master's decision. Some time later, as the storm at the training grounds gradually settled, a completely different scene unfolded behind the mountain. In a remote mountain valley, Zhuang Shisan hangs upside down from an ancient tree, locking his legs on the branch and training his body like an ape. While training, he keeps muttering in frustration, because all his previous hard-earned progress was almost completely reset after a punishment, forcing him to start over from scratch. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appears in front of him without any warning. A notification quickly pops up, stating his skill mastery has reached 90%. Seeing this, Zhuang Shisan jumps up in excitement, cheering that he finally completed the goal, and now, only 3 more tasks are needed before the system can upgrade to the next enhancement stage. Just as he is still excited, a blazing red light like heavenly fire suddenly appears in the sky and shoots straight down into the forest at terrifying speed. The red beam doesn't slow down at all and plunges deep into the forest ahead. Zhuang Shisan stares in confusion, unable to understand what kind of event could cause such a violent burst of light. Without hesitation, he leaps up and uses the trees to accelerate forward, determined to check it out himself. Meanwhile, in another dark and silent mountain valley, Zhuang Shisan finally arrives at the source of the anomaly. But the moment he sees the scene, he freezes completely, eyes locked on it. He widens his eyes and mouth, instinctively letting out a shocked gasp. Before him is a closed gate, with a surrounding fence and a house inside, making him wonder if someone actually lives in such a remote place. It turns out to be a hidden Taoist temple deep in the mountains. After observing for a while, Zhuang Shisan immediately concludes that the golden light earlier must have come from here. He guesses this might be the secluded cultivation site of some old monster at the Grand Elder level. After thinking it over, Zhuang Shisan decides to leave, not wanting to bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. But just then, the door suddenly creaks open by itself. A man standing at the entrance smiles and invites him in for a rest, leaving Zhuang Shisan stunned for a few seconds. The man continues in a gentle tone, saying that meeting is fate. Inside, however, Li Nianfan is thinking differently, frustrated that he had to continuously pour spiritual energy for days, just to lure someone here, even turning it into a light pillar, and yet the target barely reacted. Zhuang Shisan looks at the young-faced man and asks in surprise if he is an elder of Yuling Xian Men. Hearing this, the man immediately waves his hand in denial, while internally showing clear disdain. His true identity is an immortal from the upper realm, a being beyond what ordinary cultivators can ever imagine. Unfortunately, the competition in the immortal realm is so intense that everyone fights fiercely, so he came down to the lower realm to rest and casually play the role of a hidden expert. Earlier, he sensed Zhuang Shisan's aura and deliberately lured him here, intending to let him broaden his horizons. The man then smiles and introduces himself, almost slipping into calling himself an immortal, before correcting it to Li Nianfan, just an ordinary villager. Inside, he feels smug, thinking this subtle hint should make the other party realize his unfathomable depth. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan casually walks inside, saying that since the host invited him so warmly, he won't be polite and happens to be thirsty anyway. Li Nianfan is left speechless, internally screaming that the guy completely missed every clue. Standing in front of the plaque outside, Zhuang Shisan curiously reads aloud, Yu Ling Mountain Blessed Land, Mortal Dwelling Paradise. Seeing that he finally noticed the plaque, Li Nianfan feels quite satisfied. He thinks this was personally written by him, containing profound Tao intent, and that the boy should now be immersed in its meaning. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Shisan simply comments that the handwriting is nice, which drives Li Nianfan almost insane in frustration. After that, Zhuang Shisan officially steps into the courtyard. The moment he looks at the scene inside, he immediately shows a stunned expression. His mouth even stammers out a shocked exclamation. Li Nianfan secretly laughs in his mind, thinking the guy has finally noticed something unusual. The entire courtyard is filled with top-grade spirit herbs, with dense spiritual energy so thick that even a useless person could boost their cultivation just by breathing. But Zhuang Shisan only praises the courtyard for its elegant and refined layout, leaving Li Nianfan completely speechless and frustrated beyond belief. Helpless, he switches tactics and subtly signals to the dog lying nearby with its tongue out. The dog immediately changes expression, erupting with a ferocious aura, eyes glowing red as a terrifying growl fills the air. Zhuang Shisan is slightly startled by the sudden pressure. Li Nianfan sneers inwardly, thinking his immortal beast has finally released its true might, and the kid will surely kneel now. But reality slaps him hard into silence. The dog, just moments ago, roaring viciously, is now rolling around, enjoying belly rubs from Zhuang Shisan. While petting it, Zhuang Shisan laughs and says he was initially scared by its aura, but it turns out to be surprisingly gentle. Li Nianfan can only force a stiff smile, his face already twisted, mentally questioning where his immortal beast's dignity went. Not giving up, he brings out another move, placing a steaming cup of tea in front of Zhuang Shisan. He politely invites him to sit and says this is a rare hometown tea, urging him to try it. Inside, he is laughing wildly, because this is enlightenment tea, a treasure that could cause bloodshed across the lower realm, and no one should remain calm after drinking it. Zhuang Shisan calmly picks up the cup and takes a serious sip. After drinking, he nods and says the flavor is indeed far better than ordinary tea. Li Nianfan almost jumps up in excitement, finally getting a reaction. He quickly asks if there is anything special he can feel from it. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Shisan casually replies that it just tastes really good. That answer nearly makes Li Nianfan spit blood on the spot. His mind completely collapses. Nothing is going as planned. Any normal mortal should be kneeling in awe, yet this guy acts completely unfazed. Li Nianfan begins pacing around the courtyard, constantly observing Zhuang Shisan. He starts wondering if the gap in cultivation is too huge for him to see through the other party's true aura. But after thinking it over, he leans toward the idea that this guy is simply too ignorant to recognize any of the treasures in front of him. At that moment, a new idea suddenly flashes in his mind. Li Nianfan immediately smiles warmly and asks if Zhuang Shisan wants to stay for a meal, and Zhuang Shisan agrees without hesitation. Hearing that, Li Nianfan feels confident that the bait has finally worked. He quickly brings out a large plate of meat and introduces it as a special hot pot ingredient. Inside, he is extremely confident this meat comes from a rank 5 demonic beast, containing violent energy that could easily explode cultivators below the nascent soul stage. But the moment Zhuang Shisan sees it, his eyes light up like gold and he shouts, "Protein!" He immediately dives in and starts devouring everything at insane speed, showing zero intention of being polite. Li Nianfan stands nearby with a satisfied smile, already imagining Zhuang Shisan being overwhelmed by spiritual backlash so he can step in dramatically. But after a short while, his expression freezes. He stands completely stunned at the scene in front of him. He can only scream internally as he sees the plate completely empty, while Zhuang Shisan pats his belly in satisfaction, saying he's about to burst from eating too much. At that moment, strange sounds suddenly echo in Zhuang Shisan's mind. He immediately widens his eyes, recognizing the familiar signal, and then, a transparent mission panel slowly appears in front of him. The system quickly announces that this is his first consumption of rank 5 demonic beast flesh, boosting his blood energy and granting an additional 10 strength points. Zhuang Shisan feels like he could fly from happiness. He holds the notification panel tightly, overflowing with joy, as his strength finally increases for real. Zhuang Shisan is bursting with excitement and immediately runs around the courtyard, eager to find something to test his new strength. At that moment, his eyes accidentally land on a bow hanging nearby, with dense immortal energy surrounding it, making it look anything but ordinary. Zhuang Shisan walks over immediately, his gaze completely locked onto the bow. He picks it up and silently examines it, judging from its appearance that it is definitely a high-grade weapon. Rumor has it that the stronger the bow, the harder it is to draw. He then asks Li Nianfan if he can try it, and Li Nianfan can only helplessly tell him to go ahead. Just as Zhuang Shisan is about to test the bow, Li Nianfan suddenly remembers something, and a chilling thought flashes through his mind. Wait, could the bow this guy is targeting be that one? He immediately widens his eyes and stares at the bow in Zhuang Shisan's hands, and the more he looks, the more certain he becomes. Standing there, Li Nianfan feels his mind in chaos, because that bow is his sect's guardian immortal artifact, a top-tier treasure that, in the lower realm, only beings with divine power could even hope to lift, let alone draw. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan doesn't think much of it, casually turning the bow in his hands, and muttering that it feels quite heavy. He grips the bow tightly, and prepares to test his strength. Zhuang Shisan pulls the bowstring with all his might, his strained grunts filling the air. After struggling with all his strength, the string doesn't move at all, and he lets out a disappointed sigh. Seeing this, Li Nianfan secretly breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that even people from the upper realm wouldn't necessarily be able to draw it. But Zhuang Shisan refuses to give up and grits his teeth, deciding to try again with full power. This time, he pours all his strength into it, his entire body trembling under the strain. The terrifying pressure from the bow makes Zhuang Shisan's face twist in pain. His muscles bulge violently, and blood begins to seep from his palms due to the intense friction. And then, at that moment, the bowstring actually moves slightly. Li Nianfan freezes completely, his expression turning into disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan keeps gritting his teeth, closing his eyes and forcing out every last bit of strength, blood continuing to flow from his hands. At this point, Li Nianfan completely loses his composure, clutching his head and shouting internally, "This guy is actually pulling it open." The moment the bow is fully drawn, surrounding spiritual energy converges into a luminous arrow. This is the sun-slaying divine bow, a divine weapon capable of forming energy arrows without physical shafts, with earth-shattering power. Li Nianfan panics and rushes forward, desperately shouting for Zhuang Shisan to stop. But startled by the commotion, Zhuang Shisan accidentally releases the bowstring. The light arrow shoots straight into the sky, piercing through the roof, and leaving a massive hole in devastation. Its trajectory is like a divine beam, tearing straight through the clouds above. The farther it flies, the faster its speed becomes. The power erupting from it shakes space itself along its path. The arrow then heads straight toward a tower, sealed by an ancient barrier. Without slowing down, it crashes into the protective formation around the tower. In an instant, the barrier is completely pierced and shattered, utterly unbelievable. At the same time, the clan leader of the Shoshan tribe suddenly coughs up blood while cultivating, sensing the disturbance. The tribe members rush over in panic, asking what happened. The clan leader, his face tense, announces that disaster has struck. The seal of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range has been broken. Back at the Taoist temple, Zhuang Shisan and Li Nianfan can only stare up at the huge hole in the roof. Zhuang Shisan turns pale and quietly asks what exactly that bow is, how it could have such terrifying destructive power. Li Nianfan holds his head in despair, blaming himself for not warning the boy earlier. Zhuang Shisan turns to him anxiously, clearly uneasy, asking if this might cause a major disaster. Li Nianfan looks toward the direction where the arrow disappeared, his expression sinking, thinking that direction leads to the 10,000 demon region, hoping the damage won't be too severe. Inside, his emotions surge. This young man is truly shocking. The lower realm somehow has produced such a terrifying existence. Thinking about himself, Li Nianfan can only laugh bitterly, realizing that from start to finish, the real clown was him. After the seal is broken, the area around the tower becomes eerily silent, with only cold wind whistling through the air. But that silence doesn't last long before the ground begins to shake violently, as streams of gray demonic energy surge up from beneath the tower. A loud explosion erupts as the earth splits open, and from the deep crack, a massive arm filled with killing intent slowly reaches out. A few seconds later, a gigantic monster fully emerges, muscles bulging, horns growing from its head, and dragon-like wings spreading behind its back. It looks like a demon crawling out of hell, and it roars in wild excitement, declaring that the demon emperor has finally returned. The surrounding atmosphere becomes suffocatingly heavy, yet the monster suddenly drives its own claw straight through its body. Horrifyingly, it shows no sign of pain as its chest is torn open and blood splashes everywhere, an extremely disturbing sight. the demon emperor's blood drips onto the ground and spreads outward like part of a sinister ritual. Its voice echoes through the air, declaring that it will use its bloodline as a summons to call all demon kings to its presence. It then roars again, shaking the heavens, proclaiming that the demon race will rise once more and cleanse the mortal world in blood. The entire land begins to tremble as if it is about to collapse. Countless demon beasts from all directions rush toward this location, as if being summoned. Soon, the area is completely swarmed by demon beasts, with the demon emperor sitting at the center like a sovereign. A tiger-shaped demon king immediately kneels and respectfully reports that all demon kings are ready to obey the demon emperor's command. At that moment, a mysterious figure appears and calmly explains that rank 5 demon beasts are equivalent to nascent soul cultivators and are called demon kings, while rank 6 beasts can take humanoid form, matching nascent soul transformation or higher, and are considered demon emperors. The newcomer is none other than He Feng Yuangu. He looks at the demon emperor with interest, thinking this is finally something worth his attention. His appearance shocks the demon beasts. Why is a human cultivator here? In contrast, the demon emperor remains calm and mocks him, calling him a fool for daring to enter the demon's sacred ground. Without hesitation, the demon emperor charges forward, aiming to use his head as a sacrifice to mark the beginning of the demon race's conquest. But He Feng Yuangu only smiles faintly, saying his current body cannot fully unleash his power, but dealing with this opponent is still more than enough. Before he even finishes speaking, he unleashes a lethal strike directly at the demon emperor. The demon emperor doesn't even have time to react before his body stiffens and the light in his eyes fades. He collapses right at He Feng Yuangu's feet. The tiger demon king freezes in shock, then screams for everyone to flee, saying the demon emperor has been killed. The shout causes total chaos as all demon beasts scatter in panic, running for their lives. He Feng Yuangu ignores the fleeing beasts, his eyes fixed only on the corpse in front of him. After examining it, he coldly concludes that most demon beasts neglect soul cultivation, making them vulnerable to attacks targeting the spirit, no matter how strong their bodies are. Looking at the demon emperor's body, greed flashes in his eyes as he decides this body will belong to him. He exhales a strand of black mist that rushes into the demon emperor's corpse. In an instant, his original body melts into a strange white liquid, an eerie and grotesque sight. At the same time, the demon emperor's corpse begins to change abnormally. A pitch-black arm suddenly tears through the demon emperor's chest from within, creating a horrifying scene of gore. He Feng Yuangu slowly steps out of the demon emperor's body, as if completing a successful possession. He inspects his new body and nods in satisfaction. Although far from his peak strength, it is more than enough to wipe out that sect. Mentioning Ma Lin, the old bastard, his killing intent erupts. Back then you destroyed my body and sealed my soul in the Chunlin stone of Von Nam. Today I will slaughter all your descendants and cut off your lineage from this world. Meanwhile, in another village, farmers continue working in the fields, completely unaware of the coming storm. Just as everything seems normal, a young man suddenly hears strange noises coming from the nearby forest. Before he can react, a wolf-and demonic beast with blood-red eyes bursts out, bearing its sharp fangs in a ferocious charge. The villagers immediately panic, throwing down their tools and fleeing in all directions while screaming that demon beasts have appeared. One villager rushes frantically to the village chief's house, gasping for breath and shouting that something terrible has happened. After hearing the report, the village chief jumps up immediately. The man explains that demon beasts have once again emerged from the forest, and the villagers cannot resist them, with several already injured. Hearing this familiar situation, the chief quickly concludes it is likely second-tier beasts. Normally, first-tier beasts are already difficult enough, but recently higher-ranked beasts have been appearing more frequently, which is beyond unacceptable. As the situation worsens, the villagers ask whether they should seek help from nearby sects. The village chief agrees without hesitation. This is far beyond what ordinary villagers can handle. They need cultivators. A month later, Zhuang Shisan finishes his closed-door cultivation and immediately heads to the Spirit Mechanism Hall. Upon meeting the registrar, he quickly asks if there are any missions with high reward points. He sighs inwardly, since all his previous points were wiped out, and now the only way to survive peacefully is to grind missions again. The registrar explains that the highest-paying mission currently is a rank E demon beast hunting mission, but it is a team mission requiring at least 3 members from the same class. Zhuang Shisan asks blankly what same class even means. The registrar patiently explains that all new disciples are divided into classes, and their identity jade can be scanned on the heavenly mirror to display information. He then leads Zhuang Shi-san to the heavenly mirror for identity verification. When the jade token is scanned, a status panel immediately appears on the stone surface. It shows the new disciple classes: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. After searching repeatedly, Zhuang Shi-san turns pale and shouts when he cannot find his name anywhere. The registrar smiles faintly and congratulates him on receiving a special prize. He has been assigned to a special category, Class O. At that moment, Nangang Man suddenly runs over and casually pats Zhuang Shi-san on the head, laughing that it's fate they are in the same class. Unlike her excitement, Zhuang Shi-san lowers his head helplessly, while Nangang Man confidently declares she will protect him from now on. She crosses her arms like an experienced expert, analyzing seriously that Zhuang Shi-san joined to earn mission points. Then she proudly points at herself, claiming she is fully qualified to lead the team. Zhuang Shi-san can only think she might actually be the biggest problem here. After the commotion, Zhuang Shi-san becomes serious again and points out that the mission requires at least 3 people. He sits down in front of Nangang Man like a well-behaved student and asks if Class O only has the 2 of them. Hearing this, Nangang Man suddenly becomes mysterious, placing her hands on her hips and saying they might have to wake him up from seclusion. Zhuang Shi-san looks even more confused, asking who he is. Nangang Man finally reveals it: Tang Yi, the first member of Class O. The scene shifts to Tang Yi's cultivation chamber, while Nangang Man's voice introduces him as a once-in-a-century genius of Yulin Immortals sect. The sealed door remains tightly shut, with a sign clearly stating "Do not disturb" in Cultivation. Inside, however, the situation is far from serene. A handsome young man sits at a desk with smoke seemingly rising from his head, crumpled papers scattered everywhere, clearly driven to frustration. His mind is completely overloaded, his gaze unfocused, stuck in an unsolvable problem. Finally, he snaps, grabbing his head and slamming the table while shouting that he cannot write another word, completely blocked and mentally exhausted. His brows furrow tightly into a Tron shape, and his true identity is revealed. Tang Yi is a writer. A book with a cover showing a white-clad couple appears in front of him. It is the Duluo Continent he personally wrote, once extremely popular and praised by countless readers. On the surface, Tang Yi stays polite and says he will accept all negative feedback, but in his mind he is already swinging a wooden club with killing intent, as if interrogating the leader of the anti-fans. Back in seclusion, Tang Yi can only sigh helplessly. His new work is stuck with no inspiration, no matter how long he locks himself away. After a while of frustration, he stands up, stretches, and walks out, thinking a walk might help clear his mind. While walking, he reminds himself to keep cultivating as well. The 10,000 spirit stones from readers unexpectedly boosted his cultivation quite a bit. His talent seems better than he thought. Thinking that, he casually opens the door. Right outside, a young boy is about to knock with a confused look, and beside him is a little girl. The boy is the male lead, and the girl is Nangang Man. Just as Tang Yi opens the door, it is pure coincidence. Tang Yi narrows his eyes and asks who they are. Nangang Man immediately raises 2 fingers in a spirited greeting, saying she is here and they need his help. Soon after, the 3 of them sit in a pavilion, drinking tea and talking. Tang Yi rests his chin and quickly realizes they are here for a class mission and want to recruit him into their team. Zhuang Shisan then asks if Tang Yi is willing to join. Tang Yi spreads his arms confidently and agrees to try. Nangang Man gets excited like a child getting candy, finally able to go out and play. He then suggests they name their group to build team spirit. Zhuang Shisan calmly says he has no objection. Tang Yi sips his tea and announces seriously that they will be called the Tang sect, leaving Zhuang Shisan completely speechless. Tang Yi continues explaining that in the outside world, they must prioritize survival and use aliases to avoid being tracked, so everyone needs a code name. Zhuang Shisan replies helplessly that he has no objection. Tang Yi pats his shoulder and declares that since he is 3rd in rank, his future name will be Tang San, leaving him completely drained of words. Tang Yi stays serious and says the mission is dangerous. They should divine fortune first to check luck before departing. Nangang Man looks confused and asks where he learned these old-school tricks. Tang Yi modestly says he picked up an old fortune-telling book by chance. Hearing that, the girl lifts her chin proudly and demands he read her fortune first. Tang Yi curls his lips into a mysterious smile and says, "Fine, it begins now." In an instant, his eyes completely change, deep like a starry sky. Mysterious patterns appear in his pupils, beautifully engraved like divine carvings. The surroundings shift. The three of them seem to float in the vast universe. A giant staircase appears, stretching endlessly into the sky. Zhuang Shisun is shocked, realizing this is the Heavenly Fate staircase. Tang Yi explains that stepping on those stairs allows one to see another person's future destiny. As soon as he finishes speaking, he steps onto the first stair. He calmly walks upward step by step, quickly reaching past the halfway point. At that moment, he looks down in shock and mutters that Xiao Lai's future destiny is unexpectedly special. Before he finishes, the sky suddenly turns dark. Black clouds swirl into a massive vortex, like a monstrous mouth, about to swallow everything. The pressure is overwhelming. Tang Yi's expression changes, and he shouts that something abnormal is happening. From the center of the vortex, a giant claw covered in terrifying scales slowly reaches out, sharp nails locking onto him. A devastating strike follows instantly, shaking the entire space violently as dust and debris completely block the view. That strike forcibly pulled him out of the illusion. Tang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, shock clearly written across his face. His whole body trembled nonstop as he started coughing violently, looking extremely miserable. Seeing the sudden change, Zhuang Shisun and Nanggong Man both jumped up in panic. The girl asked what happened, and Tang Yi struggled to explain that the divination was forcibly interrupted, likely by some kind of forbidden seal interference. Nanggong Man sat in deep thought for a long time. The more she thought, the more unsettling it became. A terrifying idea popped into her mind. What if the one behind it all was the sect master's mother? After finally recovering from the coughing fit, Tang Yi forced himself back into condition and turned to Zhuang Shisun, saying he would first check his fate. Being called out, Zhuang Shisun immediately sat up straight like an obedient student and quickly responded. In an instant, the space around Tang Yi twisted again, his consciousness being dragged back into that mysterious void. But this time, everything was completely different. The endless heavenly staircase was gone, replaced by a massive gate over 4 meters tall, covered in bagua patterns and complex runes, glowing with golden light. Tang Yi froze on the spot. What the hell is this thing? He frowned in confusion. Ancient records never mentioned anything like this. Could it be that beyond this gate lies the true path of fate? Thinking that, Tang Yi no longer hesitated and pushed forward to open the door. The moment his hand touched the crack, a terrifying blue energy burst out in backlash. The pressure slammed into him like a mountain, his body shaking violently. Damn it, it felt like being crushed alive. Tang Yi gritted his teeth and forced out all his power, veins bulging across his body as he pushed to the limit. After a long and brutal struggle, the gate finally opened a small crack. Seeing this, his eyes lit up instantly. He had finally broken through. But what appeared behind it froze him completely. Inside stood a gigantic 1,000-hand Guanyin statue, its divine light filling the space. The pressure so overwhelming it felt like heaven and earth were shaking. Just the aura alone was enough to injure him. Blood flowed from his eyes like tears, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Back in reality, Tang Yi was still coughing blood nonstop. Zhuang Shisun panicked and asked if he was all right. But Tang Yi didn't respond. He immediately rushed back to his seclusion room at full speed, leaving the other two completely stunned. Soon after, a familiar sign was hung again on his door, reading seclusion for recovery. Seeing this, Nanggong Man and Zhuang Shisun could only look at each other helplessly. Their newly formed team had fallen apart again, just like that. At that moment, the instructor looked at them and asked if their senior brother had gone into seclusion again, meaning they were short on members. Zhuang Shisun quickly nodded and asked if someone else could replace him, since they still had 2 eligible members. The instructor thought for a moment before replying that although their class was unusual, some flexibility was still allowed. Just then, a woman walked in and calmly said she would replace the senior brother for this mission. Zhuang Shisun immediately felt a bad premonition. The woman was Lung Qingxuan. She stepped forward and said the senior brother supposedly had combat power on par with an elder, but she was not far behind either. The moment Zhuang Shisun saw her, only one desperate thought remained in his mind. Why is it always this woman again? The instructor quickly agreed. Since Instructor Leng volunteered, the academy had no reason to refuse. Lung Qingxuan's lips curved slightly with a mysterious smile, already calculating in her mind that this was finally a chance to deal with that guy. After that, she directly controlled her flying sword and took Zhuang Shisun and Nanggong Man away. Along the way, Lung Qingxuan reminded them of the mission. The seal at the 10,000 Demon Mountain range was weakening, and the great demons inside might break out at any time, causing disaster to nearby cities if not handled in time. Their job is to intercept or hold back any demonic beasts breaking out of the seal, buying time for the mounting guarding clan to reinforce the formation. All resources obtained from the beasts will belong to the participating team. After speaking, the three of them turned into a streak of green light, tearing through the wind at terrifying speed, leaving only a long trail of light in the sky. Meanwhile, the outer region of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range had already fallen into chaos. Disciples of the Imperial Guard Immortal Sect and the Qing Feng Sect were fighting fiercely. Shouts and clashing sounds echoed everywhere, the atmosphere tense and suffocating. An Imperial Guard Immortal Sect disciple roared in anger, telling them not to go too far. But before he could finish, a Qing Feng Sect disciple whipped him with a steel whip. The strike was so powerful he was sent crashing to the ground instantly, clearly badly injured. The Qing Feng Sect disciple sneered in contempt, saying he couldn't even block a single move. He continued mocking them, saying that with this level they still counted as one of the 36 sects. The Imperial Guard Immortal Sect was nothing but an empty reputation. At that moment, a streak of green light descended from the sky like a storm, followed by a cold voice echoing across the battlefield. Who gave you the right to insult the Imperial Guard Immortal Sect? The Qing Feng Sect disciples' expressions immediately changed when they saw it. Lung Qingxuan stepped forward with overwhelming pressure, followed by Zhuang Shisun and Nangong Man. The Imperial Guard Immortal Sect disciples were overjoyed upon seeing her, shouting that Instructor Leng had arrived. Lung Qingxuan's expression was icy cold, sending chills down anyone who looked at her. She scanned the group and quickly deduced that they were from the Qing Feng Sect, likely here for the same mission. She turned to the Imperial Guard Immortal Sect disciples and coldly asked what happened. One disciple quickly explained that they had originally teamed up to hunt a level 4 demonic beast, but just as they were about to finish it off, the Qing Feng Sect interfered and stole the kill, leading to a dispute over the beast's materials. The Qing Feng Sect immediately objected, claiming it was they who landed the final blow and therefore deserved the kill. An old man then stepped forward, politely introducing himself as Elder Wu of the Qing Feng Sect. He suggested that to avoid escalating conflict, each side should send out one disciple to duel, and the winner would claim the spoils. Lung Qingxuan found the proposal reasonable and agreed directly. But before she could finish speaking, Nangong Man already ran forward excitedly, raising her hand to volunteer. The Imperial Guard Immortal Sect disciples were stunned, whispering that wasn't that little man. Did the sect master really let her out? Zhuang Shisan walked over beside Nangong Man, pretending to check on her. He then leaned in and whispered that these opponents were weak, so she should hold back or she might accidentally kill them. Nangong Man confidently replied that she had already mastered most of the technique he taught her, so it would be fine. Elder Wu sneered inwardly, thinking the Imperial Guard Immortal Sect was truly running out of talent, sending a little girl at the body tempering stage to fight. He then called out a disciple behind him, ordering Chen Feng to step forward. The disciple respectfully obeyed. Elder Wu specifically reminded him not to be too heavy-handed and to avoid killing the opponent. Chen Feng smiled confidently and said he understood. He stepped forward arrogantly and introduced himself as Chen Feng, the chief disciple of the Qing Feng Sect at the Golden Core Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the steel chain forward violently. Nangong Man showed no fear at all, even playfully motioning for him to come closer. She stood still, eyes fixed on the sharp chain tip rushing toward her. But midway, the chain suddenly changed direction in a bizarre arc, striking from an unexpected angle, surprising even Nangong Man. The chain tip shot straight toward her face. Chen Feng sneered inwardly, thinking at this distance there was no way she could dodge it. He roared, intending to pierce straight through her, but Nangong Man directly headbutted the chain's tip. A sharp collision rang out, and the tip of the iron chain instantly exploded into fragments. Chen Feng's face turned deathly pale as he witnessed it, crying out in absolute disbelief. Meanwhile, Nangong Man just grinned innocently, as if nothing had happened. Before he could even recover, she moved like lightning, grabbed the chain, and yanked it hard. Chen Feng was immediately wrapped up by his own weapon and dragged forward in a completely helpless, embarrassing state. Nangong Man leapt forward and delivered a heavy punch straight to his head. The blow sent him flying backward, blood spraying everywhere in a shocking sight. But she still didn't stop, pulling the chain again with force. Chen Feng was dragged back in front of her and smashed with a non-stop barrage of punches until he had no strength left to resist. Elder Wu stood there trembling with rage. His proud disciple was being beaten into pulp by a little girl at the body tempering stage. It was absurd. In the end, he couldn't hold back anymore and shouted for them to stop. At that moment, Nanggong Man finished it with a powerful kick, sending Chen Feng flying away. His body was kicked all the way back to where Elder Wu stood. His face was swollen and deformed, looking so miserable he was barely recognizable. Zhuang Shisan laughed and waved at Nanggong Man, praising her for showing more restraint this time. Nanggong Man proudly raised 2 fingers, pretending to be humble but clearly pleased. Elder Wu pointed at Chen Feng and roared in anger, asking how this could be called, holding back when he was beaten beyond recognition. Lung Qingxuan smiled faintly in satisfaction and reminded them that, according to the agreement, the level 4 demonic beast now belonged to them. Elder Wu gritted his teeth in fury and coldly ordered his men to take Chen Feng back for treatment. After that, the Qingfeng sect group immediately used movement techniques to leave the area. The Imperial Guard Immortal sect disciples erupted in cheers, surrounding Nanggong Man in excitement. It was their first time obtaining a level 4 demonic beast, and everyone was thrilled. Nanggong Man stood there slightly stunned at the praise. One disciple ran up to her excitedly and praised her for being incredibly strong. Nanggong Man suddenly felt something strange in her heart. For the first time, she wondered if she was actually liked by everyone. Then the disciples lifted her up and tossed her into the air repeatedly, the scene turning lively and chaotic. On the other side, Lung Qingxuan smiled lightly and said that a level 4 demonic beast was already quite strong in this region. She looked deeper into the forest and continued analyzing. Normally, when higher-level beasts invade and take over territory, lower-level beasts should be the first to flee outward. But now even level 4 beasts were appearing outside, which meant the situation in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range was far worse than expected. After observing the surroundings, she concluded that the situation had clearly gone beyond initial control. She calmly suggested that if beasts above level 4 appeared, the danger would exceed an rank mission, so their team should go deeper to investigate. But as she spoke, a faint smile appeared on her lips. The more chaotic the place, the easier it would be to deal with certain people. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan glanced at her and silently thought that going deeper meant increasing the chances of encountering high-level beasts. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. Required conditions included a level 5 beast core and 10 kilograms of level 6 beast flesh. Zhuang Shisan immediately realized this place might be perfect for the system's next upgrade. After thinking it through, he agreed with Lung Qingxuan's proposal. Both of them were clearly smiling with hidden intentions, each with their own agenda. Hearing they were going deeper into the mountains, Nanggong Man excitedly dashed ahead, cheering as she finally got to explore inside. Seeing her rush off too fast, Zhuang Shisan quickly called out for her not to split from the group. Lung Qingxuan calmly told him not to worry about Nanggong Man. According to her, the sect master had left a mark on the girl, so at the very least, she would not be in life-threatening danger. After saying that, Lung Qingxuan and Zhuang Shisan slowly advanced deeper into the forest. Inside, the atmosphere was strangely quiet, completely unlike a place where demonic beasts should be rampant. Zhuang Shisan walked in front, while Lung Qingxuan followed silently behind. The surroundings were so still it felt oppressive. After walking for a while, Zhuang Shisan looked around and remarked that the 10,000 Demon Mountain didn't seem any different from an ordinary forest. Lung Qingxuan simply smiled and replied that it only looked that way on the surface. Then she suddenly stopped and quietly took out an item. She opened the bottle in her hand, and a faint blue liquid floated into the air. She controlled the liquid while thinking coldly. This was Dragon Saliva Incensus liquid, a treasure used specifically to lure demonic beasts. Even a level 5 demon king would struggle to resist its attraction. She then flicked her finger, sending the liquid forward. The Dragon Saliva Incense liquid shot straight toward the back of Zhuang Shisan's neck. He instinctively reached back and muttered in confusion that something had fallen on him, wondering if it was about to rain. He then turned and asked Lung Qingxuan if she had any rain-blocking artifact. But Lung Qingxuan was already gone, leaving him alone in the deep forest. Zhuang Shisan looked around in confusion, not knowing when she had disappeared. In reality, Lung Qingxuan was standing on a distant tree branch, silently observing him and judging the distance as safe enough. She recalled rumors that Zhuang Shisan had once blocked a strike from an elder. Although only at Golden Core level, his physical strength was comparable to nascent soul level. So if a level 5 demon king was drawn here, he would have no chance of surviving. Thinking this, she smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, the ground beneath Zhuang Shisan suddenly began to shake violently. Something massive was rapidly approaching from behind him. Zhuang Shisan immediately showed surprise. He turned his head to look. It was a giant bear, It stepped in front of him and roared, shaking the entire forest. From a distance, Lung Qingshuan was even more satisfied. The dragon saliva incense liquid truly was a rare treasure. Its attraction to beasts was deadly. The beast's eyes gleamed with ferocity, baring its sharp teeth as it locked onto its prey. But Zhuang Shisan remained calm. He looked at the beast and casually said that meeting one right after entering meant his luck wasn't bad. He even smiled and asked what rank it was. Lung Qingshuan silently evaluated it. It was a late-stage level 4 beast, comparable to a late golden core cultivator, enough to make him suffer. The beast roared and declared itself a level 4 demonic beast, before swinging its claw like a blade at him. Zhuang Shisan casually raised one hand to block it, but that simple collision caused the beast's arm to explode in blood and flesh, bones nearly shattering. Zhuang Shisan immediately frowned in disappointment and muttered that this still wasn't enough for the system to upgrade. The beast froze in disbelief upon hearing that. Zhuang Shisan glanced at it and said its beast core should still be worth quite a few sect contribution points. Hearing that, the beast panicked and screamed for mercy. But before it could finish, Zhuang Shisan threw a thunderous punch straight through its abdomen, exploding blood and flesh everywhere. The beast collapsed to the ground, while he calmly walked over as if nothing had happened and began searching for loot. A moment later, he retrieved a glowing level 4 beast core, clearly very satisfied as he admired it like a trophy. From afar, Lung Qingshuan froze in place, covering her face in shock. A single punch killed it. Zhuang Shisan looked at the corpse and muttered regretfully that it would be better if a few more showed up. Just as he finished speaking, a massive commotion erupted in the distance, and he turned around in surprise. A swarm of demonic beasts rushed in from all directions, quickly surrounding Zhuang Shisan completely. The beasts stirred restlessly. Sensing a strange scent on him, it seemed he was carrying dragon saliva incense. Seeing the overwhelming horde, Zhuang Shisan's eyes lit up with excitement. Damn, where did all these come from? He scanned the group and curiously wondered if any of them were level 5. A gray wolf with red eyes rushes in first, calling Zhuang Shisan just a kid and saying it will handle him. But the moment it gets close, Zhuang Shisan knocks it straight into the underworld with a single punch. Holding the newly obtained demon core, he calmly says it doesn't matter if there's no level 5 beast. He can just collect cores and let the system evolve. The surrounding beasts freeze in shock, exchanging stunned looks with nothing left to say. The golden-horned rhino finally speaks in a trembling voice, saying the gray wolf was killed in one move. The gray red-eyed lion steps forward and roars that Zhuang Shisan is not simple. They should join forces and split the dragon ambergris. Right after, the golden-horned rhino takes the lead and charges forward, shouting that it will break the line. Zhuang Shisan remains standing in place, calmly preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, 2 giant frogs appear behind him, shooting out long tongues that wrap tightly around his wrists. His arms are instantly restrained, forcing his body downward. He turns his head in surprise, realizing his arms are locked. The rhino sees the opening and rushes in like crazy, roaring that he is dead for sure. Zhuang Shisan does not dodge and directly meets it head-on. The impact shatters the rhino's golden horn into pieces, leaving it stunned with its mouth wide open. Zhuang Shisan grins coldly, looking far from normal. He tightens his grip and pulls forward with explosive force. The 2 frogs are dragged into each other by momentum and smashed together, dying instantly. The gray lion turns pale, thinking this might be nascent soul-level strength. The remaining beasts panic and scatter, screaming for everyone to run. But before they get far, Zhuang Shisan vanishes and reappears beside them, grabbing one by the tail. He gives a chilling smile and says none of them will escape today. In the next moment, he storms through the group like a hurricane, wiping out the entire pack in an instant. Lung Qingshuan watches the scene in shock, realizing this is not a battle, but a complete slaughter. Suddenly, a massive green python appears behind Lung Qingshuan. The beast swings its tail with terrifying force, snapping a giant tree in half, but she manages to dodge into the air. The python stares at her and speaks coldly, confirming she is a nascent soul cultivator and that she has been hiding its presence. Lung Qingshuan feels a deep sense of unease, because what stands before her is a rank 5 demon king. She questions why it is targeting her when the dragon ambergris should attract the beasts. The rank 5 demon king replies that it has been secretly tracking them since they entered this area. Hearing this, Lung Qingshuan's eyes turn cold as she realizes the situation is extremely dangerous and heavily one-sided. She decides her only option is to find a chance to retreat. Just as she prepares to circulate her energy, her body suddenly stiffens. She is shocked to discover her spiritual energy can no longer be controlled. The Demon King laughs in satisfaction, saying she has finally noticed. It explains its tail releases a toxin that seals spiritual energy, and she inhaled too much while focusing on the battle. Now she is nothing more than prey on the chopping board. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan checks the system and mutters that he has almost collected enough cores and should try fusing them. The system immediately responds that no level 5 demon core exists for fusion. He clicks his tongue in frustration, annoyed that his goal is still out of reach. Suddenly, something crashes down from above, causing a massive explosion that makes Zhuang Shisan turn around. The falling figure is none other than Leng Qingxuan, her body heavily wounded and in a miserable state. Zhuang Shisan rushes over to catch her and asks who did this to her. At the same time, a massive figure slowly appears in the distance, advancing step by step. The beast opens its fang-filled mouth and stretches out a long, grotesque tongue, arrogantly declaring that in front of the Qinglong Demon King, humans are nothing but insects, revealing the peak existence of rank 5. The giant python raises its head high, its vicious eyes locking onto Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan narrows his eyes and confirms it immediately. This is a true rank 5 beast. Qinglong looks at him with pure contempt, already taking a battle stance like he is staring at prey. As expected, it opens its mouth and unleashes a wave of green toxic energy straight at Zhuang Shisan, aiming to kill him instantly. Sensing danger, Zhuang Shisan instantly becomes alert. He quickly raises a huge rock to block the poison and retreats to create distance. Seeing the attack blocked, the Demon King frowns in irritation, not expecting him to defend like that. But the next moment, its massive body is suddenly yanked away. Zhuang Shisan has already circled behind it during the opening, grabbed its tail, and pulled hard, declaring he will take this demon core for sure. The beast panics, completely unable to understand when he appeared behind it. Zhuang Shisan's terrifying strength lifts the entire massive body and slams it into the ground, briefly disabling the Demon King. Seizing the moment, Zhuang Shisan rushes in and targets its head, unleashing the Kung Bo A Ling technique. He pours all his power into the punch, striking directly at its weak point. But at the critical moment, the beast recovers slightly and shoots a cold glance at Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan immediately senses something wrong, but it is already too late to dodge. The python swings its steel-like tail and smashes it into him with terrifying force. The impact sends Zhuang Shisan flying hundreds of meters away. He drops to one knee, clutching his chest while his body trembles violently. His injuries are clearly not light, and he looks up in disbelief. Even full power still cannot take it down. Even the Demon King is slightly surprised he is still alive, praising his body for being well-trained after taking such a hit. But without finishing its words, it charges again to end the fight, still viewing him as too weak. Suddenly, the beast activates a strange technique, its tail vibrating and emitting a piercing sound that instantly numbs Zhuang Shisan's body, freezing him in place as the situation turns critical. Taking advantage of his immobilization, the Demon King rushes in and delivers a devastating kick, launching him into the air, spinning like a leaf in a storm. Zhuang Shisan remains suspended mid-air, still trying to process what just happened. The beast continues its pursuit, opening its mouth and firing a corrosive poison stream straight at him. It confidently declares that even a nascent soul cultivator would dissolve into blood and water upon contact. But at that moment, Zhuang Shisan regains control of his body, instantly forming hand seals and erupting flames before slamming his palms forward. The clap generates a massive vortex-like shockwave that rushes toward the incoming poison. The poison is instantly obliterated on contact, shocking the Demon King, as it blurts out how a purely physical strike without magic could break its attack. While it is still stunned, Zhuang Shisan lands lightly and accelerates forward like a lightning bolt. He unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast punches, so fast they form thousands of afterimages filling the space ahead. In an instant, Zhuang Shisan appears behind the serpent, raining countless phantom fists onto its body. But the Demon King still laughs in contempt, confident in its armor, claiming it is only one step away from becoming a demon emperor and that even nascent soul cultivators cannot break it. Before it finishes speaking, its steel-like scales begin to crack and shatter in large pieces. The serpent screams in shock, unable to believe its armor is being destroyed. The pain drives it into madness as it writhes and roars in rage, shouting in fury. Immediately after, it once again activates the same strange sonic tail technique. The piercing sound echoes again, instantly numbing Zhuang Shisan's body as he frowns in annoyance, thinking it is that damn sound again. But this time, the Demon King is not delaying anymore. It decides to finish everything with its strongest attack, unleashing a destructive green beam known as Dragon Breath. The beam shoots forward at terrifying speed, carrying overwhelming killing intent straight toward Zhuang Shisan. The power of the attack is so insane that an entire forest is wiped out in an instant. The ground is carved into a deep trench as rocks and smoke explode everywhere. After releasing the attack, the serpent becomes extremely confident, no longer sensing Zhuang Shisan's aura and believing he has been completely erased. Thinking the threat is gone, it turns toward Lung Qingxuan, who lies unconscious, intending to finish her off. As it approaches, it senses something extremely valuable on her body, dragon ambergris fluid. Confirming the target, the serpent immediately uses force to pull it out. Lung Qingxuan's unconscious body is lifted into the air. A hidden bottle inside her also falls out. It turns out the Demon King's real target from the beginning was this bottle of dragon ambergris fluid, and it quickly pulls it toward itself. Seeing the treasure about to be claimed, the serpent becomes ecstatic and rushes forward. But suddenly, a rope shoots up from underground, wrapping around the bottle and dragging it away, instantly alerting the Demon King. Zhuang Shisan bursts out from underground, still holding the rope, revealing it was all his setup. He flies toward the bottle, calmly retracts the rope, and casually grabs the dragon ambergris fluid. Zhuang Shisan remains calm, as if understanding everything, realizing the serpent avoided damaging Lung Qingxuan's area earlier because it was protecting this treasure, which enrages the Demon King completely as it roars that he survived by hiding underground. It opens its massive bloody mouth and lunges forward, trying to swallow him whole. Mid-air, Zhuang Shisan leaves a deliberate opening in his back, right in front of the giant jaws. In an instant, the terrifying bite lands perfectly. The serpent swallows Zhuang Shisan whole, its body visibly swelling from the inside. Inside the Demon King's stomach, Zhuang Shisan is submerged in thick green digestive fluid, while still holding tightly onto the dragon ambergris bottle. He sits cross-legged inside the beast's stomach, observing the deep red inner flesh, and realizing he is inside Qing Long's internal organs. Even in this desperate situation, he smirks, thinking that if the outside defense cannot be broken, destroying it from the inside might be easier. Without hesitation, he gathers all his strength and throws a full-power punch at the stomach wall. But the result is nothing. The attack causes no visible damage at all. Zhuang Shisan frowns slightly, confused, wondering if it is really useless. At that moment, Qing Long's mocking laughter echoes from outside, making him pause. The giant serpent bends slightly as if speaking to the prey inside, confidently saying that if its internal organs were weaker than its scales, it would never swallow enemies whole. Immediately after, thick green corrosive fluid begins pouring around Zhuang Shisan's feet, hissing as it touches the ground. The terrifying heat forces him to jump back in pain, shouting as it burns. Qing Long laughs even more arrogantly, saying that once the digestive fluid dissolves him, the dragon ambergris will belong to it. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan suddenly falls into thought. He looks at the small bottle in his hand and mutters that this is dragon ambergris. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appears with a clear notification. Dragon ambergris greatly enhances physical strength. Zhuang Shisan immediately understands, with only one thought left in his mind: enhancement. Without hesitation, he tilts his head back and drinks the entire dragon ambergris. A violent surge of power explodes inside his body, freezing him in place for a moment. The system quickly updates. After absorbing dragon ambergris, muscle strength increases by 5 points. Current stat reaches 95 out of 100. The surge of power makes Zhuang Shisan extremely excited, as his muscles feel like they are about to explode with energy. He grits his teeth confidently, saying this time will be different, then lowers his stance and clenches his fist to prepare a finishing blow. In an instant, a devastating punch slams straight into the Demon King's stomach. Qing Long lets out a pained roar, and its body visibly swells as if something is forcing its way out from inside. It writhes in agony, shouting in disbelief, wondering why Zhuang Shisan's power suddenly skyrocketed. Despite the pain, it still convinces itself that even if he drank dragon ambergris, he cannot absorb it instantly, and it still has time to digest him. But inside its stomach, Zhuang Shisan is already running wildly like a sprint training session, shouting as if in a 100-meter dash. A huge, distorted bulge immediately appears on the Demon King's massive body. Zhuang Shisan does not stop, jumping left and right inside its stomach without pause. Qing Long's body becomes uneven and deformed, looking extremely miserable. It goes mad and roars, asking what the hell he is doing inside its body. Another round bulge suddenly rises on its abdomen, looking extremely bizarre. Unable to endure it any longer, Qinglong violently vomits Zhuang Shisan out. The moment he escapes, Zhuang Shisan flips mid-air and lands steadily on the ground. Furious, the Demon King unleashes all its power and fires a green energy blast, the Snake King breath, straight at him. In contrast, Zhuang Shisan remains calm and takes out a dumbbell. He spins around and throws it forward while shouting, like he is in a sports competition. The dumbbell looks small but moves at terrifying speed, piercing through the breath attack and heading straight into the Demon King's open mouth. Qinglong is shocked and cannot react, unable to believe its own attack was broken so easily. The dumbbell slams into its face with a heavy, dull impact. The Demon King's eyes are now filled with fear, completely unable to understand what kind of weapon that was. Before it can recover, Zhuang Shisan appears above its head, hands interlocked like a giant hammer. He brings them down in a heavenly smash. Qinglong's body bends like a shrimp, its head crashing into the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Lying in the ruins, it falls into panic, unable to understand how he suddenly became this strong. Only now does it realize it is completely outclassed, and immediately tries to escape, leaving Zhuang Shisan floating in confusion. But before it can get far, a rope wraps around its neck and yanks it back. Zhuang Shisan tightens the rope, raising his fist like a grim reaper as he declares he will take its demon core. He brings the fist down with overwhelming killing force onto its head. After the strike, a blue inner core is knocked out of its body, the demon core itself. Standing between the corpse of Qinglong and the floating core, Zhuang Shisan immediately orders the system to absorb it. The huge core dissolves and vanishes into thin air. The system confirms successful absorption of a rank 5 demon core, stating that only 5 more points of muscle strength and a 60 kilograms demon body are needed to upgrade the system and unlock a body cultivation enhancement stage. Deep inside the vast forest, Namkung Man appears extremely lonely. She walks while sighing helplessly, realizing she is completely lost. She keeps looking around with her hands on her hips like an old man, annoyed that everything looks the same and she cannot find direction. Suddenly, a mummy wrapped in white bandages appears in front of her, hanging upside down with terrifying wide-open eyes, nearly scaring her to death. But she is not the type to hesitate, immediately throwing a lightning-fast punch while shouting that it is a ghost. The mummy is sent flying over 10 meters and crashes into a bush. The bandages fall off, revealing the handsome face of a brown gray-haired boy. It turns out to be Yan Xiao. After Namkung Man's punch, his face is swollen beyond recognition, and he has already been knocked unconscious. Namkung Man clearly has never met him before, so she stares at his face in confusion and asks if he is even alive, then mutters that he is still breathing, so she probably went a bit too far. While casually unwrapping Yan Xiao and bragging that meeting her is his lucky day, Namkung Man does not notice a giant spider quietly approaching from behind. The monster has 6 eerie gemstone-like eyes glowing, and 8 long golden-patterned legs that send chills down the spine. It opens its mouth, revealing razor teeth and a blood-red maw, and lunges straight at her. Sensing killing intent from behind, Namkung Man instantly grabs Yan Xiao and dodges aside. The spider misses, and the ground explodes into dust. She quickly drags Yan Xiao away and moves him to a safer spot. Surprisingly, she is not scared at all, and instead looks excited, shouting that she finally found a proper beast to fight. Her fists clench as her aura erupts. She dashes forward like a storm, kicking up a trail of dust behind her. But while running for her life, Namkung Man is still dragging Yan Xiao by both legs across the ground, shouting in panic that it is a mid-rank 5 beast, and she cannot beat it. Yan Xiao's face keeps smashing against the ground, leaving him bloodied and barely recognizable. Behind them, the giant spider madly pursues, firing bursts of energy non-stop. Still, Namkung Man dodges extremely agilely, weaving left and right while barely escaping every attack. The worst part is Yan Xiao, whose head keeps slamming into rocks and cliffs until he is barely intact. Exhausted, Namkung Man gasps for breath and complains about where she is supposed to run now. Suddenly, a fragrant smell of smoke drifts over from the wind, making her sniff repeatedly. In an instant, she recognizes that familiar scent. The smoke is rising from somewhere deep in the forest. It turns out to be Zhuang Shisan casually grilling meat. He eats calmly as if nothing happened, thinking that after a big fight, protein intake is the key to recovery. Looking at the beast meat in his hand, he mutters in confusion that it is clearly from a peak rank 5 demon king, yet the system shows no reaction. Zhuang Shisan quickly realizes that the stronger he becomes, the stricter the system's upgrade requirements are. At that moment, Nam Kung Man rushes over in panic from afar, still dragging Yan Xiao and followed by the giant spider. She screams for Zhuang Shisan to save her. Hearing her familiar voice, Zhuang Shisan immediately turns around. Nam Kung Man pouts and complains that the monster has been chasing her the whole way, while the spider behind roars fiercely. The spider rushes in and opens its terrifying mouth to attack. In that instant, Zhuang Shisan strikes. With a single punch, the spider's head is blown away. Nam Kung Man freezes in shock, unable to believe a rank 5 beast was destroyed with one hit. While she is still stunned, Zhuang Shisan appears beside Yan Xiao and asks who he is. Nam Kung Man replies that he is a cultivator she randomly saved on the way. Zhuang Shisan looks at the boy's clothes and frowns slightly, sensing something familiar. He crouches down and turns Yan Xiao's face to get a better look. A bloodied face full of wounds is revealed. Seeing his condition, even Zhuang Shisan is shocked, wondering how he ended up this badly. Hearing the question, Nam Kung Man quickly looks away and tries to blame everything on the spider. Zhuang Shisan crosses his arms with rare seriousness and tells her to take the leader back first, as this place is too dangerous. Nam Kung Man nervously asks if even the leader has been injured. He points to the unconscious blue-haired woman and says she was severely wounded by the giant python. Hearing this, Nam Kung Man is deeply shocked, realizing even a teacher-level figure was beaten like that, meaning the enemy must be terrifying. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan suddenly remembers something and raises his hand again. Before finishing his words, he directly dumps a pile of colorful demon cores onto the ground, dazzling anyone who sees them. He calmly tells Nam Kung Man to collect all the demon cores and the 2 corpses if she has a storage bag and trade them for rewards. She freezes for a few seconds, then complains that this feels less like training and more like stocking up loot. Then Nam Kung Man looks at him with confusion and asks if he is not going back with the others. Zhuang Shisan folds his arms like a model student, thinks for a moment, then shakes his head and says he wants to go deeper into the mountain range. On the surface, he stays calm, but inside he feels regret, because missing this chance might mean never seeing a level 6 demon beast again. Seeing his resolve, Nam Kung Man stops persuading him and warns that a level 6 demon emperor is sealed deep inside the mountains, so he should be careful. Zhuang Shisan points at himself with full confidence and says he is not some weakling. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a surge of dark aura suddenly erupts. The clan leader of Shou Chu Yi clan controls countless branches that wrap tightly around a white bird in the air, killing intent surging. He shouts one word, merge. Instantly, 5 giant branches fuse into one massive hand. The wooden hand slams straight toward the white bird. The force is so strong that it crushes the bird down to the ground. Haofeng Yuangu sees his move broken, yet calmly laughs, mocking them for only destroying his afterimage and still being all brawn, no brain. He explains he is not the demon emperor they are searching for, and tells them to stop wasting effort. The clan leader replies coldly that although he has never seen the demon emperor, their ancestor described it clearly as a golden-haired figure with a pitch-black body. Hearing that, Haofeng Yuangu imagines a golden-haired black monster with horns and wings and is left speechless. The clan leader insists Haofeng Yuangu cannot hide because the demon suppression banner is reacting to his aura and points at the man holding the yellow flag. Haofeng Yuangu covers his face and sighs, guessing he was tainted by the demon emperor's aura during the previous possession. After a brief silence, he opens his eyes with a freezing glare and says they are courting death. The moment he finishes, a sharp stream of dark energy shoots from his fingertip as he shouts, "Divine Slaying Finger." The attack brushes past the top of the clan leader's head. When the dark aura fades, the clan leader senses something wrong. In the next instant, he spits out blood and falls backward. The people behind him panic and rush forward to catch him. The clan leader struggles to say that it was a soul attack, a rare technique in Shenzhou continent, and he cannot understand how a demon could use it. The man holding the flag suggests retreating to invite the ancestor out, because the clan leader's soul is injured. With that, the group vanishes at high speed, leaving only faint afterimages. Haofeng Yuangu stays where he is and quietly watches them leave. But once they are gone, he suddenly collapses and coughs non-stop. He admits that forcing a soul attack in his current state is like killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 himself, his soul heavily drained. Haofeng Yuangu quickly sits down to regulate his breathing, knowing he must recover first. At the same time outside Yulin, 2 people are supporting a severely injured man as they weave through the forest to escape. By pure coincidence, the direction they choose leads straight toward Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan senses someone approaching and turns alert, while the injured man also looks toward him. One of them cautiously asks about his identity, guessing from his robe that he is a disciple of Yulin Immortal sect, and wondering why he dares to go this deep. Zhuang Shisan immediately asks who they are. They reply that they are from Shoshan clan, the same group that issued the mission to Yulin Immortal sect. The other quickly adds that ahead lies the territory of the level 6 demon emperor, and he should turn back now. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan calmly asks how strong that demon really is. The Shaoshan clan member explains that even their clan leader at early stage, spirit transformation, relied on the demon suppression banner, and still could not defeat it. After saying that, the two men do not dare stay and run off while shouting for him to flee. Zhuang Shisan stands still and realizes he is about to face a true spirit transformation demon emperor who is far from weak. He opens the system panel and tells himself he needs full preparation. Maybe there is a useful item. As he scrolls, his eyes light up when he finds the old sword riding tournament reward still usable. Meanwhile, at the place where Heifeng Yuangu is in seclusion, he suddenly senses movement and opens his eyes at once. A figure approaches from afar and he smirks, knowing a guest has arrived. That person walking forward is none other than Zhuang Shisan. The moment he arrives, Zhuang Shisan stares at him and says, "So you are the level 6 demon emperor." Heifeng Yuangu looks surprised that the one who came is just a human. He bursts into eerie laughter, his voice dripping with evil, saying fate truly cannot be avoided. Zhuang Shisan frowns and asks when they ever met. Heifeng Yuangu explains that the spirit stone had been eroded by him from the inside for a long time and only needed one small external hit to explode. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan feels even more confused. Seeing he still does not remember, Heifeng Yuangu roars that it was Zhuang Shisan's punch that shattered the spirit stone and freed him. Only then does Zhuang Shisan realize the root of all this started with him. Right at that moment, the system pops up a forced mission to defeat Heifeng Yuangu. He recalls the Grand Elder once saying a Heifeng Yuangu was sealed beneath the Spirit Stone, and now it all makes sense. Heifeng Yuangu simply smiles and admits it. After understanding everything, Zhuang Shisan mutters that the broken seal cannot be blamed on him alone. Heifeng Yuangu spreads his arms and laughs madly, mocking him for overestimating himself since without internal erosion, that stone would never break from one punch. Before he can finish, Zhuang Shisan suddenly explodes forward with a punch. As he charges, he roars that this monster dragged him into endless trouble. Fueled by anger, his fist shoots straight toward Heifeng Yuangu. But the punch stops right in front of Heifeng Yuangu, who coldly asks what he thinks he is doing. Zhuang Shisan freezes, shock filling his eyes. With just a casual finger flick, Heifeng Yuangu sends him flying backward. His body slams into the ground and drags across the dirt in a long trail. Heifeng Yuangu looks down and says, if not for those people on the mountain, he would have flattened Yulin Immortal sect long ago. Zhuang Shisan struggles to stand, but his body trembles under the overwhelming pressure. Heifeng Yuangu frowns and says Zhuang Shisan is the first Yulin disciple he has seen after breaking the seal. The next second he lunges like a beast, roaring that he will kill him outright. In a blink, Heifeng Yuangu grabs Zhuang Shisan by the head. He then viciously slams his head into the ground. With his face pressed into the dirt, Zhuang Shisan still forces himself up. Seizing the moment, he drives his knee into Heifeng Yuangu's face and shouts as he counters. But the attack does almost nothing, and Heifeng Yuangu stands there with a mocking smile. Zhuang Shisan turns pale, eyes wide in disbelief. He immediately follows up with a rapid chain of kicks aimed at Heifeng Yuangu. After the combo, he gathers all his strength into a thunder-charged punch. Yet Heifeng Yuangu casually blocks it with one hand. He sneers and says Zhuang Shisan is just like those people on the mountain, clueless about what he is facing. As he finishes speaking, Heifeng Yuangu slams a heavy punch into Zhuang Shisan's abdomen. The brutal force makes blood burst straight out of his mouth. Zhuang Shisan instantly retreats to create distance. Heifeng Yuangu spreads his arms with pure disdain and says his body is always covered by a protective formation. He calmly explains that everything Zhuang Shisan hit was only the outer layer and did not even reach his true defense. Zhuang Shisan cannot hide his shock when he hears about the body protecting formation. Heifeng Yuangu studies him and admits his body is tough to survive 2 heavy blows. He narrows his eyes and wonders how much more fun Zhuang Shisan can give him. The next second, his figure vanishes and he charges in. A brutal punch smashes straight into Zhuang Shisan's face. He follows with a lightning-fast kick that slams into his body. but the more he attacks, the more something feels off. He then launches a savage uppercut that crashes into Zhuang Shi-san's chin. After that, he raises a single finger toward him. Heifeng Yuangu roars and unleashes lightning arts as countless bolts strike Zhuang Shi-san, forcing him to grit his teeth. Zhuang Shi-san collapses while black smoke rises from his burned body. Heifeng Yuangu frowns in surprise that he is still alive. Zhuang Shi-san trembles as he stands and mutters that this pain is the worst he has felt since gaining the system. Heifeng Yuangu gathers energy into his palm once more. He curses in anger and fires the power straight at him. The attack is too sudden, and Zhuang Shi-san takes it full in the stomach. The impact makes him spit out blood again. He drops to his knees with one hand on the ground and blood pouring from his mouth. Looking up in misery, he knows the power gap is massive, and if this drags on his body will shatter while his punches do nothing. Driven into a corner, he begs the system for help and says the host is about to die. The only response is the cold message, forced mission defeat, Heifeng Yuangu. At that moment, Heifeng Yuangu roars and casts 3,000 black thunder flash as endless dark lightning rains down. Zhuang Shi-san can only raise his arms and endure the storm. After the bombardment, he is blasted away and crashes hard to the ground. Lying there in ruin, he curses the system as the most useless one ever. The system panel instantly shows an angry expression. A warning appears that insulting the system is forbidden, and repeat offenses will be punished. Seeing him still move, Heifeng Yuangu finally starts to panic and cannot understand why he is not dead. In disbelief, he throws another heavy strike. Zhuang Shi-san rolls across the dusty ground. Even so, he forces himself up and complains that other systems always save their hosts. He shouts in rage that he has never seen such a trash system. Pushed too far, the system erupts as blue lightning begins to surge wildly. Zhuang Shi-san instantly realizes his chance has come. He bursts forward at full speed. In one swift move, he wraps both arms and legs around Heifeng Yuangu like an octopus. Blue lightning from the system slams down on both of them, and Heifeng Yuangu screams in pain. A giant sphere of lightning engulfs them, and the explosion blows the surrounding land apart. Zhuang Shi-san grimaces in agony, while Heifeng Yuangu howls just as loudly. Amid the screams, the protective formation on Heifeng Yuangu finally cracks and shatters. Blue lightning sweeps everything flat as the forest is erased, and the ground turns into a charred crater. After a while, Heifeng Yuangu staggers out of the smoke, coughing violently. His face is filled with disbelief at a lightning attack, strong enough to break his formation. On the other side, Zhuang Shi-san also struggles to stand after the terrifying punishment lightning. His face is covered in wounds as Zhuang Shi-san grits his teeth and complains that the system went too far and even shattered Heifeng Yuangu's formation. He forces himself up and scrolls through the system shop, muttering that he is barely better off and needs an item. He pulls out an orange liquid called Muscle Enhancement Serum that boosts physical strength for 10 minutes. Without hesitation, he drops to one knee and drinks the entire bottle. In moments, his body heals at an insane speed, steam rising as he stands tall again before Heifeng Yuangu. Right now, he has only one thought: take this monster down. Without another word, he shoots into the air and slams a punch downward, catching Heifeng Yuangu off guard. The heavy blow smashes into his face and knocks him backward. Zhuang Shi-san seizes the rare opening and unleashes a barrage of punches, leaving no space to counter. Even so, Heifeng Yuangu swings back fiercely. Both of them take each other's punch head-on. Zhuang Shi-san retreats into guard, while Heifeng Yuangu is pushed back to steady himself. Heifeng Yuangu laughs coldly and asks if breaking the formation is enough to hurt him. Full of confidence, he declares his current body can unleash power close to the fusion realm. He channels black flames and roars as he casts Heartguard Black Flame. The dark fire turns into a savage python and charges at Zhuang Shi-san. In danger, Zhuang Shi-san clasps his hands and activates staff movement technique. A burst of bright light erupts and instantly disperses the black flames. Heifeng Yuangu's eyes widen in fury, shocked his move was neutralized. The system pops up and states that at beginner chi refining, he can dominate below spirit transformation, but fighting spirit transformation and above will be extremely difficult. Zhuang Shi-san snaps at the system, saying if it knew that, then why force him into this suicidal mission? While he is still complaining, Heifeng Yuangu launches Divine Slaying Finger again. By the time Zhuang Shi-san looks up, it is already too late. A beam of dark light pierces into him and blasts him backward. Heifeng Yuangu lets out a twisted laugh. He grins and says, after taking his full power soul attack, this time Zhuang Shi-san must die. Struck by the move, Zhuang Shisan clutches his head and screams as if his brain is splitting apart. The system finally adds a notice that the power gap is too great and it will offer a special hint. A map appears marking the corpse of a nearby level 6 demon emperor that can help upgrade the system. Zhuang Shisan looks stunned as the system urges him to level up by any means. Without hesitation, he turns and runs at top speed, leaving Heifeng Yuangu frozen behind. Heifeng Yuangu goes mad with rage, yelling that he cannot understand why Zhuang Shisan's still will not die. He opens his mouth and spews massive black energy before casting Black Phoenix true soul form. In an instant, a giant black phoenix with 4 eyes and 6 wings appears in the sky, its pressure crushing the land. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan dives deep into the forest and finds the demon emperor corpse. The body lies on the ground radiating a terrifying aura. The moment he sees it, he knows he found the right target. But the black phoenix catches up and raises its claw to crush him, forcing him to dodge. Looking back at the colossal creature, Zhuang Shisan is horrified and wonders if that is Heifeng Yuangu's true form. The monster gathers power and unleashes countless black lightning bolts that detonate the entire area. The system warning flashes as Zhuang Shisan turns pale because this lightning is even stronger than the earlier punishment. The moment he sees a tiny opening, Zhuang Shisan stomps the ground and shoots into the sky. He forces his body forward, arm raised to block as black lightning rains down wildly. His only target now is the demon emperor corpse ahead. Finally, his fingertip touches the horn on the corpse. He roars, trying to activate absorption on the spot. Before he can finish, a sphere of black lightning slams into him and twists his face in pain. The dark lightning explodes and swallows him whole before he can react. Elsewhere, Gongman stands with her fellow disciples in Yanjiao while Cheng Xuanxi lies unconscious. She suddenly feels a terrifying demonic pressure, and her face turns pale under the suffocating aura. Looking toward the distant forest, she sees a massive pillar of black lightning piercing the sky. At that instant, she thinks of Zhuang Shisan and frowns in worry, hoping nothing happens to him. Zhuang Shisan is struck head-on as the violent demonic power tortures him numb. He struggles desperately, but both arms are locked by the force. His clothes are shredded, and the black lightning ravages his body from inside, leaving him groaning in agony. The system warns that this lightning rivals Fusion Realm, Heavenly Thunder, and exceeds his limits. The Black Phoenix true form laughs in delight, confident that under world annihilation Heavenly Thunder, he will be erased in body and soul. Zhuang Shisan is almost out of strength, and lies motionless in the sea of lightning. His body feels like it is breaking apart, and his consciousness fades, as he wonders if this is death. Suddenly, the image of Zhuang Yan appears, smiling as she calls him young master. Then Zhuang Ji shows up, arms crossed, calling him eldest nephew. His parents appear next, eyes full of faith as they call his name. The scene shifts to his parents from his past life, shielding him from falling rocks and telling him to live on. His mother gently touches his face and asks him to live well. Those memories drag his will back, and he snaps his eyes open with burning resolve. Inside the black lightning vortex, he flexes every muscle and roars to the heavens. The system panel appears, and his body stat reaches 95 out of 100. The Black Phoenix looks down with disdain and says all resistance is pointless, and after killing him, it will slaughter Yulin Immortal Sect. It pours more power into world annihilation, Heavenly Thunder, and declares none of his master or friends will survive. Wave after wave of lightning tears into him, but Zhuang Shisan grits his teeth and endures. At the edge of life and death, Ying Ying appears with a bright smile, calling him benefactor. Then Tian Xiang appears, the brother who trusts him, calling him Brother Shi-san. Gongman shows up too, with her playful grin, calling him Little Shi-san. Finally, all the companions he fought beside flash through his mind. Those memories ignite like fire in his heart, and his gaze turns terrifyingly firm. He roars and forces himself upright as his aura erupts and shatters the rocks around him, resisting the crushing lightning. He shouts that he finally gained a second life, and the system still shows 95 out of 100. His eyes turn blood red with killing intent, and he refuses to let his hard-won bonds be destroyed. Yet the panel remains at 95%. At that instant, a fierce power explodes from deep within him, and his spiritual energy fully restores. As he roars, he will never let a beast destroy everything, and the system rises to 96 out of 100. Black Phoenix shot him a cold glare and cursed under its breath. It instantly burned the last of its spiritual energy, pushing Black Thunder to the absolute limit. Facing that peak attack, Shi-san went all out, muscles swelling like they would burst. With only one thought in his head, this body cannot fall. And strangely, his body stats on the system kept ticking up point by point. Finally, the number he had been waiting for appeared. Body reached a perfect 100 out of 100. The system immediately sent a new notification. The upgrade conditions had been fulfilled. The ground beneath Shisan was crushed into a massive crater, cracks spreading everywhere as dust filled the air. From the thick smoke, Shisan slowly stepped out transformed, his body firm like forged steel, heat rising off him, eyes locked coldly onto Black Phoenix. The system panel flashed again, congratulating the host for officially entering the body cultivation realm and stepping into the enhancement stage. Seeing this, Black Phoenix went completely mad, unable to understand how Shisan was still alive, and even stronger. Its eyes turned savage as killing intent surged like a tidal wave. It stopped holding back. Black Phoenix forcefully boosted its body, dark magic turning into black flames that wrapped around it. Even if it had to burn its soul, it would kill Shisan. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Shisan's mind, announcing that the host had advanced and a new skill reward had been directly implanted into his brain. The system excitedly added that this new move boosted cultivation and had insane combat power, and if the drug effect was still active, now was the time for a head-on clash. Hearing that, Shisan's lips curled into a confident smirk. With a slight surge of power, the ground beneath him shattered, rocks lifting into the air from his aura alone. Across from him, Black Phoenix erupted in black flames and shot forward like lightning, unleashing Black Wind Divine Flame. Shisan did not dodge. He blasted upward and threw out a domineering straight punch, Xiaoquan Direct Rush. The two terrifying forces collided mid-air. A world-shaking explosion erupted. The earth trembled as everything around was crushed into dust and blasted away. The shockwave even tore upward into the sky, ripping space itself apart. The outer spatial layer was pierced on the spot. A pitch-black crack split open in the sky, radiating suffocating pressure. But not long after, the crack slowly closed, as if it had never existed. An hour later, an old man appeared in the devastated wasteland, smoke still lingering over the scorched land. He was the old ancestor of the Shoshan clan, a latest-stage divine transformation powerhouse, and seeing the 100-mile area reduced to ruins, he frowned and muttered whether this was truly peak divine transformation level. With that, he rushed forward. His destination was the Demon Emperor's corpse lying motionless on the ground. Its body was ice-cold with no trace of life, clearly dead. After landing and checking, his face changed in shock as his voice trembled. The Demon Emperor was truly killed, and according to the intel, the last one here was just a disciple from Yulin Immortals sect. Yet that disciple was this terrifying. He formed hand seals and released his divine sense to scan the area. His powerful divine sense spread like waves, covering the entire battlefield. Strangely, he sensed no life aura at all, and could only conclude both sides perished together, souls completely destroyed. After witnessing everything, he returned and reported it all, and upon hearing it, Nangongman screamed in panic, saying little Shisan was dead. Her eyes turned red with tears as she cried and punched the old ancestor, refusing to believe it, because in her eyes Shisan was too strong to die, and those beside her quickly tried to calm her down. The Shaoshan old ancestor could only reply coldly that he had scanned the entire battlefield with divine sense and truly found no spiritual aura. From afar, Lung Qingshuan slowly walked over, looked at the old ancestor, and thought to herself that in the end, that man still died. But at that moment, her arm trembled slightly and an inexplicable emptiness rose in her chest. Lung Qingshuan's heart was in chaos. She used to clash with Shisan and even wished he would disappear, yet without him she would have died in the Snake King's jaws long ago. Nangongman still refused to accept it and shouted at the old ancestor that he must have sensed it wrong. Before she could finish, someone struck the back of her neck, and she instantly went limp. The one who made the move was Lung Qingshuan. She caught Nangongman and calmly told the old ancestor that life and death during trials were unpredictable, and she would report to the sect master herself. The old ancestor sighed, saying Nanjing Huang territory had lost a rare genius, and Shisan might have even qualified for the Xuantian Grand Assembly, and one day stepped into the mortal-immortal realm. 3 days later, Shisan slowly woke up, his whole body aching, when a weak voice suddenly begged beside him, "Save me, please save me." The cries for help kept echoing miserably. Shisan forced himself to sit up, head spinning as he held it, and groaned, feeling like he had been beaten to pieces. Once he regained some clarity, he saw Black Phoenix's soul lying on the ground, its body fading as if about to vanish. It hurriedly begged, saying, if it could not find a vessel to stabilize its soul, it would soon completely dissipate. Shisan widened his eyes, shocked that this thing was still not fully dead. He sat down cross-legged, stared at it warily, and said it was just shouting about killing Yulin Immortal Sect, so saving it now would be inviting trouble. Black Phoenix immediately swore to the heavens, promising to take Shisan as its master, and, if it betrayed him, it would be destroyed by heavenly Tao. Shisan stroked his chin and thought, having an ancient Black Phoenix as a mount did sound pretty domineering. After thinking it through, he nodded and asked what needed to be done. Black Phoenix weakly replied that it just needed a demon beast to possess, and the higher the level, the better. Shisan blinked and asked where he was supposed to find a demon beast right now. Right then, the system suddenly popped up a new notification. It warned that due to the side effects of the muscle-enhancing carrot juice, the host was in a severely weakened state and should avoid combat. After reading it, Shisan tested his strength and confirmed it was true. He was so drained that even a third-level beast would be hard to handle. He looked around and told Black Phoenix the battlefield was cleared of beasts, so there was no vessel left. Black Phoenix's soul was trembling violently, nearly out of energy, caring about nothing except begging Shisan to save it. Shisan crossed his arms again, muttering as he calculated something. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he laughed. Looks like there is still a solution. He immediately opened the system interface. An item was thrown out, and Black Phoenix stared at it in complete confusion. Shisan explained reluctantly that this was a premium chicken gifted by the Supreme Elder, originally saved for a meal, but now it had to be used. Black Phoenix's face turned dark, unable to believe that an ancient Black Phoenix had to hide inside this thing. Before it could complain, Shisan cut in, saying it was still a living body, just a cleaned chicken ready to be cooked. He added helplessly that this was all he could find, take it or leave it. Black Phoenix looked extremely displeased, but finally gritted its teeth and accepted. Its soul shot into the chicken at incredible speed. The motionless chicken suddenly snapped its eyes open, its gaze turning sharp. It jumped up proudly, lifted its head, and declared that Black Phoenix had been reborn. It even kicked into the air and flapped its wings to test the new body. The more it tested, the more shocked it became. The compatibility of this body was even better than its original Demon Emperor form. Black Phoenix grew excited, feeling that once its soul fully recovered and it trained this body, it might even return to its peak. But after looking down at its current appearance, it still could not help complaining about how ridiculously lame it looked. Black Phoenix spread its wings and shouted transform, and in an instant the chicken form changed into sleek black feathers with a golden crest. It spun around proudly, nodding in satisfaction, while Shisan just stood there speechless. Shisan frowned at his torn clothes, pointed at himself like a boss, and ordered it to get him a new outfit. The chicken only squinted at him and said nothing. After a moment, it flapped a wing and said transform, and Shisan suddenly wore a bright orange outfit that looked exactly like Son Goku. He looked down, and his face twisted. What kind of weird clothes are these? Change it back. Black Phoenix kept a cold face, its chubby body trembling in annoyance as it flapped its wings disdainfully and shouted transform again. The flashy orange suit switched into the familiar white and blue robe, and Shisan finally nodded in satisfaction. But before things settled, a loud stomach growl broke the silence, and both man and chicken turned to look at each other. Shisan calmly pointed behind him and said he was hungry, so go find some food. Black Phoenix exploded, pointing at itself, and yelling that it was an ancient Black Phoenix, not a delivery boy. Shisan crossed his arms and reminded it that it swore loyalty first, unless it wanted Heavenly Tao to strike it down. Hearing that, Black Phoenix choked on its own words and could only snort angrily. It shot off like an arrow, claws scraping sparks off the ground, leaving dust behind and shouting, "Wait for me." Watching the chicken run off, Shisan smirked, finally sending that troublemaker away. He opened the system interface and started scrolling, since he had not checked it properly after the upgrade. Blue panels popped up one after another: missions, stats, new functions, and the section Jiquan Dao was officially unlocked. Shisan blinked. What even is Jiquan Dao? The system's mechanical voice explained it was a new combat training path built on Wing Chun, boxing, and sword fighting, fused with martial arts essence. It proudly added that the host should earn more points to unlock stronger Jiquan Dao skills. Scrolling further, Shisan noticed a brand new realm function. The realm facility was unlocked, boosting cultivation efficiency and including a healing hot spring and steam room for body cleansing. His eyes lit up. Does that mean his side effects could be cured? The system immediately poured cold water on him, saying the hot spring could not remove special item side effects. Even so, having a hot spring appear in midair was enough to excite him, especially after such a brutal fight. He stripped off his clothes and jumped in, leaning back in the warm water with a satisfied sigh. At the same time, deep inside another dense forest, Black Phoenix stood before a massive demon beast, which burst out laughing at the sight of a wild chicken. After laughing, the beast licked its tongue and said it was just in time for a snack. Black Phoenix glanced at it with disdain, just a third-level beast daring to act tough. In the next second, it dashed forward too fast to see, kicked straight into the beast's eye, and slashed its gray-furred face with a deep wound. After finishing it off, the chicken grabbed the tail with its beak and dragged the huge corpse back with ease. But halfway there, Black Phoenix suddenly froze, as if seeing something unbelievable, and let out a shocked cry. It tossed the prey aside and flapped closer, muttering in disbelief. "Why is there a hot spring here?" In the hot spring, Shisan was still relaxing with his eyes closed, and when he heard it return, he casually said, "Welcome back. Good job. Come soak for a bit." Black Phoenix kept mocking him as a lowly mortal, but its body betrayed it, trotting to the edge and dipping a claw in, while muttering that an ancient Black Phoenix should not bathe with humans. The moment it touched the water, a massive surge of energy flooded in, and it threw its head back in delight. Its soul was actually recovering. Seeing the chicken switch sides so fast, Shisan could only shake his head. Just moments ago it was complaining, now it was fully enjoying itself. Shisan casually added another order. "Later cook the food and take me back to Yulin Immortal Sect." And Black Phoenix instantly flared up, asking if it was really just a servant. A few days later, the scene shifted to Yulin Immortal Sect, perched high on cliffs above drifting clouds. Behind the mountain stood a small, lonely grave, near the edge of a cliff. On the wooden tombstone were 4 clear words, "Tomb of Zhuang Shisan." A purple-haired youth sat before it, surrounded by empty wine jars, sighing that with Shisan gone, who could even qualify as his rival now? In another area, disciples and elders in dark blue robes gathered with heavy expressions, the entire sect shrouded in gloom. Fang Tiansuo sat by the grave, lamenting that heaven was jealous of geniuses. Shisan was so young yet met such an end. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Why are you crying here so early?" Tiansuo jumped back pale and screamed, "Ghost!" Shisan stared at his own tombstone in disbelief, who had so much free time to build a grave for him. After calming down, Tiansuo stuttered, "Shisan, you are still alive." Shisan snapped back, "What nonsense, I am standing right here." Tiansuo finally sighed in relief, saying, "Without seeing a body, how could they confirm death?" Then a scarier thought hit him. If Shisan was alive, did that mean the 6th-level demon emperor was killed by him alone? Shisan pretended to think for a moment and casually said, "That was not wrong." Tiansuo almost turned to stone, asking if he was now strong enough to kill divine transformation experts. Even holy sons might only reach that level. Black Phoenix snorted beside them, saying these kids had seen nothing. It looked at Tiansuo with disdain and asked if killing divine transformation at this age was really surprising. Tiansuo finally noticed the talking chicken and shouted in shock, "Is this a 3rd-level demon beast?" Shisan casually patted Black Phoenix's head and introduced it as a little brother he subdued in the 10,000 demon mountain range. Hearing the words little brother, Black Phoenix's pride was crushed, but bound by oath, it could only endure in silence. Tiansuo still looked stunned, saying he thought Shisan brought it back to cook. Shisan's expression suddenly turned serious, asking what happened to Yulin Immortal Sect. Tiansuo's face hardened. It was Qingfeng Sect. Taking advantage of the sect master's absence and senior brother being away, they brought people from Xuanzhen's sect to cause trouble. Hearing that, Shisan paused. Qingfeng Sect, was this related to what happened at? Tiansuo leaned closer and continued. The 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. They used the quota for the Xuantian Grand Assembly to force disciples into duels, and told him to quickly check on Xiao Man. The moment Xiao Man's name was mentioned, Shisan's face changed. He turned sharply and shouted, "Was she seriously injured?" Soon after, the group arrived outside Xiao Man's chamber. Shisan pushed the door open and asked loudly how she was. Inside, Elder Zhang was channeling inner force to heal her. Seeing Shisan, Elder Zhang cried out in shock, "Zhuang Shisan, you are not dead." Then he looked at Xiao Man with a heavy gaze, saying her injuries were severe and she still had not awakened. In a low voice that he had a method, not guaranteed, but worth trying. He immediately summoned the hot spring from the system and gently placed Xiao Man into the pool. Under the strange water's effect, her wounds slowly closed and her breathing became steady. Sensing her aura stabilizing, Elder Zhang looked shocked and said the child's breathing was stable. This pool had incredible healing power. Once he confirmed she was out of danger, Shisan's eyes turned cold as he asked who did this to her. Elder Zhang slowly recalled that it was Yang Xiao, the senior disciple of Xuanzhen sect, and a chosen participant of the Xuantian Grand Assembly, who hid his true cultivation and lured Xiao Man onto the stage with vicious intent. Hearing that, Shisan stepped forward and asked if he was still at the arena, and Elder Zhang nodded. Without another word, Shisan turned and left, saying coldly that he would meet him. Meanwhile, at the sex competition arena, another disciple was blasted off the stage amid shocked cries. Yang Xiao stood arrogantly and mocked that even the strongest of the heaven class could not withstand one move. He sneered that Yulin Immortal sect, one of the 36 sects, could not find anyone capable. His master added that an inspector of the Xuan Tian Grand Assembly was present, and if no one could defeat his disciple, the quota would be handed over. Elder Shi below clenched his fists in frustration, blaming himself for not noticing the hidden cultivation and agreeing to the duel. On stage, Yang Xiao continued provoking, asking where the so-called powerful senior brother was hiding. A nearby disciple gritted his teeth, saying they only dared to cause trouble because senior brother was away. Yang Xiao laughed even louder in mockery. He declared that Yulin Immortal sect had declined and only raised trash now. At that moment, a thunderous cold voice roared "Shut up," followed by an explosion behind Yang Xiao, and Zhuang Shisan appeared. The disciples gasped in shock. Zhuang Shisan was still alive. Even Elder Shi froze in disbelief, thinking he had died in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked who he was. Shisan calmly cupped his fists and introduced himself as inner disciple Zhuang Shisan of Yulin Immortal sect, here to spar. Yang Xiao sneered that a new inner disciple dared to seek death on stage. He introduced himself proudly as Yang Xiao, senior disciple of Xuanzhen sect, claiming mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. Elder Shi immediately warned not to believe him, saying his true cultivation was at least latest-stage nascent soul. The supreme elder of Xuanzhen sect whispered disdainfully that his disciple had long entered early-stage divine transformation and was invincible as long as Yulin's senior brother had not returned. Just then, a new system notification popped up before Shisan. The system confirmed the opponent was early-stage divine transformation and warned that the host had not fully recovered, advising caution. After learning the truth, Shisan frowned and called Yang Xiao cunning for pretending to be weaker to bait him. Yang Xiao's face changed, shocked that his disguise was seen through so quickly. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder remained calm, thinking Elder Shi should be the anxious one since the quota was about to be lost. But seeing Elder Shi still composed, he felt confused, wondering how that man could stay so calm. In truth, Elder Shi was secretly thrilled. If Zhuang Shisan survived a 6th-level Demon Emperor, then an early divine transformation opponent was nothing. Back on the arena, Yang Xiao frowned, his eyes sharp as blades locked on Shisan. Since his strength was exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Before the referee could even start the match, he rushed forward and unleashed Tengxian technique, firing out poisonous thorny vines. In a blink, massive vines wrapped around Shisan's arm several times. Yang Xiao smirked, thinking he had the fight under control, but Shisan just sneered. To him, it looked more like Yang Xiao tied himself up. Hearing that, Yang Xiao froze for a second and even doubted his own move. Right then, Shisan yanked back the arm that was wrapped in vines. Yang Xiao was dragged straight toward him like a toy. The moment they closed in, Shisan threw a brutal punch to the front. Yang Xiao took it head-on and slammed face-first onto the arena floor. After a while, he barely pushed himself up, kneeling and groaning in pain. Shisan looked slightly surprised. That punch should have knocked him out. Seems his body still was not fully recovered. Furious, Yang Xiao switched to another move called Guilin Fu Xian. The ground shook as countless vines burst out, sealing Shisan in a tight cage. Yang Xiao laughed proudly. These vines were packed with poison. One touch could cost a life. More vines shot forward like a raging storm. But against Shisan's terrifying speed, every attack missed completely. Now Yang Xiao truly panicked. His voice trembled as he failed to understand how Shisan dodged everything. Suddenly, a heavy wheel-shaped weapon appeared in Shisan's hand. He shifted to a fence and unleashed Jin Lun Fei Shantou. The massive weight smashed into Yang Xiao's stomach, and a scream echoed as blood sprayed out. The weapon was chained. Shisan yanked it back instantly. Then he hurled it again, and followed up with Dan Long Chu High Gun. Yang Xiao was beaten non-stop with zero chance to fight back. After that overwhelming combo, his dantian was completely shattered. Yang Xiao's painful screams rang across the arena. His master below the stage could not take it anymore and shouted for Shi-san to stop. He rushed up and caught his miserable disciple. After checking the injuries, the old man exploded in rage, accusing Shi-san of destroying not only the Dantian but also the Dao Foundation. Killing intent filled his eyes as he swore to take Shi-san's life today. Seeing things spiral out of control, Xiao Xuanzi stepped in immediately. She coldly reminded everyone that once they accepted a duel, they had to bear the consequences. Then she announced Yang Xiao's defeat. The Zhuanshan Grand Gathering spot now belonged to Shi-san. The Supreme Elder's face twisted in fury. He suddenly tossed an item toward Shi-san. Shi-san caught it midair. It was a small golden token, finely crafted, and he wondered what it was. Elder Chu stepped forward to congratulate him. Not long after joining, he had earned a spot in the Zhuanshan Grand Gathering by pure strength. He explained the golden token was a qualification badge, drip blood on it, and the slot was officially his. Shi-san immediately asked if that meant he no longer had to risk his life, earning contribution points. Elder Chu laughed and said no need. His current strength already met the standard. Shi-san's joy was obvious. Days passed quickly. Soon, the sect master finally returned. At the main plaza, the beautiful sect leader announced that the trial secret realm showed signs of opening early. In 1 month, the southern regional round of the Zhuanshan Grand Gathering would begin. Nanggong Huang explained that several qualified disciples were still badly injured, so she would personally announce the battle roster of Yuling Immortals sect. The first name she called was Tang Yi, the strongest among the current disciples. The next name the sect master called was Nanggong Man, the girl who topped the score ranking after the hunt in Wanyao Mountain. The last name announced by Nanggong Huang was Zhuang Shi-san, the winner of the recent wager battle. The scene shifted to a steep cliff where Nanggong Huang stood with Zhuang Shi-san, Tang Yi, and Nanggong Man. The mysterious woman in a golden mask glanced back at them and said this was their first qualifier, so she would explain the upcoming secret realm. She calmly revealed its name was Tian Mu Zhong, rumored to be the former Dao ground of a great power from the Tribulation Crossing stage. That expert failed during ascension. His body vanished, but his Dao aura remained, gathering over the years and forming Today's secret realm. Zhuang Shi-san, Tang Yi, and Nanggong Man listened carefully. Nanggong Huang warned them not to be arrogant, no matter their fame in Huangyu. This was a battle of geniuses across the entire Nanjing. Their Huangyu was just a tiny corner by the endless sea. In Nanjing stood massive forces like Xuanzhen sect ranked 19th of the 36 sects, Ling Shao sect ranked 10th, Hao Tian sect ranked 3rd, plus Jian Dao sect and Xuan He sect among the 4 sects and 3 factions. Worst of all, this selection would include the 4 great heavenly geniuses, famous across Nanjing. Hearing that, Zhuang Shu-san was stunned and subconsciously repeated, the 4 great heavenly geniuses. Tang Yi added that among them were Jian Wuzhue and Zuo Chang'an from Jian Dao sect. One of them had already reached mid-stage fusion realm. Zhuang Shisan's eyes darkened slightly as he muttered, mid-stage fusion realm. He clenched his fists, recalling his fight with Hao Feng, where he barely won using system buffs and pills. If he did not grow stronger fast, facing a true fusion realm expert would mean almost 0 chance of victory. At the same time, Nanggong Man, at 9th level body refining, nervously asked if they were basically doomed this time. Even Nanggong Huang showed a hint of helplessness. Xiao Man's physique was special. Her body rivaled late golden core, yet breaking into qi refining was strangely difficult. She then looked at Zhuang Shisan and suggested that since both were body cultivators, maybe he could guide Xiao Man to improve her survival chances. Hearing he had to teach someone, Zhuang Shisan blinked in disbelief. The scene moved to Xiao Man's residence, a worn straw house hidden in misty mountains, covered in moss like a true hermit's retreat. Nanggong Man stood before Zhuang Shi-san, full of energy, urging him to teach that ghostly movement technique since they were already close. Meanwhile, Shi-san wondered if the system unlocked moves could even be taught to others. Right then, the system screen popped up with 2 words, reminder. It stated the master-disciple function was unlocked. The higher the bond, the more moves he could teach, and both would gain cultivation buffs. Zhuang Shisan crossed his arms and closed his eyes like a master. If she wanted to learn, she had to accept him as her teacher first. Nanggong Man froze in shock and stuttered that she was clearly his senior sister. Zhuang Shisan leaned closer, winked slyly, and said rules were rules. Nanggong Man crossed her arms and lowered her head in deep thought. After a moment, she suddenly nodded with a bright smile. The system notified that the master-disciple bond was established at 3 stars, unlocking the first teachable move, morning exercise. Zhuang Shi-san put his hands on his hips like a professional instructor and began explaining each movement, while Nangong Man nodded excitedly. Shi-san stepped his left foot forward, opened his palm, tucked in his thumb, punched with his right, pulled back his left, and shouted, "Warm up." Nangong Man copied every move seriously. Then he raised both arms in a V shape and called out the first stretch. She followed perfectly without missing a beat. The scene shifted to Zhuang Shi-san's place, a small house halfway up the mountain, surrounded by thick clouds. He stared at the system panel and muttered. Morning exercise was finally passed to Xiao Man. Now it was time to grind for himself. The more he read the system details, the more excited he got. Unlocking and mastering moves boosted not only movement skills but also muscle value, the true foundation of power. The system had unlocked Jeet Kune Do, gathering the essence of countless martial arts, but learning its moves required training points. His current points had surpassed 10,300. Thinking about the upcoming selection, he chose to focus on real combat skills. After a brief moment, he confirmed his choice on the system. From that day on, he threw himself into non-stop, intense training. From devastating punches to heavy weightlifting, even crazy sparring with Hao Feng in black chicken form, the whole scene looked absurd but deadly serious. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Tianmuzhong finally opened, marking the start of the Nanjing regional selection for the Zhuanqian Grand Gathering. On a towering mountain peak stood endless stone steps, leading to 4 giant pillars carved with ancient patterns. Cultivators packed the area. This was the teleportation array of Yuling Immortal sect. Standing beside one pillar, Nangong Huang announced she would personally lead the team and ordered them to enter the array. But when her gaze landed on Zhuang Shi-san, she suddenly paused as if noticing something strange. She pointed at the black chicken beside him and asked awkwardly why there was an extra chicken in the lineup. Zhuang Shi-san put his hands on his hips and confidently replied that it was his battle pet and the rules never banned pets. Even as he said that, he secretly complained. This chicken had insisted on following him for half a month. As for Hao Feng in chicken form, it had its own plan. With so many opportunities inside the secret realm, it might recover faster. Zhuang Shi-san cracked his knuckles and stepped forward with Tong Yi, Nangong Man, and Hao Feng, declaring they were setting off. A spatial rift opened right in the plaza. Seconds later, the group stepped out calmly on the other side. Seeing the scene ahead, Shi-san widened his eyes. There were that many participants. Nangong Huang explained, this was a Nanjing-wide selection. Countless sects were involved, and each had at least one slot. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, making Zhuang Shi-san jump. "Haha, I finally found you." He spun around and demanded to know who spoke. The mysterious voice replied that once inside the secret realm, they would definitely spar. Zhuang Shi-san frowned and told them to stop acting mysterious and show themselves. Turning fully around, he saw a masked young woman. She calmly said she was standing right in front of him. She added that she looked forward to his performance and hoped he would not disappoint her. Staring at the stranger, Shi-san felt even more confused and could not recall who she was. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in shock, "The people from Hao Tian sect have arrived." Zhuang Shi-san immediately looked over. A terrifying pressure erupted from a spatial rift, shaking the entire area. Leading the group was Jian Wujue, his overwhelming aura forcing everyone to stay cautious. That was the team from Jiandao sect. After Tang Yi confirmed it, another group of elegant female cultivators appeared. The fairies of Xuanhe sect had arrived as well. Looking at Hao Tian sect's numbers, Zhuang Shi-san could not help but sigh at the power of major forces. Nangong Huang explained that normal sects had 1 slot, the 36 sects had 2, the 4 sects and 3 factions each held 4 spots. While everyone was still whispering, an examiner suddenly appeared in the plaza and shouted for silence. He introduced himself as Xiao Xuanzi, the one in charge of this assessment, and began announcing the rules. Each participant would receive a fusion jade token, and all cultivators below the fusion realm were eligible to enter. A golden jade token floated in the air. Inside it was a life-saving formation that could block 1 fatal blow before shattering. Xiao Xuanzi stressed that once the token broke, the owner would be eliminated and teleported out immediately. His voice echoed on. The secret realm was filled with opportunities and rare treasures, especially Dao fire formed from leftover Dao aura. It could boost strength and help comprehend Dao laws. If it matched your cultivation art, your power would soar. But the Dao fire was limited. Only the top 5 collectors could advance. He added that even if they failed, finding an inheritance or rare treasure would still make the trip worthwhile. Then he signaled for everyone to enter. Their landing spots would be completely random. One by one, the contestants stepped through the spatial gate into Tianmuzhong. Before leaving, Zhuang Shi-san waved at his companions. Tang Yi shouted for him to stay cautious and grow quietly. Without hesitation, Zhuang Shisan entered the vortex with Ji Ra. In the next blink, he appeared on a strange rocky hill inside the secret realm. Scanning the area, he muttered that this must be Tianmu Zhong. Suddenly, two massive demon eagles appeared in the sky. Zhuang Shisan looked up, slightly surprised to see they were demon beasts. A rider on one eagle laughed loudly, saying their luck was great to find prey so soon. Zhuang Shisan asked if the teleport spots were random, so how did they gather so fast? They revealed they were disciples of Ling Shou sect. Their beasts could sense each other from far away, and luckily, their landing spots were close. One of them glanced at Ji Ra and mocked, asking if he was a beast tamer too. The two burst into laughter. Seeing the angry chicken below, one sneered that using a grass chicken as a battle pet was the funniest thing he had seen. They bragged about being Ling Shou sect disciples and said eliminating one rival would improve their odds. One of them immediately ordered his eagle to dive and attack Zhuang Shisan. Ji Ra flared up at the insult, flapped his wings, and shot upward, declaring that disrespecting Lord Ji Ra meant death. The giant eagle was struck hard before it could react. Ji Ra kicked it straight in the face and sent it flying off course. The two Ling Shou sect disciples froze in disbelief. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a disturbance erupted. Two battered Ling Shou sect disciples were teleported out in miserable condition. The crowd was shocked, eliminated so soon and from Ling Shou sect no less. An examiner commented that this selection would be extremely brutal. Watching from outside, Tang Yi reminded himself to be even more careful. Inside Tianmu Zhong, Zhuang Shisan walked while scanning the area, with Ji Ra alert beside him. After finding nothing, Zhuang Shisan frowned and wondered where to search for Dao Fire. Ji Ra analyzed that if Dao Fire came from fallen experts, it would likely appear near tomb sites. At that moment, a sharp tearing sound cut through the air above them. Zhuang Shisan looked up and narrowed his eyes. What is that? In the sky, three figures were crazily chasing a streak of flame. Ji Ra gasped. That was Dao Fire and someone had found it first. Zhuang Shisan did not hesitate. He told Ji Ra to follow and rushed forward. The Dao Fire kept flying at high speed, trying to escape. It dodged iron chains that kept snapping toward it. But no matter how spiritual it was, ownerless Dao Fire could not outsmart humans. A man in gray robes blocked its path and coldly said it had nowhere to run. He formed hand seals and shouted, "Lock." Countless chains appeared and bound the blue flame tightly. It struggled but could not break free. After subduing it, the gray-robed man exhaled and returned to his two companions. One of them said this thing was insanely fast. Right then, a calm voice came from behind. "Thanks for doing the hard work for me." The three spun around and saw a disciple of Jian Dao sect. He arrogantly gave them two choices. Get eliminated now and hand over the Dao Fire, or surrender it and maybe keep their lives. One of them turned pale upon seeing the Jian Dao sect identity. Another gritted his teeth, furious at the blatant robbery. The white-robed cultivator sneered and gestured impatiently, telling them to decide fast. The three looked uneasy. One whispered that he was already at early-stage divine transformation. Together they stood no chance. The white-robed man laughed in contempt at these rogue cultivators. None of them had reached divine transformation. Without another word, he attacked. A violent explosion rang out. The fight ended in seconds. The three were blasted from the sky and smashed into the ground, leaving huge craters. As the dust cleared, weak curses echoed. They lay battered. One admitting the gap between nascent soul and divine transformation was like heaven and earth. The white-robed cultivator slowly descended, robes fluttering with arrogance. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he raised his sword to finish them. But just before striking, he sensed something rushing at him from behind at extreme speed. He panicked and dodged aside. A massive boulder slammed into where he had stood and exploded. Forced back by the shockwave, he roared in anger. "Who dares ambush me?" A calm voice echoed from a nearby cliff. "So being stronger means you can rob others." Looking up, he saw a man and a chicken sitting there. The white-robed man sneered and said, "This world worships strength. The strong make the rules." As he spoke, he sent his flying sword straight at Zhuang Shisan, dismissing him as a mere cultivator. What nearly stopped his heart was seeing Zhuang Shisan raise two fingers and stop the sword midair. Shisan casually snapped off the tip of the blade like breaking a twig, completely unharmed. The white-robed man froze, face drained of blood, unable to believe it. Zhuang Shisan smirked and said, "Since you said it yourself, do not blame me." He then threw a devastating punch straight at the man's face. The force was so terrifying that the white-robed cultivator was blasted through 3 distant stone mountains. Even his life-saving jade token shattered instantly. He lay twisted among the ruins, before teleportation light swallowed him. The three rogue cultivators stared in shock. One punch, and he was gone. That was absolute domination. After coming back to their senses, the three quickly cupped their hands and thanked Jiang Shisan for saving their lives. The leader even stepped forward for a handshake, saying good people like Jiang Shisan were rarer than autumn leaves. Jiang Shisan turned and looked at them, like he just heard the weirdest joke ever. Then he put his hands on his hips and boldly said, "Who told you I saved anyone? Hand over the Tao flame." The three froze on the spot, shock piling on top of shock. Jiang Shisan ignored them, eyes locked on the blue flame floating ahead as he studied the so-called Tao flame. Hao Feng urged him to store it quickly before someone else showed up. Jiang Shisan scratched his chin and stared at the Tao flame, asking how exactly he was supposed to store it. Hao Feng went speechless and said, "Just toss it into a storage ring." The moment he heard that, Jiang Shisan's face stiffened, and he fell awkwardly silent. K-Ra caught on instantly, and both of them lowered their heads to stare at the Tao flame, with complicated expressions. Hao Feng finally asked straight up, "Don't tell me you don't even have a storage ring." Jiang Shisan kept his innocent face and calmly said no, while sighing inside since he had no spiritual power to activate one anyway. He crossed his arms and muttered in regret, thinking he should have looted those guys before they got teleported away. Ki-Ra could only suggest they find a hidden spot and absorb the Tao flame first. Jiang Shisan rubbed his chin, but inside he panicked since he had no spiritual roots and couldn't absorb it at all, until a new idea popped up. After a fake cough, he generously told Hao Feng that since he acknowledged him as master, he could absorb the Tao flame first, though secretly he planned to make Hao Feng work for him later. Ki-Ra was so moved he almost stuttered, thanking Jiang Shisan again and again for giving up such a huge opportunity. In another part of the secret realm, two cultivators found a Tao flame and grinned like they had just hit the jackpot. But before their joy could last, a cold voice suddenly cut through the air behind them. A long shadow stretched across the ground as the voice said arrogantly, "Leave the Tao flame and get lost." The bun-haired cultivator turned around in annoyance to see who dared interrupt them. It was Nangong Man, standing proudly on a rock with her arms crossed, saying if they handed it over nicely, she might spare their lives. The bun-haired cultivator frowned, never seeing a mere body-tempering brat act this cocky. The man in white sneered and said they were nascent soul cultivators, and she was just a tiny body-tempering kid with no right to threaten anyone. Nangong Man only gave them a dangerous smile. The next second, she leapt down, moving so fast she left after images. In a blink, she closed the gap to just a few meters from the man in white. Without another word, she swung her hand and slapped him hard across the face. The bun-haired cultivator turned pale, realizing from that force alone, she was no ordinary body-tempering fighter. The man in white was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Still unwilling to accept it, he formed seals and laughed, saying no matter how strong she couldn't break his golden body shield. Too bad before he could finish laughing, Nangong Man appeared behind him and smashed both hands down with a brutal strike to his lower body, making his eyes nearly pop out. The 1,000-year strike landed clean, and he cried out in pain, twisting like a fish on land as his protective shield shattered. Nangong Man followed up with a savage kick, knocking him out of the fight completely, absolutely humiliating. At the same time, another disturbance broke out in the waiting area outside the secret realm. The two cultivators were teleported out, curled on the ground, and clutching their groins, looking painful just to watch. The crowd was shocked. Elimination this year was insanely fast, and the four great heavenly geniuses clearly raised the stakes. Right then, Xiao Xuanzi appeared at the gate and explained that not only Nanjing, but holy sons and holy maidens from other regions had also entered training, making this a true gathering of top talents. Suddenly, a green flame burst up in the plaza and drew every eye. When it faded, Yuan Tianzheng appeared inside, unconscious and covered in brutal injuries. An elder gasped, saying the eliminated one was Yuan Tianzheng of Haoqian sect, a top force among the 36 sects. The crowd exploded in chatter. He was a latest-stage deity transformation expert and a top favorite, yet he got kicked out this early. As Yuan Tianzheng lay there in pain, people started guessing if he ran into a monster from Sword Dao sect or Xuanhe sect. Xiao Xuanzi said that was possible, since Sky Tomb held Dao flames and was also perfect ground for demonic beasts. He revealed that long ago, a 6th-rank demon emperor was sealed inside, and after years it might have evolved into a demon venerable. The elder turned pale. A demon venerable was equal to a fusion realm cultivator, which meant real danger. Xiao Xuanzi nodded, confirming it was the real deal. High above, where no one noticed, a mysterious figure silently watched it all, looking completely human with no beast aura. He mused to himself. Even Yuan Tianzheng of the four great geniuses was casually beaten like that, and he almost killed him by accident. Remembering past instructions, his eyes showed interest as he waited to see if Zhang Shisan could surprise him. Meanwhile elsewhere, Zhang Shisan fully embraced the villain role, beating a cultivator and loudly demanding all Dao flames and storage rings. From then on, he went full sweep mode, attacking first and shouting robbery across the entire area. When he stopped another target, his opening line stayed the same. "This is a robbery." The cultivator facing him looked miserable, clothes torn and body covered in wounds. Clutching his injuries, he thought in fear. This guy was absurdly strong, yet no one in Nan Realm ever mentioned him. Zhang Shisan calmly held out his hand and demanded every storage ring containing Dao flames. Knowing he had no chance, the cultivator secretly pulled out a signal flare, planning to call his senior brother to deal with this monster. He yanked the cord, and a beam of light shot into the sky. The light exploded above into a strange symbol. Zhang Shisan blinked and asked, "Who sets off fireworks in broad daylight?" The cultivator stayed silent but smug inside. It was a special distress signal of Sword Dao sect, usable only in spatial array realms. Thinking reinforcements were coming, he turned and ran right in front of Zhang Shisan. He believed he just needed to stall until his senior brother arrived. But before he got far, an arm suddenly blocked his path. Zhang Shisan grabbed his head, his expression turning cold as his patience ran out. Without hesitation, he slammed the man's head into the ground, blasting the earth apart. Then he grinned innocently, holding a ring in his hand. Finally got it. The cultivator lay embedded in the ground, staring in disbelief. "When did you take it?" Replaying the moment, he felt chills, realizing Zhang Shisan must have stolen it during that split-second approach, a speed that made no sense. Even though he was grinding his teeth in rage, he could only watch helplessly. Right then, massive tentacles suddenly burst out from underground and covered the area. Countless fanged tentacles shot up, shaking the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. The disciple stared in horror and screamed, "What the hell is that?" Before he could react, the tentacles merged and locked all their focus on him. The strike blasted him straight out of the secret realm, his body landing motionless at the entrance. Zhang Shisan immediately rushed downward, confused how such a giant beast could exist inside the realm. Hao Feng guessed it might have slipped in before the realm formed, and evolved, after absorbing spiritual energy for years. Just from its aura, it was at least peak Demon Emperor level. Suddenly, another tentacle lashed toward Zhang Shisan in a twisted arc. Its rows of sharp teeth opened wide, aiming right at him. Then it smashed down hard, shattering the ground into pieces. Luckily, Zhang Shisan reacted in time and slid aside, half a second slower and he'd be done. He grinned in excitement. Ever since entering the strengthening realm, he hadn't had a real fight, and now a worthy opponent showed up. Hao Feng yelled while flying around, "Killing it won't earn points. Stop wasting time." Zhang Shisan ignored him, and even kicked a tentacle, leaving Hao Feng stunned. He said coldly, "Don't you want grilled tentacles?" The word eat changed Hao Feng instantly. "Of course I do. 6th rank Demon Emperor Essence will restore my strength and boost this body." After thinking it over, Hao Feng said they had to finish fast, before others came to steal the kill. As if it understood, another tentacle shot toward Zhang Shisan. This time he failed to dodge and took the hit head-on. The impact sent him flying far back. Zhang Shisan clenched his fist and launched a right hook straight into the incoming tentacle. With one punch, the tentacle exploded into pieces. The monster roared in pain, making the earth tremble. Before things calmed, a massive body began rising slowly from underground. A huge mouth filled with sharp teeth emerged, clearly not something easy to deal with. Zhang Shisan looked at it and sighed, so it's just a giant octopus. Enraged, the beast unleashed a storm of tentacles toward him. But the pattern was predictable, and Zhang Shisan dodged effortlessly. When the tentacles smashed down, a huge explosion shook the entire area. Through the dust, Zhang Shisan floated unharmed, shocking the octopus, clearly a 6th rank Demon Emperor without intelligence. The beast gathered spiritual energy into a massive purple sphere before its mouth. Then it fired the energy ball straight at Zhang Shisan. The sudden attack made him freeze for a split second. Still, he reacted fast and pulled out his weapon to block the terrifying blast. Even so, the force pushed him back through thick smoke. At that moment, lightning bolts rained down on the octopus from behind, catching it off guard. It was Hao Feng, secretly coordinating from the rear, confirming this Demon Emperor truly lacked intelligence. but Jiang Shisan frowned and coldly told him not to interfere. Hao Feng didn't dare argue and backed off obediently. He returned to beast form and decided to just watch and wait for benefits. In that brief distraction, a tentacle silently crept close. In the next second, Jiang Shisan was tightly wrapped up. He struggled hard but couldn't break free. Grinding his teeth, he realized being restrained like this meant he couldn't exert strength at all. As things worsened, Hao Feng finally said, "If you need help, just say it." Meanwhile, the octopus gathered energy in its mouth again, clearly preparing a finishing blow. But Jiang Shisan remained completely calm, closed his eyes, and thought it was time to use that move. His consciousness immediately sank into the system, where a closer-range explosive fist technique was being taught. Following the instructions, he clenched his fist, controlled his muscles, and guided energy through every fiber of his body. A simulation appeared in his mind as Jiang Shisan pointed straight at the giant tentacle. He threw a punch, twisting his wrist to increase penetration, while accelerating the energy burst in an instant. Every movement was so perfect that even the monster was stunned by the attack. After completing the technique, Jiang Shisan roared, "Inch punch." The giant octopus let out a miserable scream. One of its tentacles was completely shattered, but it refused to back down, and its remaining tentacles continued sweeping toward him, while Jiang Shisan dodged with incredible speed. He kept counterattacking, and every punch crushed another tentacle into pieces. The overwhelming pain made the monster howl nonstop. But unbelievably, the destroyed tentacles regenerated almost instantly. The newly restored tentacles kept attacking Jiang Shisan without pause in an endless cycle. Once again, its strike missed, smashing into the ground and triggering a huge explosion. Meanwhile, Jiang Shisan had already dodged the fatal blow and stood not far away. Hao Feng flew beside him and said grimly, "This demon emperor's regeneration is terrifying." He explained that the only way to kill it was to destroy its soul. Hearing that, Jiang Shisan froze for a moment. "Its soul?" Hao Feng continued, "A 6th-rank demon emperor is equal to a deity transformation cultivator, so it has already formed a soul. As long as the soul remains, the body can regenerate no matter how badly it's destroyed." The moment he heard that, Jiang Shisan shot into the sky and spread his arms. Then he charged straight toward the octopus tentacles. Jiang Shisan unleashed a barrage of palm strikes directly at the Demon King. Every attack blew apart another tentacle into countless fragments. But he didn't stop, and continued rushing straight toward the monster itself. With a powerful punch already prepared, Jiang Shisan shouted, "Try taking this one." Seeing him still fighting head-on, Hao Feng yelled in frustration, "Weren't you listening? Pure physical attacks are useless against it." But Jiang Shisan's punch, called Direct Impact Fist, slammed into the monster and blasted its body apart. The octopus beast's head and main body were crushed beyond recognition. Hao Feng shook his head from afar. Without destroying the soul, it would eventually regenerate. What a waste of effort. Yet after a long time, the Demon King showed no signs of recovery, and its shattered body remained motionless. When nearly an incense stick had burned away, Hao Feng finally felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't understand why the beast remained completely silent. Even the strong, bloody scent unique to demonic beasts was rapidly fading, as if the demon emperor had truly died. Jiang Shisan lifted his chin proudly, clearly knowing the monster was finished for good. Hao Feng's face turned pale as his thoughts descended into chaos. Could that punch have destroyed not only the body but also the soul? It seemed Jiang Shisan's fist technique was far more than simple brute strength. After calming down, Hao Feng quickly reminded him that the demon emperor's blood essence was still fresh and should be absorbed immediately for a breakthrough. Jiang Shisan rubbed his chin and asked in confusion, "Are you telling me to eat my own kind? This body doesn't even have spiritual roots to absorb spiritual energy, so why not lend me some fire and let me grill these tentacles instead?" He casually explained that his cultivation method was unusual, and eating demonic beast flesh naturally increased his cultivation. Hao Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling that this kid was hiding an enormous secret. Without hesitation, Jiang Shisan rushed over, tore off chunks of octopus meat, and started eating. Meanwhile, Hao Feng began absorbing the remaining blood essence of the demon emperor. As he ate, Jiang Shisan grinned, clearly feeling his body growing stronger bit by bit. Right then, the system announced that this was the host's first time absorbing high-grade flesh, greatly increasing all physical attributes. Jiang Shisan ate with even more enthusiasm, delighted inside. There was no way his body wouldn't become stronger after devouring food of this level. Suddenly, a terrifying aura tore through the sky at insane speed, making both Hao Feng and Jiang Shisan instantly alert. An attack slammed down from above, triggering a massive explosion and sending debris everywhere. Luckily, they dodged in time, a split second slower, and they'd be seriously injured. Furious, Jiang Shisan looked up and cursed, "Which bastard has a death wish sneaking up on me?" From within the thick dust came an arrogant voice. "We heard a distress signal from this area, so we came to take a look." Recognizing the familiar voice, Jiang Shisan's expression changed immediately. When he saw who arrived, he gritted his teeth. "So you were working together all along." Ling Mengyao of Xuanxia sect sneered lightly. "Don't overthink it, we just happened to pass by." Jian Wuke of Sword Dao sect was even more direct, declaring that this 6th-rank demon beast now belonged to them. The moment he finished speaking, his body turned into a streak of sword light and shot forward. In a blink, he appeared behind Jiang Shisan and unleashed a killing strike, coldly telling him to rest in peace. Still busy eating demon flesh, Jiang Shisan had no time to guard against this dirty attack, and his face changed. The icy sword chi slashed into his body, causing numbing pain as if his flesh was being torn apart. The sudden strike froze him for a moment, and he could only watch the blade descend toward his head. Even Hao Feng failed to expect Jian Wuque to move so fast and couldn't react in time. Sensing the danger closing in, Hao Feng immediately pulled Jiang Shi's out of the battlefield. After only a few breaths, they had widened the distance significantly. Jian Wuque was surprised that Jiang Shisan survived his full-powered slash. Watching him flee, Jian Wuque said coldly, "Do you really think you can escape?" But just as he was about to chase, a fellow disciple stopped him. The man analyzed quickly that the demon emperor's blood essence was fading fast, and wasting time on a heavily injured target wasn't worth it. Jian Wuque agreed. With those injuries, the guy would trigger his life-saving mechanism sooner or later. He then turned to Jiang Mengyao and asked meaningfully, "Does Fairy Mengyao want to share as well?" Jiang Mengyao calculated silently. Facing both of them alone gave her no advantage. But she remembered the Dao flame aura on Jiang Shisan and thought, chasing a wounded man would be much easier. With that decision, she changed direction and quickly pursued Jiang Shisan's trail. On the other side, Hao Feng and Jiang Shisan moved slowly to avoid worsening the injury. Hao Feng looked at him in shock. "That was a mid-stage fusion realm cultivator, yet you survived a direct slash. This body is terrifying." Still, he warned seriously that Jiang Shisan was only barely at fusion level. He could handle deity transformation, but not a real fusion expert. Suddenly, Jiang Shisan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jian Wuque's sword chi carried corrosive force, making the injury harder to suppress. Hao Feng frowned deeply. Without treatment soon, it would only get worse. Despite the pain, Jiang Shisan gritted his teeth and said, "Find a hidden place fast. I still have a way to heal." Hao Feng understood immediately. He must mean that mysterious water again. But right after that thought, he sensed something wrong. A powerful spiritual force was approaching, making Hao Feng instantly cautious. A figure appeared in the sky, watching their every move. It was Jiang Mengyao, hovering calmly in midair. She carefully spread her divine sense, searching for Jiang Shisan's location. Hao Feng's heart sank. As expected, she chased them here. Right now, he could only unleash peak deity transformation power, nowhere near enough to fight Jiang Mengyao. Without hesitation, Hao Feng dragged Jiang Shisan into a nearby rock crevice. He guessed their aura had already been detected, which was why she followed them. Even after suppressing their presence to the extreme, they were still found. Her divine sense was no joke. But when it came to hiding aura, Hao Feng believed he was the true master. With that thought, he completely concealed all spiritual power and presence. Jiang Mengyao instantly sensed something had changed. She frowned slightly. Did they already escape? Then a bold thought flashed through her mind. If she couldn't find them, she would just flatten the entire area. Hearing that, Hao Feng was stunned. This woman was seriously ruthless. Knowing her real target was the Dao fire, he decided to borrow it from Shisan as a decoy. Without hesitation, Hao Feng pulled the Dao fire out of Shisan's body. Then he hurled the flame straight toward another direction. The streak of fire quickly appeared, right in front of Jiang Mengyao. The moment she felt the familiar aura of the Dao fire, her eyes instantly changed. She turned around and chased after it without a second thought. Hao Feng finally let out a breath, thinking he had fooled her. But the next second, Jiang Mengyao returned, holding the Dao fire in her hand. Seeing that, Hao Feng felt a chill down his spine. This was bad. Jiang Mengyao gave a dangerous smile. "You think that childish trick could lure me away?" Their position was completely exposed now, and Hao Feng could only curse under his breath. Jiang Mengyao raised her hand and formed a seal. Two massive formations opened in the sky as she stared down at the mountains like a hunter. She slammed the two formations down, the earth shook violently, and the entire mountain range was crushed into ruins. From a nearby peak, Zhuang Shisan and Haofeng Yuangu watched with heavy expressions. That power was no joke. Looking at the mountain erased in an instant, Haofeng Yuangu muttered, "She's forcing us out." Zhuang Shisan was covered in blood, leaning against a rock as he gritted his teeth. "Buy me some time." Haofeng Yuangu turned in shock, but seeing his condition, he understood. The kid was trying to recover. Shisan panted heavily. "If we don't risk one fight, we'll be exposed sooner or later. Then we're done." Haofeng Yuangu sighed with his arms crossed. "Fine, but you better be quick." At that moment, a strange black aura suddenly erupted in the sky. The power tore through the air and shot toward Jiang Mengyao at terrifying speed. Seeing the attack approaching, Jiang Mengyao narrowed her eyes in caution. She quickly raised a round spiritual shield and forcefully blocked the black aura, causing energy to explode everywhere. After dispersing the attack, she looked at him and sneered. "So you finally decided to show yourself." Opposite her, Haofeng Yuangu stood in the air, with his arms crossed, his presence extremely oppressive. But in truth, he was only pretending to stay calm. Facing someone like Jiang Mengyao, he knew he couldn't last long. Elsewhere, Zhuang Shisan soaked in a healing pool, eyes shut tight in pain while Haofeng Yuangu's words echoed in his mind. "Recover fast." Back to Jiang Mengyao, the more she observed, the stranger his aura felt. Then a mocking look appeared. "So it's the Hao chicken." She smirked proudly. "A 6th-level demon emperor? Looks like heaven is helping me." Seeing Haofeng Yuangu alone, she mocked him again. "Just you? Buying time for your master to run?" She stared at him coldly. "Remember, the protection token only saves the host. A spirit beast that dies in battle stays dead." Hearing that, Haofeng Yuangu's face darkened as his eyes locked onto her. He raised one arm, black aura wrapping around it. "Just a mere cultivator. I alone am enough to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the 3,000 Hao thunder swords. Countless black lightning blades shot toward Jiang Mengyao. Jiang Mengyao responded instantly, with spirit rain heavenly bloom. Blue petals turned into chains and rushed straight at him. The two forces collided mid-air, crushing against each other, as violent energy exploded everywhere. As they clashed, countless feathers suddenly shot out from Jiang Mengyao's attack toward Haofeng Yuangu. The strike was too sudden. Even as he retreated, he couldn't dodge. Sharp feathers pierced deep into his body. Haofeng Yuangu gritted his teeth in pain, eyes scanning fast for a way to break her tricks. Not wanting to be pushed back further, he used teleportation and appeared right behind Jiang Mengyao. Seizing that instant, he gathered black aura and launched a full-powered strike at her back. With a roar of heaven-destroying thunder, terrifying waves of force tore through the sky. But Jiang Mengyao spun around instantly. One hand blocked with a shield, the other counterattacked with a treasure. She sneered. "A 6th-level demon emperor, and this is all you've got?" As she spoke, she summoned a radiant golden bell, her face full of confidence. She activated clear sound body protection. The bell expanded and covered her completely, blocking all the dark thunder. Seeing his attack nullified, Jiang Mengyao looked at him with pure disdain. Haofeng Yuangu replied coldly, "Even if I can't defeat you, I can still hold you here." Jiang Mengyao burst into laughter, like she just heard a joke. She spread her arms arrogantly. "Did you really think those feathers were just for attacking?" The moment she said that, Haofeng Yuangu's expression changed. He checked his body and saw the feather wounds glowing strangely, cracks spreading across his flesh. Jiang Mengyao sneered. "The moment those feathers pierced you, the corrosion formation was activated." Her face was filled with triumph. "This time, little Hao chicken has nowhere to run." As her voice fell, all the wounds on Haofeng Yuangu's body exploded at once. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body tore from the inside. After the violent blast, he completely lost control and fell from the sky like a meteor. Jiang Mengyao sped up in pursuit, greed flashing in her eyes. "Today your demon core and marrow are mine." Even while falling and bleeding heavily, Haofeng Yuangu forced his hand up to gather spiritual power. Using his last bit of strength, he struck a palm toward Jiang Mengyao. She casually waved it away, crushing the attack with utter contempt. Covered in blood and pushed to the brink, Haofeng Yuangu felt true despair. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Far away at the lake, Zhuang Shisan was still healing. Haofeng Yuangu looked toward him with his final hope. At that moment, Jiang Mengyao closed in and slammed a heavy punch into his face. He could barely resist. By the lake, Zhuang Shisan remained still, eyes shut as he continued regulating his aura. In the sky, Haofeng Yuangu was completely suppressed, taking blow after blow. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan pushed himself to recover faster. 1 second slower, and Haofeng Yuangu would be finished. After brutally beating him, Jiang Mengyao prepared the final strike and coldly ordered him to die. With no other choice, Haofeng Yuangu burned his last strength and roared Zhuang Shisan's name. And at that very moment, Zhuang Shisan's eyes snapped open. After all that healing, he was finally awake. Now the real turning point begins. High in the sky, the battle was still at its peak. Jiang Mengyao burst forward again, killing intent surging as she rushed Haofeng Yuangu. But at that exact moment, Zhuang Shisan stomped the ground below, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The next second, he shot into the sky like an arrow, heading straight for the battlefield. Without hesitation, he threw a heavy punch straight at Jiang Mengyao's face. The ambush was too sudden. Jiang Mengyao couldn't react and took the hit head-on. But Shisan didn't stop. He closed in and unleashed rapid fist barrage. Countless punches slammed into her barrier, shaking the sky with violent tremors. The brutal combo blasted Jiang Mengyao into the ground, carving out a massive crater. After the storm of punches, cracks finally began spreading across her defensive barrier. Watching her shield on the verge of collapse, Jiang Mengyao looked completely shocked. The 3 pure spirit bell was a heaven-tier treasure, yet it was cracking under his bare fists. Shisan gave her no time to recover and smashed another heavy punch into her face. The aftershock spread in all directions, destroying 5 or 6 nearby mountains. When the clash ended, the entire area was flattened, dust covering the sky like a natural disaster. Furious beyond belief, Jiang Mengyao unleashed a violent aura and slowly rose into the air. Once her blood and energy stabilized, her cold gaze swept across the ruins. Sensing no remaining aura, she frowned. He used the chaos to escape. Realizing she had been outplayed by Zhuang Shisan, her anger almost drove her insane. Her rage exploded, shaking the land as she screamed into the sky. The terrifying force spread outward, crushing everything in its path, even entire mountains. Jiang Mengyao stood silently in the sky, eyes frozen with killing intent. Her voice was icy. A mere nascent soul dares break my treasure. Next time we meet, you're dead. The scene shifted to another mountain range filled with sharp towering peaks. Deep within it lay a cave so dark it swallowed all light. Inside, Zhuang Shisan and Haofeng Yuangu soaked in a pool to heal. After a while, Haofeng finally relaxed. He glanced at Shisan. Lucky we survived. At least you didn't try to fight that woman to the end. Shisan shot back calmly. I'm not fully recovered. I didn't have confidence to keep fighting Jiang Mengyao. He also remembered the 2 companions who came with her. If they joined in, things would get worse. Haofeng nodded and asked how much he had recovered. Shisan clenched his fist, feeling his strength returning. I've recovered quite a bit. As soon as he said that, he stepped out of the pool to test himself. After reaching the shore, he stretched briefly, then struck forward with a palm. A loud explosion rang out as the rock ahead shattered into pieces, forcing Haofeng to dodge. Haofeng shouted angrily, "Can't you scan first? What if you collapse the whole cave?" Realizing he overdid it, Shisan scratched his head with an awkward smile. Guess my control isn't perfect yet. But then his gaze suddenly froze, as if he noticed something strange. There was light coming from inside. Haofeng turned over curiously to look. The 2 slowly walked toward the broken rock wall, but what they saw beyond it left them frozen in shock. Even Zhuang Shi's son couldn't hold back his surprise. In front of them was a vibrant world, lush plants everywhere, glowing spirit herbs filling the air, all clearly heaven and earth treasures nurtured for ages. Haofeng stepped toward a jade-green spirit flower glowing softly. Every herb here was top tier. Suddenly, Zhuang Shisan called out for him to come over. Haofeng turned and saw him crouching by a nearby pond. He rushed over, and the moment he saw the liquid inside, he was stunned. It was pure natural dragon saliva fragrance spring. Shisan bent down curiously and took a sip without thinking. A second later, he spat it all out, grimacing. This stuff tastes awful. Haofeng mocked him and explained. Dragon saliva fragrance spring is different from refined dragon saliva essence. It's meant for body tempering. The pressure is terrifying. Without a strong physique, soaking too long is dangerous. Before he could finish, Shisan had already jumped into the pond with a satisfied look. Haofeng shouted helplessly, "At least let me finish." But deep down he knew. To reach the peak, the body must be trained to the limit. With that thought, Haofeng jumped in too, only to scream as intense heat surged through him. Soaking in the scorching water, Haofeng glanced at Shisan provocatively. "Let's see who lasts longer." Shisan smirked instantly. "You're on." A few more days passed quietly. Inside the secret realm, a disciple of Xuanzhen sect was moving alone through a desolate area. His face was full of confusion and irritation, muttering about where he had been teleported. But deep inside his body, a gloomy voice echoed. To avenge myself on Zhuang Shisan, I used a forbidden technique to possess this disciple. It turned out the one controlling him was an elder of Xuanzhen sect. Though he slipped past the realm undetected, he was sent to the middle of nowhere. After searching for a while, he discovered an extremely eerie cave, dark beyond sight. Almost no light could enter it, making him suspicious. Could there be an opportunity hidden inside? Thinking that, he rushed toward the cave. Still cautious, the elder slowly approached the entrance. Suddenly, countless root-like tendrils shot out from inside and wrapped around his limbs. He screamed in panic before being dragged into the darkness. After that, the area fell into a chilling silence. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Xiao Yingji and many cultivators had gathered. Xiao Yingji spoke heavily. It's been a few days. The time should be near. Unease filled her voice. The true opening of the demon burial ground was approaching. Back inside the realm, a massive skull slowly rose from deep beneath the water. Its pitch-black mouth opened wide. As it emerged, cultivators seeking treasure quickly surrounded it. Among them were Jian Wuji and Jiang Mengyao. Jian Wuji shouted loudly, "The tomb of the Tribulation Crossing powerhouse has finally appeared. The true treasure must be inside." He called out again, "Anyone with the guts, follow me in." Without waiting, Jian Wuji led his disciples, and Jiang Mengyao straight into the tomb. A disciple from another sect hesitated. "Should we follow them in?" The person beside him replied instantly, "If you want fortune, you must risk your life. Without fighting for opportunities, you'll never go far." After a few seconds of hesitation, everyone outside rushed into the tomb as well. But the moment they stepped inside, countless jade-colored arrows rained down. The cultivators didn't even realize the danger and kept charging forward. By the time they noticed the ambush, it was too late. Arrows pierced through their bodies as someone screamed, "There is a trap! Be careful!" At that same time, in another cave, Hao Feng Yuangu looked at Zhuang Shisan in shock. "Your body is insane. I couldn't endure the dragon saliva spring yesterday, yet you're still fine." But Shisan barely listened. The system notification for muscle increase had stopped. Looks like the spring reached its limit. His muscle stat had climbed to 180. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhuang Shisan leaped out of the pond. He told Hao Feng Yuangu to gather more spirit materials here, then continue searching for the Dao fire, but not to strip everything clean. Hao Feng nodded. With a quick reply, Hao Feng grabbed Shisan and flew off to scout the area. After a while, Hao Feng sensed something strange. The spiritual energy ahead feels extremely strong. It's similar to the Dao fire. Hearing that, Shisan said immediately, "Let's go check it out." Hao Feng answered simply, "All right." Soon, they arrived at the source of that massive energy, and what stood before them was the same gigantic skull. Looking at it, Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but sigh. Didn't expect a place like this inside the secret realm. After observing for a moment, Hao Feng Yuangu spoke slowly. "Judging by the spiritual density, this is likely the tomb of that Tribulation Crossing powerhouse." Shisan turned to him. "If that's true, the Dao fire inside must be even stronger." Hao Feng confirmed without hesitation. But at that moment, both of them sensed danger approaching. Sure enough, someone launched a sneak attack. They reacted quickly and dodged to the side. The moment Shisan saw her, he recognized the woman from the previous secret realm. She showed no surprise and said coldly, "I've been waiting here for a long time." Then she stared at Shisan and challenged him, "Come fight me." Facing her killing intent, Shisan frowned. "Who are you, and why have you targeted me since before entering?" She only responded with a chilling smile. The next second, she rushed forward at extreme speed and attacked. "A mortal like you isn't worthy to know." In her hand was a dagger radiating icy killing intent. Even Shisan felt cold sweat form. He quickly flipped backward to dodge. Her strike slammed into the ground with a loud explosion. After that dodge, Shisan finally gained some distance. Hao Feng warned him immediately, "Be careful, her aura is no weaker than those three before." Before he could react further, the woman closed in again with another lethal strike. The blade stopped just inches from Shisan's throat, yet he remained calm and blocked it with a single finger, staring at her coldly. Seeing her move neutralized so easily, the woman froze in shock. She cursed inwardly, "If I knew, I would've brought a proper treasure. A normal weapon can't hurt him." Seizing her moment of distraction, Zhuang Shisan delivered a brutal kick straight to her face. The sudden counterattack sent the woman flying back before she could even react. Her body slammed into a nearby boulder with a deafening crash. It wasn't enough to seriously injure her, but Zhuang Shisan's power left her stunned, just like Li Laoshi had warned. But when she looked up again, both Zhuang Shisan and Hao Feng were gone. She scanned the area in disbelief. Where did they go? Did they already rush into the tomb? Zhuang Shisan had pissed her off again. One blink and he vanished. Furious, she roared and chased after them. "Damn it, stop right there." Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan and Hao Feng were already moving deeper into the tomb. As they ran, he said this place would attract tons of cultivators. No need to waste time fighting her. But suddenly, sharp stone spikes burst from the ground, forcing Zhuang Shisan to stop. The rocks seemed drawn to him, chasing relentlessly from behind. After barely escaping the strange trap, Zhuang Shisan finally let out a breath. That was close. But before he could rest, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed into a massive pit. Both Zhuang Shisan and Haofeng Yuangu fell straight down with no time to react. As he plummeted, Zhuang Shisan shouted in shock. Haofeng seemed to realize something and said, "Could this be a long Shi Xue formation?" Below them was clearly Destruction Earth Core Flame, and the raging magma alone looked terrifying. Haofeng broke into a cold sweat. Whoever built this place used earth energy to create a deadly trap. The magma below was so intense that even a Mahayana cultivator would be melted instantly. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan understood the danger and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Fly out now. There's nothing to push off from." Haofeng glanced at him strangely and asked, "Do you really think there's no way out?" Studying the cave, Zhuang Shisan realized it was formed by a massive suction force from the destructive core. Without overwhelming strength or special flight techniques, falling here meant certain death. After hearing that, Haofeng closed his eyes in despair. "Are we really going to die here?" But unlike him, Zhuang Shisan stayed calm. He raised his hand and said, "We gamble on this." The moment he finished, he activated Rongquan Kuai Da. Heavy punches rained down like sledgehammers. Dense fist shadows formed a violent storm, powerful enough to split the magma apart and reveal what lay beneath. Beneath the lava was a hidden stone door, carved with ancient runes. Haofeng stared in shock. "No way, is that the entrance to the tomb chamber?" Locking onto the target, he urged Zhuang Shisan to keep the magma at bay, or the door would be swallowed again. Zhuang Shisan replied calmly, "Easy, I can keep this up all day." Haofeng wasted no time and rushed forward. Black energy wrapped around Haofeng Yuangu, shifting him back into human form. In a blink, he landed right on the stone door. But after taking a closer look, Haofeng Yuangu's expression changed in shock. His hand brushed over the ancient patterns as he stood still for a few seconds, then said slowly, "This is an ancient secret formation. To open it, we must solve the formation script." A grin spread across his face. "Looks like the heavens don't want Haifeng to die yet. A path of life in certain death." Haofeng Yuangu stood before the sealed gate with overwhelming presence. Then he shouted, "Open for me." Instantly, the barrier on the gate began to dissolve. Not wasting a second, Haofeng Yuangu yelled, "Now's the time. Get in." Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate and rushed straight inside the tomb. The two shot forward like lightning and passed through the barrier in an instant. The moment they entered, the magma sealed shut along with the door, as if nothing had ever happened. Haofeng Yuangu and Zhuang Shisan landed in style, looking ridiculously cool. Zhuang Shisan glanced around and asked, "So this is the legendary tomb chamber?" Haofeng Yuangu calmly walked forward and called out, "Come, take a look at this." The moment Zhuang Shisan saw the ancient object, he blurted out, "That's a divine coffin." Haofeng Yuangu switched to scholar mode and explained that a mighty expert once died here, leaving behind a strand of divine sense inside the divine coffin to pass on his Tao. "Seems like your luck is insane this time. Open it and listen to the senior's teachings." Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate and reached out with both hands. He touched the ancient relic. The mighty expert inside didn't care who opened it. Once unsealed, he sighed, "In the end I still failed. Back in my youth, I was dragged into a rift between realms and brought to this world." Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan's eyes widened. "So he's not from this world?" Instantly, he related it to his own situation. Only Haofeng Yuangu looked confused, though he vaguely remembered ancient records about realm rifts from even older ruins. The expert continued, "Every great world is made of countless realms, separated by barriers. Shenzhou continent is just one of them. This world has abundant spiritual energy, and anyone can cultivate. Yet almost no one reaches immortality. The entry bar is high, but the ceiling is strangely low. To truly enter the immortal realm, you must break the barrier of the divine domain. I once reached that step. Sadly, during my ascension tribulation, a rare realm rift suddenly appeared. In the end, I failed the tribulation and died here." Catching the key point, Zhuang Shisan quickly asked, "Did something from the rift attack you?" Haofeng Yuangu thought for a moment and said, "Not necessarily. It could have been spatial chaos from the realm crack. Realm rifts are unbelievably rare and only flash for a moment. Yet that senior encountered two. Lucky or cursed, who knows?" Before his soul completely faded, he left one final clue. He refined the sacred heart Tao flame and stored it in the main chamber. The faded one can enter through the hidden passage behind. Hearing that, Haofeng Yuangu's eyes lit up. The sacred heart Tao flame is a top-tier treasure, condensed from Tao essence itself. Without another word, he dragged Zhuang Shisan forward. If they refine it, their cultivation path will skyrocket. Even reaching Tribulation Crossing won't be far. While the two rushed ahead, another group entered through the outer barrier. Jian Wuke finally arrived and let out a long breath. The destination before him was the main tomb chamber. Keeping his cold demeanor, he said this tomb connects everywhere. Traps stacked on traps. Reaching here took real effort. Just then, a junior brother beside him called out. Following the direction, Jian Wuke's face changed. Right in front of them was the Sacred Heart Dao flame. The crowd erupted. A Dao flame of this level hidden in the tomb? Absorbing it could greatly boost one's chance at immortality. Even Jiang Mengjiao couldn't stay calm. She was alone from Xuanxia. Competing now would be almost impossible. The junior brother smiled subtly. Everyone was tempted. The Dao flame was so alluring that some would risk everything despite the power gap. Jian Wuke snorted coldly, arrogance clear on his face. His gaze swept over the crowd like a blade, as he told his junior to keep an eye on Jiang Mengjiao, and as for the others. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His hands moved like lightning, forming seals onto his natal sword. The crowd instantly recognized it. That's Wu Jue Tianjie, Jian Wuke's famous life-bound weapon. In his mind, one sword strike would be enough to make everyone here bow. He strode onto the platform like this place already belonged to him. Staring at the Sacred Heart Dao flame, he lifted his chin proudly. His hand slowly reached toward the blazing flame, joy written all over his face. In his eyes, it was already his. No one dared to move as he prepared to grab it, and the tension grew even thicker. Jian Wuke looked completely satisfied, as if the Dao flame was secured. Some wanted to rush forward, but Jiang Mengjiao was blocked by the junior brother, and couldn't break free. She quickly assessed him. Same early fusion realm, yet his pressure felt even scarier than Jian Wuke. The junior brother confidently declared she wouldn't pass even half a step. And still, Jian Wuke hadn't truly touched the flame. It felt like fate was dragging this out, giving him hope, but not the prize. Suddenly, a strange aura swept through, and Jian Wuke's expression changed. The space around them was swallowed by darkness in an instant. His legs froze, horror filling his heart as his body refused to move. Not just him, everyone below was locked in place. The tomb's restriction had activated. At that moment, the opposite door suddenly opened. Jian Wuke glanced over and guessed another layer of restriction had been unlocked. And finally, the main character walked in, complaining the tunnel was absurdly long. But seeing the scene ahead, he stopped in his tracks. Jian Wuke looked like he'd seen a ghost. Over 20 years alive, and this guy still wasn't dead? Zhuang Shisan was barely affected and asked what happened. Hao Feng Yuangu guessed the tomb restriction was the cause. The moment Hao Feng Yuangu saw the Dao flame, his eyes lit up. Its aura alone proved it was extraordinary. He immediately urged Zhuang Shisan to grab it. But when he turned around, the guy was just standing there posing. Hao Feng Yuangu snapped and shouted, "What are you doing?" Turns out, Zhuang Shisan was studying the coffin, and even suggested taking it with them. Hao Feng Yuangu instantly stopped him. A mighty expert's body isn't something you touch, and the coffin could hide a deadly killing array. Zhuang Shisan switched targets. Fine, skip the coffin. Let's grab the Dao flame. But Hao Feng Yuangu stopped him again. Once the flame is taken, the restriction locking everyone might vanish. Better handle a few things first. At this point, not even Zhuang Shisan's own father could guess what he was planning. Hao Feng Yuangu slowly walked toward Jiang Mengjiao. Before he even acted, her face turned pale. She threatened him, saying she still had a life-saving talisman. Hao Feng Yuangu only responded with a suspicious crooked smile. The next second, he spat straight at Jiang Mengjiao's face. Yes, that was his saliva. The sticky sensation sliding down her skin made her tremble in disgust. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan slowly approached Jian Wuke. Even before being touched, Jian Wuke warned him not to humiliate him, or he'd pay after the trials. That warning only exposed him more. Zhuang Shisan silenced him with a brutal strike to a sensitive spot. And after the first hit, he followed up with a series of kicks, not stopping until he was satisfied. Even in pain, Jian Wuke stayed stubborn. He told himself this kind of attack couldn't break his defense. Seeing him still acting tough, Zhuang Shisan gave a friendly smile that looked extremely dangerous. His hands flashed forward and slipped straight into Jian Wuke's robes, making him scream. Before Jian Wuke understood, Zhuang Shisan had already pulled out his storage ring. Strong guy like you must have plenty of Dao flames, I'll borrow some. Robbed in broad daylight and unable to move, Jian Wuke could only curse in rage. After that entertaining move, Hao Feng Yuangu finally got serious. He reminded him again, once we take the Sacred Heart Dao flame, the restriction may vanish anytime. Be ready to run. Zhuang Shisan nodded. Without hesitation, Hao Feng Yuangu reached out to the flame. And just like that, the Sacred Heart Dao flame was taken. The moment he grabbed it, he shouted, "Time to go." The two moved in perfect sync and dashed out of the hall. Jian Wukui suddenly felt his arm move again. The restriction was weakening. The instant he broke free, he roared in fury. But before his shout ended, heavy thuds echoed from inside the coffin. Jian Wukui's gaze snapped toward the ancient coffin. After a few strange knocks, everything went silent again. The junior brother explained. It held the corpse of the mighty expert who failed his tribulation. The air instantly turned cold. Even Jian Wukui couldn't stay calm and asked again in shock. At that moment, dark death chi began seeping out of the coffin. Cracks spread across the lid, growing wider. A withered arm filled with death chi slowly pushed the lid open. Then a grotesque face emerged, ugly enough to chill the spine. The disciples panicked. The tribulation-failed corpse had truly revived. Jiang Mengjiao kept her composure, but inside she was shaken. Taking the Dao flame must have triggered the coffin's seal. Some were drenched in sweat. The aura from that monster was overwhelming. The half-human, half-ghost creature stepped fully out and roared in the hall. The disciples finally reacted and tried to flee in chaos. But the monster had no intention of letting anyone leave. Massive boulders crashed down, sealing the only exit. Everyone's faces turned pale. Their escape route was gone. Even Jian Wukei gritted his teeth helplessly. Suppressed by the secret realm, the corpse was still unimaginably strong. He called for everyone to join forces. Only unity could save them now. Meanwhile, Hao Feng Yuangu carried Zhuang Shisan and shot into the sky. The black chicken frowned, sensing danger. Something was approaching from the edge of the secret realm. Zhuang Shisan stayed calm. As long as they hid until the realm closed, the qualification was secured. Just then, a deep, dark cave suddenly appeared before them. Zhuang Shisan's eyes lit up. Another opportunity? Without wasting time, they landed at the cave entrance. Then they moved deeper into the darkness. Beneath their feet were ancient bone fragments worn by time. Zhuang Shisan's expression turned serious. His instincts told him this place was far from simple. The deeper they went, the colder it felt. Bones were piled everywhere. Even Hao Feng Yuangu was shocked. The black chicken stared at a mountain of white bones ahead. Then it quickly walked closer. Sensing extreme danger, it transformed back into human form. Even the ever-confident Zhuang Shisan now carefully scanned his surroundings. He lowered his voice, saying this place felt seriously wrong. Even sensing danger, Hao Feng Yuangu kept moving deeper, like something was pulling him in. The cave was dark and silent. Rotten bones were scattered everywhere. Suddenly, among the corpses, one skeleton was still standing upright. Hao Feng Yuangu and Zhuang Shisan froze at the bizarre sight. A dry skeleton sat on a stone chair, as if undergoing some transformation. Hao Feng Yuangu felt chills all over. Luckily, Zhuang Shisan stayed calm. The clothes on the corpse looked just like the divine sense from the temple. Hao Feng Yuangu continued the guess. Maybe this is the real body of the tribulation expert. The one in the coffin outside was just bait. Zhuang Shisan's eyes locked onto the red lump of flesh covering the skull's face. What was that thing? Seeing him step closer, Hao Feng Yuangu quickly stopped him and told him to listen carefully. The red flesh had been twitching non-stop. It kept wriggling, and inside, a human silhouette was slowly forming. Hao Feng Yuangu's face changed. There's something alive in there. Then he added coldly, and it might not be human. He said he had never seen anything this sinister in his life. It looked like a parasite feeding on the expert's body, or some twisted possession technique. Suddenly, the figure inside snapped its head toward them. Hao Feng Yuangu instantly realized it had awakened. He told Zhuang Shisan to retreat. They had to destroy it before it fully emerged. Without hesitation, Hao Feng Yuangu unleashed Yanmei Tian Lei. Violent power with terrifying pressure blasted forward. In a blink, smoke swallowed the entire area. After that full-force strike, Hao Feng Yuangu looked drained. He thought it was over. But a streak of spiritual energy suddenly tore through the air. Too fast to react, it slashed deep into Hao Feng Yuangu's shoulder. Zhuang Shisan shouted his name in panic. Then his eyes widened as a system notification popped up. The system warned of a fatal threat and forcibly activated the main quest. Eliminate the target. Failure means erasure. Zhuang Shisan rushed forward to support the injured Hao Feng Yuangu. Staring at the cold system text, he was stunned. A forced mission like this? Through the dust, the monster's eerie voice echoed. It mocked Hao Feng Yuangu for still being alive. It seemed surprised that the ones entering were these two. The monster gave a twisted smile and said, "Long time no see." but Zhuang Shisan had zero memory of it. The monster sighed. Only 2 months and you forgot? Then again, I do look different now. It said that during their last battle, it accidentally shattered a realm barrier. That allowed it to descend into this world and fuse with another body part. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan finally felt a sense of familiarity. As if reading his thoughts, the monster asked if he was confused. But it didn't bother explaining. In its eyes, Zhuang Shisan was already dead. The monster took the initiative and launched the first attack. Supporting Haofeng Yuangu with one hand, Zhuang Shisan's mind raced for a way out. With no better option, he pushed his ally aside and rushed forward to block the attack. After just one clash, the armor on his arm shattered instantly. He froze on the spot, because that item had already been system-enhanced, yet it still shattered in one strike. Seeing Shisan still standing, the monster chuckled and even praised the artifact for barely surviving one slash. The scary part was, he had only used half his strength. Even on the brink of death, Haofeng warned Shisan not to fight, saying his current level wasn't enough. In this secret realm, almost no one could handle that monster, and even outside, only a few top experts could resist him. The terrifying part wasn't just his cultivation, since the realm suppressed him at peak fusion realm at most. What truly sent chills down their spines was the blade in his hand. One glance was enough to tell it was no ordinary weapon. Before Haofeng could finish, a force yanked him away as Shisan grabbed him and bolted. Dashing through the rubble, Shisan shouted that if you can't win, you run, and Haofeng had to admit the kid was decisive. But the monster had no intention of letting them escape. He instantly sped up, eyes cold enough to crush them both. In his mind, there was only one thought: run, not a chance. Elsewhere, the woman in black was still annoyed. She couldn't find Shisan, as the tomb was a giant maze, so she decided to guard the exit. Right then, she sensed an extremely abnormal aura from afar. The killing intent was so heavy, it made her skin crawl even at a distance. Curiosity kicked in, and she rushed straight toward that source of power. She kept a steady pace, tracking the terrifying aura. But what she saw next made her jolt in shock. Shisan was sprinting for his life, through the cracks in the rocks. They brushed past each other in a split second. The woman in black shouted behind him, "Finally found you, Shisan." Without even turning properly, Shisan yelled back, "Stop being stupid. Something insanely dangerous is behind me. Run." And at that exact moment, the monster arrived. She barely caught a clear glimpse of him, when a slash came flying in so fast the naked eye could hardly follow. Seeing that, Shisan's anger exploded and killing intent surged. He stomped the ground and spun around, with a counterpunch. The collision shook the surrounding space, like it was about to collapse. Blood poured from Shisan's arm, a brutal sight that made it hard to watch. Yet he was still clutching that black chicken tightly in his arms. The several meter-tall demon looked at him with interest, saying anyone who could block his strike with their body wasn't simple. Right then, a girl suddenly appeared and shouted a warning. Frowning, she said the blade was drenched in evil aura, and at least a immortal tier weapon, and without the realm's suppression, they'd all be dead already. Shisan's eyes widened in shock, not expecting such a terrifying weapon. But the next second, still hugging the chicken, he stepped back and shouted in confusion, "Weren't you badly injured earlier? How are you fine now?" The girl in purple then took out a tiny pill and explained. Before entering the realm, she had prepared 2 Heaven Fate revival pills. As long as you weren't fully dead, they could restore you quickly. Hearing that, Shisan immediately held out the black chicken and begged for a pill to save it, but she hid it away, saying it was priceless, so he offered her a favor in exchange. After thinking for a moment, she decided the deal wasn't bad and agreed. She then tossed the pill straight to Shisan, without hesitation. He caught it quickly and thanked her at once. But the very next second, the demon appeared right behind him like a ghost. It looked down at them in annoyance, as if asking whether they thought he was air. The moment Shisan heard the voice behind him, his spine turned ice cold. Luckily, a sword strike shot in just in time, blocking the fatal blow and saving him by a hair. However, the defensive barrier around the girl in purple exploded right after the clash. The demon looked slightly surprised, not expecting a on-time defensive artifact. The girl in purple replied confidently, saying she was injured before, only because she was careless, and this time she would repay everything with interest. As she spoke, she activated multiple defensive artifacts at once, lighting up the entire area. Even the demon froze for a few seconds at this crazy display of wealth. Then the purple-haired girl gathered all her power and charged straight at him. When the dust settled, the demon was still standing in the air, completely unharmed. He simply smirked and said, "Now this is interesting." Meanwhile, somewhere else, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Gong Man was sitting cross-legged, calmly cultivating in the silence. After a while, she looked up as dark clouds began stacking layer upon layer in the sky. Gong Man stared at the thunderclouds in confusion, thinking that after absorbing the Tao flame, breaking into Qi refining should be easy. But why was a lightning tribulation coming already? And in the distance, purple flashes kept erupting like a world-shaking battle was happening. She rubbed her forehead helplessly, wondering why even this remote place was so chaotic. With that thought, Gong Man jumped up and rushed over, since she could break through any time, but benefits might not wait. On the other side, the battle between the demon and the girl in purple was still raging. Watching her throw out artifact after artifact, Shi-san couldn't help but admire how rich she was, while Yuan-gu guessed she must be an heir of some great clan, and added that his injuries had mostly recovered. Right then, Gong Man came running over and shouted, "Little Shi-san." Hearing his name, Shi-san instantly turned around. The moment he saw Gong Man, his face lit up, and she smiled, saying she just followed the noise, and didn't expect the troublemaker to be him. Then, Gong Man frowned at the battlefield, and asked what exactly they were fighting. Shi-san looked at the demon in the air, and said he didn't know the origin, only that the guy was extremely strange and dangerous. After observing a bit longer, Gong Man realized the girl in purple was about to reach her limit. After thinking for a few seconds, she pointed at herself and asked if her Qi refining lightning tribulation might help. Yuan-gu snorted, saying a tribulation at that tiny realm wouldn't do much. But the next second, his face stiffened. He spun around and shouted in disbelief, "Wait, did you just say Qi refining has a lightning tribulation?" Gong Man calmly replied that when she was about to break through, she really saw tribulation clouds forming. Yuan-gu almost lost his composure, because normal cultivators only face tribulation at Golden Core, and even top geniuses start at Foundation Establishment, but never at Qi refining. Yuan grabbed Gong Man excitedly and said she should break through right here, and once the heavenly lightning descends, he would send her straight at the enemy's face. Facing this insane plan, Gong Man nodded without hesitation. Almost instantly, the sky darkened as layers of black clouds rolled in. Yuan-gu stood up seriously, sensing she was only one final step away from officially entering Qi refining. In the next blink, thunder roared violently, shaking the entire space. Meanwhile, the demon and the girl in purple were still locked in fierce combat. But the purple-haired girl was starting to feel uneasy, since she had almost run out of artifacts. Suddenly, her figure flashed as she retreated far back to widen the distance. Seeing the opening, Yuan-gu roared now. Shi-san instantly scooped up Gong Man and answered firmly, "Got it." In the next second, he used all his strength to hurl her straight into the sky and let out a powerful shout. The demon noticed something flying toward him and paused for a moment, looking confused about what was happening. Gong Man reached the thundercloud layer, lightning wrapped around her arm, and she dove straight at the demon with violent force. From above, heavenly lightning crashed down like a waterfall of light. The demon was electrocuted on the spot, sparks bursting all over his body. He roared in pain, while Gong Man held onto him with everything she had. The demon snarled that she dared to use tribulation lightning on him, but her realm was still too weak. As he finished speaking, he pulled out that terrifying weapon. Below, Yuan-gu shouted that this was bad. The girl was in danger, and Shisan's eyes instantly turned ice cold. He shot upward and slammed a heavy kick straight into the demon's face. The demon turned and glared at him with vicious killing intent. Shisan even shouted that Gong Man did great and told her to retreat. Then he charged straight at the demon without hesitation. In a blink, Shisan stood right in front of the counterattack. He smirked and taunted that as long as the demon couldn't use the blade, he wasn't that scary. With a roar, Shisan drove a crushing punch into the demon's stomach. The demon spat out a mouthful of blood. Shisan didn't let up and unleashed a terrifying barrage of punches, each one meant to shatter him. From the ground, the sky looked like hundreds of fireworks, exploding at once. Yuan-gu muttered in shock that this power could crush a level 6 demon emperor, yet the guy still wasn't down. Just then, the girl in purple landed lightly and spoke as if recalling something. Staring at the demon, she said his strange aura, long horns, and strong body matched an ancient record she once read. Her voice turned serious as she said two words clearly, "demon race," and the demon's expression changed. Yuan-gu was stunned, because in his memory, the demon race had been driven out since ancient times. The girl in purple explained that the ancient texts did record that, which made their appearance here even more puzzling. Yuan-gu fell into deep thought, wondering if this was related to the boundary disturbances, as calamity seemed to rise again. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from Shi-san's side, shaking the mountain slope. His arm was buried deep into the demon's shriveled abdomen. Shi-san's breathing grew heavy, his body clearly reaching its limit. The demon sneered and mocked that he was tired already. Now it was his turn. But at that exact moment, Shi-san suddenly locked onto the demon's arm. The weapon slipped from the demon's hand and spun in mid-air. Yet in less than a second, it flew back toward Shi-san on its own. It suddenly enlarged mid-air, blocking the space between them. The blade unleashed relentless attacks, forcing Shi-san into a passive defense. After suppressing him long enough, the demon calmly retrieved the weapon. Then, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. The blade tore through the air at extreme speed, aiming straight at Shi-san. Shi-san's face changed instantly in shock. At the most critical moment, the girl in purple appeared. In a flash, she stood before Shi-san and blocked the fatal strike. At the same time, her defensive shield shattered into pieces. She frowned in disbelief, as even her mid-grade heaven-tier artifact couldn't withstand one hit. Without hesitation, she grabbed Shi-san and turned to flee. Her voice was urgent as she warned that the opponent was from the demon race and couldn't be faced head-on. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a distorted skull slowly rose above the water. It emerged from the deep ocean, carrying an eerie presence. Flickering lights glowed inside its hollow eye sockets. At that moment, Wu Ju and a group of others arrived in the area. As soon as he got there, he shouted Shi-san's name. His furious roar echoed across the sea, demanding Shi-san come out and face him. Wu Ju gritted his teeth in hatred, saying he only survived by using a secret technique. He immediately ordered his subordinates to find that brat no matter what. The group turned into streaks of light and shot across the sky. Wu Ju hovered mid-air, scanning the area for any trace. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Below him were Shi-san and the others fleeing for their lives. Wu Ju shouted excitedly, "Finally found you." The whole group dived down like falling meteors. In a blink, Wu Ju blocked Shi-san's path. His dust-covered face twisted with rage as he yelled that Shi-san had dragged them into disaster. But Shi-san simply rushed past like the wind, not even sparing him a glance. Feeling ignored, Wu Ju went mad with fury. Right then, an icy killing intent appeared behind his neck. Wu Ju spun around in shock. That killing intent was terrifying. Countless sharp blades were raining toward him. He dodged frantically and shouted a warning to those behind him. But his subordinates couldn't react in time and were struck by the blade aura. One of them spat blood and vanished into nothingness on the spot. Elsewhere, a group stood coldly around a corpse. The unlucky man had been torn apart beyond recognition. Gong Huang's people were shocked. The man was clearly dead. Gong Huang coldly asked why the life-saving formation on the jade body hadn't activated. Xuanzi replied calmly that the teleportation had triggered, meaning the formation worked. Killing intent erupted from Gong Huang. If it worked then, why was the man still dead? Xuanzi explained the only possibility was instant death, faster than the formation could react, and even fusion realm cultivators shouldn't manage that. As he spoke, he looked toward the purple gate behind them. Something horrifying must have happened inside the realm. On the ground, only pools of fresh blood remained. Seeing that, Shi-san went silent, wondering if that person had already died. Wu Ju paused the chase and coldly analyzed that the victim likely died before being teleported out. But seconds later, he turned and pointed at Shi-san, shouting what trouble he had brought this time. Shi-san quickly explained that the enemy was extremely dangerous, and if they kept fighting each other, they would all die, so they should join forces first. Wu Ju froze for a few seconds after hearing that. At that moment, a tall shadow with a strange aura appeared behind him. Wu Ju turned around, his expression changing at the sinister presence. The demon slowly walked toward the group. A playful smile formed on his lips as he said more prey had come to his door. Instead of running, Wu Jue asked if this guy was also a participant of the Grand Assembly. Shi-san quickly denied it, saying this was a demon race member possessing a powerhouse's body to revive. Hearing demon race, Wu Ju's face turned pale as he asked again in disbelief. From afar, another man exclaimed that the demon race only existed in ancient texts. Meng Yao appeared with a puzzled gaze, not understanding why that race showed up here. The demon sneered and said, since his identity was exposed, none of them would leave alive. He slowly raised his sword and pointed it at everyone. Dark red smoke began to rise from the blade, thick with killing intent. Wu Ju felt a deep sense of unease. That weapon was clearly extraordinary. The demon lifted it to eye level and coldly uttered 2 words, Slaughter Blade. Then he slammed it into the ground and roared, unleashing heavenly demon massacre as terrifying energy erupted and shattered the earth. The ground split into long cracks, and countless energy blades shot out like a raging storm. The attacks looked like sharp tentacles, whipping straight at Wu Ju's group. But Wu Ju was no weakling. He instantly unleashed a sword art, forming a solid wall of sword ki to block the assault. On Meng Yao's side, she threw up the bell in her hand and activated Triple Clear Spirit to protect herself. Shisasan also reacted at once, raising a barrier and countering with punches without hesitation. Sadly, the others had no time to react and were sliced in half in an instant. A terrifying explosion swept across the battlefield. In a blink, countless figures vanished, some crushed into pieces, others erased completely. Elsewhere, Xuanzi's group silently watched another corpse being teleported out. The bearded man shouted in panic, "What on earth is happening inside for bodies to keep appearing?" Xuanzi replied gravely that this secret realm had truly undergone a great upheaval. Gong Huang immediately asked if there was any way to forcibly end the realm. Even in crisis, Xuanzi stayed calm, saying once the realm opens, it cannot be closed before its time. The bearded man grew furious, asking if they could only stand outside and watch their disciples die. Just then, a massive tremor echoed out. A powerful pressure began spreading in waves. The bearded man muttered that this pressure was terrifying. Could it be the examiner's power? Gong Huang narrowed his eyes, saying the white-robed sword Saint Xiao Xuan Si truly lived up to his unfathomable reputation. Xu Zhu then decided to personally enter and investigate. He reached his hand toward the spatial gate. Trying to sense the aura within, he prepared to step in despite his age, but his expression changed in a second. A powerful suppressing force erupted and knocked his hand away. The backlash forced the old man to retreat several steps. The bearded man said it failed, likely due to the realm's rules, and another added that anyone above Fusion Realm could not enter. Still unwilling to give up, he suggested suppressing their cultivation to bypass the rule. Xuanzi calmly replied that even if he forced his way in, he might not last long under the rules. Inside the realm, the battle raged on, and Xuanzi explained that a force was reinforcing the laws, making the suppression even stronger. Back on the battlefield, Wu Ju stood alone facing the enemy. Even alone, his battle intent burned fiercely, and he laughed that no matter who the opponent was, this was exactly his kind of fight. In a flash, Wu Ju erupted with overwhelming aura and dashed forward like lightning. As for him, the path to strength was simple: fight. The demon race laughed in delight, as if a feast had walked right up to him. The two clashed head-on, swords colliding with a piercing sound in the air. The shockwave exploded below, shaking the ground violently. The demon sneered that a mid-grade heaven-tier weapon blocking his strike meant that sword hid something more. Wu Ju coldly shot back that without that blade backing him, how much skill did he really have? Hearing that, the demon fell into an eerie silence. After the clash, both quickly retreated to opposite sides. Even the demon had to steady himself to avoid being pushed further back. He glanced at the ground and mocked that Wu Ju still didn't understand the gap between them. Then, he loosened his grip and let the weapon drop heavily to the ground. The blade stabbed into the stone as he beckoned with contempt. "Come here, redhead." Provoked directly, Wu Ju's killing intent surged. He channeled spiritual power and unleashed a sea of raging flames while shouting, "Blazing Sun Sword Chi." The crimson flaming sword energy tore through the air with unstoppable force. Just seconds later, the demon was completely swallowed by a sea of flames. But to everyone's shock, it casually walked out of the fire and sneered, asking if that was all. The girl in purple watching from afar turned pale. Even a mid-stage fusion sword strike couldn't hurt it. This demon's body was a total monster. Seeing fire was useless, Wu Ju instantly switched to his next move, the Frost/Chi. This time, the demon's eyes finally flickered. A wave of extreme cold immediately covered its entire body. Shi-san suddenly understood Wu Ju's plan. Heat it up, then freeze it instantly. No matter how tough it is, it won't hold. In a blink, the demon's body turned pitch black, frozen solid after being burned. Cracks began spreading across its body. Shi-san's face changed. Did it actually work? But the next second, the demon roared and shattered the ice around it. Its eyes were still full of disdain, like those attacks meant nothing. Fueled by battle intent, Wu Ju charged in and unleashed his strongest move, Wu Ju Slash. The sharp blade sliced across the demon's neck, making its body freeze for a split second. Its eyes widened, showing real shock for the first time. Waves of spiritual power surged with the strike, tearing through the air and crushing down on it. Wu Ju gritted his teeth and forced the blade deeper into its neck. At that moment, a brilliant spirit gem lit up from within the sword. As he unleashed the ultimate skill, Wu Ju roared with everything he had. But terrifyingly, even after taking the full hit, the demon was barely injured and calmly caught the blade with its bare hand. It curled its lips in a twisted grin, saying now that was more like it. Then its other arm shot forward and slammed a heavy punch into Wu Ju's stomach. Caught off guard, he was blasted dozens of meters away, dragging a long trail across the ground. The demon touched the cut on its neck and mocked him, saying this kind of wound means nothing to me. Strange black smoke rose from the injury, and the sliced neck began healing at a visible speed. The wound looked like it was devouring itself and rebuilding from scratch. Seeing that, Shi-san instantly recalled the terrifying power that once crushed him before. Noticing the attack had some effect, he shouted for Wu Ju to keep pressing on. But Wu Ju shot him an annoyed look. That last strike had almost drained all his spiritual power. Sensing the disdain in his opponent's eyes, the demon let out an arrogant chuckle. From its blade, streams of blood-red energy began flowing out. It pulled its arm back, then dashed forward at insane speed, growling that now this was the real killing move. Wu Ju had no choice but to raise his sword horizontally to defend. The pressure kept increasing, the spiritual force exploded violently, and the ground trembled non-stop. Watching the battle, Jiang Mengyao quietly assessed the situation. Even Jian Wu Jue might not beat this monster. Staying here only means more danger. With that thought, she raised her hand in front of her, clearly preparing some kind of secret technique. Hao Feng Yuangu stood nearby with arms crossed. Squinting as he said, the disciple from Xuan He sect seemed ready to slip away. Nanggong Man glanced over with interest and bluntly asked if they should run before the Sword Dao sect is completely destroyed. The girl in purple quickly stopped them. The secret realm isn't over yet. Even if you run, you won't get far. Only by teaming up do we have a chance. Split up and well be hunted one by one. In the middle of the battlefield, Wu Zhou was grinding his teeth until they bled, pouring everything into holding his sword. But the pressure was too much. Cracks began forming along the blade, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The purple-haired girl screamed in panic, head about to collapse. Shi-san instantly took stance, ready to rush in. He couldn't just watch anymore. Right then, a figure suddenly swept across the battlefield, carrying a sharp sword, straight into the fight. Jiang Muyang's voice was calm as ever, and the moment he appeared, he unleashed Liang Yi's slash. The demon froze for a split second, clearly not understanding what just happened. Behind its back, a massive ancient symbol suddenly appeared in midair. It reacted fast and raised its blade to block the incoming strike. But the power of this move was overwhelming, crushing the blade and slamming straight into its body. The explosion was so violent that Shi-san and the others had to hide inside an energy barrier to survive the shockwave. Even Hao Feng Yuangu gasped in shock, not expecting the one who attacked to be his own junior brother. The girl in purple added in disbelief. This was no ordinary technique. It had reached the level of true Dao divine arts. As the dust slowly cleared, Wu Ju's figure became visible again. At the same time, Jiang Muyang gently landed from the sky. He calmly told Wu Ju to rest, saying he would handle this fight. Hearing that, Wu Ju lowered his head and called his name, fully acknowledging his junior's strength. On the other side, the demon slowly walked out of the smoke. Its body now showed multiple wounds, and its eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Jiang Muyang. It coldly asked what that move was, admitting it was strong enough to surprise him. The monster even said that without the Futu Mi Shi blade protecting it, it might have been seriously injured. Jiang Muyang calmly replied, "So that's the name of your blade. No wonder it's a dust immortal weapon." The demon sneered and said it had only used 50% of its power so far. As for dealing with Jiang Muyang, it decided to raise it to 70%, and the moment it spoke, countless boulders were blasted into the air by invisible pressure. The ground beneath them trembled violently under that terrifying force. The girl in purple panicked, shouting that the demon's spiritual power was surging out of control. Deep beneath the dark ocean floor, a massive grotesque head slowly began to rise. In another corner of the secret realm, a long-sealed ancient coffin slowly creaked open. The skeleton inside sat up, its hollow eyes filled with evil energy as it stared toward them, sending chills down everyone's spine. The two massive forces clashed head-on in the center of the battlefield. The demon's crimson strike tore through the sky, leaving trails of eerie red light. Its face was tense, pouring every ounce of strength into that attack as it charged like a raging storm. Jiang Muyang didn't dodge and raised his weapon to meet it head-on. The instant they collided, the recoil forced him to slide across the ground, friction igniting flames behind him. To stabilize himself, Jiang Muyang stabbed his weapon deep into the earth. Then he raised his hand and began forming seals to activate a secret art. Golden formations appeared one after another, forming a complete encirclement around the monster. From the center of the formation, countless beams shot out like chains and wrapped tightly around its limbs. In an instant, the demon's body was locked in place by those glowing restraints. Jiang Muyang looked at it confidently and smirked. This was the immortal trapping formation he secretly set up earlier. But sadly, it couldn't hold the monster for long, as a few sword swings shattered all the golden chains. The moment it broke free, the creature raised its hand, murderous intent aimed straight at Jiang Muyang. From its fingertips, swarms of blood-red demons poured out and rushed forward wildly. Jiang Muyang didn't dare relax, and quickly raised his sword in front of him to block. But the monster wasn't done. It leaped into the air and slashed down with overwhelming force, releasing a sword ki strong enough to crush everything in its path. Just the aftershock alone split 3 mountains in half. The sheer power was insane. Zhuang Shi-san saw things spiraling out of control and immediately retreated from the battlefield. While pulling back, he shouted for everyone behind him to get away or be dragged into it. After that earth-shattering strike, massive chunks of mountain rock were blasted up and hung eerily in midair. Jiang Muyang's calm expression finally showed tension as he shouted, "Activate attack mode, Liang Yi formation." The moment his words fell, a mystical blue formation instantly enveloped his body. The formation expanded at insane speed, spreading straight toward the monster. In the next instant, Jiang Muyang shot into the air and slashed down, roaring Liang Yi slash. Facing that attack, the monster still looked disdainful, raising a mirror to block and saying it was useless. But before it could stay smug, its expression changed completely. The strike clearly came from the front, yet the killing blow appeared behind it, completely unacceptable. A terrifying pressure descended from above and enveloped its entire body. With no time to resist, the monster was slammed flat into the ground like a mountain crushing it. Seeing it finally take damage, Zhuang Shi-san peeked out from behind a rock and shouted in excitement. The monster staggered, struggling to stand, but Jiang Muyang gave it no breathing room, switching to a long staff and charging again. The staff smashed into the ground, and the shockwave blasted the monster back into the air. It thought its body was numb, but the moment it glanced sideways, its pupils shrank as the next strike came from the left. The instant Jiang Muyang's attack hit, a massive explosion erupted. The monster took the full force, and was so badly injured it could barely stand. It glared at Jiang Muyang and roared, "What kind of divine art can twist attack directions like that?" Landing calmly, Jiang Muyang explained it wasn't spatial distortion. That level touches the laws of reality, far beyond fusion realm. Hearing that, the monster suddenly paused as if realizing something. It quickly understood that Jiang Muyang's domain had interfered with its senses, scrambling its perception. To everyone's shock, it suddenly punched itself hard in the face. Even Jiang Muyang was stunned by the bizarre move. After the self-inflicted blow, the monster bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. It said coldly that if its senses were compromised, it would simply discard them. Fighting on pure instinct would be enough. With that, it gripped its blade and turned into a red streak charging at Jiang Muyang. This time, Jiang Muyang couldn't react at all. His body froze. The space around him felt chaotic, all directions thrown into disorder. In a blink, the monster was right in front of him. It raised its blade with overwhelming killing intent, finally locking onto the true target. Jiang Muyang stared at the descending blade and realized in horror he had been seen through. The next second, the slash fell directly on him. Jie Chang'an was struck square in the chest by Gui Yi with a lethal blow. Gui Yi coldly remarked that his opponent had only touched the threshold of divine arts. He continued speaking in a chilling tone that made everyone uneasy. Before finishing his sentence, he casually swung his sword and shattered Xie Chang'an's weapon. Then Gui Ye added with disdain that the weapon hadn't even reached basic heavenly tier, not worth his notice. Covered in injuries, Xie Chang'an collapsed to the ground. Gui Ye stepped on his shoulder, pinning him flat and preventing any movement. Raising his blade to finish him off, he casually said goodbye, admitting the fight had been mildly interesting. Xie Chang'an shouted for everyone to save that person, or they would lose a major combat force. At that critical moment, Jian Wujue rushed in and yelled for him to stop. But before he could get close, Gui Ye's internal force pierced straight through his shoulder, a total domination. Gui Yi didn't even look at him and simply said, "Don't get in my way." Suddenly, the giant skull on the island let out a horrifying sound that made everyone's scalp go numb. Each roar shook the entire island violently. The surrounding mountains began cracking apart. The ground beneath Gui Yi split open with deep fissures spreading rapidly. He instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Scanning the area, a strong sense of caution rose in him. The pressure was overwhelming. Could there still be another powerhouse in this secret realm? The moment he detected that massive fluctuation, Gui Yi shot off toward the source of the spiritual pressure. Zhuang Shisan watched Gui Yi leave, stunned. Something powerful enough had caught his attention. Jian Wu Jue held his bleeding shoulder and said that pressure came from the corpse ghost inside the stone coffin. Enduring the pain, he explained the corpse ghost was likely a top-tier heavenly Dharma body, the only one here who could stall the demon. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan got excited, thinking the secret realm had triggered a defense mechanism. But at that moment, Yang Yi slowly stood up from a nearby cliff and denied it. He calmly said there was no defense mechanism. It was just the secret technique he prepared earlier taking effect. Zhuang Shisan turned around in shock, staring at him. "Senior brother." Yang Yi replied calmly, saying after so long in the secret realm they finally met again, and reminded them to always plan ahead. He assured everyone he had been secretly observing nearby the whole time. Yang Yi listed every position he had monitored from the mountain pass to the stone gate to their current spot, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion echoed in the distance. Zhuang Shisan's face changed as he shouted, "They've started fighting." Yang Yi frowned and analyzed that the corpse ghost could only last briefly. The demon would return soon, so they had to stall him until the realm closed. As he spoke, he tossed a small porcelain bottle to Jian Wu Jue and told him to take it. Jian Wu Jue looked at the bottle in confusion. Yang Yi explained the spiritual medicine inside could temporarily stabilize his and his junior's injuries. Jian Wu Jue immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Yang Yi crossed his arms and said he had a 4 symbols formation that normally required great ascension cultivators, but 4 fusion realm cultivators could barely activate it. He explained the setup. East forms azure dragon with wood seal, west forms white tiger with metal seal, south forms vermilion bird with fire seal, north forms black tortoise with water seal. After surveying everyone, Yang Yi concluded they perfectly matched the 4 required elements. He pointed to the sky and said, once the formation was complete, they just needed to wait for the demon to walk in. He added that their goal wasn't to kill it, only to stall until the secret realm closed. But right then, Gui Yes suddenly descended from the sky in front of them. In his hand was the severed head of the corpse ghost, and he coldly said it's handled. Yang Yi was shaken to the core. How could it be that fast? His mind raced. That corpse ghost was a Dharma body refined by a tribulation realm expert. It shouldn't fall so easily. Gui Yi lifted the head and said casually, "You mean this thing? I admit it was a bit troublesome." He added that he had to use 80% of his power to deal with it, leaving everyone speechless. Zhuang Shisan truly panicked, shouting that the plan was completely ruined and they had no way to resist. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he screamed inside that this forced mission was impossible with such a gap in strength. At that moment, the system panel appeared before his eyes. On the screen was a single short prompt: find a way to enhance your body attributes. Zhuang Shisan almost went crazy, grabbing the virtual panel and yelling how could he boost his body in such a short time. Then something clicked. His eyes changed. If there was anything here that could strengthen the body quickly, it was the Dao fire. But despair hit again. Without a spirit root, how could he absorb Dao fire? Just as he was about to break down, a new thought flashed in his mind. He immediately turned to everyone and said seriously that he needed their help. With a firm gaze, Zhuang Shisan told them to stall the demon a little longer, because he might have found a way to deal with it. After hearing that, everyone froze, and Tongqing even questioned him in disbelief. Gui Yi lost his patience and roared, "Seems like you're really out of tricks." He sneered at the group and coldly declared it was time to send them off. Then he slashed his sword into the ground, roaring heavenly demon massacre, 80% power. A massive pillar of demonic energy shot into the sky and split into 2 terrifying streams rushing toward them. At this point, only icy killing intent remained in Gui Yes' eyes. Wherever the demonic energy swept, explosions erupted and flames surged violently. When the smoke cleared, Yang Yi stood at the center of the blast, barely holding the attack back. Forming seals non-stop, he shouted for everyone to move now while he stalled the enemy. Nongong Man cheered excitedly. Finally, senior brother is fighting for real. Jian Wu Jue watched with awe. This was the true Yang Yi of Yuling immortal sect he had only heard about. Gui Yi descended from the sky, dust exploding around him. He narrowed his eyes and muttered this felt less like a spell and more like a on-time defensive space treasure. Then he smirked confidently and raised his sword again, saying they were only delaying death. Yang Yi immediately activated another art, Fan Tian Mountain Shaking Seal. Zhuang Shi-san recognized it as the palm technique once used by an elder, but couldn't understand how a lower heaven-tier art could clash with that demon. He quickly shouted for Yang Yi to be careful, but Yang Yi remained calm. A giant golden palm appeared and blocked Gui Ye's strike as he roared, "Receive." With a wave of his hand, he forcefully dissolved and absorbed all the raging demonic energy. The golden palm merged into Yang Yi's body, and he shouted, "Release." The absorbed power instantly reversed and blasted straight back at Gui Ye. Gui Ye was shaken by the recoil, forced to step back as he muttered another one touching the divine threshold. But it wasn't over. The golden palm descended again from the sky with a devastating strike. The ground shattered, rocks and flames erupted everywhere, a scene of pure destruction. Zhuang Shi-san was beyond excited, shouting that senior brother truly lived up to his name. He immediately turned to Hao Feng Yuangu and urged him to hand over the Sacred Heart Dao Fire. Hao Feng Yuangu asked cautiously, "Are you planning to break through right here?" Soon his doubt turned to belief. He took out the Sacred Heart Dao Fire and laughed. "If anyone can absorb it and turn the tide, it might be you." Hao Feng Yuangu firmly said they would guard Zhuang Shi-san. The moment he took the flame, Zhuang Shi-san felt unbearable heat surge into his body, like his organs were burning. But then he did something that stunned everyone. He crushed the Dao Fire and shoved it straight into his mouth to chew. Hao Feng Yuangu was frozen in shock, stammering he had never seen anyone absorb Dao Fire like that. A mysterious girl nearby shouted that it must be guided with spiritual power and refined slowly. Swallowing it would burn him alive. Ignoring them all, Zhuang Shi-san sat down trembling violently, clutching his stomach. Suddenly he sprang up, flames bursting from his eyes and mouth, a horrifying sight. The girl in purple screamed that this wasn't bravery, it was suicide. Zhuang Shi-san's agonized screams echoed nonstop, as if his organs were burning from within. Meanwhile, the system panel appeared beside him, with a notification, Body Attribute +1. On the other side, Gui Ye was forced to keep accelerating to dodge the relentless attacks. But in the end, he couldn't escape and took a direct hit from the golden palm to the face. Gui Ye was blasted away and slammed hard into a distant cliff. But he sprang back up instantly and roared, pushing his power to 80%. In the silent sky, countless golden arms appeared, covering everything like a divine wall. Yang Yi switched hand seals at once, chants echoing as he unleashed the 10,000 Mountains seal. Without giving any chance to react, he followed up with 10,000 Buddhas, bowing to the sect. But the demon was no weakling. He countered with Heavenly Demon Extermination at 80% power. The two forces collided head-on, triggering a shockwave that shook the entire space. The secret realm's teleportation gate began to tremble wildly as red smoke spread everywhere. An elder's face turned pale. The aftershock had already reached the gate. Xiao Xuanji stayed calm, but his voice was heavy. The realm's laws were losing control over the spiritual power. Jiang Mengjiao quickly asked what would happen if this continued. Xiao lowered his head and said once the realm collapsed, space itself would shatter, and no one inside would survive the chaotic void. Deep inside the realm, Zhuang Shi-san was still enduring the torment of the holy flames. The long-haired ghost watched in silence, feeling uneasy as he realized Zhuang Shi-san would become a future threat. With a mad roar, he exploded with 90% of his power. His inner force surged like a tsunami as he stomped the ground and shot into the sky. Yang Yi was crushed by the pressure and spat out blood. The attack shattered the golden palm into dust in an instant. After breaking through, he changed direction and rushed toward the group behind. Hao Feng saw through his plan first and shouted for everyone to stop the demon at all costs. The long-haired ghost waved his hand and roared, "Liang Yi /Wuzhou / get lost." In a blink, 3 people were sent flying. The impact looked brutal. He tore through the encirclement and dashed toward the rear like lightning. Jian Wuzhui and Meng Yao immediately chased after him, refusing to let him pass. The two unleashed their ultimate skills together, Liang Yi /Wuzhou /. The ghost gritted his teeth and coldly uttered 2 words filled with killing intent, "Killing Dao." A devastating slash erupted, fused with the heavenly demon world-ending curse. The sheer force blasted both of them away like leaves in a storm. The terrifying killing aura shot straight toward Nanjing, where Zhuang Shi-san was cultivating. Someone screamed in panic. Zhuang Shi-san was at his weakest since the refinement was not finished. Nangang Man lost his composure and shouted out for Xiao Shi-san. The lethal strike came crashing down on Zhuang Shi-san. Seeing the explosion, the ghost laughed wildly. No one survives a 90% strike. But soon he sensed something wrong and froze in confusion. As the smoke cleared, a slender figure stood protecting Zhuang Shisun with a barrier. It was Jiang Mengjiao. Blood stained her lips, but she calmly explained, this was a life-saving secret art from the inner sect, equal to a full Mahayana strike. Looking at Zhuang Shisun, she thought to herself, the last card is gone, the rest depends on you. The holy flames around him finally faded as Zhuang Shisun knelt on one knee. The ghost's eyes turned savage as he muttered, so your refinement is complete. A cold light flashed in Zhuang Shisun's eyes as he said in a low voice, 300 body points. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished and reappeared in the sky with a violent spiritual storm. In less than a breath, he was already in front of the ghost, catching him completely off guard. The ghost smirked viciously. Good, let me see how strong you are after breaking through. The sky suddenly darkened as the air turned heavy and cracks split across the space. The fractures spread like a giant spiderweb, covering the entire sky. The ground shook violently, and rocks exploded everywhere, drawing everyone's attention. Hao Feng immediately realized the problem. This secret realm is about to collapse. A girl beside her nodded. Their power keeps clashing with the realm's laws and pushing it to the limit. Watching the earth-shaking battle between man and ghost, she knew the realm could no longer contain such force. After the dust slowly settled, their figures finally appeared again. Zhuang Shisun's leg muscles tightened as a strange green light wrapped around his legs. Without giving the ghost time to recover, he unleashed a thunderous kick straight at his face. The impact sent the ghost flying back into a mountain wall. The moment he landed, Zhuang Shisun swiftly changed hand seals to activate a secret art. Every muscle and bone in his body compressed as if storing power to the absolute limit. Then a blast fused with inner force shot out like a bullet tearing through space. The speed was so fast, the naked eye could barely catch it. In a split second, the attack pierced straight through the ghost's chest. The instant it hit, Zhuang Shisun rushed in without hesitation. His eyes darkened as he roared, furious rapid fist. Countless punches poured down like a storm onto the ghost. Each burst of inner force shook the surrounding space violently. The ghost was smashed flat onto the ground in a miserable state. Yet Zhuang Shisun did not look pleased. He had attacked non-stop, but still failed to finish him. Even with blood covering his face, the ghost laughed wildly. Suppress me. You think that's enough? I have not even gotten serious. He slowly stood up and sneered. Even if this realm shatters, I will show you my strongest state. His aura exploded as he roared brutally, full power. The horrifying sound from his throat made the entire space tremble. The cracks in the sky widened as the realm warped and sucked rocks upward. Zhuang Shisun felt a chill. The sky was truly breaking apart. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Use the spatial cracks to deal with him. Zhuang Shisun quickly scanned around in shock. Someone was speaking through mind transmission. The voice continued. Knock him into a crack, and the space-time flow will grind him to dust. Zhuang Shisun repeated inwardly, spatial cracks. Seeing the fractures expanding, he realized pushing the ghost inside would end everything. The ghost roared madly. My next strike will slice you and this space apart. Zhuang Shisun lowered his stance, ready to face him head-on with direct insight fist. Jian Wujue panicked and shouted, You idiot! You cannot block that with your body. The ghost swung his blade down as killing intent surged, void annihilation shadow. But at that very instant, Zhuang Shisun sensed something off. In the next blink, his body was sliced in half by the sword Qi. Nangang Man screamed in despair, calling out for Xiao Shisun. Yet the severed body slowly faded away like an illusion. The ghost's eyes widened in horror as he froze. Before he could react, Zhuang Shisun appeared from another direction and smashed his face with direct insight fist. The punch was so brutal that one side of the ghost's face caved in on the spot. Then he suddenly noticed a figure floating in the sky, watching the fight. The ghost's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth. So it is him, interfering with my senses again. Not wasting a second, Zhuang Shisun slammed the ghost straight into a spatial crack. The ghost let out one final hateful scream before being sucked deep inside. Zhuang Shisun jumped in joy. The monster was finally dealt with. But the joy faded fast as he realized the realm was collapsing. How were they supposed to escape now? Yang Yi reassured everyone. He had a spatial treasure that could hold off the collapse for a while. Nangang Man praised him excitedly, and even Hao Feng admitted Zhuang Shisun's last punch was close to Mahayana level. The masked girl reminded everyone about their earlier agreement. Just as things calmed down, a blood-red aura suddenly shot forward. It wrapped tightly around Zhuang Shisun's waist. Then it yanked him back toward the shattered spatial crack. From deep inside came the ghost's mad laughter. Even in death I will drag you with me. Zhuang Shisan was pulled into the air, his face turning pale. The ghost laughed wildly. Dying with someone as company is worth it. As he was dragged away, Zhuang Shisan turned back for one last look. Nangang Man reached out in despair, while Yang Yi held him back. Rushing forward meant being swallowed too. Zhuang Shisan's body was slowly consumed by the darkness inside the crack. His face faded into the void as despair filled his heart. Is this really the end? In the endless darkness, chaotic voices echoed around him, and he thought, I can still hear. The screams grew clearer. Run, it is an earthquake. Save them. Do not hide under buildings. People are being trampled. Zhuang Shisan jolted awake, staring ahead in shock. I am still alive. In front of him was a sea of people fleeing in panic, trampling each other to survive. He froze for a few seconds and muttered, this scene feels familiar. It is the disaster from my past life. Realizing something terrifying, he shouted, I have transmigrated again. He looked around in confusion. At this moment in that world, my parents should be running with me as a child. Why return to this time? He slowly raised his head, eyes filled with doubt toward the distant sky. Giant shadows were destroying buildings with terrifying power. Zhuang Shisan stared in horror. What are those things? Was the catastrophe caused by their battle? Without hesitation, he rushed toward a shadow and shouted for it to stop killing innocent people. He poured all his strength into a powerful punch. But the moment he attacked, his body lost balance and almost fell. The strange feeling made him stop instantly. He looked around and whispered, where exactly is this place? Suddenly, a realization flashed in his mind, and his eyes changed. Looking into the distance, he gasped as corpses were piled up everywhere. A majestic voice echoed from afar. None of them could resist the erosion of time. Zhuang Shisan turned sharply and asked who was speaking. A blurry figure appeared and spoke in a deep voice. Are you the one who answered my summons and fell into the river of time? But then he seemed to notice something unusual. The god's gaze locked firmly onto Zhuang Shisan. With disbelief on his face, he asked, you have no spiritual root, so how could you sense my call? Zhuang Shisan briefly explained everything, from the battle to being dragged into the spatial crack and arriving here. The god slowly replied, the river of time has no past or future. Appearing at any era is nothing strange. He paused and added, but in any age, all living beings eventually fall to the erosion of time. In a heavy tone, unless one holds great divine power, all will be crushed by time. The corpses around you prove it. Then he sighed in regret sadly, you are not the one I seek. The god turned to Zhuang Shisan. The power of time is eroding you. Your life force is nearly gone. Zhuang Shisan's face changed as he shouted, what did you say? The old man sighed. It seems this realm cannot escape destruction. Above him, a blood-red crack appeared. He explained that in another realm an exalted existence is targeting this place, and has found a way to bypass time and the great Tao. His expression grew grave. He has guarded this place too long, and is reaching his limit. If that being controls the river of time, this realm is finished. Zhuang Shisan quickly asked, is he trying to enter through that crack? Suddenly, countless red eyes opened inside the crack and stared down at them. The god's face changed as he shouted, not good, it is trying to cross again. From the blood-red crack, a gigantic arm slowly stretched out. The hand clawed wildly at space, as if searching for something to grab. The god looked up calmly. Each attempt it makes grows more terrifying. Zhuang Shisan clenched his fists and rushed forward, but the god stopped him. Your current strength cannot help. Ignoring the warning, Zhuang Shisan charged in and punched the strange arm. The moment they collided, a small yet blinding explosion erupted. The blood-red arms slowly retreated back into the crack. The old man was shocked beyond words. He stared at Zhuang Shisan. No spiritual root, yet such power, and time has not eroded you. How is this possible? As if realizing something crucial, he exclaimed, have you touched the threshold of the Tao? Zhuang Shisan glanced back with a smug smile. Seems this trick still works. But before he could celebrate, the god suddenly pushed him into the bottomless abyss. The weightless fall made him scream, Senior, what are you doing? After a long silence, the old man's voice pressed down like heavenly might. From now on, the fate of this abyss is yours. Elsewhere, groups of people were hauling supplies, and beside them a long dead golden skeleton was tied to a tree. One man trembled from exhaustion, barely able to stand. From a high cliff, massive figures shouted coldly, move faster, all spirit ore must be delivered today. No food until it is done. The man staggered a few more steps before collapsing, his basket spilling everywhere. Another rushed over in panic, shouting, brother. Before he could help, a whip lashed across his back. Get back to work. The ugly demon sneered, You lowly humans only know how to pretend. Stand up and work. The beaten man gritted his teeth. We have not eaten or drunk for 3 days. At least give us water. The demon laughed coldly. Oh, so you have no value left and useless trash. The man hugged his brother and begged while trembling, please do not kill us. At that moment, a strange crack suddenly appeared in the calm sky. The crack spread rapidly and tore space open into a massive rift. From inside, Zhuang Shisan fell at terrifying speed like a meteor. The demon soldier below had no idea what was happening and could only mumble in confusion. And then the demon's head took the full force of Zhuang Shisan's iron head smash. The impact exploded like thunder, and the ground shook violently. The unlucky demon soldier was crushed into a bloody mess on the spot. His companions panicked and shouted that an intruder had arrived. Zhuang Shisan slowly stood up and dusted himself off. That fall took forever. Finally landed. Feels like I hit something. Only then did he notice others nearby and turn in surprise. There are people here? He asked the two closest to him. Where exactly is this place? One of them snapped out of it and screamed, you just killed a demon soldier. Run, or you will die. Zhuang Shisan froze with a confused look, huh? Before he could process it, 4 more minor demons appeared behind him. One stepped forward and roared, who dares invade demon territory? Zhuang Shisan turned around stammering, demon race? His mind raced. Why are demons in a place like this? Glancing at the people being escorted, he realized they looked like oppressed slaves. Is this really demon land? His face darkened. Did I get thrown into another world? The leader ordered coldly, that human killed one of us. Execute him. The underlings rushed forward at high speed. Zhuang Shisan only frowned slightly, still confused. Then he threw a right punch, swept with his left, and drove a knee into an opponent's face. In just a few breaths, 3 demon soldiers were down and motionless. The last minor demon trembled and knelt. Spare me, my lord. I will do anything. Before he could finish, Zhuang Shisan kicked his head clean off. After a few seconds, he calmed down and looked at the people in the distance. Maybe I acted too fast. But keeping those demons alive would not help much, since he knew nothing about this world. The man who told him to run was stunned. That leader was nascent soul level, and died instantly. This guy must be at least spirit transformation. Seeing Zhuang Shisan wipe out the demons alone, everyone knelt in gratitude. He waved casually. No need. I only helped a bit. I have questions. He went straight to the point. Where is this place? And why are you enslaved by demons? The young man replied quickly, benefactor, this is mine number 42. We were born here and forced to mine for demons every day. Zhuang Shisan thought silently. So humans here are treated worse than animals? He asked again. So you have never left this place and know nothing about the outside world? Suddenly, someone remembered. A few days ago, we found a stone stele with words carved on it. It might be important. They stepped aside and said carefully, please take a look. We cannot read. Zhuang Shisan nodded. No problem. The scenery shifted as mountain ranges appeared ahead. They led him to a wide open area. The man in front pointed ahead. It is over there. Zhuang Shisan's gaze locked onto an old stone tablet. 3 characters were carved on it, Yulin Xian. The moment he read it, his face changed. Yulin Immortal Sect. How is this possible? He said firmly. This is the stele of Yulin Immortal Sect. His mind was in chaos. Is this not a demon world but the fallen Yulin Immortal Sect taken over by demons? The people beside him asked blankly, what is Yulin Immortal Sect? Zhuang Shisan lowered his voice. That was a human cultivation sect. The man got excited and said, demons took over a sect on the southern mountain, and they are still holding a human cultivator there. The news hit Zhuang Shisan like lightning. What did you just say? He pressed further. How many guards are there, and how strong are they? The man explained, there are only a few demon patrol squads, but a demon general guards the heavenly prison with strength equal to the fusion realm. Are you really going to save him? Zhuang Shisan clenched his fists. Fusion realm with my current strength I cannot fight head on. Even so, his eyes stayed firm. I need to scout the place first. He told everyone to leave quickly, since all the demons at the mine are dead, and once discovered, they will face brutal revenge. The crowd bowed in gratitude and told him to be careful. The barren land slowly faded behind him. Zhuang Shisan did not stop and kept flying forward at full speed. As he moved, he observed the terrain and realized this really was Yulin Immortal Sect. But in the next second, his eyes trembled. Corpses covered the stone steps, a tragic scene that crushed the air itself. Zhuang Shisan slowed down and walked toward the bodies. Seeing their robes, his voice shook. These are all inner sect disciples. Suddenly, something ahead made his pupils shrink. In front of the sect gate, a familiar figure was hanging in the air. It was Elder Li Rikong. The more he looked, the colder his heart became. On a nearby rock, blood-red words were carved. Anyone who resists the demons will be displayed for 100 years. Without hesitation, he shot up like lightning and gently took the body down. Then he carefully laid the elder on the cold ground. Zhang Shisan's face darkened as he choked out, "Elder Li Rikong." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. A small demon noticed the movement and turned his head. Seeing the scene, he screamed. A human intruder dared to take the body down. Zhang Shisan said nothing, and in a blink killed 3 small demons before rushing off. He lifted his leg high. Every step cracked the earth and sent stones flying, pure fury in motion. Soon, Zhang Shisan dug a grave with his own hands and slowly placed the elder inside. He covered the body carefully with handfuls of soil. Layer by layer, the earth sealed the fallen elder. Before leaving, he set up a stone tablet that read, "Tomb of Elder Li Rikong of Yulin Immortal Sect." On another mountain, a demon general was guarding outside the heavenly prison. Suddenly, he sensed a strange aura and narrowed his eyes. The demon general roared, "Who is there?" Before he could react, a fist tore through the air toward him. In the next instant, his head flew off, so fast he did not even understand what happened. In that split second, Zhang Shisan caught the severed head. Then he walked straight toward a massive stone, blocking the entrance. Without hesitation, he threw out a domineering punch. The moment it landed, the giant rock exploded into countless fragments. The prisoner inside slowly lifted his head at the loud noise. Through the dust, Zhang Shisan appeared at the prison entrance. A doubtful voice echoed from the darkness. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice followed. "I have been locked up so long I thought everyone forgot me. Is the resistance here to save me?" When Zhang Shisan saw the prisoner clearly, he felt relieved. "Thank goodness you are alive." He immediately called out, "Wang Tianshuo." The man trembled and muttered, "That voice sounds so familiar." Tianshuo suddenly shouted in shock, Zhang Shisan?" Wang Tianshuo still could not believe it and carefully asked, "Is it really you?" "Softly, it's me. What happened to your eyes? Can't you see anymore?" Wang Tianshuo gave a bitter smile. "They destroyed my eyes with poison. I can't see normally, but my mind's eye sees even clearer now." He slowly raised his hand and said gently, "If you don't mind, let me touch your face." Zhang Shisan did not refuse, and quietly let his old friend reach out. The moment he felt that familiar face, Wang Tianshuo trembled. "It's really you. You still look the same as back then." His voice choked. "You're really alive." Zhang Shisan frowned. "Why wouldn't I be?" Wang Tianshuo took a deep breath. "Back in the Heavenly Tomb secret realm, you were dragged into a spatial rift. Everyone thought you died. It has been 120 years. Zhang Shisan felt like he was struck by lightning. 120 years? He grabbed Wang Tianshuo's shoulders. "You mean this is the world 120 years later? What happened?" Wang Tianshuo frowned. "The spatial rift must have sent you straight to this era. That explains everything." Seeing his confusion, he continued, "Soon after you vanished, the demons from the desolate region invaded Shenzhou. Human forces were nearly wiped out. The immortal realm sealed all passages to the lower world to protect itself." Zhang Shisan was stunned. "No wonder I saw humans living worse than death on my way here." He stood up in turmoil, "But breaking the barrier between realms is nearly impossible. How did the demons cross it?" Wang Tianshuo interrupted. "The desolate region was once part of Shenzhou in ancient times." Zhang Shisan was even more shocked. Wang Tianshuo explained calmly, "After the ancient war, humans drove the demons into the desolate region and used great divine power to split it from Shenzhou. That land sits at the edge between realms, so reopening the seal was not as hard as you think." Zhang Shisan dropped to his knees and slammed the stone floor. "Who caused all this? Is there really a human traitor?" Wang Tianshuo's face turned heavy. "You have met the source of this disaster before." Memories flooded back. It was the demon who revived in the Heavenly Tomb secret realm, Adomo. Zhang Shisan gasped, "Impossible. He was dragged into the spatial rift too. How did he survive?" Right then, the system suddenly appeared. A cold panel flashed before him. Mandatory main quest. Eliminate the demon race. Mission failure will result in host termination. Zhang Shisan panicked. Wait, this was an accident. Terrifying lightning shot from the system. Purge mode activated. One hit would erase him completely. No mercy at all. Zhang Shisan dodged wildly and screamed, "Spare me. At least let me explain." After running for his life, he glared at the system. "You never set a time limit. That means I haven't failed yet." The system fell silent for a few seconds. It seemed convinced and even rubbed its chin. "Maybe that's true. Looks like another bug." The system slowly faded away, leaving one final line, "Consider yourself lucky this time." Mid-story, Wang Tianshuo suddenly paused and asked if anyone heard strange noises just now. When no one replied, he continued about Adomo. The moment he revived, he stepped into Demon King level, equal to a human Mahayana powerhouse. Surviving a spatial rift at that level is not surprising. Hearing Mahayana, Zhang Shisan finally understood. No wonder they could not defeat him back then. Without realm suppression, they would all be dead. But he still objected. Even at Mahayana, breaking through realm barriers is no simple feat. How did he actually do it? Wang Tianshuo was about to explain when a strange aura suddenly cut him off. His face turned extremely grim. From far away, he sensed two massive demonic auras rushing toward them. Sensing the danger, he warned Zhang Shisan, "This is bad. 2 demon kings are approaching." Wang Tianshuo forced himself to speak, "Leave now. Go to the Endless Sea. Our base is there." Zhang Shisan quickly calculated, "Demon kings equal Mahayana. In my current state, can I face them head on?" He called the system to check his body. A blue screen showed 2,000 body points. With enough high-grade essence and an 8th-rank demon core, he could advance to the next body refining stage. Zhang Shisan froze. 2,000 points? When did I become this strong? The system explained that chaotic energy in the spatial rift kept tempering his body and boosted his physique. Zhang Shisan recalled the pain. The rift nearly tore him apart. It was far worse than Sacred Heart Dao fire. He truly thought he would die. The system added that time erosion also invaded him. But since the body refining system awakened, his body grew stronger over time instead of decaying. Only then did Zhang Shisan understand why he was not worn down by time. The system continued. Being thrown 100 years into the future meant his body accumulated strength like a century of harsh training. 2,000 is not the limit. The cap exists only because this evolution stage is locked. Once he breaks through, his power will explode again. Zhang Shisan clenched his arm confidently. With 300 points, he could rival Fusion Realm. With 2,000, killing a Mahayana might not be that hard. He turned around calmly. "It's just a crippled demon king. What is there to fear?" Zhang Shisan said firmly, "Leave it to me. One injured demon king is not enough to scare me." But Wang Tianshuo strongly objected and told him not to stay. Zhang Shisan looked back in surprise. Wang Tianshuo explained that he still had value, so the demons would not kill him yet. He pointed at Zhang Shisan and said seriously, "You are the special hope of the human race. Now that you are back, we have a hidden trump card. You must not expose yourself." Feeling the demonic aura getting closer, Wang Tianshuo urged him to go to the Endless Sea and find the resistance. The demons would think this was just a normal counterattack. Though hesitant, Zhang Shisan finally chose to leave and told Wang Tianshuo to stay alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky and turned into a streak of light, leaving the island. Not long after, a demon smashed a heavy punch into Wang Tianshuo's face and roared in anger. "This guy is insanely stubborn. Even after brutal torture, he would not say a word." The demon demanded to know if the resistance attacked and where their base was. The companion beside him saw no progress and stopped him. He sighed and said continuing the torture was useless. The demon said coldly that if no useful information could be extracted, keeping him alive was pointless. He then used the soul-devouring spirit search technique. His palm pressed hard against Wang Tianshuo's forehead as he chanted loudly. When the incantation ended, Wang Tianshuo's body went limp and collapsed. The 2-horned demon spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. As a peak demon king, devouring a soul to steal memories was easy. He could even seize part of the target's abilities. He grabbed Wang Tianshuo by the hair and lifted his head. The white-haired demon whispered in his ear, "This is the last value you can offer." Gathering his final bit of consciousness, Wang Tianshuo gritted his teeth and said, "You will never achieve your goal." The moment he finished speaking, his primordial soul was forcibly ripped out. Wang Tianshuo's face twisted in agony, his eyes rolled back in despair. The demon stuffed the soul into his mouth and chewed like a feast. The sight alone was horrifying. With no life left, Wang Tianshuo's body collapsed, blood spilling across the stone floor. After absorbing the soul, the white-haired demon looked satisfied and spoke slowly. He muttered that he had never seen the future clearly before, but when that person appeared, he finally saw a faint glimmer of hope. Wang Tianshuo lay motionless, hearing the demon's last words before losing consciousness. In his mind, only that man could change everything. Seeing him dead, the white-haired demon asked his companion what information he found. The long-haired demon looked shocked. As expected of a fate master, he destroyed most of his memories before dying. But he quickly calmed down and said one clue remained. The attacker fled toward the Endless Sea. The white-haired demon urged him to move immediately. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Zhang Shisan was flying at full speed toward the Endless Sea. As he flew, he calculated. The endless sea lay in the far south of the southern region. He had to cross the 10,000 demon mountains first. Suddenly, two terrifying demonic auras shot up from behind and blocked his path. The white-haired and long-haired demon kings stood right before him. Zhang Shisan instantly realized the problem. They could not sense his aura, so they must have extracted information from Wang Tianshuo. The white-haired demon was surprised to see only one person, but his companion warned him not to underestimate someone who killed their demon general. A purple light burst from the gourd in his hand, creating a terrifying suction that locked Zhang Shisan in place. Feeling its power, Zhang Shisan knew it was a top-tier magic treasure. Without hesitation, he turned to escape. If he was sucked inside, it would be real trouble. The white-haired demon was shocked. The purple gold gourd failed to pull him in instantly. Seizing the chance, the long-haired demon rushed forward. He delivered a mountain-heavy kick to Zhang Shisan's back and coldly said, "Let me send you off." The force kicked Zhang Shisan straight into the gourd. The white-haired demon laughed and threatened him to answer obediently or be refined into blood. Zhang Shisan's body was dragged deeper into the gourd's inner space. Yet he roared that nothing could stop his steps. The white-haired demon stared at the gourd and warned him again to speak or turn into a pool of blood. Inside, Zhang Shisan desperately searched for a way out. The liquid below was deadly. Falling meant certain death. Suddenly, the surface inside began to churn violently with deafening noise. The purple gold gourd shook intensely. The demon frowned, sensing something wrong. Cracks suddenly appeared on the gourd and spread rapidly across its surface. In the next instant, Zhang Shisan shattered the treasure and burst out, landing a devastating double kick on the white-haired demon. The demon was blasted hundreds of meters away like a fired cannonball. Struggling to stand, he stared in horror. Not only did Zhang Shisan escape, he destroyed the gourd. This power was beyond their expectations. Even the long-haired demon was shaken. Kicking away a third-level demon king in one strike was no small feat. His expression turned serious. As a peak demon king, he decided to test Zhang Shisan himself. The demon king vanished instantly and appeared behind Zhang Shisan like a ghost. His hand pointed at him as he roared, "Soul Devour." But before he could finish, a piercing pain exploded from his arm, and he screamed on the spot. The Demon King clutched his bleeding hand and roared in rage, "Damn it, that hurts. You dare play dirty?" Before he could recover, Zhang Shisan vanished from his sight. The next second, a crushing elbow strike came down from above, onto the braided demon's neck. The blow smashed him face first into the ground and dragged him forward, sparks flying from the friction. He struggled up, teeth grinding, eyes filled with killing intent. Completely enraged, the Demon King unleashed all his killing aura and charged at Zhang Shisan. They clashed mid-air. Punches and kicks exploded non-stop, shockwaves shaking the surrounding space. In the distance, the white-haired demon crossed his arms and watched coldly. He muttered, "Since when did the southern region produce such a monster? Matching a peak Demon King is no joke." Having made a decision, he formed hand seals and whispered, "Seems I need to help." Just as Zhang Shisan prepared to finish the fight, a dark purple formation suddenly appeared in the void. The magic circle wrapped around his wrist and locked his movement, catching him off guard. A terrifying suction force then dragged his body backward. Zhang Shisan cried out in pain and looked up to see a massive incense burner forming in the sky. The giant burner slowly descended, with overwhelming pressure. Sensing danger, Zhang Shisan tried to escape. But before he could move far, golden liquid like molten lava poured out from inside. The liquid covered his body and stuck like glue, making movement extremely difficult. Zhang Shisan realized he was completely sealed. They clearly intended to crush him with this treasure. Without hesitation, the incense burner slammed down violently. Amid smoke and debris, a figure braced himself under the crushing weight. Gathering all his strength, he roared and pushed the burner upward. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed from afar. "Who dares bring that thing here?" The voice boomed across the mountains. "Who gave you the nerve to cause chaos in my territory?" As the terrifying aura spread, all the demon beasts in the forest fled in panic. Yet the incense burner pressed down again, screeching sharply. The ground around them exploded under the immense pressure. Zhang Shisan held the treasure with his bare hands, veins bulging, roaring under the insane weight. The white-haired demon stared in disbelief. That was a treasure taken from an elder of Sword Dao Sect Ji, yet this man was blocking it bare-handed. Seeing it still failed to crush him, the braided demon flew upward and sneered, "Let me help." His body rapidly expanded and transformed into a massive, grotesque form. After completing the transformation, he unleashed a sky-crushing kick onto the burner. the impact shattered the surrounding ground into massive cracks. But suddenly, countless sharp beams shot in from afar along with an angry roar. Who dares cause trouble in my 10,000 demon mountains? Before the braided demon understood what happened, the beams pierced through his chest. The powerful force blasted him dozens of meters away. Sweating coldly, he roared, "Who dares interfere with the demon race?" The white-haired demon grew wary. Rumor said a Mahayana demon saint guarded the 10,000 demon mountains, strong enough to overpower peak demon kings. It must be him. The beams gathered in the sky and turned into a swarm of black crows, covering the heavens with oppressive aura. At the center of the swarm, He Fengtian slowly revealed himself with domineering presence. The white-haired demon's face changed instantly. So it really is him. He Fengtian frowned coldly and said the demon race truly has guts to invade demon territory and cause chaos. As the two sides stood in tense confrontation, the incense burner below suddenly shook violently, as if about to explode. Zhuang Shisan instantly gathered power into both fists and started hammering the barrier like crazy. A sharp cracking boom shook the air, and the incense burner shattered into countless pieces. The three people outside were completely stunned, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The white-haired ghost turned pale in shock. That was a peak heaven-tier treasure, almost unbeatable below immortal artifacts, and he crushed it barehanded. After breaking it, Zhuang Shisan finally let out a long breath, his whole body feeling lighter. Hao Feng Tiangu suddenly stared hard and blurted out, "What the hell? Why is it you?" Zhuang Shisan was just as stunned and shot back, "So it's your black chicken after all." Hao Feng Tiangu descended from the sky and landed before him, still shocked that Zhuang Shisan was alive. But he quickly noticed something strange and asked why Zhuang Shisan looked so young. Zhuang Shisan just gave a bitter smile and said it's a long story. The white-haired ghost finally spoke up, questioning why the demon race was interfering in human affairs. Hao Feng Tiangu pointed straight at Zhuang Shisan and declared Hes the exception, and no one is allowed to touch him. Killing intent instantly filled the white-haired ghost's eyes. He clearly wasn't backing down. A surge of crimson demonic energy shot from his hand toward them, roaring like it wanted to drag them to the grave. Hao Feng Tiangu reacted instantly and raised a barrier to block the attack head-on. Zhuang Shisan watched in shock. This black chicken was on a whole different level now. Hao Feng Tiangu laughed confidently and said it was all thanks to the body Zhuang Shisan left behind back then. Not only had he returned to peak form, he'd even reached late Mahayana realm. But the next second, his expression changed as he sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching. The white-haired ghost gave a sinister grin, so they noticed it too. He calmly revealed that before coming here, they had already informed the Demon Emperor ruling this wasteland. Their death day was near. Hearing Demon Emperor, Hao Feng Tiangu felt a chill. That was a tribulation crossing realm existence. At that moment, Hao Feng Tiangu gently tapped Zhuang Shisan's forehead, and a strange flash of light flickered. Even Zhuang Shisan had no idea what just happened. Hao Feng Tiangu asked if he was heading to the Endless Sea outpost, and Zhuang Shisan nodded. Then he asked about the coordinates he just received, and the Black Phoenix explained it was the exact location of that outpost. Hao Feng Tiangu turned around and firmly told Zhuang Shisan to leave. He would handle things here. Zhuang Shisan worriedly asked how he would escape. Hao Feng Tiangu just smiled and said even Yulin Shizu couldn't kill him back then, so these demons were nothing. Plus, he knew this terrain well. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan felt a bit relieved, but still reminded him to be careful. Right then, the Black Phoenix called him back, saying there was still a gift to give. In an instant, Zhuang Shisan's tattered clothes transformed into brand new robes. He even added that his master couldn't go around looking shabby. After that, the Black Phoenix spread his arms and urged Zhuang Shisan to leave, saying they would talk again next time. The two ghosts realized he was trying to escape and immediately chased after him, shouting that he wasn't getting away. The Black Phoenix stopped holding back, let out a sky-shaking roar, and unleashed Hao Feng true form. With the Demon Emperor arriving soon, he had to reveal his true body to stall them and buy time for Zhuang Shisan. A gigantic Black Phoenix spread its wings across the sky, radiating overwhelming pressure. The white-haired ghost couldn't hide his shock. This demon saint had actually revealed his true form. The braided ghost quickly formed hand seals and activated a demonic idol technique. His body twisted violently and began expanding in a grotesque way. In seconds, he turned into a massive purple demon statue, blocking the Black Phoenix. The demon statue threw out a thunderous punch straight at him, but the Black Phoenix dodged with incredible speed. Right after dodging, the Black Phoenix shot into the sky and unleashed his ultimate move, Flame Annihilation Heavenly Thunder. The purple demon statue stood inside the storm of heavenly lightning, refusing to take a single step back. He twisted his body nonstop, dodging those blazing yet deadly bolts. Right then, the white-haired ghost attacked from behind with 5 elements wind seal. A pitch-black vortex suddenly formed in the sky, so deep it made your spine chill. From inside, strange purple crystals slowly floated out. They shot forward at insane speed and pinned onto the Black Phoenix body, weighing him down. His wings were completely sealed, trembling violently, and even speaking became difficult. In the purple demon statue's hand, a cold dragon-slaying blade appeared, radiating killing intent. He raised the blade high and slashed down at the Black Phoenix, roaring as if to end him on the spot. Realizing the danger, the Black Phoenix roared and unleashed soul out of body. An invisible force exploded outward and blasted away every crystal, locking him down. The moment he broke free, he chanted again and returned his soul to his body. His body flashed and shot straight into the sky at extreme speed. His massive black wings spread wide, covering the sky as he unleashed Heartguard Black Flame. Waves of black fire filled with destructive aura rained down on the 2 demons below. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan was sprinting through the forest at terrifying speed. Every step crushed trees behind him, destroying everything in his path. But just as he accelerated, he suddenly stopped. Ahead of him, an endless sea stretched into view. He glanced back at the mountain range and sighed in relief. He had finally crossed the 10,000 demon mountain range. Without hesitation, he dashed across the sea, like an arrow released from a bow. Back on the battlefield, the chaotic fight was still raging. Yet no one noticed that several black crows had quietly split from the Black Phoenix and flown toward Zhuang Shisan. Deep in the forest, the crows merged together and revealed Hao Feng Tianga's true body. He smirked coldly. Leaving a clone behind to stall them was enough. The real body escaping was the smart move. As soon as he said that, he turned into a beam of light and chased after Zhuang Shisan. His figure sliced through the wind across vast lands. While flying, Hao Feng Tianga's gaze grew heavy. For years, he claimed neutrality, but secretly built a buffer zone to protect the human rear base. He thought to himself this was his way of repaying the debt he owed Yuan Nan. Then he kept flying across endless stretches of forest. But soon, he realized the scenery ahead was the same place he had just passed. Hao Feng Tianga's expression changed instantly. Something was very wrong. He stopped and looked around, confused about what was happening. A chill crept down his spine. He had clearly experienced this before. Only then did he realize he had fallen into a time loop, and this was serious trouble. He immediately checked his surroundings, trying to see if it was an illusion or some grand formation. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, like something was about to emerge. A massive object slowly rose from deep underground. It quickly covered the entire area, leaving even Hao Feng Tiangu stunned. A gigantic arm lifted the land along with him into the air like a toy. In the sky, blood-red eyes opened, releasing terrifying pressure. Then a majestic voice echoed, through heaven and earth, long within heaven and earth. Space trembled violently as thick white smoke covered hundreds of miles. When the mist cleared, a heavily wounded figure appeared, pierced by countless spears and drenched in blood. It was Hao Feng Tiangu, face covered in blood, eyes dull and lifeless. The 2 ghosts were overjoyed, praising the demon emperor for killing a late Mahayana demon saint as easily as crushing an ant. Behind them, a colossal shadow slowly manifested and said in a deep voice, "Anyone struck by my heaven and earth domain is destined to be hunted down." He raised his sharp claws and laughed darkly. Next comes devouring the praised soul. Sunset slowly fell, and darkness began covering the entire island. Through the distant mist, the outline of an ancient temple slowly appeared. Several disciples were patrolling the island, searching around cautiously. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes in horror. He pointed at the sea and shouted that an unknown object was rushing toward the island, likely an enemy attack. He immediately urged the others to sound the island-wide alarm. The man beside him reacted fast and struck the giant bronze gong. The deafening sound echoed across the sky and spread through the island. In moments, everyone on the island had gathered. An elder frowned and wondered if their outpost had been exposed. Another silver-haired elder analyzed that the endless sea was vast, and this island was like a grain of sand. Without exact coordinates, it was nearly impossible to find. Tang Yi crossed his arms, deep in thought, but he still felt something was off. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan's figure shot across the sea at terrifying speed. Tang Yi saw clearly and cried out in shock. It was actually Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan landed lightly on the ground, steady and calm. His gaze swept across every face around him. He quickly stepped forward, calling out Xiao Man, senior brother, and the elders, asking if they were safe. Yang Yi frowned and questioned him. We should be the ones asking. How did you suddenly appear here? Zhuang Shisan replied casually that a spatial rift had dragged him to this era. Nangong Man burst into tears and ran over, hugging his leg tightly as if she always knew he wouldn't die easily. Zhuang Shisan patted her head and laughed, asking why, after over 100 years, she still looked so small. He even teased her, asking what realm she had reached, and whether she still practiced the exercise routine he once taught. Nangong Man clenched her fists proudly and declared she had reached Qi Refining Layer 100. Zhuang Shisan froze for a few seconds, thinking he misheard. Qi Refining? Layer 100? Seriously? A Taoist priest nearby finally questioned his identity, since he couldn't sense any spiritual power from Zhuang Shisan. Another elder explained that this was the sect's genius who had disappeared for 120 years. But his expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something dangerous. He turned sharply and shouted that 3 powerful auras were heading straight toward them. His voice trembled, especially because one of them felt vicious and overwhelming, likely a demon emperor. Nangong Man panicked, knowing a demon emperor was equal to Tribulation Crossing Realm. The Taoist added that the enemy must have concealed their aura from afar, and now it was too late to activate the teleportation array. He then pointed at Zhuang Shisan and accused him of leading the demons here, even suspecting he had been corrupted by Tao fire. Seeing the tension rise, Yang Yi stepped in and said he had already scanned Zhuang Shisan with divine sense and found nothing abnormal. Hearing that familiar tone, Zhuang Shisan could only sigh inwardly. Senior brother really hadn't changed at all. The Taoist slapped his forehead in despair, saying once a tribulation crossing expert arrived, none of them would survive. At the most desperate moment, Zhuang Shisan stepped forward and said, if they trusted him, let him try once. Everyone stared at him in shock. Just then, system notifications popped up. He lacked 1 high-grade spirit ore mountain and 1 rank 8 demon core. His physique and training points were already sufficient. As if realizing something, Zhuang Shisan quickly asked if they had high-grade spirit ore and a rank 8 demon core. Give them to him, and he could break through on the spot and fight a tribulation crossing expert. The Taoist exploded in anger, saying this was madness. The spirit ore was meant to power the teleportation array and save at least half of them. If Zhuang Shisan failed, the entire outpost would be wiped out. He trusted Zhuang Shisan. He even had a rank 8 demon core taken from a demon saint subordinate he once killed. The Taoist was still doubtful, since Elder Shi's judgment had almost never been wrong. After hesitating for a while, he finally ordered them to take Zhuang Shisan to the back mountain to absorb the spirit ore. At the same time, he commanded everyone else to stay and set up formations to stall the demons. Zhuang Shisan sat cross-legged beneath a cliff at the back mountain and entered Cultivation. His mind replayed what happened to Feng Tiansuo and then Hao Feng. The demons clearly had a memory extraction method, just like soul-searching. Thinking of that, he muttered that the 2 of them were likely in grave danger. But then he thought deeper. Time didn't send him here just because of his realm. There were countless greater experts in this era. Zhuang Shisan frowned. What exactly made him different from the others? At that moment, Feng Tiansuo's old words echoed in his ears, saying Zhuang Shisan was a very special existence. His eyes lit up. The only difference was his physique. The real secret had to lie there. Memories of Time God and those vague instructions resurfaced. Now he understood. It was deliberate, in case he failed, and had his memories extracted, exposing the entire plan. Zhuang Shisan gritted his teeth. One thought filled his mind. He would repay this debt and twist this tragic future with his own hands. Then he ordered the system to absorb the spirit ore. The bright sky was suddenly swallowed by darkness as black clouds gathered, bringing suffocating pressure. From within the dense clouds, a pale, monstrous foot slowly appeared, like a claw from ancient times. 3 half-human, half-demon giants emerged in the sky, towering over 10 meters tall like demon gods descending. The elder's spine turned cold, sweat pouring down. The monsters had finally arrived. The long-haired old man instantly recognized the one in the center as the demon emperor guarding the southern region, a tribulation-crossing existence. Tang Yi became extremely alert. On the divine continent, red dust immortals were rare. Aside from them, a tribulation-crossing expert could dominate an entire region. Xie Changfeng's eyes turned sharp. He shouted that he would test the opponent himself and ordered everyone to activate the Grand Defensive Formation. The Golden Water Dragon Formation was activated. The red-haired demon standing at the center calmly told the other 2 not to interfere. The dark sea began to churn violently as 2 massive water arms rose from the ocean. With a single squeeze, the golden water dragon formation was crushed instantly. Xie Changfeng was horrified. He didn't expect his attack to be shattered in one move. The red-haired demon looked down with clear disdain. In his eyes, a late Mahayana cultivator was nothing but an ant. After mocking him, he launched another attack. The ground trembled as seawater was pulled upward, as if the entire ocean was under his control. The water level surged dozens of meters high, and the pressure was overwhelming. The defensive grand formation fully activated, forming a massive barrier around the island. Tang Yi couldn't help but sigh. A tribulation crossing expert's power was absurdly terrifying. Without the formation, the island would have been crushed already. The long-haired elder placed his final hope in the formation, though he knew it wouldn't last long. All they could do was hold out until that disciple finished his breakthrough. Meanwhile, the place where Zhuang Shisan was cultivating shook violently like an earthquake. He quickly sensed the situation outside. The real battle had begun. Zhuang Shisan immediately asked the system why it wasn't finished yet. A progress bar appeared before him, jumping from 70 to 98, then finally reaching 100. A strange power suddenly erupted inside Zhuang Shisan's body, and a mighty roar echoed through space. The system announced the upgrade was complete and welcomed him to the muscle cultivation path phase. Tier demons apart. Even the name sounded insane. His consciousness fully cleared. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing inside the familiar system dojo. Zhuang Shisan looked around in confusion. This was definitely the system's training ground. The system casually explained that after the upgrade, all items in space were enhanced. It was now a time chamber where time flowed much slower than outside. Zhuang Shisan rubbed his forehead and asked directly if his current strength was still not enough to face a tribulation crossing expert. The system replied helplessly. 300 physique points beat Fusion Realm. 2,000 could suppress peak Mahayana. To fight Tribulation Crossing, he needed 20,000. And to fully unleash that body, he had to undergo hell-level training to unlock every muscle's potential. Zhuang Shisan asked what exactly he had to do. Suddenly, a massive barbell appeared above his head. He braced and caught it, but the terrifying weight forced the ground beneath him to sink instantly as rocks shattered. System text appeared again, simple and brutal. Train, keep training, break your limits, start now. And it didn't stop there. More weight plates kept stacking onto the bar. The system excitedly announced Phase 4 intensity. The weight equaled a massive mountain. First task, complete 10,000 squats under 10 times gravity. Zhuang Shisan repeated it just to be sure. 10 times gravity and 10,000 squats. In the end, he clenched his fists and resolved to push his body beyond its limits. Outside on the battlefield, the giant water hand suddenly lifted the island even higher. Nanggong Manhuang cried out in shock. The enemy was literally lifting the entire island. Someone quickly realized the issue. The formation absorbed power from the endless sea. The enemy had found the fatal weakness. The defensive barrier endured relentless attacks from the three demons. Cracks spread everywhere. The long-haired elder's face grew pale. The formation was about to collapse. The red-haired demon mocked them arrogantly, calling their resistance pitiful. Then he coldly declared he would send them all to the grave. The giant hand squeezed, crushing the island in its grip. The red-haired demon stayed calm, as if finishing a trivial task. Sensing no aura, he assumed they were all dead. But soon his gaze sharpened as he stared downward in silence. Something felt wrong. There was a late Mahayana expert there. Even in defeat, they shouldn't die instantly. At that moment, a technique called Body-Soul Dao was activated. Under its effect, the island's true image slowly revealed itself. Finally, the real appearance was completely exposed. Xiaqiu felt unease rising in his heart. The enemy had finally figured it out. The red-haired demon sneered, realizing their first strike was meant to mislead his senses. They weren't ordinary after all. But in his eyes, no matter how they struggled, the ending would not change. The giant water hand rose again, preparing to crush the island once more. The defensive barrier, already at its limit, shattered into countless shards of light. The long-haired elder nearly despaired and muttered, "It's over." The massive hand descended at terrifying speed, its shadow swallowing the entire island. At the most critical moment, a shout shook heaven and earth. Immortal technique, biceps punch. Everyone instinctively looked up into the sky. Even the red-haired guy looked stunned. His attack just got completely shut down. In the sky, Zhang Shisan appeared like a boss. He arrived just in time and calmly said he made it. The long-haired elder almost fell over in shock. It was really that kid. He had finally come out of seclusion. The elder beside him stared wide-eyed. He couldn't believe Zhang Shisan was flying. The long-haired elder calmly said that at his current realm, flying was nothing strange. Then the elder revealed a shocking secret. Jiang Shisun was a descendant of the Jiang family, once hunted by the royal court centuries ago. The current sect leader was actually the adopted daughter of Tiantian General Nanggong. After Nanggong was framed and imprisoned, the Jiang family was dragged down too, so the sect leader secretly adopted Jiang Shisun. Only the two of them knew the truth all these years. But the scariest part was this. Even with a terrifying body, Jiang Shisun had no spiritual root at all. He couldn't use spiritual power. The long-haired elder finally lost it and shouted in shock. If he had no spiritual root, then how was he flying? There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy around him. Right then, Tang Yi told everyone to look at Jiang Shisun's feet. His body floated in the air, while his legs vibrated at an insane speed. The elder was speechless. The vibration was so fast the naked eye could barely catch it. Jiang Shisun smirked. After the system's brutal training, his muscles reached their full potential. By creating ultra-fast vibrations to resonate with spiritual particles in the air, he forced himself to fly. It sounded absolutely ridiculous. The red-haired guy crossed his arms. He couldn't sense Jiang Shisun's realm, but blocking that move proved he wasn't weak. The black-haired demon beside him glanced over and said they had fought before. Back then, Jiang Shisun was already at peak Mahayana. The red-haired guy sneered. If it was peak Mahayana, breaking that move wasn't surprising. Suddenly, Jiang Shisun exploded in anger. He pointed at them and demanded to know what they did to Hao Feng. The red-haired guy gathered power and gave a wicked smile. He told him to guess. Yanmi Heavenly Thunder was unleashed. Jiang Shisun recognized it instantly. It was Hao Feng's ultimate skill. His reflexes kicked in. He switched to a defensive stance and blocked the strike with his chest using immortal arts. In an instant, the area was swallowed by deadly black energy. The red-haired guy laughed in delight. He couldn't believe Jiang Shisun dared to tank his black lightning. Jiang Shisun gritted his teeth and demanded how he could use Hao Feng's technique. The red-haired guy explained slowly. Demons above Great Mahayana Demon King could use Devour Spirit. They could steal memories and even gain techniques. It was like the human soul search art. The difference was Devour Spirit required devouring the entire soul. Then he asked Jiang Shisun a cruel question. Did he really think his friend was still alive? Jiang Shisun's face darkened. He thought of Feng Tiansuo. Had he suffered the same fate? The red-haired guy didn't deny it. He admitted it outright. Jiang Shisun's eyes turned blood red with killing intent. He swore this blood debt would be repaid with their lives. In a flash, he shot past the two demons and appeared behind the red-haired guy. The red-haired demon reacted fast, but the moment he turned, Jiang Shisun's elbow was already smashing toward his neck like lightning. Even so, the demon blocked the devastating strike with one hand. The clash created a massive shockwave. Both of them were slammed down into the sea like meteors. The ocean exploded on impact. Water blasted outward, forming a deep vortex. The red-haired demon sneered. He said his big brother had mentioned this madness before. 100 years ago, that man fought Jiang Shisun, and both were dragged into a spatial rift. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a thunderous kick at Jiang Shisun. Jiang Shisun barely raised his arms to block. The force was insane. Jiang Shisun was blasted back into the sky. The red-haired demon gave him no time to breathe and chased right after him. Mid-air, the two faced off again. Killing intent surged between them, tearing through the sky. The red-haired demon looked amused. He didn't expect Jiang Shisun to survive a spatial rift, just like his big brother. Jiang Shisun demanded to know if he was the demon who used soul possession back then. The red-haired demon admitted it calmly. Since his brother failed to kill Jiang Shisun, he would finish the job today. With that, he threw his head back and roared, shaking the heavens. His massive demon body trembled as terrifying power burst out. 4 more arms grew from his back, 6 arms in total. His main pair formed a seal, preparing a big move. But before he could finish transforming, Jiang Shisun's knee smashed straight into his face. Cool pose ruined instantly. Jiang Shisun seized the chance. Knowing the move needed time, he launched another immortal art and drove his thigh muscles into a crushing strike. The impact nearly tore the red-haired demon apart, yet his face regenerated at visible speed. The red-haired demon suddenly grabbed Jiang Shisun's ankle. He slammed him down and unleashed 6 brutal punches in a frenzy. Jiang Shisun clenched his fists. Muscles bulged as his body shook under the pressure. He twisted instantly and fired a thunderous punch into the demon's face, blasting blood everywhere. The demon emperor was filled with disbelief. Demons were known for their bodies. He was the southern domain demon emperor, yet he couldn't withstand one punch. Unacceptable. Jiang Shisun was also shocked. The demon's regeneration was absurd. He coldly said, "Then try this next move." In the next second, the red-haired demon's body shattered into chunks again. He roared in rage, unable to accept being suppressed like this. Finally, panic flashed in his eyes. He unleashed a new ultimate skill, palm within heaven and earth. Jiang Shisan froze for a split second, unsure what just happened. Suddenly, something rushed toward him from both sides at extreme speed. It was a pair of gigantic hands, closing in to crush him. Jiang Shisan immediately retreated to dodge, but countless more arms appeared like clones, flooding toward him non-stop. He kept dodging the relentless attacks. His body, trained to the extreme, moved with unbelievable agility, not a single wasted motion. Jiang Shisan stomped the sea and shot back into the air. But that familiar presence attacked again. It was the same eerie pair of giant hands. He was forced back. Everything repeated exactly the same. Jiang Shisan felt dizzy. It was like he had lived this moment before. The giant hand slammed down once more, with crushing force. Only then did he realize. Had he been trapped inside something? The red-haired demon confirmed it. This was a loop. He declared the full name. Palm within heaven and earth, time cycle formation. He coldly announced that until the formation was broken, Jiang Shisan would remain trapped in this endless time loop. From afar, Tang Yi gritted his teeth. The worst-case scenario had happened. No matter how strong Jiang Shisan's body was, if the enemy refused direct combat and used a sealing formation, his power meant nothing. Xie Sungfeng's expression turned heavy. The formation had reached the level of Dao Law. Pure muscle strength couldn't break it. The red-haired demon glanced at the island and said calmly, next would be the people below. But right then, a crack appeared behind him in the time loop. The red-haired demon's face changed as he turned around. Jiang Shisan's furious roar echoed from inside. If time wanted to cage him, he would punch through time itself and shatter this damn loop. Immortal art, biceps rapid barrage. Combined with the martial move, meteor. Every punch flared like a meteor across the night sky, tearing the time cycle apart. The red-haired demon went pale. If those punches hit him head-on, he was finished. The fist shadows locked onto him, like they had a mind of their own, and rushed in together. The red-haired demon was blasted straight into the sky. His body looked like a red meteor slicing across the darkness. Jiang Shisan finally exhaled. The cursed loop was broken. The long-haired elder stared in shock. He couldn't believe Jiang Shisan actually escaped. The other elder was stunned. Did he just break a Dolival formation with pure strength? Tang Yi seemed to understand. Once a formation touches Dao Law, only power on the same level can break it. He guessed Jiang Shisan had stepped into the threshold of the great Dao of strength. The black-haired demon was shaken. That was the Southern Domain Demon Emperor. How could he lose so easily? Only the silver-haired demon remained calm. He said this level of power was not enough to rule the Southern Domain. In other words, the red-haired demon still had a trump card. A piercing roar exploded through the air. Demon Idol Outer Path, Ghost Slaughter True Form. Jiang Shisan snapped his head up. A massive red-haired monster with a terrifying face dived down from the sky. Compared to that evolved form, Jiang Shisan looked tiny. The demon roared in fury. A mere human had forced him to use his demon idol. The bare-chested red titan clenched his fist and charged like a battlefield destroyer. Jiang Shisan didn't dodge. He threw a punch straight at it. The moment their fists collided, the surrounding space trembled violently. The sea erupted into raging waves, water surging as if to swallow the island whole. The long-haired elder shouted that the island couldn't withstand the aftershocks. Everyone retreat now. Within moments, seawater began to drown the island. The red demon was secretly horrified. Even the demon idol's strike couldn't crush him. How tough was this body? Jiang Shisan dashed along the demon's arm like lightning. He drove a devastating knee into its face. Immortal art fused with full quad power. The blow knocked the demon off balance. It almost fell. It realized close combat was a losing game. The red demon roared and unleashed earthbone spikes. From deep beneath the sea, countless sharp stone spikes shot upward. In seconds, the area became a dense forest of spikes trapping Jiang Shisan. But spikes like this meant nothing to him. He moved through them with ease. Jiang Shisan landed in style, stunning everyone watching. But the moment he touched down, he sensed danger and leaped again. The bone spikes were spawning even more smaller spikes. He quickly saw the pattern. Not just the seabed, even the spikes themselves kept growing new layers. His face turned serious as his mind raced for a solution. If it wouldn't stop, then destroy it all. Immortal art, battle spin. The red demon laughed smugly. As long as he stalled him, his plan would succeed. He admitted Jiang Shisan was tougher than expected and decided to stop holding back. The black-haired demon's expression changed instantly. Even the silver-haired demon spoke up. It seemed the demon emperor was finally using that. This battle would end soon. The red demon summoned his strongest move, the quasi-immortal artifact, Xuanming shaking mountain diagram. Even Zhang Shisan's was surprised by the sight of it. The red demon laughed proudly. It was forged from fragments of Xuanming from Demon Mountain, infused with primordial mountain essence. Once activated, it could shake heaven and earth. He swung the massive quasi-immortal artifact like a giant lollipop and smashed it down. Before the strike fully landed, he roared in rage. Don't underestimate a quasi-immortal artifact. 100 years ago, if the secret realm hadn't suppressed my brother, you'd all be dead. Today I'll show you the true might of a quasi-immortal artifact. Even with the blow about to fall, Zhang Shisan stood there, calm as ever. The artifact crashed down, and the shockwave shook both sea and sky. The red demon grinned with confidence. This strike carries gravity like 1,000 mountains. No body can withstand it. Zhang Shisan smirked. Is that so? To everyone's shock, he blocked it with a tiny dumbbell. The red demon's eyes nearly popped out. He couldn't believe it. Zhang Shisan said casually, my item just upgraded to an unprecedented level. Crushing your attack is easy. As for that 1,000-mountain gravity, I've trained under worse at the refinement grounds. Don't show off something so basic. Immortal art, whirling dragon tornado. In an instant, the red demon's arm was shredded into pieces. His face twisted in agony, muttering in disbelief. From 6 arms down to 1, and now even the last arm was blown apart. He roared in madness. I'm a first-layer tribulation crossing demon emperor. Has this guy reached latest-stage tribulation crossing? Zhang Shisan gave him no pause and rushed in with a savage punch fused with immortal muscle arts. The terrifying fist wind formed a giant image of Zhang Shisan charging forward. Then came another, heaven-shattering biceps, straight punch. The red-haired demon was blasted away, screaming in despair. His massive body finally shattered and turned to ash mid-air. With his last breath, he cried out, Big brother, avenge me. The black-haired demon froze in horror. The demon emperor really lost. The silver-haired demon was shaken too. Just 1 incense stick ago, Zhang Shisan was only at Mahayana. Seeing the tide turn, the black-haired demon panicked and shouted to run. But before he finished, his head fell clean off his neck. The silver-haired demon stood there, completely stunned. In the next second, Zhang Shisan grabbed his face and snapped his head back. He locked him down firmly, leaving 0 chance to resist. Zhang Shisan said coldly, Hao Feng and Fang Tianzhou died by your hands. This debt is due. The elder and the others hurried to stop him. Don't kill him yet, Zhang Shisan. Demon kings hold key positions in the demon army. Keeping him alive could bring valuable intel. The silver-haired demon quickly begged, Yes, I still have value. Please spare me. Zhang Shisan let out a cold snort. His grip tightened, his voice icy enough to chill the air. He calmly explained he had only knocked the other one out for imprisonment. The elder suggested they move to a nearby stronghold. Zhang Shisan surely had many questions. At stronghold number 2 on the island, they soon sat facing each other, with the elder and the long-haired elder at the center. Zhang Shisan spoke first. After being dragged into the spatial rift, I lost all contact. What happened after that? The elder began slowly. To explain the demon invasion, we must go back 1,000 years. At first, they used cracks between realms to send demonic energy into Shenzhou continent, secretly corrupting Dao flames inside secret realms. 100 years ago, A.A. Kam's divine soul crossed the spatial crack and possessed a body inside the heavenly tomb secret realm. Though he was later dragged into a spatial rift, he didn't die. Instead, he used spatial power to reach the demon Holy Land. That place was the ancient ruined secret realm once used for the semi-finals of the Xuantian Grand Assembly. Deep inside that realm lay a clone left behind by the demon god since ancient times. Zhang Shisan cut in, shocked. Demon god? The elder spoke gravely. Demon generals equal fusion realm. Demon kings equal Mahayana. Demon emperors equal tribulation crossing. Demon venerables stand at mortal-immortal level. But the demon god surpasses even the immortal realm. In this era, no one can reach that height. Zhang Shisan frowned. Then that clone had to be at least immortal realm. The elder nodded. A.A. Cam carries demon god bloodline. Once his soul entered the clone, it could activate immortal level power. Back then, he used that clone to open a blood sacrifice grand formation. Trillions in central Jiangzhou were sacrificed. The realm barrier was torn apart, letting demons flood in from the desolate domain. Zhang Shisan was left speechless. Tang Yi continued calmly. You're wondering how he did all that alone, right? The human race still had mortal immortals, because traitors appeared within humanity. Remember the demonic energy corrupting Dao flames? Demon seeds were planted inside long ago. Anyone who absorbed Dao flames could be parasitized without knowing. When A.A. Cam activated the demon god clone, All demon seeds awakened. The geniuses turned into demon pawns. Even mortal immortals betrayed their own kind. With the demon army invading, the war was beyond brutal. Even with help from the immortal realm, central domain still fell. The royal family was wiped out. Zhang Shisan's thoughts spiraled. If the royal family was gone, then those imprisoned. The elder looked at him. You want to ask about the Zhang family, right? Zhang Shisan froze. The elder said slowly, we always knew who you were, young master of the Zhang family, famous for lacking a spiritual root. Yet you chose a completely different path. Zhang Shisan shot to his feet. What about my parents? The elder answered heavily. When the royal family fell and billions were sacrificed, no one survived. Zhang Shisan went completely silent. He forced himself to sit back down, drained of strength. His throat tightened. Even after arriving in this era, he had prepared for the worst. But deep down, he still hoped. Reality was cruel. Nongong Man added with a heavy tone. Since that day, demons spread from central domain everywhere. Supreme elders and countless seniors died, protecting humanity. The elder's voice trembled. In less than 20 years, most of the mortal world fell to demons. The long-haired elder added, for a century, demons enslaved humans to mine spirit ores. Spiritual energy is now severely depleted. The world is entering the end of Dharma. Xie Sungfeng's eyes darkened. With spiritual energy fading, humanity grows weaker by the day. Even resistance feels hopeless. Zhang Shisan frowned. What are they collecting so much spirit ore for? The elder shook his head. No one knows, but it's not for cultivation. Sect Master Nongong Huang is still investigating in secret. Then he looked at Zhang Shisan. Your return brings hope. Humanity is not finished yet. With their help, we can turn this around. And the only bridge is you. You once saved the Heavenly Emperor's daughter. Your mission now is to go to the immortal realm and request reinforcements. Let them join forces against the demons. At this moment, everyone stood at the edge of a vast abyss-like sea. The elder explained slowly. The girl you saved from the Heavenly Tomb's secret realm was the beloved daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. If you ask in person, he will remember that debt. Zhuang Shisan was stunned. The immortal realm? You can go there without ascending? The elder explained that the immortal realm and the mortal realm are two sides of the same Shenzhou continent, one above and one below. As long as a cultivator is strong enough to break the seal in the passage, they can travel freely. For immortal realm experts, that seal is nothing. But now the direct passage to the immortal realm is completely sealed. The only way left is to cross the endless sea. The endless sea of the mortal world connects to the edge of the heavenly river, in the immortal realm. Cross it, and you reach the immortal continent. Zhuang Shisan stared at the distant ocean. Just hearing the name made it feel impossibly far. The elder said even a Hongchen immortal flying non-stop would need a full year to get there. Zhuang Shisan's face changed instantly. If it takes that long, the mortal world will already be doomed. The elder said in a heavy voice, and that is exactly why we are here today. This teleportation array will send you to the island closest to the endless sea. The final stretch depends on your own speed. Zhuang Shisan asked straight away, how much time do I have? The elder gave a chilling answer, only 10 days. Zhuang Shisan froze on the spot. He pressed on. How far is the remaining distance? The elder replied calmly, about 1/4 of the total journey. Zhuang Shisan could not believe it. Even a Hongchen immortal needs 3 months for that stretch, and I only get 10 days? The long-haired elder explained. In 10 days, the demon race will begin the blood sacrifice ritual. They have prepared it for 100 years. Once activated, the blood array will cover the entire mortal realm. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan went completely silent. Without hesitation, he stepped into the center of the array. If it is this urgent, I leave now. The elder quickly stopped him and handed him something. Take this with you. Zhuang Shisan looked down. It was an ancient compass. The elder said they only have enough spirit stones to send one person. This compass will keep you from getting lost in the endless sea. Zhuang Shisan nodded firmly. I understand. Start it. I will bring reinforcements back. But the elder urgently stopped him again. There is one more thing you must remember. Never cross beyond the edge of the endless sea. That place is a mysterious void. Every Hongchen immortal who entered vanished without a trace. Zhuang Shisan took a deep breath. No more hesitation. I understand. Begin the teleportation. The air grew heavy. Elder Ban placed all hope of the mortal realm on him, while Tang Yi and Nongong Man told him to come back alive. The formation beneath his feet burst with light. The glow swallowed everything, and Zhuang Shisan vanished. When the teleportation ended, only drifting mist and cold silence remained. Elder Ban clasped his hands and stared into the distance, waiting for news from Changmen. The scene quickly shifted to the territory of Changmen. A demon leader spoke in a low voice. He could no longer sense even the last trace of soul. Acom was completely erased. He continued, All latest-stage tribulation experts in the southern region of Zhangzhou were already wiped out, yet someone still destroyed Aacum. Unbelievable. Below the hall, the demons gathered around a long table, clearly preparing for a major discussion. The leader turned his cold gaze to Jemu, the one in charge of the southern territory, demanding an explanation. Jemu quickly reported that there were indeed no latest-stage tribulation cultivators left, but Tang Yi of Yulin Immortals sect was worth noting. His realm is only at Mahayana, but his mastery of formations is unfathomable. Gemu guessed that if Tang Yi used the terrain to set up a killing formation, its power could reach peak tribulation level. The demon leader nodded. With Aacum's arrogance, getting trapped in a formation and dying like that made perfect sense. But he did not care for long. In their eyes, the mortal realm will soon be buried along with Aacum, because the god they worship is about to descend. Gimu lowered his voice and asked, "What is the true purpose of this secret meeting?" The leader replied slowly, "To confirm the locations of the formation cores across the 5 great continents and the forces guarding them." Hearing that, Gemu fell silent. In his mind appeared the image of a white-haired girl in a mask, and he kept guessing her true identity. The scene shifted to a massive and luxurious palace city. On its solid wall, a crack suddenly appeared, large enough to draw attention. From that crack, a gray bare foot slowly stepped out. Soon after, a brown-haired demon emerged and stood still, scanning the surroundings. He turned his head carefully, making sure no one was watching him. Once confirmed safe, he bent low and squeezed through the crack like a thief sneaking out. Strangely, while the palace inside was grand and dazzling, the outside was barren and desolate. The brown-haired demon suddenly dashed off like a ninja, but his sneaky posture made him look suspicious. He pushed off the ground and leaped straight into the dense forest ahead. His figure kept flashing past layers of thick trees. But at that moment, something tore through the air behind him at terrifying speed, forcing him to turn instantly. A glowing jade, double-bladed scythe slashed straight toward him with crushing force. To avoid the fatal blow, he could only slide along the ground, barely escaping. The owner of the scythe let out a mocking laugh and asked why he left the city so quickly after the meeting. The newcomer was a gray purple-haired demon. He crossed his arms and said, Lord Atung had already sealed the city. Did he think sneaking through a secret tunnel without using spirit power would fool anyone? The brown-haired demon said nothing, only stared at him. The gray purple-haired demon pointed at him and ordered him to drop the disguise. The ugly outer shell peeled away, revealing a stunning woman with an extraordinary aura. The gray purple-haired demon was shocked. It was Nanggong Huang, sect master of Yulin Immortals sect. He mocked her, saying the human race must be desperate to send an early-stage tribulation cultivator for spying. He sneered again. If he had not known about the secret tunnel and ambushed here, her plan might have succeeded. Nanggong Huang instantly understood there was a traitor, and anger surged in her heart. Still calm, she asked coldly, as a warrior of the second heaven under Dier, did he really come alone? The gray purple-haired demon shrugged. For a chance to claim credit, fewer witnesses are better. Nanggong Huang was not surprised. The demons were always arrogant. She waved her hand and activated the golden cube in her palm. In a blink, the cube expanded rapidly and formed an isolated space, trapping both of them inside. Facing the sealed space, the gray purple-haired demon remained relaxed. So this is a spatial isolation treasure. You want to settle this here? A grin spread across his face, even more excited than before. Cracking his knuckles, he took a fighting stance. Good. No other demons will come steal my credit. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed across the sky. In the vast ocean, the sea surface was split apart, waves blasting violently to both sides. Zhuang Shisan was racing across the water at a terrifying speed. But after a while, he clutched his stomach and groaned. He had not eaten since entering the secret realm, and hunger was hitting hard. In the end, he had no choice but to find ingredients on the spot to save his rumbling stomach. No more thinking. Zhuang Shisan dove straight into the deep sea. As he sank, he wondered what kind of strange beasts lived in this endless sea. In the pitch-black water, a few flickering lights suddenly appeared in the distance. Zhuang Shisan blinked. Lights at the bottom of the sea? Before he could react, a massive sea beast burst from the darkness, covered in spikes with savage fangs and claws. It churned the water wildly and charged at him with brutal force. But in less than a breath, the monster turned into perfectly grilled fish. The culprit, of course, was Zhuang Shisan, now lying beside the sizzling skewer with a satisfied face. After a few bites, his complexion improved instantly. Deep-sea fish really was tender and sweet. Meanwhile, the battle inside the golden barrier continued. The gray purple-haired demon was beaten until his mouth was full of blood, yet he still admitted Nangong Huang was strong. Even so, he insisted her tribulation realm was not enough to kill him. Floating in the air, Nangong Huang said coldly, she never needed to kill him, only trap him in the heavenly seasel long enough to send the message out. The moment she finished speaking, her figure vanished. In a blink, she pierced through the barrier and left. As she moved, she was shaken to learn the demon plan involved the flow of time, a domain beyond even Hongchen Immortals. She knew no matter the cost, the blood sacrifice must be stopped within 10 days, or both the mortal realm and Shenzhou would perish. But then, a deep voice echoed behind her, filled with crushing pressure. How could the demon race's grand plan be stopped by insects like you? Nangong Huang turned sharply, her face changing as she felt the terrifying aura. The one who appeared was the demon venerable, an existence above countless experts. At once, waves of heaven-shaking energy rained down from the sky. The ground was bombarded non-stop, like a storm of destruction. Nangong Huang pushed her power to the limit and sped forward. She was just one step away from completing her goal. From afar, a monstrous figure watched calmly and said with disdain, with your mere tribulation cultivation, you think you can leave alive? As it finished speaking, it slowly raised its hand. A terrifying force gathered into its palm. In an instant, the energy condensed into a gigantic bow. It drew the string and released an arrow that tore through space. The arrow shot out like lightning, carrying a destructive aura that shook the air. Along the way, it pierced through layers of rock as if nothing could stop it. Its final target was Nangong Huang fleeing ahead. Feeling the killing intent closing in, despair flashed across her eyes. This time, she would not make it. The scene shifted to Tang Yi's side. Nangong Man looked at the elder and softly asked if that soul lamp belonged to the sect master. The young man beside her could not hold back either. This mission was suicide. Why let the sect master go alone? The elder could only explain helplessly. In the demon capital, 3 demon venerables stand guard. Even a Hongchen immortal might not survive. And in the entire sect, aside from a Hongchen immortal, only the sect master mastered the secret art suited for infiltration. At that moment, the once bright soul lamp began to flicker weakly, then went out. Seeing this, Nangong Man's eyes widened in panic. The soul lamp has gone out. She whispered the sect master's name in despair. Even the elder was stunned, choking out that perhaps everything had truly failed. Back to Nangong Huang, a bottomless black abyss suddenly opened in the space around her. The monster high above watched and laughed victoriously, convinced the intruder had been crushed to ashes by immortal-level power. At the same time, in a completely different place, beneath a pile of collapsed boulders, a hidden cave slowly revealed itself. The deeper inside, the darker and colder it became. Nangong Huang walked with extreme difficulty, her body barely able to stand. She trembled non-stop but forced herself forward. The destination was close. Holding her wounded body, she dragged herself deeper into the cave. But her last bit of strength ran out, and she slammed against the rock wall. At that exact moment, a figure rushed in. The elder appeared in panic and shouted for the sect master. He landed beside Nangong Huang, his face full of worry. Seeing him, she finally let out a weak breath. You made it. The elder explained that by prior agreement, once her soul lamp went out, he would wait at this teleportation point. But seeing her condition, he felt something was terribly wrong. She lowered her head and said it was all in vain. What stood here was only a clone. Once her divine sense ran out, she would vanish. Hearing this, the elder was stunned into silence. Nangong Huang explained that before her true body died, she entered the limit range and transmitted her memories to this clone across hundreds of miles. She then revealed the shocking truth. The demon race gathered spirit minerals and used the mortal realm as blood sacrifice to lock onto coordinates on the river of time. Even if they cannot break Shenzhou's barrier, they plan to tear open the great Tao and summon an outer god. The elder was shaken. He never imagined the river of time truly existed. Nangong Huang said, it is the endpoint of time, where the great Tao manifests at its extreme. If the outer god enters through that point, the past, present, and future of Shenzhou will all be erased. The elder clenched his teeth, barely suppressing his rage. Nangong Huang added that the demons believed they had killed her, not knowing the crucial information had already been sent out through this clone. She quickly listed the 5 core locations of the blood formation and told the elder to remember them. As she spoke, her body began turning into countless light particles. Before fading away, she said her divine sense was almost gone, but her mission was finally complete. The elder lowered his head, calling out to the sect master in grief. Afraid he would be consumed by sorrow, she gently said, the dead are freed, but the living must carry on. The rest, she could only entrust to them. Soon, Nangang Huang disappeared completely, leaving only shimmering light in the air. The elder bowed his head in pain and silently swore not to waste her sacrifice. Meanwhile, outside, a figure was moving so fast it left only afterimages. It was Zhuang Shisan, still holding firm belief that the human race would win. He tore through the wind at astonishing speed. Even after an unbelievable distance, he showed no sign of slowing down. Looking around, he felt uneasy. For 3 days, there had been no day or night. He could not even tell how much time had passed. Suddenly, he sensed something extraordinary ahead. When he saw it clearly, his eyes widened. In front of him stood the sky pillar. That meant he had reached the end of the endless sea. Without hesitation, he burst forward and leaped onto the mountain ahead. Staring at the peak above, hope filled his eyes. Reach the top, and he might step into the immortal realm. His resolve grew firmer than ever. Glancing beyond the sheer cliff, he briefly wondered what truly lay at the end of the endless sea, the mysterious void no elder had explored. But he quickly pushed that thought aside. There was something far more important to do now. So Zhuang Shisan charged straight to the peak without looking back. But the moment he stepped onto it, he felt something was terribly wrong. As soon as he neared the cliff edge, his body flipped upside down and he fell. Strangely, in the next instant, he landed softly on the water as if nothing happened. Zhuang Shisan looked around in confusion and realized the gravity here was completely reversed. In front of him stood a massive stone gate, carved with countless ancient patterns. He could not hide his shock. What kind of gate is this? At the top of the gate, a man sat arrogantly and looked down at him, asking who dared barge into his immortal realm. The way he stared at Zhuang Shisan was like looking at a lowly creature. He tilted his head and sneered. The immortal realm cut ties with the mortal realm long ago. Beg all you want. It is useless. Zhuang Shisan met his gaze and stated his purpose. He must see the heavenly emperor. The gatekeepers only laughed with disdain. In their eyes, humans were stubborn fools. The next second, the man leaped down from above. He landed lightly and blocked Zhuang Shisan's path. Pointing at himself, he said arrogantly, "If you want to enter and meet the heavenly emperor, you pass me first." Before he could even finish, Zhuang Shisan's fist smashed into his face. With one simple punch, the man was sent flying, his face nearly twisted. He lay sprawled on the ground in misery. Zhuang Shisan just rolled his wrist and thought, "Open this gate, and I enter the immortal realm." The gatekeeper stood up, clutching his swollen cheek, furious. "Beating me means nothing. The real challenge is that gate." Zhuang Shisan ignored him and walked straight to the realm gate. He gathered all his strength into both arms and began pushing the massive closed door. In the immortal realm, the heavenly emperor instantly sensed the disturbance and was surprised. Sitting on his throne, he said it had been decades since someone last tried to break through. His subordinate guessed it must be humans again. 100 years ago, during the Zhuanshan Grand Assembly, immortal families attended, but demons caused chaos, and several Hongchen immortals fell. Hearing that, the heavenly emperor's face darkened. The demon race possesses a strange idol. That idol can absorb limitless spiritual power. He continued. This realm gate was forged as an immortal artifact based on that idol. If one cannot open it, how can they fight the demons? The subordinate recalled many Hongchen immortals had tried before. Their spiritual power was drained dry. Some lasted longer, but their realm was insufficient. The heavenly emperor frowned. Unless someone uses pure physical strength, but such people are nearly extinct. Outside, Zhuang Shisan was still pushing with everything he had. The gatekeeper kept telling him to give up. The harder you try, the faster your spiritual power drains. Zhuang Shisan calmly replied, "That so-called spiritual power, I have never had it." The gatekeeper froze. Zhuang Shisan roared and strained his entire body. His legs trembled under the crushing weight of the gate. But finally, the realm gate began to move under his push. The gatekeeper stared in disbelief, unable to speak. As a crack opened, golden light slowly poured out. Even the heavenly emperor shot up from his throne in shock. He stared at the realm gate. It has truly been opened. At that moment, a young woman hurried in. She was the heavenly emperor's daughter. She asked in disbelief if someone had really opened the gate. The heavenly emperor nodded. Even he did not expect such a person to exist. Hearing that, her heart trembled. She was almost certain it was him. No one else could do this. The heavenly emperor immediately stood up to meet Zhuang Shisan, because the opening of the realm gate would shake the entire immortal realm. As for Zhuang Shisan, after opening the gate, he simply stood outside and didn't step in right away. The gatekeeper stared at him in shock, unable to believe that something even Hongchen immortals failed to do was done by this guy. Zhuang Shisan turned and asked calmly if he was now qualified to see the Heavenly Emperor. But the guard stopped him at once, saying there was still one final trial. At that moment, a terrifying force suddenly rushed in, making Zhuang Shisan snap his head around. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, he barely dodged a fatal blow. The one who appeared was Du Di, huge in size and radiating overwhelming dominance. The gatekeeper shouted in fear, saying this was the leader of the Immortal clan, who proved the Dao through strength, the head of the Strength clan. Zhuang Shisan softly called out his name, Do Di. Dao Di stared at him and asked if he was the one who opened the realm gate. Zhuang Shisan didn't deny it and simply nodded. But Do Di frowned, because he couldn't sense any realm from Zhuang Shisan, as if he had cheated somehow. Even so, Do Di's fighting spirit flared, as he declared he would handle the final test himself, and if Zhuang Shisan could block one strike, he would pass. Right then, a group suddenly appeared, drawing even Do Di's attention. The leader was Shi Luoluo, who quickly stepped forward and told Do Di to stop. She explained that this was Zhuang Shisan, the one who once saved her life in the mortal realm. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan turned to look at her in confusion. Instead of joy, he was stunned to realize she was the masked girl he once met in a secret realm. The subordinate beside her scoffed, saying this was absurd, because she was Shi Luoluo, the Heavenly Emperor's most beloved princess. After her identity was exposed, Shi Luoluo smiled and admitted she had secretly gone down to the lower realm before. By instinct, Zhuang Shisan glanced at the man standing behind her. The subordinate then said in a serious tone that this was Hao Xiantiandi. Zhuang Shisan was instantly shaken. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, saying he had an extremely important matter to request from the Heavenly Emperor. But Du Di still refused to let it slide and immediately interrupted. He said that even if Zhuang Shisan saved Shi Luoluo, he still had to pass the final trial, because rules could not be broken. Shi Luoluo protested, saying it was unfair for a Hongchen immortal to bully a junior like this. The Heavenly Emperor calmly told his daughter not to worry, as he also wanted to see how strong this special person really was. The moment he finished speaking, Du Di threw a punch with crushing force. Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate and charged forward to meet it head-on. In that instant, a massive shield appeared in front of him. Du Di's fist slammed into the shield without holding back. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the surrounding space. Even Hao Xiantiandi watched the clash closely. When the shockwave faded, Zhuang Shisan was still standing unharmed thanks to his defensive artifact. The Heavenly Emperor nodded and admitted that even relying on a treasure, blocking a full strike from a Hongchen immortal, was enough to pass. After that, he asked Zhuang Shisan to explain the purpose of his visit. Seizing the chance, Zhuang Shisan bowed and said that in 3 months, the mortal realm would face a massive blood sacrifice calamity. So he came to seek help, and the immortal realm should understand that if one falls, the other won't stay safe. But the blue-haired subordinate cut in, saying the immortal realm wasn't ruled by the Heavenly Emperor alone, as countless forces existed here, and he only controlled one region. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan fell into an awkward silence. The subordinate continued, explaining that the factions in the immortal realm maintained a fragile balance, and if any top combat power fell, the entire force behind them could be wiped out. Even Shi Luoluo spoke up softly, saying that in the past the Immortal clan lost a Hongchen immortal in a war with the Demon clan, and within 100 years they were completely exterminated, and though she once begged her father to help, he couldn't act recklessly for the greater balance. The Heavenly Emperor then spoke up, saying the situation had changed, and he noticed Zhuang Shisan had 0 spiritual fluctuations, likely a body with no spirit roots. Yet he could block a Hongchen immortal's strike, meaning his strength was at least late tribulation level, clearly walking a path that forged only the body, without spiritual energy. He added that the Demon clan possessed a stone statue that could endlessly drain spiritual energy, creating absolute suppression over the immortal realm, which was why they couldn't send aid before. But with Zhuang Shisan, things might change. Do Di crossed his arms and proposed a plan. Each immortal alliance would send one Hongchen immortal to stall the demons for half a day, while Zhuang Shisan would locate and destroy the stone statue. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan fell into deep thought. Then something terrifying hit him, and he anxiously asked how long he had been in the immortal realm. As the subordinate calmly said, he had monitored him since the teleportation point, and as of now it had been exactly 10 days. That answer left Zhuang Shisan frozen on the spot. 10 days, everything was already too late. At the same time, in the lower realm, the sky was suddenly swallowed by darkness. A massive blood-red formation appeared overhead, and the mortals below trembled as they whispered two words: blood sacrifice. The final calamity had officially begun. Strange streams of energy started surging wildly across the sky. Their source came from a massive lake inside a volcanic crater. In midair, a man floated while countless abnormal energies wrapped around him, looking terrifying. He coughed violently, as if his body was being corroded from within. But seconds later, he steadied himself and said coldly that they chose the exact moment he was at his weakest to start the ritual. Cracks in space widened in the sky, and deep purple energy poured out non-stop. He looked up and roared that the first stage was draining all spiritual energy from the mountain range, and next every living being would be sacrificed. So Zhuang Shisan had to return in time. Beneath the lake, countless pillars of water kept shooting into the sky. An old man nearby declared this was the battle that would decide humanity's fate, and if they lost, no one on the Shenzhou continent would survive. He then ordered all cultivators at Golden Core and above to head to the battlefield, saying, "This time everyone must gamble their lives." At the command, countless figures shot into the sky, and that very old man led the charge. In a short time, humanity's fighting force was almost fully assembled. Standing at the front were the two remaining Hongchen Immortals, the Sword Dao sect elder and Manhua. Facing them were three grotesque demons radiating terrifying evil aura. The red demon mocked them, saying the secret was exposed, but these humans were like eggs smashing against stone. The blue demon sneered that the last two Hongchen Immortals were both here, meaning the other four continents had already fallen into despair. Manhua coldly replied that as long as they stopped them here, the blood sacrifice ritual would fail. The red demon burst into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke in the world, because the second stage of the blood sacrifice was about to begin. As his words fell, a gigantic stone statue suddenly appeared in the sky. A blazing red beam shot from the statue and connected to the one meditating below. The demons looked at humanity with arrogant eyes, as if victory was already theirs. In the sky, a vortex of black energy began spreading at an alarming speed, and more black vortexes started appearing all across the heavens. In the distance, a young boy quietly observed everything. Then he sat down and began casting a spell, because now that the blood sacrifice had started, it was his turn to act. He raised his voice toward heaven and earth, calling out to all beings of Shenzhou to protect this world and defy the fate of destruction. He begged all living beings to lend him their spiritual energy. The Da-seeking formation activated at once. At that moment, from the human side, a massive green vegetation field suddenly rose and covered the land. From within it, countless giant branches stretched upward, as if awakening. The branches shot into the sky and quickly intertwined, forming a brand new grand formation. This radiant formation clashed head-on with the dark vortexes of the demon clan. The black-haired demon couldn't hide his shock at the sight. He turned and shouted that the blood sacrifice ritual had been temporarily halted. The red demon stared at the massive green vegetation ahead. Then he sneered, saying humans were stubborn, but buying a little time only meant dragging out their fear. From start to finish, Manhua remained silent, just watching the demons. That calm attitude drove the red demon mad, and he roared, asking what the humans were waiting for. But Manhua only snorted lightly, completely unbothered. Then he slowly raised his head toward the sky. From the horizon, a blue-gold light was descending at terrifying speed. Leading the charge was Zhuang Shisan, followed by an elite army from the immortal realm. He stood before the demons and declared that humanity waited for his return, and as for the demon clan, they were simply waiting to die. The red demon screamed in shock, unable to believe the immortal clan had joined the war. Shizhou rushed out to confront the red demon directly. Beizhou locked onto the blue demon from another direction. Nanzhou engaged the white demon head-on. Dongzhou immediately intercepted the gray demon. Realizing the tide was shifting, the red demon gritted his teeth, but still believed everything would change once the ritual was complete. He pointed to the sky and suggested moving the battlefield upward. Manhua smiled and agreed, clearly thinking the same. Instantly, countless experts tore through space and shot into the sky. The gray demon ordered his subordinates to slaughter the remaining humans without mercy. Seeing the demons charge, Zhuang Shisan stepped forward and shielded everyone behind him. He clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful immortal technique, a simple palm strike that blasted the demons backward. Elder Man shouted that no matter past grudges or factions, today they shared only one identity. They were human, and with that, everyone charged, led by Zhuang Shisan. The two sides collided violently, and the battlefield turned into pure chaos and bloodshed. A demon suddenly retreated, clearly preparing a wide area attack. The strike came too fast, sending groups of cultivators crashing to the ground. From below, Zhuang Shisan launched himself back into the air. His weapon swept in a sharp arc, unleashing the Liangyi slash. Nangang Man dashed in from afar and stepped on his shoulder to propel herself toward the demon. She moved instantly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Then she poured all her strength into a final kick so heavy it shook the air. Explosions echoed across heaven and earth, and the pressure was insane. The red-haired demon roared in fury and unleashed the Demon Dao heavenly punishment. Thick black smoke spread instantly, covering the entire battlefield. A silver-haired elder said in a low voice that if this strike landed, casualties below would be massive, and the demon didn't even care about friendly fire. Another elder stepped in at once and activated the Heaven and Earth Limitless Qiangkun sword formation. Hundreds of swords appeared and formed a tight defensive ring. The sword formation surged upward to block the red-haired demon's devastating attack. The two terrifying forces collided, causing an explosion that shook the battlefield. After the clash, countless lava meteors began raining down. The unbearable heat severely burned many on the spot. Watching the whole field, Zhuang Shisan grew tense, because the demons' bodies were too dominant, and their reckless attacks hurt humanity more. Even so, he refused to retreat and unleashed his full strength once more. Punches rained down as immortal techniques exploded non-stop, shaking space itself. Another earth-shattering explosion erupted. At that moment, Elder Man rushed up from behind and called out to him. He looked at Zhuang Shisan and warned him seriously. This was not the battlefield he needed to stay in. He had a far more important mission. Even though the blood sacrifice formation was temporarily suppressed, the spiritual energy in the air was still being drained. To end everything, they had to stop the one behind it all. Zhuang Shisan understood instantly and shot upward without hesitation. Before he left, Elder Man shouted that the sealing time was limited, and once the formation reactivated, humanity would have no chance to resist. But leaving wasn't that easy, as a gray demon suddenly blocked his path. Luckily, Nangang Man arrived at the perfect moment, kicking down from above straight into the demon's face. She held the demon back and yelled for him to go, saying she would handle things here. With her support, Zhuang Shisan accelerated without looking back. He moved so fast he became a streak of lightning across the battlefield. But suddenly, Jian Wujue appeared and blocked him. He smirked and said it had been a long time since they met, Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan's face turned cold, realizing Jian Wujue had also been corrupted. Jian Wujue raised his weapon and said, "None of that mattered. He only wanted to decide a winner." Zhuang Shisan had no time to waste, and slipped away the moment he saw an opening. Jian Wujue smiled faintly, as if he already knew escape wouldn't be easy. He immediately swung his sword and chased after him. Zhuang Shisan glanced back in surprise, but the slash only tore apart an afterimage. The real body was long gone. Jian Wujue froze for a second, realizing he had been tricked. Then he sensed something deeper. His perception had been disrupted. He called out to the hidden figure, saying no one else could use such divine power, so show yourself. A figure stepped out from behind and praised Jian Wujue as worthy of being senior brother, since he still noticed despite the hidden aura. Seeing him appear, Jian Wujue charged in excitedly, eager to see his true strength. The two clashed instantly, neither willing to yield. Sword energy and techniques collided non-stop in midair, the fight so intense no one dared blink. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan used the rare opening to leave the battlefield. But not far away, he suddenly noticed the guiding flow of spiritual energy had been cut off. He stopped in confusion, because it had been there moments ago. After thinking briefly, he realized the direction couldn't be wrong. This place was hidden by a restriction. But to him now, such tricks were nothing. He once saw through even top-grade origin stones. With that thought, he let out a loud shout. A massive gate slowly revealed itself before him. Zhuang Shisan landed in front of the mysterious gate, his expression turning serious. He quickly understood the enemy had created a separate, secret realm to protect the core of the formation. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the gate. Instantly, a strange energy wrapped around his arm. After a quick check, he realized a force inside was blocking him. But he had no intention of stopping, as this level of obstruction couldn't hold him. Gathering all his strength, he charged forward and smashed straight through the gate. The moment he entered, thick black smoke erupted violently. The gray demon fighting elsewhere sensed the disturbance at once. He turned and grinned viciously, realizing the secret realm had been exposed. Without hesitation, he left the battlefield immediately. In a blink, he landed inside the secret realm. Seeing Zhuang Shisan there, he showed interest, surprised a human could break this restriction. Zhuang Shisan simply stared at him in silence. But when the demon saw his face clearly, his expression changed in shock. He never expected this man to still be alive. Only now did everything in the southern region make sense, as the death of his younger brother was tied to Zhuang Shisan. Fueled by old hatred and fresh killing intent, the gray demon charged in to end him. But Zhuang Shisan didn't engage. He dodged lightly and rushed deeper inside. That move startled the gray demon, realizing he was aiming for something far more important. In an instant, Zhuang Shisan crossed a huge distance, and when the target appeared, he saw it was the divine statue. Destroying this would give humanity a chance to flip the entire war. The gray demon's face changed, finally realizing the true target was the statue. With no choice left, he unleashed his ultimate move, Tianmo Tugui. A terrifying killing aura surged from behind, forcing Zhuang Shisan to stay alert. He turned and poured all his spiritual energy into a protective shield. But the strike was overwhelming and blasted him away. After the violent clash, thick white smoke filled the area. As it cleared, Zhuang Shisan was still standing, eyes locked on his enemy. Yet his spiritual armor was completely shattered. Even after reinforcement, it couldn't block the strike, something that once withstood Hongchen Immortal G-level attacks. The gray demon sneered, asking why he looked so shocked, because the one who should be surprised was him. After 100 years of refinement, the Futu World Destroyer was no longer a pseudo-immortal artifact, but a true immortal artifact. He admitted Zhuang Shisan's had grown stronger, since few could survive a full strike from an immortal artifact. But in his eyes, that was the limit, because anyone below Hongchen Immortal was nothing before an immortal artifact, and he leapt into the sky to finish it. As the blade fell, his roar echoed Tianmo Tugui. Zhuang Shisan clenched his fist and shot upward, unleashing a devastating straight punch. The two heaven-shaking forces collided mid-air. This time, Zhuang Shisan's attack was clearly weaker and quickly crushed by demonic energy. Even he couldn't believe his strike was shattered so easily. The gray demon laughed, mocking him for using bare hands against an immortal artifact. The aftershock swept toward Zhuang Shisan and triggered a massive explosion. The gray demon watched the center with satisfaction, convinced even Hongchen Immortals would struggle to survive. But as the smoke faded, a familiar figure slowly emerged. Amid the ruins, Zhuang Shisan stood firm, almost unharmed, holding a pitch-black iron staff. The gray demon froze, unable to believe his full strike was blocked. A thought flashed in his mind. Was that staff also an immortal artifact? Zhuang Shisan calmly lifted it and said it was just ordinary iron, with no spirit and no spiritual energy. But it was forged from 9 revolution star iron, one of the toughest metals in existence, able to change size freely without spiritual power. Knowing his opponent had an immortal artifact, he prepared this weapon in advance. Hearing that, the demon switched tactics and rushed into close combat, believing a lifeless staff was no match for an immortal artifact. Zhuang Shisan stayed calm and repeated the Heavenly Emperor's words. Cultivation was not only about spiritual energy, and since ancient times many paths existed, some proving the Tao through the body alone. As he spoke, he swung the staff repeatedly to block the storm of attacks. His voice was firm, as he said he was called useless since childhood for lacking spirit roots. And today, that so-called useless man would bury his enemy with this simple iron rod. Below, the two terrifying forces kept colliding wildly, neither willing to step back. A terrifying pressure spreads out, and the trees around start withering and rotting on the spot. Somewhere else, Tang Yi stares at his hands, turning black, his face heavy as the backlash finally kicks in and the borrowed power begins to fade. He knows his time is almost up, so he has no choice but to move faster. Back on the main battlefield, Zhuang Shisan charges forward with everything he has, while the gray demon clings to him like a shadow. The demon suddenly twists and unleashes a deadly move, demonic energy weaving into a giant net that drops toward him, but Zhuang Shisan barely blocks it with his iron staff. His eyes flash as he commands the staff to transform, and in an instant it expands at insane speed, crushing the demonic net like it is nothing. But it was all a trap, and the demon had already circled behind him for a sneak attack. Zhuang Shisan spins around in a flash, a hint of caution crossing his face. He immediately swings the massive iron staff to counter. Now that the staff is enormous, the demon cannot dodge in time. One brutal sweep sends it flying hundreds of meters away. After struggling back up, the demon stares at Zhuang Shisan in disbelief, shocked that he can control such a giant weapon so smoothly. It quickly pulls back and creates distance. Then a smug grin slowly spreads across its face, like it just thought of something. In the distance, a blazing red surge of demonic energy begins to engulf the divine statue. Waves of terrifying power burst from the statue, shaking the very space around it. The demon looks at Zhuang Shisan and sneers, saying no matter what the human race does, the blood sacrifice grand array will be completed. Down below, the human race clearly falls into a disadvantage, as demonic energy spreads and devours everything. Man Zhanglao feels the spiritual power in his body being drained, and his expression instantly changes, knowing this is bad. As for Tang Yi, his condition has almost hit rock bottom. His body is stiff, his breathing faint, and he looks like he is barely clinging to life. In another corner, Nanggong Man is struck head-on by a vicious demon. Caught off guard, she is slammed hard into the ground. The pain is so intense that Nanggong Man cannot even stand up. The demon looks down at her with contempt, mocking that a mere great ascension cultivator dares to block its path. She soon realizes her spiritual power is being drained bit by bit, and the situation is extremely dangerous. Seeing that she cannot fight back, the demon rushes in to finish her off. But at that moment, a strange black aura appears on her forehead, shocking even the demon. From that aura, the shadow of a massive dragon slowly forms in the sky. The dragon quickly gathers its power and fires a devastating strike at the demon. With just one attack, the demon's body begins to disintegrate. Before completely vanishing, it realizes in horror that this is a life-saving formation carrying dragon aura, but not from any dragon clan of this realm. It immediately suspects Nanggong Man has ties to an outer realm, and that thought alone is terrifying. After being destroyed, the demon's body turns into black smoke and completely fades away. Even though she survived by a hair, Nanggong Man's condition is now extremely bad. On another battlefield, the scene after the fight looks utterly devastated. Jian Wuke stands among the ruins, gripping his sword and staring down at his defeated opponent with a victor's gaze. The man on the ground weakly asks why the final sword strike did not kill him. Jian Wuke looks up at the sky and coldly replies that the blood sacrifice grand array has restarted, and the opponent's spiritual power is being drained, so the battle was never truly decided. In your current state, killing you has no value at all. It would not even feel satisfying. After saying that, Jian Wuke turns and leaves without looking back. The young man on the ground struggles to call out, warning that the human race cannot hold on much longer. Zhuang Shisan. Below, countless massive beams of light keep crashing down, as if trying to wipe the entire village off the map. The clansmen are on the verge of total collapse. Cries for help echo everywhere, as despair spreads that the human race is about to fall. Meanwhile, the divine statue is suddenly wrapped in a strange blue spiritual aura. The crack in the sky is torn wider and wider. The old man observes the scene and says in a low voice that more spiritual power is being transmitted, and the crack is slowly being forced open. The old man reminds Zhuang Shisan that his time is almost gone. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan lifts his head, eyes turning ice cold as he locks onto his enemy. With one burst of force, he shoots forward like an arrow leaving the bow. The staff in his hand swings straight at the demon without hesitation. The old man floats in the air, calmly saying, "Time is like a long river, and even a small ripple can change everything." Within his sight, the divine statue has already appeared twice. Whether you seize this chance or not rests on you, while below, Zhuang Shisan keeps fighting like a madman. As it attacks, the gray demon calculates and realizes the key to the demon god avatar lies in the statue, but it cannot boost to the immortal realm, while the blood sacrifice grand array is running. It seems the opponent really picked the perfect timing. With killing intent in its eyes, it says Futu Mieshi is an immortal artifact, and even without reaching demon venerable or using laws, its raw power is enough to crush him. The demon leaps into the air and slams down with a devastating strike. Zhuang Shisan raises the staff across his body and barely blocks the terrifying blow. Gritting his teeth, he quickly calculates a new plan, because dragging this fight out is pointless. After stopping that overwhelming attack, he suddenly realizes his goal was never to defeat this demon. But in that brief distraction, a flaw appears, and the demon instantly snatches his weapon. It appears behind Zhuang Shisan and coldly says without that staff, "You cannot withstand my attack." The sudden teleport shocks him, and he turns, wondering when it even happened. Not giving him time to react, the demon combines the stolen staff with demonic power and unleashes a killing strike. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire battlefield. Floating above, the demon smugly explains the earlier strike was only to scatter its blood around him. Its divine ability lets it ignore distance and teleport anywhere its blood exists. With that speed, bypassing your senses and locking the staff was easy. Under the immortal artifact's power, you are finished this time. But suddenly, the staff in its hand expands violently and blasts the demon into the sky. In an instant, it is sent flying by the very weapon it just stole. Zhuang Shisan bursts out from the rubble and roars that he never meant to defeat it. He only needed one moment to strike the statue. Infinite release, divine shaking iron. Under his control, the staff stretches endlessly without limit. The demon is pinned in place, roaring in fury as the impact traps it completely. Seizing that golden moment, he charges straight toward the statue, wrapped in crimson power. Zhuang Shisan pulls his arm back, unleashing every ounce of strength as his immortal technique muscles fully release. Sin Star One Punch. All his power condenses into one punch and smashes into the statue. The demon sees it and realizes it can no longer stop him, blurting out that it is over. But unbelievably, even after that monstrous strike, the statue stands completely unharmed. Zhuang Shisan freezes in total shock. At that moment, the demon breaks free and dives down fast, muttering that it was a close call. It slashes at his back and roars that this time the human race is truly doomed. In that critical second, the old man's voice echoes in his mind, saying the statue is indestructible. So do you now understand why I brought you to this future? Zhuang Shisan falls silent, thinking hard. If the statue cannot be destroyed, then what was the true purpose of this journey? Right then, the demon's attack closes in as it shouts that it will send him to his grave. Zhuang Shisan suddenly reaches out toward the statue. Without hesitation, he wraps his arms tightly around it. The sinister power surrounding the statue begins to fade, and a massive spatial gate slowly opens in the sky. The gray demon misses its strike and skids across the ground in a mess. It stares blankly as Zhuang Shisan and the statue vanish right before its eyes. Its face turns pale in fear as it screams that the divine statue is gone. In another space, a gate of time slowly appears within the void. Zhuang Shisan is thrown to the ground, like a discarded object. After looking around, he is shocked to realize he has returned to the river of time. The old man looks at him and slowly begins to speak, as if ready to explain everything. But Zhuang Shisan hugs the statue and jumps up, overjoyed, thinking he finally succeeded. Sadly, his previous injuries are too severe, and he collapses, coughing in pain. The old man says with his late tribulation cultivation, if not for that special body, he would have died from the immortal artifact strike. He then says he can use time reversal to restore his body to its peak state. As his wounds heal, Zhuang Shisan exhales in relief, clearly feeling much better. However, the old man drops harsh news, saying this is only half success, and Shenzhou continent still faces destruction. Zhuang Shisan freezes and asks why, since the statue has already been brought back. The old man calmly explains that before the statue was taken, the blood sacrifice grand array was fully activated, his allies were nearly wiped out, and the human race had long run out of strength. What he did only delayed the destruction by a few decades. Hearing that, Zhuang Shisan lowers his head, hope draining away, wondering what the point of this journey was. The old man explains the future demon race can devour souls, so he could not reveal the plan, or they would extract the memory and erase the statue from the future entirely. Zhuang Shisan lifts the stone statue, admitting helplessly that even he cannot destroy it. The old man gently says, even if he reaches Hongchen Immortal, he still cannot damage it, because the statue surpasses immortal artifacts and is truly saint grade. But the way to destroy it lies in the past. More precisely, in the timeline where he currently exists. Zhuang Shisan is stunned and asks if it is truly his own timeline. The old man nods and says, in this realm all attacks are useless, and only the heavenly Tao laws of that world can erase it. Zhuang Shisan gets straight to the point and asks what he must do. The old man says, the future statue must touch the past statue, and the clash of timelines will trigger an erasure law that removes it from time itself. But before that, he asks if Zhuang Shisan understands the price he must pay. Zhuang Shisan lowers his head and calmly says he understands. Hearing that firm answer, the old man says he will send him back to the present immediately. But at that moment, Zhuang Shisan suddenly stops him. He says in the ancient ruins the enemy can use the demon god avatar to step into demon venerable immortal realm, and with his current strength, his chances are low. So he wants to break through to Hongchen Immortal, right here, quietly pushing his 4th stage immortal muscle technique, unwilling to remain this weak. Facing this request, the old man almost immediately refuses. He says the gap between Tribulation and Hongchen Immortal may seem like one realm, but in truth it is heaven and earth apart. Even if this place can accelerate his growth, he does not cultivate the time great Tao, and staying too long will cause the river of time to reject him or sweep him into an unknown timeline. Thinking he is being doubted, Zhuang Shisan quickly explains he does not need long, just a short time is enough. At that moment, the system panel suddenly appears with the words Time Star Tao Field. Zhuang Shisan looks straight at the old man with firm eyes and says decisively, "Let's begin cultivation." Meanwhile, in the present timeline outside the secret realm, Feng Xiaotian descends from the sky with overwhelming presence. Seeing him, an elder turns pale in shock, not expecting one of the 12 heavenly generals to arrive personally. Feng Xiaotian scans the area and says he sensed an abnormal change in the assessment secret realm, so he came to inspect. Xiao Xuanzi bows slightly and replies that a strange power appeared inside and even showed signs of breaking the realm's suppression. Just then, a burst of purple energy explodes from the spatial gate. Nangong Man and the others trapped inside are all teleported out. One figure after another lands in the central area. The elder cries out in shock. Finally, someone made it out alive. As soon as she stabilizes herself, Nangong Man looks around and shouts that Xiao Shisan is still trapped inside. Even Nangong Huang softly calls his name in worry. The secret realm gate then begins shrinking at incredible speed. In just moments, it completely disappears without a trace. Feng Xiaotian frowns and asks if the realm is gone, and if this small group is all that survived. Xiao Xuanzi turns to the survivors and sternly asks what exactly happened inside. Tang Yi grits his teeth and explains that the demon race invaded through a spatial crack, and Yin Yao even revived by possessing an almighty body. Hearing this, everyone around gasps in horror. Nangong Man, choking with sadness, says Xiao Shisan was dragged into the spatial crack by the demon race to save them. But at the moment of deepest despair, the secret realm gate suddenly reappears beneath the ground. Then a familiar figure slowly walks out. Zhuang Shisan stands up, brushes off the dust, and calmly looks at everyone. Nangong Man freezes the instant she sees him. She can hardly believe her eyes and stammers, asking if Xiao Shisan is really alive. Zhuang Shisan slowly sweeps his gaze across the crowd. He calls out each name to confirm they are safe, from Xie Chang'an to Jian Wuke, and even Luo Luo. Senior brother, Nangong Jiangmen, He Feng, and Xiao Man. Seeing they are all alive, he finally exhales in relief. He made it in time. He Feng Yuangu walks over, pats his shoulder, and half jokes, asking what kind of monster he is to survive a spatial crack unharmed. Nangong Man, still in disbelief, immediately asks how he survived. Zhuang Shisan smiles at her and says it is a long story, but seeing everyone again is what matters most. Right then, an extremely violent aura crashes in like a storm. Zhuang Shisan narrows his eyes, his gaze turning sharp and alert. The one who appears is Lord Feng, and his terrifying pressure sends Nangong Man flying aside. He Feng Yuangu frowns and asks if he really has to attack the moment he shows up. Ignoring him, Feng Xiaotian locks onto Zhuang Shisan and sneers, saying no wonder he looked familiar. He is the young master of the Zhuang family who is wanted outside. Watching from afar, Nangong Huang's heart sinks. Her worst fear has come true. The red-haired ghost Liu has personally arrived at the trial ground. She urgently shouts, begging Feng Tianjiang to show mercy. But he ignores her, unleashes his spiritual power, and orders everyone to step back. A terrifying hurricane erupts, sweeping everything around, as if to crush the entire area. Nangong Huang shields her face in panic, realizing the rumors were true. Feng Xiaotian has reached late tribulation, and no one here can stop him. He stands before Zhuang Shisan arrogantly, telling him to bind himself, since he does not want to be accused of bullying a junior. To everyone's surprise, Zhuang Shisan remains calm and even asks back, "Just you alone." That reply instantly ignites Feng Xiaoshan's fury. Without another word, he throws a furious punch straight at Zhuang Shisan. The force alone makes the ground quake and split apart. Watching from afar, he Feng Yuangu sighs. Provoking a late tribulation expert like this is suicide. Through the thick dust, Feng Xiaoshan's tall figure slowly appears. But everyone freezes in shock. Zhuang Shisan blocks the punch with just one finger. One single finger stops that massive fist, like it is nothing. The crowd goes silent, then gasps in disbelief. Even Nangong Huang is stunned, because no special body should withstand a full late tribulation strike. Feng Xiaoshan's eyes tremble, while Zhuang Shisan coldly says he still remembers this red-haired ape. "What you did to me back then will be repaid in full today." Every word feels like a mountain pressing down on him. Then Zhuang Shisan casually waves his hand. That simple motion blasts Feng Xiaotian thousands of miles away. He cannot accept it, his mind repeating impossible. Before he can recover, Zhuang Shisan flashes behind him like a ghost. The instant he turns, a crushing pressure engulfs him. Zhuang Shisan gives him no time and throws a punch carrying Hongchen immortal power. Another single blow sends him flying back again. His body drags across the ground and lies there powerless. Nangong Huang watches in disbelief, a heavenly general crushed so easily. Zhuang Shisan calmly walks toward him. Looking down, he says he has important matters to handle and a few warnings to give. He warns that the Dao fire inside the secret realm may be infected by demonic parasites, so absorbing it requires extreme caution. He especially looks at Jian Wuke and tells him not to rush for power. Jian Wuke lowers his head and says nothing. Then Zhuang Shisan looks at the man on the ground and says he needs a small favor. Take him to Central Continent. He has something to discuss directly with their emperor. With one hand, he lifts Feng Xiaotian like he weighs nothing. Before leaving, he turns back for one last look. The crowd silently watches his back, no one daring to speak. After confirming nothing else remains, he turns away. He leaves behind a promise to meet again and departs. At the same time, in the royal courtyard of Central Continent, the human emperor senses a disturbance and turns his head. He calmly tells the girl beside him that a guest is arriving. Right after that, Zhuang Shisan descends from the sky, Feng Xiaotian slung over his shoulder. The girl shouts and prepares to stop the intruder, but her eyes freeze when she recognizes the man on his shoulder. She stammers in shock, unable to believe Feng Tianjiang was beaten like this. The human emperor steps forward and tells her to stand down. She cannot face this man. He directly confirms that this guest is a Hongchen immortal. The guard nearby is shaken, as Hongchen immortals in Shenzhou are extremely rare, and he has never heard the name Xiao Xiao, so he asks his identity. Zhuang Shisan calmly replies he is a disciple of Yulin immortal sect and a participant of this Xuanqian grand gathering. Hearing that, the human emperor frowns and asks if he is also a contestant. He quickly calculates, since the rules require under 200 years old, meaning this man reached Hongchen immortal before 200, which sounds unbelievable. Besides that identity, he had another one that would interest His Majesty even more. He calmly admitted he was the young master of the Zhuang family, the man hunted by the imperial court for over 2 years, Zhuang Shisan. Hearing this, the human emperor froze for a few seconds. Zhuang Shisan let out a cold laugh and said he was just a nobody, a fallen clan member forced into exile. But inside, the human emperor was shaken. The Zhuang young master was rumored to be a cripple with no spirit root, so how did he become this powerful? After a brief silence, the human emperor finally asked his true purpose. Zhuang Shisan got straight to it and asked, with his current strength, what rank would he get in the tournament? The human emperor frowned and said even with many immortal clan prodigies, the strongest were only at Mahayana realm, so first place would be his. Zhuang Shisan then laid out his condition. The champion of the Xuanqian Grand Assembly gets one wish from the human emperor, and he only wanted one thing: the freedom of every member of his clan. The human emperor burst into laughter. With Zhuang Shisan's strength, he would grant that request even without the tournament if he stood on his side. Zhuang Shisan reached into his robe and calmly said a promise was enough, but there was something more urgent to deal with. He revealed that inside those rings was Dao fire taken from the secret realm. Then he crushed every ring in his hand. When he opened his palm again, the rings had turned into eerie green flames. Zhuang Shisan shifted his gaze slightly. With a casual flick, he sent all the flames flying outward. Then he opened his hand again, revealing an object releasing faint pink smoke, and asked the human emperor what it was. The human emperor frowned deeply, confused how something so sinister could exist inside Dao fire. Zhuang Shisan calmly explained it was a demon seed. The demon clan's infiltration had started thousands of years ago, even reaching the heavenly tomb secret realm. The guard beside them gasped in shock, saying the demon clan had been driven out of Shenzhou long ago. Zhuang Shisan said they secretly returned through spatial cracks. The human emperor's expression turned heavy, clearly struggling to process it. Zhuang Shisan continued, the demon that appeared in the secret realm was not dead and was likely hiding inside the ancient ruins, where the Xuanqian Grand Assembly finals would be held. The guard fell silent for a long time. He finally said that secret realm was left by an ancient saint and had not yet opened. Not even a mortal immortal could enter. Zhuang Shisan remained calm. He said he had his own way in, and all the human emperor needed to do was point the way. He would handle the threat himself. He also warned the human emperor to secretly purge all cultivators who might be infected by demon parasites. Anyone who absorbed Dao fire was suspicious, even mortal immortals. And as backup, a Zhuxian killing formation strong enough to slay peak mortal immortals must be set outside the realm in case he failed. Only then did the human emperor fully grasp the severity of the situation. The scene quickly shifted to the heavenly prison. Inside the dark cell, a group of people sat together. A man sighed that the Zhuanxin Grand Assembly preliminaries should be over by now. Another wondered if the young master had made it through. Zhuangji snorted and sighed, saying it was a mistake to let a boy without a spirit root compete. It only pushed Shisan into danger. She never expected Shisan to save them. She only wished he could live a normal and peaceful life. Right then, a massive explosion echoed outside the heavenly prison. Everyone instantly turned toward the front gate. Through the dust, a figure slowly walked forward. Zhuang Shisan smiled warmly and said he had come to take everyone home. Not long after, laughter filled the Zhuang residence once again. Shisan's father proudly bragged that he always knew his son would achieve greatness. His mother kept putting food into his bowl, telling him to eat more, no longer worried the spiritual energy would harm him. Zhuangji crossed his arms proudly, saying he knew long ago Zhuang family's second son was extraordinary, while the girl beside him silently rolled her eyes. Seeing his reunited family, Zhuang Shisan smiled in quiet satisfaction. 3 days later, on a silent grassland, Zhuang Shisan stood quietly before the manor gates. He slowly turned to look behind him. His gaze rested on the plaque engraved with the words Zhuang Residence. After a brief silence, he turned and walked away without hesitation. In the next second, he shot into the sky like an arrow. At the heart-tempering fire mountain, the human emperor stood watching the lava surge below. He said all mortal immortals of Zhangzhou had gathered, only waiting for him. As his words fell, a figure arrived at terrifying speed. Zhuang Shisan appeared, floating at the center of the fire mountain. The human emperor laughed and said the final key player had arrived. He assured him the Zhuxian killing formation was ready, with many mortal immortals guarding the area. Still, he was curious how Zhuang Shisan would open the secret realm. Zhuang Shisan slowly closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and shouted, "Open!" His arm shot upward, and he tore the secret realm space apart with his bare hand. The human emperor froze in shock. Forcing open a realm crack by hand was beyond logic. Zhuang Shisan roared again and pulled with both hands, widening the rift. Deep inside the realm, a massive statue appeared, and before it floated a figure wrapped in crimson demonic energy. He hovered in midair, as if waiting for something. He coldly said the formation inside the realm was complete. Now only the right timing was needed. Suddenly, a strange spatial vortex formed before him. He snorted and realized someone had forced the realm open from outside. What shocked him more was the opponent's overwhelming strength. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan slowly appeared behind him. The demon turned around, and his face instantly changed. Zhuang Shisan floated in the air, eyes icy and filled with killing intent. The demon was stunned. By his calculations, Zhuang Shisan should have died long ago. He assumed Zhuang Shisan had been dragged here by a spatial crack at the wrong time. But no matter what, in his eyes, Zhuang Shisan was still doomed today. Yet only seconds later, his expression drastically changed. He frantically scanned the surroundings, sensing deadly danger. Instinctively, he swung his weapon in a fierce slash. But terrifyingly, Zhuang Shisan was already standing right behind him. The demon gritted his teeth in fury. This realm had no suppression, and he wielded a quasi-immortal artifact, yet it shattered like dry wood. Zhuang Shisan only stared at him coldly. In the next instant, one of the demon's arms began dissolving into nothing. He panicked, wondering if a single glance could crush his body. Then he realized the truth. Zhuang Shisan had already attacked, just too fast for him to perceive. The demon couldn't believe it. In just a few days, Zhuang Shisan's strength had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Before he could react, another arm and one leg were blasted apart. Zhuang Shisan coldly said this opponent was far weaker than he expected. The demon stared at him with eyes full of horror. In the end, his entire body was completely destroyed. Zhuang Shisan hovered above, quietly watching it fade into nothing. But suddenly, the massive statue behind them began to shake violently. In an instant, the whole area was swallowed by raging water. Crimson demonic energy erupted from the core of the statue. Then another statue slowly rose into the air. It laughed arrogantly and mocked him, asking if he really thought that was enough to kill him. Zhuang Shisan glanced at it and realized the demon had finally revealed his true form. The demon sneered, saying Zhuang Shisan was too naive to think it would end so easily. His soul had merged with this statue, a clone left by his ancestor, and as long as his spirit survived, he could rebuild his body through it. Zhuang Shisan instantly understood that while the fusion was happening, nothing could approach the statue. The demon gritted his teeth and continued. After fully merging, his power stepped into demon venerable realm, equal to a mortal immortal, and he turned into a red beam charging at Zhuang Shisan. He clenched his fist and threw a devastating punch at Zhuang Shisan's face. The shockwave alone shattered nearby rocks into dust, but Zhuang Shisan casually raised one hand and stopped it. Unwilling to accept it, the demon unleashed a furious barrage. Countless punches rained down like thunder and lightning. A violent collision exploded beside the statue, shaking space itself. The demon laughed arrogantly, claiming that below the immortal realm, all were insects. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan shot upward and punched him straight in the face. The demon was stunned, letting out a shocked cry. His body was blasted far away. He was utterly confused. Even after reaching demon venerable realm, he was still completely suppressed. No matter how hard he attacked, Zhuang Shisan remained unaffected. Zhuang Shisan calmly said that during the refinement of the Dao field, the hardest part was not breaking through, but controlling the new power. A slight misstep and a casual punch could erase someone's soul. The demon's face changed as he demanded to know if Zhuang Shisan had entered mortal-immortal realm. He refused to believe someone could jump from fusion realm to mortal-immortal in just 3 days. Zhuang Shisan gave no answer and drove another heavy punch into his stomach. The pain twisted the demon's face, leaving him speechless. Zhuang Shisan coldly declared that now he could finally fight without holding back. Instantly, countless giant arms manifested behind him. A storm of punches rained down relentlessly. The defensive layer around the giant statue began cracking everywhere. Zhuang Shisan smirked, seeing it was about to break. Since it had come to this, he would go all out. The demon screamed in agony under the endless assault. Each strike pierced through the demonic aura. Finally, the statue's armor shattered completely. Seizing the moment, Zhuang Shisan shouted, "Now!" He opened his palm and a ring appeared. Then, after crushing it, an identical divine statue formed in his hand. Without hesitation, he shot into the sky. In a flash of light, he grabbed the floating statue. The moment the two statues faced each other, a dark blue light exploded violently. Even Zhuang Shisan widened his eyes in shock. The demon nearly went mad, unable to understand why two identical statues existed. Both statues trembled and released an eerie blue aura. Their bases slowly moved toward each other. The instant they touched, identical cracks appeared on both. The demon panicked as he realized the statues were collapsing. He rushed toward Zhuang Shisan, screaming in desperation, "Stop, right now." The statues dissolved into countless light particles and merged into a brilliant blue sphere in Zhuang Shisan's hand. The demon roared that if this continued, even Zhuang Shisan would die, asking if he was willing to lose his mortal-immortal realm. Zhuang Shisan smiled faintly and said compared to countless lives, sacrificing himself was the best outcome. "Then let us vanish together." He smiled calmly as the demon's body dissolved in the sea of light, leaving only a final desperate scream. The blue light erupted and swallowed everything. When it faded, only a silent, empty void remained. In that chaos, Zhuang Shisan slowly regained consciousness, confused because he thought he had died. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar scene. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed from afar. Zhuang Shisan turned toward the sound. He saw a family buried under collapsing stones. With one glance, he realized it was his previous life. A small life vanished beneath the rubble. Then the boy's soul slowly rose into the air. Zhuang Shisan was stunned. His past life soul had separated. Without hesitation, he followed it. To his shock, the soul drifted toward an ancient massive gate. Zhuang Shisan frowned, wondering what it was. The gate suddenly opened a small crack. Behind it sat a mysterious figure, motionless as his past life soul flew inside. The soul landed gently on one of the figure's many hands. Zhuang Shisan was shaken. Who was that? And had his soul once been manipulated? The soul slowly moved toward the palm. But just before touching it, the soul suddenly turned and flew back out. Zhuang Shisan stood frozen in confusion. After a brief thought, he decided to keep following it. They traveled through the sky toward a familiar place. Below appeared a grand and magnificent estate. Zhuang Shisan instantly recognized it as the Zhuang family. The soul did not stop and flew straight inside. The moment it entered, a newborn's cry echoed through the estate. Zhuang Shisan's father laughed with joy, saying the first child of the Zhuang family was finally born. Zhuang Shisan froze. Was that newborn him? Suddenly, the entire estate lifted into the air, and the mysterious figure appeared behind like a lingering ghost. His eyes were empty and chilling. A servant rushed out in panic, trembling as he reported the newborn young master had stopped breathing. Zhuang Shisan's father stood stunned, asking in disbelief, At last, the truth was clear. The 12 children before him were all his past lives, each killed at birth by a hidden force. Zhuang Shisan sighed softly, realizing he himself was now dead, leaving only a final trace of consciousness. Suddenly, a drop of bright red blood floated in the air. The mysterious man spoke hoarsely, saying he had used all his remaining power to preserve this drop of heart blood. He explained that in his current state, he had no soul left and could no longer be reborn through blood. The moment he finished speaking, the man suddenly coughed violently. He said that, after interfering with time too many times, the heavenly Tao had begun its backlash, and he would not last much longer. At that instant, countless sparkling lights appeared in the sky. A familiar notification panel appeared. Main quest completed, reward obtained, resurrection coin. Zhuang Shisan was stunned by the sight. He stared at the floating panel in disbelief. The drop of red blood split into countless smaller drops and began spinning rapidly. Even the mysterious man showed shock, as if this had exceeded his expectations. The blood droplets quickly surrounded Zhuang Shisan's body. Streams of life force returned to him, and he realized this was the feeling of resurrection. The mysterious man shouted in disbelief, asking how he had done it. His voice turned heavy, as if he had understood something. To escape all my calculations, you must be the same kind of existence as us. Zhuang Shisan suddenly sensed that the demon from the secret realm had not fully vanished, and he shouted that the collapsing spatial rift would stop him from entering. The demon sneered and said, "Do you think you are the only one in this world with a system?" Zhuang Shisan was completely shaken. He never expected another system wielder. The demon said that 1 trillion years ago, to devour all other awakened ones, he left the Shenzhou realm to wage war in the reverse realm, and never thought the last one would appear here. He coldly declared that if he could no longer cross the river of time, he would shatter the realm barrier by force. Give him 10,000 years, or even 1,000, and he would reach the Shenzhou realm. Zhuang Shisan stared back firmly and said there was no need. In 100 years, he would personally come to find him. Clenching his fist, he declared that when that day came, he would use this body to rule the cultivation world.